Chapter 1 Traveling through Broly and joining the group chat. Vampistar. Google search reading. A place far away from the traces of civilization and abandoned by the civilization of the universe. At night, a scorch mark more than 50 meters long appeared in the wilderness on the distant Wampa planet. At the end of the scorch mark was a huge crater with a diameter of more than 30 meters. In the center of the crater, a spherical spacecraft is embedded in the rock underground. After experiencing extreme high temperatures and violent impacts, the metal shell has been significantly deformed, and black smoke is constantly emitting from the outside. Suddenly a hand stretched out directly through the metal shell, and the metal shell fell apart instantly. A small child with long black hair jumped out of the cabin, with a long tail swinging behind him. The kid's name is Broly, an exiled scion. The weather at this time was extremely bad, and in the middle of a sandstorm, Broly covered his head in pain, inserting countless memory fragments into his mind. In my memory, there was a person named Lin Hao who was originally an ordinary college student. He was playing games in his dormitory and ordered takeout. He ordered 3 chicken wings, a barbecued eggplant, and a bottle of beer. Just when the takeaway was coming, the entire dormitory suddenly lost power. In the dark, Lin Hao accidentally fell down and hit his head and fell unconscious instantly. The further fusion of memories made Broly's head feel like it was exploding, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. A powerful energy emerged from his body, and his combat power instantly soared to 10,000. The terrifying aura made the entire Wampa star start to shake like a doomsday. I am Lin Hao, and also Broly. Broly, who was rolling on the ground holding his head, slowly stood up, and slowly lowered his hands holding the hair on his head. He showed a wry smile. Damn it, what kind of thing is this? You can travel through time just by eating a midnight snack. What a ghost! After cursing for a while, and adhering to the idea of taking things as they come, Broly gradually accepted his identity and current situation. At this moment, a monster that looked like a plesiosaur with green fur burst out of the ground and attacked Broly directly, apparently treating him as food. Broly is known as the legendary scion, and it is not easy to deal with such a scumbag whose combat power is only a few hundred at most. Seeing the menacing green-skinned monster opening its bloody mouth towards him, Broly jumped high into the air, tens of meters high, dodged the green-skinned monster's attack, and punched the green-skinned monster of the head. There was only a bang sound as the monster's head suddenly hit the ground, and the ground collapsed instantly. The violent force caused cracks to appear within 100 meters of the surrounding area. Then one punch after another smashed the green-skinned monster's head directly into the hard dirt. After a few minutes, the green-skinned monster lost its breath. Broly grabbed its tail and pulled the whole green-skinned monster out of the soil. He carefully looked at the green-skinned monster and shook his head. Although this green-skinned monster doesn't look very appetizing, it's not easy to find food in this environment, and you still have to pick and choose. Broly's small body dragged a monster several hundred meters long, and walked towards the distance, starting to look for a place to hide. After a while, he found a big mountain and blasted open a cave with his fist. Because it was difficult to find a natural cave if he continued to search, it was better to build a cave by hand. Broly then cut off some of the monster's thigh muscles, dragged it into the cave, and started lighting a fire to roast it. As the golden grease dripped onto the fire, the scent of monster meat slowly emerged. Broly took a bite and found that it really tasted terrible, but in order to fill his stomach, he could only eat a few big mouthfuls with tears in his eyes. In the end, he ate all the monster he defeated, and his belly swelled as much as a ball, and he lay down in the cave to rest comfortably. With a safe place, Broly began to search for some information about Dragon Ball in his memory. He speculated that he should be in the world of the theatrical version of Dragon Ball Super Broly now. The main reason for this speculation is that after merging the memory of this body, I have no memory of Kakarot. But according to the plot, in 2 days, his cheap dad will bring an even more unlucky scion to this planet to look for him. But Broly, who is now considered a different person, doesn't really want to meet his cheap dad. Because Broly really has no feelings for his father at this time, and is even somewhat resistant and disgusted. In the movie, he has become a tool for his ambition. Even in his 40s, he could not even speak a complete sentence. Even his only good friend, the green-skinned long-necked dragon Baya, was driven away and killed. This made Broly even more obsessed with this father he had never met. No good impression. Now he just wants to live a good life on this planet, and then find a way to leave this sterile planet and live in a place with human civilization. After all, Broly is a time traveler with a soul and an ordinary person. If he really stayed in a place where no one spoke for more than 40 years, he might go crazy, but that's not necessarily the case. However, just as he was planning his future path, a dialogue box suddenly popped up in front of him, leaving him stunned for a moment. Dimension Chat Group invites you to join. Agree or not? Looking at the dialogue box in front of him, Broly fell into silence, and then silently clicked agree. On Vampa, there are monsters who have no intelligence and cannot communicate. Dimensional Chat Group. Judging from this name, it should be a chat group that can connect various dimensions. In this way, even if I have to live here for 40 years, I will still have someone to chat with to relieve my boredom, so that I will not die of boredom. After he clicked yes, a chat interface similar to Wixon's in his previous life popped up in front of him. He received a warm welcome as soon as he entered the group. The strongest 6-year-old kid joins the group chat. Small group leader, welcome newcomers. Take photos and receive red envelopes. Straw Hat Pirate Captain, welcome newcomers. Take a photo and receive a red envelope. An expert at making meatballs, welcome newcomers. Take a photo and get a red envelope. Tajmi, welcome newcomers. Take a photo and receive a red envelope. Emperor Engine, welcome newcomers. Take a photo and receive a red envelope. The remaining children were selected, welcome newcomers. Take a photo and receive a red envelope. There were 6 people in the group and 6 red envelopes were given out. Broly did not bubble up, but wanted to dive and observe what was going on in this group. Chapter 2 Lovely Group Friends. For a long time, because Broly was never born, the entire group fell into an awkward atmosphere. Small group leader, it's a bit embarrassing. Why don't the new people who just joined the group chat come out and chat? Emperor Engine, from my point of view, the newcomers should be frightened and can't believe what they see. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, no way. Isn't it a very interesting thing to be able to join this group chat? It's super cool to be able to chat with people from different worlds. An expert at making meatballs, at Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, people's physiques cannot be compared. When I first came in, I thought I was under an illusion, which scared me to death. Tajmi, at a little expert at making balls, I am the same. I thought I was asleep, ha ha ha. The remaining child was selected, could it be that he was busy with other things and didn't see our message? Small group leader, forget it, let's ignore him for now. By the way, is Tajmi ready to leave the village now? Tajmi, there's only 1 week left, I have to prepare first. Small group leader, then don't forget what I told you. Go out with your 2 people from the same village and don't let them leave first. And be careful when you get to the town. The noble lady who kindly receives you is a pervert. She often deceives foreigners to go home, lock them up in dungeons, torture them, and then torture them to death. Tajmi, no way, is anyone really that dark inside? Small group leader, why not? In your world, a woman dies in every episode. It is also called the sister-killing world. It immediately made me depressed. Tajmi, Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, it's so hot. When can we get to the oasis? Small group leader, at Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, have you arrived in Alabasta? Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, it's so hot. So thirsty. Luffy was dragging a lot of luggage by himself in the desert, sticking out his tongue, and he was already a little confused. Since he lost the guessing game with his friends, he dragged everyone's luggage by himself. On the other hand, in a future technological martial arts world ravaged by viruses, a beautiful 16-year-old girl had just finished taking a shower and was blowing her wet hair with a hair dryer. Halfway through blow-drying her hair, Su Xiaowu immediately handed out a large bottle of bottled water in her room as a red envelope. Ding! The small group leader sent an exclusive red envelope to the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Small group leader, at captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, I gave you a large bottle of drinking water. Please take it. Luffy, who was almost delirious in the desert, immediately received the red envelope, and a large 5L bottle of bottled water came out in front of him. After getting the water, Luffy directly raised it to his mouth, drank the water in a few sips, and became alive again. Broly guessed that this small group leader should know the plots of most anime and manga novels like himself. She should be from a world similar to mine, or someone from her own world. The atmosphere in the group is also very good, giving people a sense of mutual help and not so much intrigue. This made him feel relieved. After all, he finally joined a chat group and there were people chatting in it. If the people in it were all scheming, it would be too tiring. Now Broly recognized everyone in the group except for the small group leader. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates is Luffy from the world of One Piece. The little expert in making meatballs is Naruto from the world of Naruto. Emperor Engine is K, the strongest man on Earth from One Punch Man. The remaining child selected is a certain protagonist from the Digimon world. Tajmi is a supporting actor from the world of Red Eyes, because only Red Eyes survived. Therefore, adhering to the idea of taking advantage of others, Broly first replied to the group, "Hello everyone, please take care of Happy Emoji. I took a selfie and received 6 red envelopes. You received the red envelope from the small group leader and got a box of Baekseong instant noodles. You received a red envelope from the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates and got a piece of Sanji's barbecue. You received the red envelope from the little expert in making meatballs and got a bowl of LE ramen. You received the red envelope from the Emperor Engine and got a game console. You received the red envelope from the remaining child and received a box of eel sushi. You received the Tajmi red envelope and got a refined sword." The things he had received appeared out of thin air in the cave. Especially Sanji's barbecue and Ichiraku ramen, the whole cave was immediately filled with fragrance as soon as they appeared. Although Broly was full, he had no choice but to continue eating in order to prevent the delicacies from getting cold. Take a big bite of a piece of meat from the top and eat the ramen in one bite. It feels so good. And while he was eating noodles, the group went crazy because of one of his selfies. Small group leader, wow! What a cute little brother! What's your name, little brother? Emperor Engine, he must be a boy if he is so cute. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, you have the title of the strongest as soon as you join the group. He should be very powerful. It would be great if you could be my partner. An expert at making meatballs, how about Uncle Ichiraku's ramen? Is it delicious? The child who was chosen to remain, if you are 6 years old, it will be about the same age as my sister. Alas! I feel a little homesick. Tajmi, looking at the photo, the couple seems to be in a cave. There won't be any danger. Broly was eating and looking at the group messages, so he replied, "It's okay, all the monsters in this place can't beat me." Small group leader. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Imperial Engine. The remaining children were selected. Small group leader, at the strongest 6-year-old kid, tell you a very scary thing, you must not be afraid. Broly, don't worry. I've received professional training and won't be afraid. Small group leader, I am an omniscient person and can know all the information in every world. As long as you tell me your name, I can find information about your world. Children, what is your name? Broly frowned as he looked at the information from the small group leader in the group, thought about it, and decided to be more honest. From the time I joined the group until now, everyone in the group has no ill intentions toward me, but is surprisingly easy to get along with. The reply came, "My name is Broly." Su Xiaohu, who was lying on the bed, shaking her two big white legs, murmured to herself, "Broly, Broly, this name sounds familiar. But I can't remember where I heard it. Check online first." Chapter 3 Leaving Wampa Planet. Su Xiaohu opened the browser on her phone and entered the 3 characters Broly. The message that popped up on her phone made her froze. Google search reading. Broly is an original character in the theatrical version of the Island Country's anime Dragon Ball 50 years ago. He is a legendary Super Saiyan monster with a fighting power of 10,000 from birth. The original setting was that Broly was a madman with low intelligence who only knew how to destroy and whose strength increased over time, and had combat power far beyond that of other Saiyans. In the subsequent plots of Dragon Ball Super, the image was reshaped and given a human side. His personality was relatively docile, well-behaved, and kind, and he was able to become friends with monsters on a desolate planet. But his father Paragus has always had the ambition to conquer the universe, so he equipped him with special equipment and wanted to control him to rule the entire universe, making him unable to speak a word when he was 40 years old. A relatively tragic character. When Su Xiaohu looked at the information found online, she immediately remembered a Dragon Ball Super movie she had watched. Couldn't this Broly be the Bulletin Broly inside? So I immediately asked in the group. Small group leader, that Broly, are you a Saiyan? Broly, yes. Seeing the message he replied, Su Xiaohu excitedly hugged the pillow on the bed and rolled around, with an uncontrollable smile on her face. "Ah, no way, no way, it's really Dragon Ball Broly in this world. This is awesome too. When he grows up, wouldn't it be possible for me to have a thick thigh to hug him, and I won't have to be afraid to go out to perform tasks in other worlds in the future? How can we deceive him? Isn't his hateful father already around? If so, it would be difficult to deceive him." Small group leader, Broly, are you alone? Broly, yes. Small group leader, listen to my sister, you have to leave that planet as soon as possible, otherwise your fate will be very tragic in the future. Broly responded while eating ramen, I want to, but my spaceship is broken and I can't live without it now. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, wow! What does the spaceship look like? Is it the kind of ship that can fly in the sky? A little expert at making meatballs, same question. Emperor Engine, well, you can say that, but it is also very high in the sky. Su Xiaohu immediately opened the small store in the group chat and looked at the items refreshed today. Sure enough, the price of a spaceship appeared in it. The circular spaceship sells for 1,800 points. Su Xiaohu originally wanted to buy a genetic enhancement solution with her own points. The college entrance examination will be held soon. The importance of the college entrance examination to everyone is self-evident, and her goal is to be admitted to the Jiangnan First Military Academy. But when he thinks about Broly being controlled by his bastard father, his future life may be extremely miserable. The kind-hearted woman gritted her teeth and decided to buy him a spaceship first. Even if she didn't use the genetic culture fluid for the time being, she could still get into the Jiangnan First Military Academy by working harder and working harder. Small group leader, at everyone, I want to buy a spaceship for Broly, but I still have 1,000 points. Can you lend it to me first? And I will return it to you when I complete the task. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, ha! No need to pay it back, we are all partners, but I don't have many points. I used them all to buy meat, so I only have 100 points. Emperor Engine, I only have 50. I have no choice. I am too weak and can't do any tasks. I can only sign in every day to collect points. I have fainted in the toilet from crying. Little expert at making meatballs, I have 350. Tajmi, I have 300. The remaining child was selected, I have 200. Small group leader, thank you everyone. Broly saw that everyone in the group was sincerely helping him, and even collecting points to buy himself a spaceship. Although he didn't know what the points were, they should be very valuable things. He also wrote down this affection and replied emotionally, thank you everyone, I will definitely return the points of the spaceship to you when the time comes. Ding! The small group leader sent an exclusive red envelope to Broly. After Broly received the red envelope, a spaceship appeared in front of him. He lifted the spaceship with one hand and left the cave. After climbing in, he started the spaceship and set the destination to Earth. Small group leader, oh brother Broly, you're welcome. The people in our group are all very good, and we all help and love each other. Correct. I tell you, when you leave, you'd better go to the Earth. There are Dragon Balls on the Earth. If you collect them then, your wish will come true. There is also the super holy water and the fairy beans. I don't know if the super holy water is useful to you. The fairy beans are really useful. They can treat injuries. As long as you still have breath, you can cure the injuries. When the time comes, go look for the cat immortal and you should be able to find it. Oh, right, and see if you can meet a person named Bulma. She is a very smart person. Then let her invent a gravity device that can simulate different gravity, which will be very helpful for improving your strength. Big effect. The martial arts on Earth are also very powerful. You can learn martial arts from a person called Kame Sennin. By then you will be able to send Qigong waves and fly in the sky. Su Xiaohe posted a post on the forum, what if I were Broly and traveled to the Dragon Ball world? There were many wonderful replies and strategies immediately under the forum post. After reading it, she found the most reliable strategy, and then told Broly some important points in it. Broly smiled knowingly when he saw the small group leader giving him a proposal. He also wanted to go to Earth at the beginning, and the thoughts here coincided with his own. Small group leader, by the way, I'll make a file of the rules and functions in the group and send it to you. You can take a look. After Broly opened the group file, he began to read the contents. This group is a dimensional chat group that connects characters in various worlds. Tasks about each dimensional world will be sent from time to time in the group, and participants will receive corresponding points according to their contribution. Group members can earn points by completing tasks. There is no penalty for failing tasks. They can also sign in every day to earn points. Points can be purchased, and various props in the world of each group member will be randomly refreshed. The purpose of this group is mutual aid, mutual help, unity, and friendship. If a group member attacks other group members for undue gain, they will be blacklisted and kicked out of the group chat. If it causes the death of other members, they will be surrounded and killed by other group members and the small group leader. Please do not commit unforgivable crimes for the benefit of Sun Xin. At the same time, if a member of the group is in danger, you can also launch a reward, open a dimensional channel, and let other group members go to support. The group members can decide whether to go or not. Chapter 4 Daily Water Group. After reading the rules in the group, Broly sighed and asked in the group, "At little group leader, you wrote all the contents in this file yourself, right?" Small group leader, "Yes, I wrote it. It took me a whole night and I lost a dozen hairs before I stayed up late to write it. I listed all the functions and rules in the group. You can understand it at a glance, isn't it amazing?" Broly could feel that from another world through the screen, a girl spread her hands with little stars in her eyes, begging for praise. He was speechless and covered his eyes with his hands. After a long time, he replied with one word, "Yet." At first glance, the group rules of the small group leader and the content described in the document do not seem to be a big problem. If everyone abides by them, a harmonious coexistence environment can indeed be built. In this environment, everyone can help and benefit each other and exchange resources, which will greatly help improve the strength of the members in the group. But there is a fatal problem inside. If the person pulled into the group is an evil person, and an extremely powerful evil person who is good at disguising himself, then the problem will be huge. If these people join the group and conceal their identities, you can imagine how troublesome it will be. These naive group members in the group may have to count the money after being sold. And the leader of the small group knew immediately that he was a not-so-smart Yazi. Under normal circumstances, if you have this system, you will create a strong image for yourself to scare people. Force others to abide by the rules with absolute force, and then make good use of the plots you know in the early stage to exploit the worlds of some group members, or directly sell information about their worlds to gain profits. But she didn't do that. Instead, she told them directly. This behavior also gave Broly a rough idea of what kind of person he, the leader of the small group, was. So kind and so naive. A commonly used phrase in the anime circle is, with this IQ, I can trick her into giving me a second child. After Broly read the rules and functions, a heated discussion began again in the group, and then he started diving again. Emperor Engine, I was scared to death. I just went to the supermarket to buy some food. Unexpectedly, I met a weird man who looked like a frog on the road. He held a woman hostage with his tongue. It almost scared my heart out. Correct. I took a photo for you to see. This weirdo looks really ugly. In the picture, a strange man wearing human clothes, with a frog head and blue skin held an innocent woman hostage with his tongue. He looked extremely rampant, and everyone around him ran away in panic. Tajmi, ah! Your world is so dangerous, so how is that girl doing now? Are you okay? If you need help, I can go there. Emperor Engine, thank you for your concern, but it doesn't matter, he was scared away by me. The remaining child asked, Chigwas Hong, how did he get scared away? The little expert at making meatballs, I guess the uncle may have some kind of power hidden in his body, but he just doesn't know it, so he can scare away weirdos. Just like every night when I go to bed, I dream of a naked red fox lying in a cage in a very lustful manner. He also said that he was going to give me strength, so he wasn't a serious fox at first glance. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. That weirdo should be edible, right? Sanji must be able to cook it. King Engine, I don't know what happened. I was very scared at that time, and my heart kept beating and the sound of my heart was very loud. Loud enough for everyone to hear. The frog monster suddenly knelt down and begged for mercy, and then said that he would definitely change his ways, and that I was really weak. Little expert at making meatballs, the sound of your heartbeat can scare away weirdos. Uncle is indeed very powerful. Small group leader, the Emperor's Engine is indeed an ordinary person with no fighting ability. No need to guess, but he is a very powerful summoner who can summon the bald devil. Imperial Engine. Emperor Engine, at little group leader, you are talking about Saitama-kun. Small group leader, oh, it's a pity that he is not a member of the group and cannot go through the portal to perform tasks with us. Otherwise, if there is a bald devil with him, we don't have to be afraid. Emperor Engine, that's true. With Saitama-kun here, everyone wouldn't have failed the last mission, and we wouldn't have to be chased by monsters from the Pacific Rim world. Tajmi, at Emperor Engine, that bald devil, no. Is Saitama-kun really that powerful? In the world of Jean Crimson Eyes, Tajmi was packing her bags in her house while reading the messages in the group. He couldn't help but recall the scene during the Pacific Rim mission when a terrifying behemoth crawling out from the bottom of the sea was fighting against a giant human mecha. That was no longer a battle that small characters like them could get involved in. What made him collapse even more was that the moment Luffy, the captain of the pirate group, saw the mecha, his eyes were filled with excitement, and he kept talking about the romance of men, and he couldn't pull him away no matter what. Fortunately, the last remaining child, Teikizaguman, evolved into Mechanical Greymon, which attracted Luffy's attention and led everyone to successfully escape from the battlefield, but this also meant that the mission was over. Fail. Emperor Engine, I also watched that mission through the live broadcast. If Saitama-kun is here, he should be able to deal with that giant beast. The expert at poking balls, is it true? If that's true, wouldn't the person named Saitama be invincible? Small group leader, how should I put it? You can also put it this way. If it were in his home court, this guy would be One Punch Man. No matter who goes there and takes a punch from him, he will die. Small group leader, at Emperor Engine, by the way, let me give you a suggestion to become stronger. You can go to the Child Emperor or the doctor who transformed Genos and ask them to make a game controller that can control Genos. When the time comes, the Genos you control with the game controller will have to kneel to anyone except the bald devil. Imperial Engine, this is a bit outrageous. And Genos won't agree to it, so let's forget it. Broly looked at the chat records in the group and was really amused. This bad idea must have been seen by the small group leader on some forum or somewhere. Although K is said to be very good at playing games and can torture the bald devil with 2 fingers, actual combat and playing games are completely different things. This is like if those kings of chickens really let them go into battle with a gun. They might not even be able to hold the gun steady. There are too many variables and uncertainties in combat, and for the sake of balance in the game, some characters are generally chosen to weaken and strengthen, so that serious imbalances will not occur. Genos's most fundamental problem now is that some of the weirdos he encounters are getting stronger and stronger. Some of them have completely exceeded their limits and cannot break through their defenses, or they cannot be touched at all. Even with a game controller and a pair of VR goggles that share the field of view, it's difficult to do. Those weirdos don't have a health bar on their heads, and they don't have a health bar on themselves, so it's easy to fall into someone else's trap. You have no way of knowing what the limits of Genos's body are? It would be funny if it accidentally fell apart while fighting. After all, Genos is a famous financial warrior. It is common for him to fall apart after a battle. Chapter 5 Entering the World of Parasitic Beasts. According to the display on the spacecraft, it was still half a month before reaching the Earth. In the next few days, apart from the daily water flow, Broly had nothing to do. Google search reading. Inside the spaceship, Broly picked up a pack of spicy strips out of boredom, took a bite, and then looked at the comic book about the Dragon Ball world in his hand. There are also various snacks, clothes, and shoes piled here, all of which were given to me by the small group leader. And of course this comic book. Broly naturally knew why the small group leader did this, but he didn't object to this approach either. This was the way the world was. No one will be kind to another person for no reason except by nature. Although the leader of the small group is a bit stupid, he is also cute in a cute way. If something happens to her in the future and those who have helped her in the group, Broly will still lend a helping hand to the best of his ability. However, just when he was about to join the group and see the cool actions of the members in the group, the small group leader suddenly sent a group message. Small group leader, at everyone, the task is here, 1 will be deducted for those who signed up. This time the task is to go to a world of parasitic beasts and eliminate 200 humans who are parasitized by parasitic beasts. The time requirement is 1 week. After completing the task, everyone can get a basic 200 points, and performance points can be obtained based on each person's different performance. After completing the task, every person who kills a human being parasitized by a parasitic beast can also get 10 points. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, I won't go on this mission. I must defeat Crocodile. Emperor Engine, go ahead, I just want to be a fat nerd, don't forget to start a live broadcast. The child who was chosen to remain, I'm not going either. I'm going to rescue my friend Sauna and duel with Gokuman. Small group leader, what's going on? Everyone has something to do, so what should we do? Can't we complete this task? The strongest 6-year-old kid, deduct 1. The strongest 6-year-old child, it's okay, I can go. There's nothing to do on the spaceship anyway, and I have to stay there for half a month, and my whole body is rusty. Little expert in making meatballs, button 1. An expert at making meatballs, I don't have much to do recently. I can go there and count me in. Su Xiao was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, standing in front of the traffic light on the road, waiting for the light to turn green. Although she doesn't look particularly beautiful, she is very attractive and can attract the peripheral glances of several passers-by from time to time. She blinked her eyes and looked at the chat history in the group. With Broly and Naruto here, we should be able to complete that mission. Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan with a combat power of up to 10,000, and through this mission, we should be able to get closer to each other. Su Xiao replied in the group, okay, in 1 hour I will open the passage to the world of parasitic beasts. You should prepare first. The strongest 6-year-old kid, 1. Expert at making meatballs, +1. Broly looked at the snacks and comics next to him and decided to grab a few more packs of spicy sticks. After all, he really didn't seem to have anything to prepare here. In another world, Naruto was lying under a waterfall, staring blankly at the sky to pass the time. Just when he saw the chat records in the group, his eyes suddenly became filled with color. He plunged from the waterfall into the water, caught 2 big fish, and swam to the shore. He threw the big fish to the shore, knocked it out skillfully, used a kunao to remove the scales and internal organs, then passed a branch through the belly of the fish and put it on the grill to grill. This place was his secret base. When he was a child, if he had nothing to eat or was not full, he would come to this lake to catch fish and make extra meals for himself. There was still an hour left, and he wanted to have a full stomach to have the strength to work, and then bring a grilled fish to the small group leader and Broly. He first used the shadow clone technique to create a clone of the grilled fish. Then he took advantage of this time to dry himself, put on his clothes, put his shuriken and kunao away, and he was ready. With his financial conditions, he still cannot afford to buy a blasting charm. We can only make do with it like this for now. An hour later, Su Xiao returned home and opened the passage to the world of parasitic beasts. At the same time, a whirlpool door emitting blue light also appeared inside Broly's spaceship. Naruto also saw the whirlpool gate by the creek. The two of them walked in at the same time. As a bright light flashed, when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar environment. As soon as Broly opened his eyes, he saw a child with yellow hair and 6 beards standing in front of him. It seemed that this person should be Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki was holding a grilled fish with a cigarette in his hand. He smiled and greeted him very familiarly, "You are Broly. This is the first time we meet. I am the little expert in making balls in the group. You can call me Broly. I am Naruto." Broly looked at Naruto, who was a head taller than him. He was not very arrogant. Instead, he greeted him politely. After all, Naruto had helped him not long ago and raised money to buy him a spaceship. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to face his cheap dad. "Brother Naruto, hello, my name is Broly, please give me your advice." When Naruto heard that Broly called him brother, he immediately became excited. At this time, he didn't realize how terrifying the 6-year-old kid in front of him was, so he subconsciously said, "This mission should be the same as before." "Same, as long as you are by my side, you will not be in danger, let your brother Naruto protect you." Ha ha ha. After Naruto finished speaking, he raised his right hand and placed his left hand on the bicep of his right hand. He looked very energetic. This feeling of being needed was what Naruto wanted most. Otherwise, he would also "I won't say that I want to be Hokage." Broly looked at him with a serious look on his face, and a smile appeared on his face, which looked exactly like the Naruto he remembered. At this time, Su Xiao also came to the world of parasitic beasts. When she opened her eyes and was about to say hello, she found that one of them was holding a pack of spicy strips in their hands, and their mouths were filled with red oil left from eating the spicy strips. The other one was holding a grilled fish in his hand and was chatting happily with the child who was smaller than him. Looking at the scene in front of her, she really couldn't complain. After a long time, the two of you came here to eat, but she still stepped forward to say hello. Naruto, it's been a long time, and Broly, please give me your advice when we meet for the first time. Broly raised his head and finally saw the appearance of the leader of his group. She wears a refreshing single ponytail, has a delicate face and a pair of clear big eyes. Her whole body exudes a fresh and natural atmosphere from the inside out. The only drawback is that her chest is not particularly big. It should be right. Chapter 6 Encountering a Parasitic Beast. Before the three of them could say a few words when they met, a bright light suddenly shone through the darkness, making it difficult to open one's eyes. A man in a police uniform appeared in front of them with a flashlight in his hand and asked loudly, "I am a patrol policeman in this area. What are you three doing here at such a late hour?" When Suzuyaohu brought Broly and Naruto across time, it happened to be nighttime in the world of parasitic beasts. They didn't know what time it was at this time, or that the time difference hadn't reversed yet. However, Suzuyaohu, who quickly reacted, immediately took a few steps forward, stood in front of Naruto and Broly, and explained to the policeman with a smile on his face, "That's it, Uncle Policeman, my brother is having trouble with me. He got angry and ran out, so I came out to find them." The policeman was very vigilant and shone his flashlight on Suzuyaohu's face, then on Broly and Naruto's faces, and asked Broly and Naruto, "Is this really the case? If they are biological siblings, then who is the foreign kid with yellow hair next to me?" Broly. Naruto. Suzuyaohu. Broly immediately answered, "He is my friend. Can't I come out to find my friend after my sister and I quarreled?" "Then why don't you look like you've finished the quarrel at all? Is this what happened? You're not lying to me, are you?" His many years of experience on duty made him feel that these three people must be hiding something from him. Coupled with the frequent missing persons cases recently, he suddenly had a trace of doubt in his heart. "We have reconciled, are there any other problems?" Broly said with a hint of impatience in his tone, sensing that the person who came was not malicious. If he continued to pester him, he might just knock him out before leaving. The policeman originally suspected that the two children had been abducted by the girl in front of him. But it doesn't look like that. If he was really abducted, he would have subconsciously asked for help or sent out a signal when he saw him. But these two children still seemed to have a slight resistance to themselves. "Did you really think too much? Is that woman really the biological sister of you two? I am a police officer, you can trust me. Recently, there have been many missing persons cases in Kobe town. We suspect that someone is abducting people. I would like you to go to the police station with me to check." Broly, Naruto and Suzuyaohu exchanged glances, and at this time their inner thoughts were surprisingly consistent. "Suzuyaohu, no problem, we'll come over right now." Just as Suzuyaohu, Broly, and Naruto were slowly approaching the policeman with a flashlight in his hand licked his upper lip for no apparent reason, and then showed a strange smile. When the three of them were only 5 or 6 steps away from the policeman, Broly instantly sensed something was wrong. This guy looked at them as if he was watching anime in his previous life, his eyes full of excitement, heat, and hunger, and immediately reminded them loudly. "Be careful, there's something wrong with this guy." Suzuyaohu originally wanted to knock the policeman unconscious, but after hearing Broly's words, he immediately moved away, stopped his movements, and hurriedly retreated to distance himself. At this moment, the policeman's head suddenly split open and bloomed like a flower, turning into 8 tentacles with barbs. There were 3 dense rings of teeth at the deepest part of the head, which looked like the base of an octopus's mouth. Naruto took out 2 kunai from his waist, and threw one directly at the monster's mouth. However, it was directly bounced away by one of the monster's long tentacles. At the moment of collision, it emitted the sound of metal colliding. Naruto jumped in front of Broly with Komu in hand, protecting him. Seeing this scene, Suzayahu took out 2 short sticks from his waist, shook them first and then shook them. The length of the 2 short sticks increased a lot, and then they were twisted together. It turned into a long stick. She waved the long stick in her hand, rushed towards the human whose head was parasitized by the parasitic beast in front of her, and started a battle. Seeing this, Naruto formed a seal and used the multiple shadow clone technique. Dozens of Narutos instantly appeared in the street, using the crowd tactics and rushing towards the policeman who had been parasitized by the parasitic beast. Naruto's shadow clone rushed over and was lightly touched by the parasitic beast's tentacles. It turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. But this doesn't mean it's completely useless, at least it gives Suzayahu some breathing space. Suzayahu found the right moment and used all his strength to flick away a tentacle, then rushed over quickly and hit him on the head with a stick. The terrifying force smashed his head to pieces. At this moment, a bug jumped out of the smashed head and flew towards Suzayahu's eyes. This insect is the body of the parasitic beast. At this time, its original host has been killed. Now it can only abandon the original host and find another host. After the battle was resolved, Suzayahu gasped for air and used the alloy stick to support his body so as not to fall down. Now she had no strength to avoid it at all. When she saw that the bug was about to touch her pupils, a small hand suddenly appeared, grabbed the bug and squeezed it hard, and the whole bug fell. He was crushed to death instantly. When she turned around and saw that the person who took action was Broly, she breathed a sigh of relief. Broly had read some comics about this parasitic beast in his previous life and understood what this thing was all about. We also know that if the host dies, this parasitic beast will look for the next host. So I was always on guard against the appearance of bugs. Before Suzayahu had time to say thank you, 5 figures suddenly appeared on the dim street. They were wearing the same police uniform and walked over slowly. Sato is really a loser. He can't even bring those 3 people here. If he makes such a big noise, it will be difficult to handle if more people are attracted. Yes, if too many people find out, we can only kill them. If we can't finish it, we will just waste it. I don't want to eat the frozen meat frozen in the refrigerator. Meat that has just been slaughtered is the most delicious. Stop talking and get rid of the 3 of them quickly. Naruto listened to the conversation between these 3 people, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. If the strength of these 5 guys was the same as the one just now, then there would be big trouble. Naruto looked at Suzayahu and Broly who were exhausted and still did not choose to give up their partners. Just when he was about to continue forming the seal, Broly stopped him. He twisted the joints of his fists in his neck. Let me do it. I've long wanted to test how strong I am. Chapter 7, Blow into Pieces with One Punch. When Naruto heard what Broly said, he thought Broly was buying them time to escape. Just when he wanted to stop him, he was stopped by the panting Suzayahu. Google search reading. Naruto believes in Broly, he is very strong. No matter how strong he is, he can't deal with 5 parasitic beasts. I promised him that I would protect him and never let him get hurt. As soon as Naruto finished speaking and took a step forward, he suddenly felt a strong wind pressure. The violent wind pressure made him unable to open his eyes. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, and also blew away the trash can next to him. When I got out, countless melon skin garbage was floating in the street. When he opened his eyes, Broly was standing there, his fists smoking, and the 5 parasitic beasts in front of him had all been beaten to pieces. The parasitic beasts didn't even have a chance to say a harsh word, so they just accepted it inexplicably and went offline. He turned around and faced Suzayahu and Naruto, with a smile on his face, and said, "Okay, it's settled. Brother Naruto, where should we go next, Sister Zayahu?" Naruto. Suzayahu. Although Su Xiaohu knew that Broly's strength was terrifying, she always subconsciously ignored it because he was a 6-year-old child. And she didn't expect Broly to be so outrageous, punching 5 parasitic beasts to pieces. Naruto looked at the scene in front of him and froze in place with his mouth wide open. He didn't react until Broly called him, "Don't call me big brother. It's more like me calling you big brother. You're too much. That's outrageous." Broly looked at his fist. He didn't exert even 1/10 of the strength of the punch just now. However, to be able to achieve such an effect, it seems that his strength should be among the top in the world of parasitic beasts. In this way, if so, you shouldn't have to worry about your own safety. Su Xiaohu stood up, swaying, and said to Broly and Naruto, "There was too much noise here just now. We need to leave this place quickly. It will be difficult if too many people are attracted." Naruto and Broly nodded, and the 3 of them disappeared into the street in an instant. Not long after, the siren sounded, and a police car came to the street, with countless people watching. The police cordoned off the area with red lines and evacuated the onlookers. Sheriff Tomita Yayoi looked at the rubbish on the ground and the smashed corpses. He didn't have much trouble in his heart. He followed the procedures and waited until the photos were taken, the evidence was collected, and the corpses were processed and recovered. He sat in the police car and remained expressionless, staring at the bags of corpses. But at this moment, suddenly a piece of flesh on his left face detached itself from the skin and swung back and forth, and there were all kinds of barbs growing under the flesh. Immediately afterwards, the whole head seemed to explode, and 8 barbed tentacles bloomed out of it like a flower. The colleagues in front of him were just like him, with their heads splitting open and turning into parasitic beasts, devouring the corpses in the bag. On the other hand, the Broly trio had already checked into a luxurious hotel. In the bathroom, Su Xiaohu was taking a bath. Outside, Broly and Naruto were sitting on the sofa watching the news on TV. A woman in a professional suit on TV was reporting on a very bad murder case tonight. Tonight, 6 police officers on patrol were brutally murdered by unknown mysterious thugs on the 13th Street of Kobe town. According to the traces left at the scene, some experts analyzed that the thug may have a weapon with large-scale destructive power. In the following days, in order to catch the murderer as soon as possible, if you see any suspicious person, you can contact the police immediately. At the same time, you should also pay attention to your personal safety and try not to go out at night. Next, let's connect with the person in charge of this case, Sheriff Yayoi Tomita. Broly looked at the news in front of him, and combined with the comic book about the parasitic beast he had read, he had an unpleasant guess and premonition in his heart. In this world, parasitic beasts will gradually control the operation of the entire human social system and serve as high-level and elite members. If this is true, there will be big trouble. Broly still remembered that at the end of the first volume of the comic, some parasitic beasts had begun to participate in the presidential election and gradually entered the human elite. In comics, parasitic beasts are very intelligent creatures with strong learning and adaptability. At the same time, they are also extremely rational creatures, in other words, they are cold-blooded and ruthless. Their attitude towards humans is just to treat them as food. The current situation is very likely that there are not that many individuals of the parasitic beasts, and they cannot completely rule all mankind, so they are raised like pigs. That's why they adopted this method to mix themselves into the human race, master the most important means of production in the operation of the entire society, and play the most important role in it. Moreover, the 6 policemen he met today were all parasitic beasts, which made him somewhat suspicious. Could it be that the entire police station was a parasitic beast? If this is really the case, it would be really scary. Think about it, the police responsible for protecting the safety of the people are actually a group of man-eating monsters. When you go to the police to ask for help, they may be secretly happy that the takeaway has arrived. Then the policeman's heads split open and bloom like flowers, welcoming you in the warmest way. When Broly thought about this, he probably understood why he quickly left this world after letting them kill 200 parasitic beasts. 200 parasitic beasts should attract the attention and fear of the entire parasitic beast group. Next, they will use the power of the entire human race to deal with you. In other words, he will become the enemy of the entire world. At that time, all kinds of missiles, tanks, and fighter jets will be dispatched, and the most destructive weapon of mankind, nuclear bombs, may even be directly used. Thinking of this, Broly became a little excited. Scions are originally a fighting nation. Every scion is warlike by nature. Their desire for fighting has been deeply engraved in their bones, let alone a legendary figure like Broly. Of scions. Affected by the scion blood in his body, Broly actually looked forward to becoming the enemy of the entire world, killing all the parasitic beasts, and earning a lot of points. The problem before him now is how to distinguish the parasitic beasts. You can't see someone being killed with just one punch. That would be too cruel. Chapter 8 Cleanup Activities. Broly sat on the sofa and frowned, feeling that this problem was indeed a bit difficult. If the parasitic beast doesn't reveal its identity, it will look exactly like a normal person, with no flaws at all. Although the life and death of people in this world has nothing to do with him, he is not a person who kills indiscriminately. If he breaks into the crowd and kills indiscriminately in order to complete the task, this will inevitably violate his conscience. After all, I am a young man who thrives under the 5-star red flag. I still have the sense of right and wrong, good and evil. Also, considering the personalities of Suzuyaohu and Naruto, if I really do this, there may be an irreparable gap between them by then, which is a bit outweighed by the gain. From the chat in the group, he could already tell that she was a kind and innocent girl. Originally, he was worried that the group leader was a virgin, but from the time we spent together today, he felt that she was a girl who would show no mercy to her enemies. Just like the fact that the parasitic beast was killed with one stick before, he admired it a little. After all, as long as it's not the Holy Mother, everything is easy to negotiate. There is an old saying, kill the virgin first at the end of the world. This sentence is not wrong at all. As for Naruto, the crown prince, let alone that. This guy has been in Konoha village for so long and has not yet turned black. He is also a werewolf, a little more than a ruthless person. Therefore, the plan of rushing into the crowd and killing them indiscriminately was basically rejected. Now I can only think about the details in this comic that I didn't notice. Next to him, Naruto was holding the remote control and watching the TV content with great interest. At this time in the Naruto world, television has not been invented yet, but after performing several missions before, Naruto has also been exposed to products such as televisions in other modern worlds and still knows how to operate them. Suzuyaohu had a towel draped over her shoulders after taking a shower. As soon as she came out, she saw Broly frowning and looking absent-minded. She naturally sat next to him and asked, "What's wrong? You look absent-minded. Are you thinking about something?" Broly came back to his senses and glanced at her. "I'm not thinking about anything, I'm just thinking about how to identify the parasitic beast from the crowd. After all, it's really hard to find this thing if it's hidden. If they keep hiding, we may not be able to achieve our mission of killing 200 parasitic beasts in a week." Suzuyaohu blinked her big clear eyes, looking like she suddenly understood, and then said proudly, "Don't worry about this, I have already finished the Parasite Beast comic before coming here. There is a plot like this. A teacher who was parasitized by a parasitic beast was mixed up in the school. At that time, a naughty female student pulled out a hair of his and found that the hair was actually active and could move. The parasitic beast teacher knew instantly that he had been exposed, and then began to slaughter the students inside. Finally, a student poured acid on his face. Therefore, the hair of humans parasitized by parasitic beasts is active. Just pluck one of their hairs to know whether they are parasitic beasts." Suzuyaohu's words made Broly look at this woman meaningfully. He knew how to collect information in advance. It seemed that she was not as cute as he thought. This plot does exist in the comics, but I may have forgotten it because it has been so long ago. If you know this method of identification, then the next task will be much easier. Broly thought for a moment and had an idea in his mind. Sister Suzuyaou, Brother Naruto, I have an idea, do you think it will work? You can first ask Brother Naruto to use the multiple shadow clone technique to create a clone, pull out the hair, and then post a location in the group after confirming that the person is a parasitic beast. I can rush over immediately and kill the parasitic beast. With my strength, I can still kill a parasitic beast with one punch. If you want to target, try to choose some of the elites in society, such as police, doctors, teachers, lawyers. Also, be aware that when there is only one person in each household, that person is most likely a parasitic beast. When the parasitic beast first parasitizes humans, it only has the desire to eat, so it will eat the host's family without hesitation. Also, I suspect that the parasitic beasts have gradually taken control of the operation of this social system, and now the entire human society is under their control. After listening to Broly's analysis and suggestions, Suzuyaou felt that they were quite reliable. She looked at Naruto and asked, Naruto, what do you think? Naruto responded enthusiastically, of course it's no problem. So he used the multiple shadow clone technique, and countless Narutos filled the entire room. One after another, they jumped out of the window like dumplings, and then began to inspect every household in Kobe town. When Naruto's clone entered the room, he first used the transformation technique to turn himself into a little mouse or a bird to blend in. When you get close to the person, release the art of change and pull out a piece of hair towards the head, especially when there is only one person in each household. Suzuyaou and Broly, who were waiting for news in the room, soon received the location from Naruto. Suzuyaou was about to leave, but was stopped by Broly. Sister Xiaohu, it's enough for me to go alone, you should rest here. What's wrong? Do you look down on your little sister you? I can still deal with a parasitic beast by myself. You see, the parasitic beast in the street was killed by my stick. Suzuyaou huffed and crossed her arms, feeling that she, a talented girl from the martial arts academy, was being looked down upon by this 6-year-old child. If she does nothing and only relies on others to complete tasks, then she will feel hot holding the points in her hands. Broly also understood her intention and did not stop her. I understand, then you must be careful. If there is any danger, at me in the group, I can rush over in 2 seconds. Suzuyaou pouted, feeling inexplicably cute when she got angry. She pulled out an alloy stick from somewhere, waved it in her hand and jumped downstairs. Broly shook his head and followed closely, rushing towards the position sent by Naruto like an arrow from a string. In the room was a woman wearing a kimono. Her head bloomed like a flower of evil. The tips of her strange tentacles turned into sharp blades. The objects she touched were cut in half by her in an instant. Arriving at the first location, Broly quickly found his target and raised his small fist of mass destruction. Due to poor control of force, it turned into a large corpse scene, and the main body of the parasitic beast inside was also directly killed. Next. Chapter 9 My Idol is Monkey King. After dealing with the first parasitic beast, Broly followed the position in the group and continued to the second location. Google search reading. On the other hand, Suzuyaou also waved his stick and attacked the parasitic beast in the ramen restaurant. The parasitized person is a ramen restaurant owner. Originally he had a happy family, a virtuous wife and an obedient and sensible daughter. But from the moment he was parasitized by the parasitic beast, he was no longer himself. It was an afternoon, and he was still in a state of confusion after he had just succeeded in parasitizing. At this time, the little girl who was obviously food rushed towards him and hugged his thigh. Dad, I'm home. Faced with food, the parasitic beast opened its bloody mouth and brutally ate its host's 6-year-old daughter. It also dismembered his wife who had just gotten off work and froze it in the refrigerator. In the ramen restaurant, he was wearing a white scarf with a large blood stain on it, a machete in his hand, and half of the body on the chopping board. When he saw someone rushing in waving a stick, his head immediately split open, and the 8 flat tentacles were as flexible as rubber. The tip deformed into a sharp blade and was thrown towards Su Xiaohu so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. Su Xiaohu relied on her flexible movement to avoid the first tentacle. The tentacle scraped across the floor and directly cut a deep hole in the wooden floor. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the other 7 tentacles also waved in different directions of Su Xiaohu's body. Su Xiaohu blocked the tentacle attack with a stick. As metal sounds sounded one after another, the parasitic beast's tentacles hit the stick in Su Xiaohu's hand like a violent storm. In this fierce and continuous attack, her body kept retreating, and her arms and thighs were scratched with several cuts by the sharp tentacle blades, bleeding profusely. If he hadn't reacted and split the tentacles with a stick, the entire arm and feet might have been cut off. At this moment, she remembered what Broly had told her. If she was in danger, she could reach the scene in 2 seconds. She gritted her teeth and used the stick to split the tentacles again, then retreated a distance. Holding a stick, he looked at the parasitic beast. Su Xiaohu suddenly felt a little warm on her face. It turned out that her cheek had been cut open by the blade of the parasitic beast. The parasitic beast retracted all its tentacles, turned into a middle-aged man, and said coldly, "Your body has reached its limit. If I attack next time, I will cut you into several pieces." Su Xiaohu really felt that her physical strength had reached its limit. The strength of the parasitic beast was beyond normal. Every collision made her arms numb. But she still looked very confident. She put the stick in front of herself and said with a smile, "Can you give it a try? I will beat you to pieces with the next stick." The parasitic beast was stunned when he heard what she said. Is it possible that she has any other trump cards? No. It's impossible that she has no strength anymore. Must be bluffing. The parasitic beast didn't want to drag it on any longer. If the noise here was too big, it would easily attract people around. If other parasitic beasts knew that they were making such a big noise, they might be considered an unstable factor. When the time comes, he will have to run away again, or simply abandon this body. The parasitic beast has adapted to this body and does not want to change to another body. I don't care if you are bluffing. With this last blow, I will use all my strength to cut you into 7 or 8 pieces. The head of the parasitic beast split open again, and the tips of the flat tentacles turned into blades, and they used all their strength to throw them towards different parts of Su Xiaohu's body. When Su Xiaohu faced such a dangerous situation, her rapid breathing suddenly calmed down and she entered a state of selflessness. A picture slowly flashed through her mind. "Xiaohu, have you decided what weapon to use?" "I want to use a stick." "Ah. It doesn't look good for a girl to use a stick, and it's very tiring to learn." "No, I'm going to learn to stick." "Why is this?" "Can you tell Mom?" "Because I am Sun Wukong, the Monkey King of Water Curtain Cave in Huiguo Mountain." The little Su Xiaohu hung the curtain on her back, holding a stick in her hand and wearing a monkey mask on her face, circling around her mother. "I just captured a few monsters and subdued a few more demons." "Why are there so many demons and monsters?" "Monster, take a stick from my old grandson. Even if I kill you, your soul will be shaken, your soul will be shaken, and your mind will be shaken." When Su Xiaohu thought of this scene, she couldn't help laughing, and she felt so embarrassed that she wanted to dig out the 3 rooms and 1 living room with her toes on the ground. At this time, her whole body felt more relaxed than ever before. Every cell was excited, the blood flow accelerated, and with a powerful heartbeat, at this dangerous moment, she finally broke through and became a junior warrior. With her strength and speed greatly increased, her body disappeared instantly and appeared in front of the parasitic beast like a ghost. She directly aimed a stick at the mouth of the parasitic beast and stabbed it, piercing through the entire body. The blood of the parasitic beast splashed on her face, and after it lost its breath, Su Xiaohu pulled the stick out of the parasitic beast's mouth, and then stepped on the insect to death. At this time, because the commotion was too loud, a group of people had gathered outside and might come in at any time, so Su Xiaohu could only leave the place in a hurry. Su Xiaohu, who was heading towards the next location, seemed to have endless energy in her whole body because she had just made a breakthrough, and entered a state of excitement. If she were to face the parasitic beast again, Su Xiaohu could guarantee that the battle would be resolved within 3 minutes. Another important reason why she refused Broly's help was that she felt that she was about to break through. In fact, she also knew that she was not a genius girl, she just worked harder than ordinary people, and she also discovered that only when people face the great horror between life and death can they more easily break through themselves. In fact, if she hadn't bought Broly that spaceship, she could have entered the realm of a warrior with the help of the genetic culture fluid, and she wouldn't have to work so hard. On the other hand, Broly quickly eliminated all the parasitic beasts that Naruto found. Even if all these parasitic beasts were added together, they were not enough for him to punch. Looking at the noise caused tonight, it was quite big, so that was all he could do. It's over first. On the way back, Broly didn't know why, but he was a little worried about this stubborn silly girl Su Xiaohu. While passing by an intersection, Broly discovered that Su Xiaohu was covered in injuries and walking slowly while holding on to the wall, with only a few inches of clothing left on her body. Su Xiaohu relied on her own strength to defeat 10 parasitic beasts tonight, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction in her heart. The moment she lost consciousness and was about to fall down, Broly caught her and carried her on his shoulders like rice. He felt that the aura on Su Xiaohu's body was many times stronger than before, and he also knew that this silly girl must have broken through herself and reached a new level. Broly also understood why she insisted on fighting the parasitic beast. She is indeed a silly girl. Chapter 10 No. Broly carried Su Xiaohu and did not enter through the main entrance of the hotel, because he was covered in blood with some pieces of meat and internal organs attached, while the other one was covered in injuries, which was not normal. If you had entered through the main entrance, the staff might have called the police. So in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he jumped directly from the outside to the 12th floor and entered through the window. Broly put her gently on the bed, went to the bathroom to wash her face and hands, and then came back and started cleaning her wounds. Su Xiaohu's wound was stimulated by iodophore, and she couldn't help but make a strange moaning sound. This familiar moan caused some distracting thoughts to appear in Broly's mind, and he couldn't help but look at it a few more times, but he quickly suppressed it. It's not like he had never seen a woman in his previous life, so he wasn't so horny. Of course, let me clarify again that he does not know Aimi, Gongshin, Laura, Ohashi, Ishihara. Broly put a bandage on Su Xiaohu, put on a new set of clothes, then took a hot shower, dried his hair with a hair dryer, and started blowing the furry tail on his butt. He put on the clothes Su Xiaohu bought for him, waited for Naruto to return in the living room, and began to try to control the chi in his body. Dragon Ball World. There is something called chi in everyone's body. As long as you master this thing, you can emit shock waves and fly in the air. In fact, the method of controlling chi to emit qigong waves is not difficult. When Kakarot was a child, he took a look at turtle-style qigong and was able to use qigong cannon, and you will know how easy it is. Even a low-level warrior like Kakarot can do this, let alone Broly, whose learning ability and understanding are far superior to Kakarot. These days, Broly has been trying to control the energy in his body. Because the energy in his body is too powerful and extremely violent, it is extremely troublesome to control it. If you can't control this energy in your body, you can easily destroy the entire planet, cause great damage, and waste your own energy. Here we can refer to Hui, who offered blessings to the beautiful world, but could only fire one burst of magic and was paralyzed. After these days of training, he has been able to master a small part of his body's chi. Broly spread out his right hand and concentrated a very small part of his body's chi in his palm. A spherical air bomb emitting green light appeared above his palm, and continued to expand at an extremely fast speed. After a while, it turned into a spherical air bomb with a diameter of 5 meters. Broly felt the violent power contained in it, sighed, pinched the entire spherical Qigong cannon with his 5 fingers and disappeared. It still doesn't work. This is only 1/1000th of the energy in my body, but even so, this cannon can destroy a small country. Alas! Being too powerful is also a very troublesome thing. As a legendary scion, even if Broly is not practicing, he can feel the energy in his body growing exponentially, and his combat power is also increasing every moment. Even more outrageous than eating Jin-K Law. If he is not guided and controlled, he may soon turn into an old version of Broly, completely losing his mind, being controlled by power, and turning into a madman who only knows how to kill. Broly continued to try to control the energy in his body, using more delicate methods to control the energy with 1/10,000th of the power, while also taming other violent energy in his body. At this moment, Naruto also came back from the window, with a bulging belly. It seemed that he had gone to have a midnight snack. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Broly stopped practicing and said to Naruto, "Brother Naruto, if you are tired, go and rest. We will leave this place early tomorrow morning. Why are you in such a hurry?" Naruto, who had just finished eating at the ramen restaurant outside, asked strangely when he heard Broly say this. "We made too much noise tonight, and killed too many parasitic beasts. You sent 50 locations. I have solved 40 parasitic beasts here, plus Sister Xiao has solved the number of parasitic beasts. Another 50 murders have occurred in one area. How do you think the officials there will react? Well, let me put it another way, if 50 murders occurred in your village, what would the ninjas in your village do?" After Naruto thought for a moment, he knew why he wanted to leave here. It was indeed the case. If there were 50 murders in his own Konoha ninja village, the entire ninja village would explode. The legendary ANBU and security guards were mobilized to look for the culprits, and began to investigate suspicious elements in the village, searching from house to house. I understand. Naruto also knew the seriousness of the problem and began to return to the room to rest, recharge his batteries, and prepare for tomorrow's battle. In fact, for Broly, those troops couldn't do any harm at all. Even if they used planes, tanks, and artillery, it would have no effect. Now I can destroy them all with a Qigong cannon with 1/1000th power, and destroy the entire area by the way. But Broly felt that there was no need to do this, after all, his enemies were not ordinary people. And it might be a little uncomfortable to kill so many people at once. No matter how I put it, I am just a person who has just traveled through time. If I kill those alien parasitic beasts, it is okay. I feel like I am killing some chickens and ducks. If I kill the same kind, they still have a little resistance. Of course, if there is a last resort, I will still take action mercilessly, teach them a lesson, or kill them. I'm not a fool, I can't stand there and let them hit me without fighting back." The next morning, Broly, Naruto and Xiao left the city and came to another city to commit crimes. No, it should be said to be eliminating parasitic beasts. This time they came to an area called Shibuya, which is located in Kyoto, Tokyo. Shibuya is another gathering place for young people besides Harajuku, and it is also the place where students go most often after school. There are also many famous food and entertainment venues as well as style streets here. There is nothing you can't think of and there is nothing you can't enjoy. Otherwise it wouldn't be called Shibuya. It can be said that Shibuya is full of exciting places for everyone from adults to children. Broly and Naruto were forced to go shopping by Xiao and bought a pair of trendy brands. Their money in this world is redeemed through points, and the currency is so cheap that 1 point can be exchanged for many currencies. Therefore, Broly and his team will not worry about money at all. Chapter 11 Rebel Alliance. When Broly and the others left Kobe, the news media announced that only 5 murders had occurred. It seems that the parasitic beast does not want to make things worse and cause panic among the people, and the police are blocking various traffic roads and strictly checking people entering and leaving. But now the Brolys have already left, and no matter how hard they look, they can't catch them. On the other hand, the parasitic beasts also began to become alert, secretly held a meeting, and began to discuss what to do. Having been in this world for so long, the parasitic beasts have completely adapted to the human social system and can skillfully use various human technological products. They are connected via computers to the leaders who control the parasitic beasts in different areas. The parasitic beast organizing the meeting now is an old man with grey hair on his temples. Although he was wearing a casual kimono, he gave people a sense of self-indulgence and coercion from a superior. His appearance will definitely be familiar to people across the country, because he is the current Prime Minister of Neon Country, Takeshi Urata. Urata Takeshi was holding a cane in his hand and sitting on a wooden chair. On the table not far away was a plate of fresh palms. The palms were very petite and had unusually delicate skin. They should be the palms of children, and they had just been chopped off. Takeshi Urata sat in the most powerful position in the country. He was no longer satisfied with filling his stomach. Instead, he pursued higher ideals and began to carefully study which parts of the human body are most delicious at which time. In the end, he found that children were the most delicious, followed by women, then slightly chewy men, and finally the elderly. What he likes to eat most is children's palms, which feel like humans eating duck paws and chicken feet. So every time I come home from get off work, I will prepare a plate of my favorite palms, so that I can eat palms while working. At the beginning of the video conference, Asuka Daki, who was in charge of the Kobe area, was wearing a straight black suit. He bowed to the other people in the video with a 90-degree posture and apologized, "I'm really sorry, in the area under my jurisdiction. Such a big thing happened, leading to the death of 50 compatriots, and I am willing to bear all responsibility and punishment." What exactly happened? Why were there so many casualties? The number of our parasitic beasts is not large to begin with. I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. A piece of flesh on Takeru Urata's left cheek broke away from his body and turned into a flat tentacle, picked up a palm on the table and began to chew on it. The people in charge of other districts also want to know what happened to cause such heavy casualties. If this incident happened in their area, it would be a big trouble. Asuka Daki still maintains the bowing posture. This is the culture of Neon Country. As parasitic beasts, they also retain this characteristic. At first we suspected that it was the Rebel Alliance that was responsible for killing the parasitic beast, but later, after investigation and video evidence collection, we found that these 3 people were hunting the parasitic beast. One of them is a 6-year-old child with a fluffy monkey tail behind his butt, one is a girl holding a stick, and the other is a foreign boy with yellow hair and 6 beards on his face. It can be seen through surveillance and information obtained through satellite photography that all 3 of them have extraordinary abilities. This 6-year-old kid with a tail on the back of his butt is the main force in hunting parasitic beasts. He is extremely strong and very fast. He can basically kill our compatriots with one punch and directly become a large corpse scene. The girl with the stick is slightly weaker, but she can easily kill our compatriots with one person. Finally, there is this foreign boy with yellow hair. His ability is very strange. He can transform into many clones that look exactly like him, and then he can transform into various small animals. These 3 people cooperated with each other and brutally killed 50 of our compatriots in one night. And they are now in Shibuya area, shopping for clothes and shopping in a big way. Asuka Daki just finished speaking and uploaded many photos and videos of Broly and his party. Although Broly and his team have been very careful, the technology in this world is also quite advanced, and there are completely unreasonable technological products such as satellite photography, and there is nothing they can do about it. In the video, the leaders of the regional parasitic beasts saw the scene where the ferocious Broly crushed the parasitic beasts to pieces with one punch, which made them unexpectedly feel fear as they were unable to produce various human emotions. And a black figure in the split screen of the video shivered when he heard that these three ferocious men had come to the area under his jurisdiction. He was already thinking about how to escape. If this fist hit him, there would be no impact. If you doubt yourself, you will definitely become a pile of minced meat. Shibuya District? That should be the area under the jurisdiction of Hiroshi Nagahama-kun. I remember that the Rebel Alliance in this area is extremely active. Hiroshi Nagahama-kun, have you resolved the Rebel Alliance there? Although I don't know why these three people are hunting our compatriots, if these two groups of people meet, it will cause great trouble to us. After all, those rebel alliances have the identity information of all of us. After Urata Takeshi finished eating a palm, he picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth, and said calmly. A figure in the video split screen said respectfully, "I'm really sorry, the area I'm responsible for has actually been cleared 3 times. But there is an extremely difficult target here. A parasitic compatriot on the left hand of a person and his evil host have repeatedly destroyed our plans, causing someone to escape in every eradication plan." Hiroshi Nagahama reported the matter truthfully and waited for Takeru Urata's ruling. "That's it." Takeshi Urata finished his words and looked at him with squinted eyes. On the other side of the video, Hiroshi Nagahama noticed something was wrong in the atmosphere. Just when he wanted to raise his head fell down. He saw a bodyguard standing behind him who turned into a parasitic beast and cut off his head. Takeshi Urata gave an order to the bodyguard who killed Hiroshi Nagahama, "Ishii Jun-kun, you should know what to do. I understand that I will first evacuate the fellow parasitic beasts in this area, and then evacuate some of the humans, track their whereabouts throughout the process. And dispatch the human army to carry out a devastating blow to them, completely eliminate them, and eliminate the resistors." Alliance. Jun Ishii knelt on the ground and responded indifferently. "Very good, I'll leave it to you then. If necessary, I will apply for military missiles to clean the ground and wipe them out completely." Takeshi Urata said calmly. He did not regard the 3 Brolys as a danger in his mind. After all, no matter how powerful an individual is, can he still be the enemy of the entire world? Broly, _ Chapter 12 The protagonist of the parasitic beast world. Strangeness. What's going on? Why are all the parasitic beasts in Shibuya district evacuating? What the hell happened? In a dark basement, a straight, dark girl wearing glasses took a bite of a biscuit and stared doubtfully at the radar system displayed on the computer in front of her. Google search reading. There are a total of 300 parasitic beasts in Shibuya district. They control the entire economy, medical, and administrative departments of Shibuya, but the strange thing at this time is that these parasitic beasts are quickly leaving the area. A young man next to him came over after hearing the words, came to the girl's ear and asked, "Check online what major events have happened recently? These parasitic beasts finally took root, how could they evacuate for no reason?" The girl with long black hair nodded and typed quickly on the keyboard with her hands. When she swallowed the cookie, she instantly invaded the country's firewall and successfully entered the information system. On the outside, the news the public sees is the news the media wants them to see. And there is a lot of news that will be forcibly suppressed and blocked by the government for certain reasons. Therefore, if you want to know the truth of the matter, it is best to directly enter the country's information system. The girl with long black hair and straight hair in front of her is Shizuku Tsukino, one of the top 10 most powerful hackers in the world, and a member of the Rebel Alliance. She quickly checked the information in the information system, and quickly found a piece of information using an unusually fast reading method. But at this time, dense red fonts began to appear on the computer on the desktop. "Warning! Warning! Warning!" Tsukino Shizuku immediately logged out of the country's information system and began to intercept the pursuit from the security system. As she completed the operation, she quickly successfully escaped the pursuit of the security system. The man behind her asked hurriedly, "How can we find out what happened?" Tsukino Shizuku nodded, then shook her head. "I need to contact my companions in Kobe town first to confirm whether this is the matter." Tsukino Shizuku entered the chat system of the Resistance Alliance's exclusive website and asked, "Hello, is this Mr. Shotaro Kamiya from Kobe town?" "Shotaro Kamiya, it's me, what's the matter?" "Tsukino Shizuku, I got news that 50 murders occurred over there, and I wanted to ask if those 50 people were parasitic beasts." "Shotaro Kamiya, I'm not sure about this. After all, if we use the parasitic beast radar to scan them, we will also be counter-detected. Our radar system has not been upgraded yet. Moreover, after such a big incident, the official side is already carrying out a focused investigation of our area. If radar is used at this time, the entire Kobe Town Resistance Alliance will be discovered. I am really sorry." "Tsukino Shizuku, I understand, thank you for the information and help you provided." After the chat ended, Tsukino Shizuku took a sip of mineral water and looked at the man next to him. "I just hacked into the National Information System and found that 50 murders occurred in Kobe town yesterday. As soon as the news came out, it was suppressed by the officials. 50 people became 10 people, and finally 5 people. And according to an announcement, the infamous Special Self-Defense Force is marching towards our Shibuya. So I wonder if those 50 people are all parasitic beasts, then there will be a group of companions like us who are also resisting the parasitic beasts. And they are now moving towards our Shibuya area." The young man sat next to Tsukino Shizuku, frowning, thinking about whether to meet them. Suddenly, his left hand began to transform rapidly, and finally turned into a monster with one eye, a mouth, and 2 scimitar-shaped arms. What's even more weird is that the left hand actually started to speak. "Koizumi, I don't recommend meeting with them. Their approach is too extreme. If we meet with them, it will be easy to destroy the rebels in our area. The alliance was dragged into the abyss. And this cannot rule out whether the officials are doing a good job and want to lure us out and catch them all. My suggestion is not to have contact with them, and at the same time suspend all activities, try to keep a low profile during this period, and vigorously develop the rebel alliance." Tsukino Shizuku also followed up and said, "What Xiaozo said makes sense. Now some people in Shibuya district have slowly realized the truth of this world. I believe that one day everyone will know the truth. When the time comes, we will rise up and overthrow the rule of the parasitic beast." Although Izumi Shinichi knew that both of them were right, he had his own different views. Every force that resists the parasitic beasts is valuable, and they also have weapons of mass destruction that can destroy the parasitic beasts instantly. If possible, I would like to help them when they are in danger. Tsukino Shizuku shook her head and grabbed Izumi Shinichi's arm. "No, this is too dangerous." Izumi Shinichi responded coldly, "Don't worry, I won't meet them. I just hope that this power can be retained and can share some firepower with us. And with Xiaozo here, I won't be in any danger." Izumi Shinichi suffered a serious fatal heart injury a long time ago. The parasitic beast in his hand, Xiaozo, used the cells of the parasitic beast to modify his heart. In this way, his body has begun to have some characteristics of a parasitic beast, and his thinking has slowly become more rational like a parasitic beast. When Tsukino Shizuku heard what he said, she could only agree, and began to obey the command, suspending recent activities, and began to move some important personnel away from Shibuya. On the other hand, Broly and his team also encountered problems. Naruto actually told him that after plucking the hair of more than 300 people, not even a single parasitic beast was found, and it was specifically targeted at those special groups. This made Broly instantly alert, and he roughly guessed what was going on. It seems that I still underestimated how these parasitic beasts were able to take countermeasures in such a short period of time and targeted their group. Now I know with my butt that the 3 of them must have been exposed, and a large number of troops will soon come to suppress them. But it is more likely that a well-equipped special forces team followed closely behind an army. After all, mobilizing the army takes too long and is not suitable for dealing with such emergencies. Broly stood up with a mocking smile on his face, but he was not mocking the parasitic beast, but himself. The combat power that doubled every moment made Broly a little arrogant these days. In addition, the legendary Scion blood in his body affects his personality, making him subconsciously look down on these weak humans. But how to say it? No matter what tricks the parasitic beast plays, it can't make a small splash. The absolute crushing power level determines that they cannot cause the slightest threat or harm to themselves. Chapter 13 Iron Scion Broly. Broly was directly in the group at the little expert in making meatballs. No need to continue, brother Naruto, let's go to the next area. All the parasitic beasts here have escaped. Little expert at making meatballs, hey. Although Naruto was confused, after getting along with him, he found that Broly was more reliable than him, so he subconsciously agreed with him. Then where should we go next? The strongest 6-year-old kid, go to Tokyo, which is the most prosperous and densely populated area. The base camp of the parasitic beasts must be here. I suspect that some of the parasitic beasts have gone there. We can just go there directly. Wait a moment and you can send me your location and I'll take you flying. The little expert at making meatballs, okay. Although Naruto was confused about what Broly meant when he said he was flying with him, he still sent him a location and began to take back all the clones. Broly came to Su Xiaohu's room and wanted to explain the situation to her. After all, if she was left here alone, the current situation would be particularly dangerous. At this time, Su Xiaohu was lying on the bed, her face a little pale. Yes, my aunt is here. As a warrior, Su Xiaohu had received more than a dozen knives from parasitic beasts without leaving a single tear, but this aunt made her shed tears unsatisfactorily. The two big eyes were watery, and I saw a pitiful look that made people couldn't help but hold them in their arms and cherish them. Every month, after heavy bleeding, there would be small bleeding from time to time. My stomach would hurt very much, as if someone had pinched the flesh on both sides of my waist and twisted it hard without letting go. As a time traveler, Broly naturally knew what was going on, and he also understood that women during this time period would have extremely bad tempers. However, in my previous life, in order to prepare myself to be a qualified boyfriend, I had learned from the internet how to deal with this situation scientifically without making my girlfriend angry. Straight men of steel should learn from it and see how the legendary Super Saiyan does it. Broly held a large cup of hot water and hemostatic medicine and hemostatic patches in his pocket. He knocked on the door and walked in and said with concern, "Sister Xiaohu, how are you? I just checked online. Do you want more? Drink hot water." Su Xiaohu didn't know why, but when she heard the words "drink more hot water," she felt even more irritable deep down and wanted to lose her temper. But when she thought that the person in front of her was not her boyfriend, and she couldn't lose her temper with such a cute child. But when she thought that she didn't have a boyfriend yet, Su Xiaohu became even more sad. She really couldn't find anyone to lose her temper with. "Thank you Broly, leave it there, I'll drink it later," Su Xiaohu said with a slightly hoarse voice. Broly nodded, and then took out a bottle of hemostatic medicine and a hemostatic patch from his pocket under Su Xiaohu's uncomprehending gaze. "Sister Xiaohu, please remember to put this on after you take the medicine. Do not forget." When Su Xiaohu heard what Broly said, her eyes widened, her breathing became rapid, and her little chest kept rising and falling. She pointed at the hemostatic medicine and hemostatic patches that Broly took out, and her lips trembled. "Why, I. At this time, Su Xiaohu could no longer suppress her irritable mood, especially the last sentence, letting herself put a hemostatic patch on it completely broke her defense. Where to post it? Is it posted there? Just when she was about to lose her temper, she saw Broly's cute appearance and the little tail that kept wagging behind his butt. I know they don't have any ill intentions and are not joking. I should have taken some funny comments online seriously. She could only touch Broly's head, her tone full of helplessness. Broly, thank you, I want to take a good rest. Broly nodded without forgetting the purpose of coming in. Well, sister, you need to have a good rest. We will leave here in about half an hour. Su Xiaohu held her stomach and sat up. Did something happen? After Broly explained the situation to her, Su Xiaohu knew the seriousness of the problem and immediately got out of bed despite the severe pain in her stomach. She drank the hot water in one gulp, but she did not take the hemostatic medicine. This made a small question mark pop up on Broly's little head. Sister Xiaohu, you haven't taken your medicine yet, and the hemostatic patch is useless. Su Xiaohu selectively filtered what Broly just said, squatted down and said to him, Broly, go out and wait for sister, I will be fine soon. After Broly went out, she put 2 warm pieces on her belly, and then put another layer of stuff on her belly to prevent her from leaking. After getting ready, Su Xiaohu came out with a stick. This resolute and no-nonsense look frightened Broly. This bitch is a tough one. Broly thought secretly in his heart. Let's leave now. If we stay here any longer, we will be in more danger every minute. Su Xiaohu said weakly. Broly shook his head, no need, I'll just take you flying. Under Su Xiaohu's puzzled gaze, Broly lifted her up and flew out of the window. Then a series of screams were left in place. As early as last night, Broly had been able to control most of the chi in his body and could perform Qigong waves with a power of 1/10,000th. 2 skills are also unlocked. Air Dance and Energy Barrier. Broly covered the 2 of them with an energy barrier so that they would not be scratched by the air when flying at high speed. Although the air could not hurt Broly, it could easily hurt Su Xiaohu. And in this situation, there is no point in being ostentatious. Broly is not afraid of being discovered. Now the parasitic beast has already discovered people like him. If the crazy parasitic beast discovers its power, it may use missiles at any cost, or even launch nuclear bombs to destroy itself. Broly was confident that missiles could not hurt him, but he was a little unsure about nuclear bombs. After all, this thing was known as the largest lethal weapon in human history. If the situation really develops to this worst point, the entire world of parasitic beasts will fall into chaos, countless humans will be affected and lose their lives, and the entire world will fall into an abyss. Broly can only take a quick approach now and eradicate all the high-level people in human society. It is very likely that some of these high-level people are not parasitic beasts, but most of them are definitely parasitic beasts. However, it is no longer possible to avoid unnecessary casualties in this situation, and we can only try to reduce casualties as much as possible. Broly quickly found Naruto and lifted him up, flying into the sky amid the surprised eyes of countless people. Naruto didn't expect that Broly meant it literally when he said he would fly with him, and he actually flew. Under the protection of the energy barrier, no one was harmed inside, and the 2 people's original fear finally turned into excitement. Especially since Naruto kept screaming strangely. Chapter 14 Speculations and Conjectures. Broly took Naruto and Su Xiaohu from Shibuya, Tokyo to Sentashiro District, Tokyo. Google search reading. The 3 of them landed on the roof of a department store and sat on the ground to discuss what to do next. Broly told him his plan directly. He had already thought about it when he came here. The officials of the Neon Country Parasite Beast have noticed us and have begun to relocate the Parasite Beast. In order to get rid of us, they have begun to send out armed violent organizations in this world, and it can even be said that they have sent out the army. Although we can now distinguish parasitic beasts by pulling out their hair as before, the efficiency is not very high. And the longer it takes, the worse it will be for us, and the more casualties it will cause. Because in the next battle with us, the parasitic beasts will find that some conventional weapons cannot pose a threat to us at all. In order to save their lives, it is very likely to use some weapons of mass destruction. Of course it won't hurt me, but for ordinary people in this world, it will be a terrible disaster. I also know that you don't want to see this scene. Those innocent people are affected because of us. So I want to solve this task as quickly as possible. Before the parasitic beast can react, I will take action and directly use Qigong Cannon to wipe out the administrative agencies, military headquarters, Academy of Sciences, and defense departments of this world. After hearing Broly's plan, Naruto knew how many innocent people would die if he really did this. He had an unhappy look on his face and retorted loudly. Wait a minute, everything you said is just speculation, and there is no actual evidence to prove that the situation will really develop to such a serious situation. Moreover, those parasitic beasts may not necessarily have discovered the three of us. After all, the three of us have always been careful to hide. Maybe everything that happened today was a coincidence, maybe. Maybe, the number of parasitic beasts in that area is very small. Right? Naruto looked at Suzuyaohu to gain her support. Even though he was under the will of fire illusion, he still couldn't accept killing ordinary people in order to quickly complete the task. Suzuyaohu did not agree with Naruto's idea. She came from the future world of martial arts and had been exposed to many novels, movies, and TV series. She also had a deep understanding of the world of parasitic beasts, so she naturally knew everything Broly said. All may come true. She considered it for a moment and said slowly, there are not so many coincidences in this world. Naruto, you may not know that in a world like this, there is usually something called a satellite. If you use satellite positioning, you can find the three of us. I suspect that now we have all been exposed to the official eyes of the parasitic beast. However, Broly, your approach is a bit extreme, and you made your plan with the worst in mind. I also don't agree with the practice of rashly deducing events in the worst direction without actual evidence and stopping losses with losses. If the world's administrative agencies, military commands, defense agencies, academies of science, law enforcement agencies, are all destroyed by you, then the world will fall into an era of chaos. In the future, there will be no laws and no restrictions at all. The original desires of human nature will be completely released, the pyramid social structure will be overthrown, and the number of people who will die due to the turmoil will no longer be small. Broly spread his hands and said that he only had this good way, which was better than a nuclear war and missiles washing the ground. However, he also admitted that he did deduce everything in the worst direction, and he had no evidence to confirm this. Perhaps it was because of some experiences in his previous life that he always thought about the worst no matter what he was doing, and made corresponding plans to give himself a way out. However, at this time, Broly gradually realized that there was no need for him to do this now. By the way, the life and death of the people in this world have nothing to do with you, so why do you care so much about them? I just don't want to kill people, but I don't care about their life or death. There is no conflict between these two things. Even if the parasitic beast officials use missiles to clean the ground, attack with nuclear bombs, and open the energy barrier, they will not die. What are they afraid of? It was only out of consideration for Suzuyaohu and Naruto that such a plan was proposed. Since they don't agree, it doesn't matter to me. And maybe I really think too much. Okay, then let's follow the original plan, although the efficiency is a little slower. And the time is limited. I estimate that the parasitic beasts here will get the news and escape in 2 hours. But we should be able to get rid of 200 parasitic beasts within a week, Broly said with a smile, but there was a trace of cruelty hidden under the cute smile. Broly did not notice this change. Over time, the legendary Scion blood in his body would slowly affect him. Broly will gradually become more and more cruel and violent, slowly breaking through his own bottom line again and again, and becoming a true legendary Scion. Suzuyaohu nodded, then follow the original method. But it will be a little harder, Naruto. No problem, just leave it to me. I have a lot of chakra in my body. I can divide it into more than 1000 clones this time. Naruto formed the seal with confidence and divided the chakra in his body into 3 parts in order not to attract attention. 10 copies, created 10 clones. Then 10 clones left the rooftop and began to transform into more clones. Broly and Suzuyawa were not idle at all times, observing the information in the group, waiting for the positioning sent by Naruto. This time, I quickly gained results after changing the area, and 4 or 5 parasitic beast locations appeared. Broly did not act separately from Suzuyawa this time because it would be too dangerous. After all, the 3 of them were completely exposed and a bullet could be fired at their heads from some corner at any time. Suzuyawa also understood this, so he didn't try to be brave this time. After all, he was not stupid, and his life was still important at the critical moment. But the consequence of this is that he has no chance to take action. Every time he arrived at a location, as long as Broly found the parasitic beast, he would directly punch him to death while flying at high speed. Not to mention that the parasitic beast didn't react, maybe even the pedestrians on the road didn't realize what happened. The perspective of the pedestrians on the road was that the man was standing there and suddenly exploded. Without even seeing Broly. After destroying the parasitic beast discovered by Naruto, Broly began to move towards the place where some target groups gathered according to the information he read last night, and also started pulling out his hair. This caused people walking on the road to suddenly have their hair pulled out and turn their heads in pain, only to find that no one was there, and cursed. At the same time, it was also a pain for those Zonghai programmers. They originally had less hair and wanted to give the remaining hair as a family heirloom, but Broly and Naruto easily pulled out a few hairs. This is simply a crime. Chapter 15 Broly's Ambition. Welcome to the Midday Tokyo News. I'm newscaster Chisa Murata. I am newscaster Junichi Watanabe. In recent days, a large-scale human explosion occurred in Chitashiro, Tokyo. According to the investigation, the bodies of a total of 10 residents exploded for no reason. This attracted the attention of relevant departments. According to speculations from relevant departments and experts, the victim's body should have suffered a violent impact in an instant. The situation has not yet been clearly investigated, and relevant departments and police stations have stepped up efforts to investigate the cause. Okay, let's look at the next news, which also happened in Chitashiro. Today the station received 1,000 pieces of information from residents. Today there was a large-scale hair-pulling incident. Many people had their hair pulled out for no apparent reason while walking on the road, and some people had their hair pulled out for no apparent reason at home. Some experts suspect that this is an undiscovered alien creature. Some experts also suspect that this is a supernatural phenomenon. Just after Chisa Murata finished speaking the first paragraph, he felt that one of his hair was suddenly pulled hard. At this time, Broly was accurately pulling out a strand from her long hair at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Then he extended his claws to the man next to him and pulled one out. This method is also a good way to control the chi in the body. Broly felt like he could control his energy more now. In the end, Broly found out that it was not a parasitic beast and had no choice but to leave this place. On the other hand, Chisa Murata had her hair pulled out so much that she wanted to scream out in pain, but now that it was being broadcast live, as a professional announcer, she could only endure it with tears. And casting his peripheral vision at the colleague next to him, he noticed that the colleague's face also changed slightly, and he must have had his hair pulled out as well. After a busy day, Broly and Suzuyawa finally returned to the resting place, and Naruto also came back. Now the 3 of them gather together to eat and replenish their strength. Today's harvest was not bad, 70 parasitic beasts were eliminated, but I don't know why the news reported 10 times. It seems that the parasitic beasts should have controlled this incident to the minimum level. After finishing the meal, Broly took the 2 of them and flew directly into the sky, leaving Chitashiro in Tokyo for Osaka. The reason why I want to go to Osaka is because the parasitic beast is probably desperately trying to escape Tokyo or hiding himself, and will never show his face. In this case, staying here or around Chitashiro in Tokyo will not be of much use at all. It is better to leave this place and hunt farther away. At the same time, he said to these two guys, in addition to pulling out hair, Brother Naruto, if you see a bald person or a wig, you should also do it. Because of the things we do these days, the parasitic beast has already shaved off his hair as long as it doesn't have a bump on his head, and also wears a wig in order not to attract attention. I have a question, won't the parasitic beasts hide themselves? If they hide, what will we do? Naruto expressed his concerns. No, the parasitic beasts have entered the operating system of human society. And it is impossible to unload and hide in a short time. If they all hid, the entire human society would have already begun to fall into chaos. This is not a scene that the high-level parasitic beasts want to see. It's like raising pigs. Do you want your pigs to be well fed, sleep well, and eat well, or do you want your pigs to fight and go crazy every day? And the place we went to this time was Osaka, which is some distance away from Chitashiro, Tokyo. They must not have reacted yet. Broly said slowly. I see. After Broly said this, Naruto probably knew what was going on. Immediately, the group arrived in Osaka quickly. Then they started to do the same thing again, pulling out their hair even harder, for fear that they would still have glue stuck in their wigs. This time, Broly hunted the parasitic beast and accidentally killed a few bald ordinary people. When he beat them into pieces, he did not find the existence of the parasitic beast's body bug, but he did not tell the bug on his shoulder. That Suzuyaohu who was too kind. Broly's guess was indeed correct. The parasitic beasts had shaved their heads in advance just to be safe, and put on wigs with glue on them. They must have also discovered that Broly relied on this method to identify them. After killing someone for the first time, Broly clearly felt a little uncomfortable and his fists began to tremble. However, as he accidentally killed more and more people, Broly gradually adapted to this feeling. I even fell in love with this feeling. It felt so wonderful to hear the sound of a person being smashed into pieces by his own fist in an instant, and the sound of bones shattering and blood vessels exploding all over his body. This feeling was like the sound I made when I tore a newspaper into pieces with my hands and deliberately smashed a bowl when I was a child. It made me feel an inexplicable pleasure in my heart. The expression on his face became more and more ferocious, and the force of his punches became stronger and stronger. In addition to smashing people into pieces, they also blasted a big hole in the cement road. Usually Broly has been suppressing his strength for fear that if he uses a little more force, he will destroy everything around him. It felt like I was wrapped in an ill-fitting tights, suffocating me. At this moment, he was slowly breaking free from the tights. This feeling really made him feel particularly comfortable. The force of his punches became stronger and stronger, and Suzuyaohu on her shoulder instantly noticed something was wrong. Although she was moving at high speed, she didn't know how many people Broly had killed. But she felt that Broly's temperament had undergone earth-shaking changes, becoming so strange, irritable, cold, suffocating, and depressed. Broly! Broly! Broly, what's wrong with you? Suzuyaohu shouted the last sentence with almost all his strength. Broly was woken up by this sound. Looking at his blood-stained hands and body, he stopped where he was. He stood motionless, as if he was dazed. Broly, what's wrong with you? It's nothing, I just feel a little tired. How about this, is it for tonight? Broly said with a hint of tiredness in his tone. Okay, if you have any questions, you must tell me. Suzuyaohu looked at Broly with some worry and nodded. Broly and the others returned to the hotel they had booked and jumped in through the window. He soaked in the bathtub, holding his knees with his hands and curling up. I seem to have lost consciousness for a few minutes just now. What on earth is going on? If this happens again in the future and the time becomes longer and longer, will it still be me who loses consciousness? Broly looked a little worried. He didn't want to become a madman who didn't even know who he was. My mind began to search for information about the legendary Scions. The Scions are a fighting nation in the Dragon Ball world. Each of them is extremely warlike. They are both brutal and cold-blooded. It can be said that they are a group of demons who kill without batting an eye and only know how to destroy. There are few in the entire group who are normal and kind-hearted. If Kakarot, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world, hadn't had his brain damaged, he would have definitely been a brutal warrior when he grew up. This made Broly wonder whether the Scion blood contained factors that could drive people crazy. As a legendary Scion, would it be even more terrifying to have a violent and crazy factor in his body? In the old version, Broly was a complete lunatic. When he heard Kakarot's name, he would go crazy and lose control. Broly in Dragon Ball Super is still conscious and has a good nature and did not go crazy until he saw Kakarot. What is going on? Is it possible that this version of Broly doesn't have the factor that drives him crazy? I'm pretty sure that I'm traveling through time with Broly from Dragon Ball Super, but I'm going crazy. What's going on? Broly suddenly had an idea and thought that Broly in Dragon Ball Super seemed to have been wearing special equipment made by his father when he was a child to suppress the growing power of his body. If this were the case, it would make sense. After doing it for a long time, he would still be unable to control his power and might go crazy at any time and destroy everything around him. If this is the case, what is the meaning of life? If it is true that everything and everyone is destroyed by oneself, then how boring it would be to be alone. I don't know what the villains in the anime think. Talking about destroying the entire world and destroying the entire world all day long does no good to them at all. There are no games to play, no novels to read, no comics to read, no movies to watch, no TV series to follow, and no crushes. What is the meaning of such a life? Wouldn't it be better to control the entire world, become the ruler of the world, and let the world serve you? Broly's original plan was to rule the entire Earth when he returned to Earth and create an environment that was more comfortable than in his previous life. You want to live in the most luxurious and comfortable palace in the world. If you don't have one, build one. Various versions of maids require 100, 1,000, or even 10,000. This Broly said he could fight 10,000. Then vigorously develop the entertainment industry, the novel industry, the game industry, the comic industry, the animation industry, and the film and television industry. Don't think you don't know. The reason why those authors don't update 2 chapters or 1 chapter is because they are lazy. In his previous life, he had a roommate named Huang Yu who wrote novels. He only spent 2 hours a day writing 2 chapters, and the rest of the time was spent either playing games or watching short videos. Such people should be locked up and asked to write 10 chapters a day, or else they should be sent to dig potatoes in Siberia. As for comics, it is indeed a bit time-consuming and troublesome to draw, so just let them update 5 chapters every day. I'm not a devil either. As for animation, all the money was used to help me model the characters and make the characters more beautiful, especially the female characters. As for a TV series, give me more good-looking movies, spend more money on special effects, and find some actors with acting skills. Don't spend all day talking about love. If you talk about love, I really want to vomit. It's okay if you fall in love in a youth campus drama, or if you fall in love in an urban drama. If you film a costume drama, a fairy tale drama, a martial arts drama, a fantasy drama, a detective drama, an educational drama, a futuristic drama, a science fiction drama, and you fall in love, you are really convinced. Is it true that in today's TV series, if you don't fall in love, you will die? There are also those actors with facial paralysis who have no acting skills and trainees who have been practicing for 2.5 years. They can only work so hard that they are like sissies. Stop coming here and join in the fun. They will go to wherever they die and die. Broly thought that his beautiful life in the future might be gone. He sighed helplessly and raised his hand to comb his hair back. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Broly, can I come in? This was Su Xiaohu's voice. Broly shivered in the bathtub. Could this guy want to come in and help him take a bath? Chapter 16 Undersea Adventure. Although taking a bath with a beautiful 16-year-old girl is a beautiful thing, it can even be said to be a service that I might not be able to buy with money in my previous life. But Broly didn't want to rely on his appearance as a child to deceive Su Xiaohu, and use other people's kindness to take advantage of others openly. If he did this, wouldn't he be just like that damn Momonosuke? Broly knew that he was a lustful person, but he still had his own bottom line. If he was a person without a bottom line, the world would have been destroyed by him countless times. And with my childish attitude now, it will be even more uncomfortable for my adult soul to actually take a bath together. After all, although Su Xiaohu said her breasts were not big, she could be regarded as a proper little goddess in her previous life. How could she not be excited if she stood naked in front of her? In order not to slip into the world, it was ridiculous, so he shouted out the door, "No need, I can handle it myself." Really? Su Xiaohu obviously didn't want to give up and tried again. Broly replied firmly, "Really? Oh well." Listening to the footsteps at the door fading away, Broly slowly dove into the water and heated up the cold hot water. The entire bathroom was filled with white mist. At this time, Broly began to wonder whether his method was wrong, and whether blindly suppressing him would only rebound more violently in the end. The principles and bottom lines that I have always adhered to may become the last straw that breaks my life. The moral concepts and values of the previous life have been restricting all kinds of behaviors in my current life, making me completely unable to let go. But the blood of the legendary scions flowed in his body, which kept stimulating his nerves, asking him to destroy, and fight. Could it be that the body's physiological needs were unable to be met and were forcibly suppressed by my own reason instead of eliminating them? The unsatisfied physiological needs became increasingly intense, leading to the fact that I lost consciousness during the process of eradicating the parasitic beasts. In order to verify this idea of his, Broly wiped his body clean, put on his clothes, used the air dance technique, jumped into the air and left here, wanting to find a place where no one was around to verify it. After flying for 10 minutes, Broly finally arrived above the ocean and discovered an uninhabited island. This island is one of the more than 7,200 islands in Neon Country. Although Neon Country is not large in land area, it is actually a large ocean area, but more islands are distributed in the vast Pacific Ocean, far away from the mainland of Neon Country. But it is these relatively distant islands that have played a crucial role in the expansion of Neon Country's ocean area. The island Broly visited was the small island of Bibe in the Neon Country. Although it had a strange name, it was a real island. This island was mainly composed of rocks and coral rocks. Yes, there are no creatures or people living on it. Broly looked at this toadskin-like place and felt inexplicably disgusted. He directly condensed a Qigong bomb in his hand and bombed it, sinking it. After pouring out the excess strength from his body, he felt much better and couldn't help but groan. At this time, Broly didn't know that his move would directly cause the Neon Kingdom to lose a large area of the ocean in the future. Broly's goal was not that the island would destroy him, it was just a matter of convenience. He didn't think too much about it. His real goal was the giant deep-sea beasts in the sea. This time he dived into the bottom of the sea without using an energy barrier, and directly relied on the strength of his own body to dive into the bottom of the sea. As he dived deeper, the light in the sea became darker and darker, and the pressure became greater and greater. When he reached 100 meters, a huge great white shark suddenly pounced on him and opened his blood. Big mouth. Broly felt that he was moving his fist slower due to the resistance in the sea water, and more strength was required, which meant that he consumed more energy. This made him feel happy. This is really a great place to exercise and vent. Broly, who originally wanted to punch him to death, instantly improved his mood and gave the great white shark a big butt, blinding the 6-year-old baby great white shark. One person and one fish stared at each other in the sea, big eyes staring at small eyes. The great white shark always felt that something was wrong with the plot, and tried to open its mouth to bite Broly, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was hit by a big dick again. This time the great white shark can't be killed. Just when Broly was about to give it another big dick, the great white shark, known as one of the most terrifying predators in the ocean, turned around and ran away. At the same time, he was also very concerned about this kind of two-legged creature in the water. The creatures living there created great fear. After dealing with the great white shark, Broly continued to dive and reached 900 meters under the sea. Here he saw many strange creatures with strange looks and unique physiological structures. Broly thought that maybe it was darker here and the fish couldn't see each other, so they looked a little more casual. Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared from behind Broly. Broly was teasing a transparent luminous jellyfish. Before he could react, a tentacle with a suction cup instantly wrapped around his waist. Then a pair of big gong-like eyes appeared behind Broly. This turned out to be a giant squid with a length of 17 meters. The giant squid is very confused about this fish with 2 hands and 2 legs. Shouldn't it be pinched into 2 pieces by its own tentacles? But even so, it must die. It opened its huge abyss mouth and threw Broly directly into its mouth, intending to crush him into pieces and swallow him into his stomach. It was the first time Broly saw such a big squid tentacle. The moment he was entangled, he didn't feel too uncomfortable. Instead, he was very excited. Wouldn't it be delicious if such a big squid tentacle was used for barbecue? When he was thrown into the mouth of the king mullet, a white light penetrated directly through the forehead of the king Wuzhe. Broly used just one finger to defeat this deep-sea behemoth known as a sea monster in the Middle Ages. Broly dragged the body of the giant squid, and the smell of blood soon reached the bottom of the sea. Among the other hunters was a sperm whale. 5 minutes later, the sperm whale was beaten up and left here with a big bump on its head and tears in its eyes. If Broly didn't know how to cook this thing, maybe it would have been packed away by Broly just like this giant squid. After playing in the sea for a while, bullying other giant beasts under the sea, and releasing the excess energy in his body, Broly finally confirmed that his guess was correct. As long as he no longer suppresses himself and fights normally, he will not lose control and lose consciousness. He happily ran back holding a 17-meter giant squid, preparing to cook a barbecue. Chapter 17 I feel like I'm being treated like a monkey. Broly, who gradually mastered the code of Scion power, vented his feeling of unusual physical relief and understood why Urha likes to tear down homes so much. Google search reading. Now there are only more than 70 parasitic beasts left before they can complete the task. It only takes 1 day to deal with these 70 parasitic beasts. Only 3 days have passed since they came to this world, which is still plenty of time for them. Moreover, Broly is also secretly brewing a plan in his mind, constantly exposing the whereabouts of their group and where they live, hoping to quickly attract the attention of the parasitic beast officials. This was the first time Naruto saw such a big squid. He was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He couldn't believe that Broly had only gone out for half an hour and caught such a big squid directly in the sea. Su Xiaohu's reaction was okay. After all, she lived in a future martial arts world where there were many mutated giant beasts. Giant beasts like this one in the deep sea can often be seen on TV, and are even more than 10 times larger than this giant squid. However, very few people can hunt such giant beasts in the deep sea, except in the legend. The 2 giants, Hong and Lei. Compared to Naruto's excitement, Su Xiaohu was a little worried about Broly. Will Daio's big show attract the attention of the parasitic beast officials? Isn't this bad for Broly? What if it attracts the attention of the authorities? Su Xiaohu asked a little worriedly. We can complete the task today, what are we afraid of? And even if they find out, what can they do to us? Actually, from the beginning, the official strength between us and the parasitic beast was unequal. I can catch them all at any time if I want. Now it is they who are afraid of us, not us who are afraid of them. Broly raised one of his hands and squeezed it hard, causing a wave of air to rise around him. His tone was unusually arrogant and domineering. Su Xiao was about to say something, but after seeing Broly's action, she swallowed her words. She didn't know why, but she felt that Broly was completely different when he went out and when he came back, which even made her a little scared. Broly said to Naruto, "Brother Naruto, take out your shadow clone. We will complete all the tasks today and then come back to eat squid. If there's no problem, leave it to me." Naruto formed a seal with great enthusiasm, and countless shadow clones appeared densely on the spot, and then turned into various small animals and came out in full force. This huge chakra Kakashi, everyone who sees it will shed tears. "Sister Xiaohu, please find some better chefs to cook this squid. We will come back immediately after completing the task. If you are in danger, just add me in the group and I will fly back immediately." When Broly left, he inadvertently used a commanding tone, but he didn't notice it and felt it was normal. Some changes began to occur subtly in his subconscious that he was not even aware of. Su Xiaohu stood there and nodded involuntarily. When she saw Broly's figure in the air getting smaller and smaller, until he disappeared, she sighed and understood that although Broly now took care of some of her and Naruto's feelings and thoughts, he was becoming more and more unfettered and did not like to be restrained by anything. However, she could clearly feel that Broly was even happier than usual at this time, and his whole body was full of energy. Su Xiaohu didn't know whether this change was good or bad, but she didn't want to worry so much. "Anyway, I never wanted to control Broly, I just wanted to be friends with him, and then be able to help each other like friends in times of crisis." After thinking about this, Su Xiaohu's heart was not as heavy as before, and she happily went to find some master chefs who could cook squid. For such a big squid, you should find 7 or 8, right? Soon she found 7 or 8 old masters and booked a venue. For Su Xiaohu, things that could be solved with money were no big deal. Every time you travel is a good opportunity to achieve economic freedom, and you can also buy a lot of supplies to store at home, which is probably a beautiful thing. The 7 or 8 master chefs looked disdainful on their way here. Why would 7 or 8 people cook squid after having been in this industry for so long? The boss said that one squid must not match the standard. There should be several boxes of squid. Didn't he just want to pay less? As for her saying that, because each of them does not count by time, but by the number of grilled squid. On the way here, these old masters repeatedly emphasized to Su Xiaohu that if it was not a squid, they would have to pay extra, and they would also get double the salary. However, when they saw that one tentacle was longer than the 7 or 8 of them combined, their jaws dropped to the ground. Some of the master chefs were even planning to run away. After all, they were already exhausted by the time they finished grilling the squid. But when they turned around and saw Su Xiaohu holding a stick, he lightly blocked a big tree. "Cut it off. Although I respect the old and love the young, I don't know how to use a stick in my hand. If you want to leave, you can follow the agreement in advance. Each person has to give me a stick." Hearing what she said, the old masters became obedient again under the pressure of force, and each one started to handle the big squid without tears. They first took out the ink gall inside, then cleaned the squid, applied sauce to every part of the squid's body and set up a barbecue grill. The old masters set up more than a dozen barbecue grills and started burning charcoal. While working, a senior chef pushed another senior chef next to him and asked, "I'm going to choke my mother. This is the first time I've seen such a big squid. Isn't it illegal to eat this thing?" "You ask me, who am I asking?" The old master obviously didn't want to talk to him so much. He just wanted to finish the exam quickly, then go home and take a nice bath, pretending that nothing happened. In fact, he also knew that this thing must be illegal, and those who were helping with the work might be dragged to the bureau to drink tea. But he was also forced. After all, if the stick was knocked down, his life would be in danger. At this time, the official special forces always felt that they were being tricked by their superiors. They traveled to 3 areas. Every time they arrived, they said that the enemy had moved, and then told them to rush over to another place. "We are flying in helicopters, helicopter gunships, and fighter jets. Can that criminal gang be faster than a plane? Isn't this a trick on us?" The impatient special forces finally arrived at the last location, and their superiors assured them that they would definitely encounter the criminal gang this time. At the same time, people at the Tokyo headquarters watched the 7 or 8 master chefs grilling squid through satellites, as well as Suzuyawa holding a stick, lost in thought. What do these people want to do? Before they could react, another human explosion began to occur in the area where Broly was. The parasitic beasts understood, and the other 2 of them had already started a plan to hunt the parasitic beasts. But now that they are separated, it is a good opportunity to defeat them one by one. Now everything is ready, all we need is the east wind. Chapter 18 The killing spree begins. Naruto, who was busy going back to eat the giant squid, was full of energy. Together with the tireless Broly, the 2 of them cleaned the parasitic beasts in this area in an instant, and then started to clean the parasitic beasts in another area. Google search reading. This efficiency and speed are simply staggering. After a while, they all received the group announcement. Congratulations on completing the Parasitic Beast World mission. The rewards are as follows: each person receives a basic reward of 200 points and personal performance reward. Yes/no return. Broly checked and found that he had a total of 500 points. The other 300 points should be his contribution to the team. He was not surprised that he got so many. After all, he had wiped out most of the parasitic beasts with his own hands. This time, Naruto got 350 points, 200 points are the basic reward, and 150 points are the performance reward. His multiple shadow clone technique can be said to have played a vital role this time. On the other side, Suzuyawa also received points. Because he was the group leader, she added 100 points, for a total of 380 points. After receiving the points, she jumped up as happily as a child. With this amount of points, she can go shopping and buy more things, and then buy them second-hand in her own world and sell them to others. If you do, you can earn a lot of money. Previously, she had used this method of reselling 2 worlds to make a small fortune and improve her family's environment. Everyone who received the points felt happy, and Broly and Naruto immediately rushed to where Suzuyawa was. When they arrived, the squid was almost ready to be grilled. Now Broly had learned the energy barrier and wrapped the surface of his body with chi. There was no blood on him and he didn't need to take a shower. The 2 of them sat there happily, while the old chefs hurriedly cut the roasted squid into pieces and placed them in front of the 3 of them. The 3 people immediately began to taste this rare delicacy. This is a delicacy that even rich people can't eat. After all, in the previous life, who had the courage to catch and eat this thing? Suzuyawa was originally worried that she wouldn't be able to finish such a big king squid, but when she saw Broly stuffing it directly into her mouth, she was instantly shocked. The 17-meter squid tentacles were stuffed directly into the stomach. Is this belly a bottomless pit? Or a different dimensional space? The greater the energy contained in Broly's body, the more food he needs to consume to provide himself with energy, which is quite normal. After all, no scion has a small appetite. Referring to the fact that when Kakarot participated in the World No. 1 competition for the first time when he was a child, the Martial Arts Association gave Kame Sennin the prize money, we will know how big the appetite of the scions is. When they finished eating such a big king squid, the official special forces of Parasite Beast finally arrived outside a small villa where Broly and his party were staying. This time they finally saw the main criminal gang, and they all burst into tears. Finally, their trip was no longer in vain. 7 or 8 armed helicopters directly surrounded the entire villa. One by one, the special forces jumped from the helicopter along the rope, with assault rifles in their hands. No one is allowed to move. Lie down and hold your head in your hands. No one is allowed to move. Lie down and hold your head in your hands. No one is allowed to move. Lie down and hold your head in your hands. This scene scared the old chefs who came to grill the squid. When did the official efficiency become so fast? He had just finished grilling the squid and he sent someone to catch it. The old masters were very obedient, and they all lay on the ground with their heads in their hands. As ordinary people, they did not have the courage to go against the authorities. Broly's eyes lit up when he saw these guys finally coming. It seemed that his plan was not wrong and he finally attracted these guys. In fact, if Broly didn't want to meet them, he could completely rely on his own speed to take Su Xiao, throw them away, complete the mission in a dangling manner, and return to their respective worlds. But Broly doesn't want to do this. He still wants to stay in the world of parasitic beasts and continue to hunt parasitic beasts, because in the mission, as long as he continues to hunt parasitic beasts within the prescribed week, he can still get points as rewards. He has not forgotten that he still owes a lot of debt in the group and has not repaid it, and he does not have this habit of not paying back what he owes others. But I still can't let go. It's because the two partners around me are too kind, so I planned this method to force them away. Broly pretended to be very nervous and said to Naruto and Su Xiao, I didn't expect so many people to come this time. You go here first and leave it to me. But Su Xiao looked at the old masters lying on the ground with their heads in their hands and hesitated to speak. Broly knew what she wanted to say, and gave her a confident smile, don't worry. I will definitely protect the safety of them. If you stay here, it will only make me unable to let go. Moreover, these firearms can also cause harm to you. At that time, I am not sure whether I can protect them while protecting you. Okay then, I'll leave this to you, Broly. Hearing what Broly said, Naruto and Su Xiao no longer persisted. They could only click the return button and disappear. Broly was the only one left here. More than 30 special forces held guns in their hands and surrounded Broly alone. There were also some special forces on helicopters with machine guns pointed at Broly. Kid, what happened to those two people? Why did they disappear suddenly? Tell me. The leader of the special forces suddenly hit Broly on the head with the butt of his gun. The method was so vicious. If an ordinary child was killed by this, if the gun butt hits him, half his life will be lost. Broly did not dodge or dodge, he directly raised his hand to block the gun butt easily. Under the surprised gaze of the special forces captain, he raised his other hand, and a dazzling white light burst out from the fingertips. A white ray of light penetrated directly through the head of the special forces commander, blasting his entire head away. At this moment, the system voice in the group also sounded in my mind. Congratulations on killing a parasitic beast and earning 10 points. After Broly heard the sound of the system, he realized that these special forces were also parasitic beasts, and now he acted even more ruthlessly. He raised a finger and a small white ball of light condensed on it. A huge crater was created at the location. And the parasitic beasts of the special forces surrounding him also disappeared. The parasitic beasts on the helicopter raised their machine guns and fired wildly at the deep pit, although they didn't know what just happened. How could there be a sudden big explosion? But they clearly saw that child blowing off his captain's head with just one finger. Broly slowly flew out of the pit and landed on the ground. A hail of bullets fell on him. He didn't even need to open the protective shield and was completely unable to hurt a hair on his body. What kind of monster is this? A parasitic beast looked at Broly walking in the hail of bullets, and rationally told himself that this was definitely not an existence that could be defeated, and it was best to leave and run away. All the parasitic beasts surprisingly flew helicopters in unison and wanted to escape. However, in front of Broly, these parasitic beasts had no chance to escape. A beam of light appeared out of thin air and blocked their helicopters. It was cut in half and exploded in the air, killing all the parasitic beasts. Chapter 19 Counterattack. Congratulations on killing a parasitic beast and earning 10 points. Congratulations on killing a parasitic beast and earning 10 points. Congratulations on killing a parasitic beast and earning 10 points. Broly's mind was constantly filled with prompts to kill the parasitic beast, which made him feel very happy. For him, the feeling of destroying a helicopter was more satisfying than the points earned from satisfying his desire for destruction. Several old squid grilling chefs nearby were still lying on the ground, not daring to move at all, and 2 of them had even begun to pretend to be dead. The old masters were frightened to death when they saw with their own eyes that this monster with the appearance of a child could directly crush a group of No. 30 Special Forces soldiers with one finger and a gesture that they could not understand at all. And it can even shoot down helicopters in the sky. This is even more magical than a drama. There is only one voice in everyone's heart. This must be a devil, a little devil. Broly looked at these guys and knew at a glance that they were all alive. His body was floating above their heads. His figure was like a god, and he said, "Don't pretend to be dead, and leave quickly. There will be something bigger here later, danger. I will no longer protect you by then." These old masters were in greater danger one day, so instead of lying on the ground and pretending to be dead, they immediately jumped up. After looking Broly up and down, they were sure that Broly would not attack them, and ran away faster than one. Broly was watching the people who were helping him cook and play with the giant squid leave one by one. He didn't go anywhere, he just sat there, wanting to see how the parasitic beast officials would deal with him. It would be best to send some toys that are challenging and make you a little more happy. It would be too boring to solve the battle every time with one finger. On the other hand, parasitoid officials watched the whole process of Broly's special team that combined parasitium cells and humans through satellite, annihilating them all. Every parasitic beast was in panic. With just one finger, it could unleash an attack more lethal than a laser weapon. This completely subverts the science he learned while parasitizing in human society. This is unscientific. Now the official leaders of the parasite beast have been divided into 2 groups. One group advocates surrender and wants to try to contact Broly to see if they can determine what this guy wants through peace talks. The other group of parasitic beasts felt that this was not necessary at all. Although the strength shown by this guy now is far beyond what ordinary Wu Xin can subdue. But they still have human missiles and the ultimate weapon, nuclear bombs, in their hands, so there is no need to negotiate peace with this guy. As Prime Minister, Takeshi Urata was not as calm as before, and he had obviously just recovered. He coughed a few times, and the entire conference room fell silent instantly. We still know too little about them. Maybe we have some misunderstanding with him. If possible, try not to start a war if possible. After all, many people will die in a war. When the population decreases, our food will also decrease, and we will not be able to maintain the high quality and high level of life we have now. Let's get in touch with him first and see if there is any misunderstanding between us. Whatever he wants, he tries his best to satisfy it. However, we must also be prepared for ground attack missiles and tanks and armored units. We must also be prepared to launch attacks at any time and enter the first level of combat readiness. Urata Takeshi's posture is now quite low. Of course, this is only possible after Broly's methods and power. Before, he was the one who clamored to kill Broly directly. It can be said that the older a person lives, the more shameless he becomes. Next, these parasitic beast officials began to discuss who to send over to negotiate, and to contact Broly first. Finally, the Minister of Foreign Affairs Kumiko Mida was recommended internally, along with several other parasitic beasts and some human officials. They took a helicopter and came to where Broly was with the full sincerity of the parasitic beasts. Although Kumiko Mida is 30 years old, her skin is very well maintained. Her plump figure and professional attire make every man drool. She is quite confident in herself. After all, her body has a maternal love that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. It can turn grown men into children in an instant, and can also make those children closer to her. Just when she got off the plane and led other members of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to Broly, she just puffed up her chest, but before she could say a word, her head was blown off by Broly. This scene not only shocked everyone present, but even the officials of the parasite beast who were watching the live broadcast via satellite were frightened. This little guy didn't even have a chance to explain to them and reconcile. This is also a yarn. After killing the woman, Broly looked a little disappointed. He thought the official parasite beast would send a more ruthless character, but he didn't expect it to send this toy who couldn't withstand a single move under his hands. So what's the point of sending this thing out? Just add 10 points to yourself? Broly then came and killed almost all the officials. These parasitic beasts were smashed into pieces before they even had time to transform, which shows how fast he is now. However, he still left 2 people alive, and the reason why he kept them alive was just to let them go back and report the news. Otherwise, it would be pointless. After all, what's the point of a one-sided massacre? Broly was floating in the air, and he lifted their necks with his little hands. His tone was full of solemnity. You two go back and inform all your parasitic beasts, tell them to use all their abilities. The 2 officials didn't know if Broly, the parasitic beast, just threw them on the plane, and then continued to wait there to meet the official parasitic beast's wrath. The officials of the parasite beast had never seen such an arrogant person. After passing the meeting decision, they finally decided to launch missile bombings in this area and wipe out Broly and Osaka from the Neon Kingdom. Broly sat on the roof and squinted his eyes. He saw 60 missiles flying towards him from a distance. If they were allowed to explode in this area, all the people, buildings, and lives in Osaka would be destroyed and erased from the map of Neon Country. Broly personally took the incident to the worst direction he expected, but he was not afraid at all, but rather excited. He condensed a white Qigong bomb containing powerful energy in his hand. The white Qigong bomb became larger and larger in his hand, and finally turned into a Qigong bomb with a diameter of 20 meters. Broly looked at the Qigong bullet in his hand and thought about what name he should give this move. We can't always call them Qigong bombs or Qigong cannons. He looked at the Qigong bomb in a daze, which was hundreds of times larger than his body, and seemed not to care at all about the 60 missiles flying over. Once decided, it's called Light Yuan Bomb. Chapter 20 Reply to W. Alishi. Broly threw the photon bomb in his hand directly into the sky. The 2 sides collided and emitted a dazzling red light. At this moment, everyone's eyes were stimulated and they closed involuntarily. Google search reading. The sky above the city was covered in flames, and a mushroom cloud appeared during the collision. The deafening sound formed a wave of air, which overturned many buildings below the city. Those who didn't know thought that someone was coming to drop a nuclear bomb again. History left them with a profound lesson, which made them subconsciously believe that a nuclear bomb was really dropped. Everyone ran wildly, some jumped into the water, and some ran towards the building. Although they know that if a nuclear bomb is really dropped, no matter how they run, it will be useless. But human beings cannot do nothing when faced with death. They will always try their best to do useless things that deceive themselves and others. After the explosion, everyone raised their heads in panic, touched their bodies, and found that they were still alive. Everyone couldn't help but feel lucky. At this time, people with sharp eyes saw a figure floating in the sky above the city. The person below kept adjusting the magnification of the camera with his mobile phone, and soon saw a child floating in the air. Everyone who saw this scene covered their mouths with eyes full of disbelief. Why is he floating in the air? There was a big explosion in mid-air just now, why is he okay? Did this little boy save us from the big explosion just now? Could it be that God sent him to save us? The people in the city below Broly were talking a lot, and Broly heard what they said. The corners of Broly's mouth showed a strange arc, and the original idea of destroying the world gradually faded away. Because he thought of a more fun way and started the live broadcast for everyone in the group to take a look. He uses the vibration of chi in the air to amplify his voice so that his voice can spread to the ears of everyone below. How many floors does a bag of rice have to resist? Feel the pain. A bag of rice is worth the weight of the second floor, think about the pain. A bag of rice is enough for me, accept the pain. I'll wash a bag of rice, understand the pain. A bag of rice has washed away so much mud, for those who don't understand pain. With those black socks, Wakala, cannot understand true peace. Everything is mud, starting now. Who gave you a bag of rice, to make the world feel pain? Spicy Tensen, Shinra Tensen. After saying that, he raised his arms in a very good manner, and condensed a larger Qigong bomb. Under the sunlight, the golden afterglow sprinkled on his body, making him look like a real god. The Qigong bomb that Broly has condensed now is not a lethal light element bomb, but an ornament that only emits light. Let's call it the light deception bomb. Then he condensed more than a dozen light bombs that were only the size of a fist and surrounded both sides of his body. All that was missing was a black stick. It was completely an enhanced version of the six-path sage mode. Broly didn't know if he was being playful or something. Continue to spread your voice to the ears of everyone around you. As you can see, I am the son of God sent by the gods to save you. You can call me to answer the question. The big explosion just now was a warning from the gods to you humans. I have only one purpose in coming to the world this time, and that is to get rid of the evil hidden among mankind. There is a kind of demon living around you. They are parasitic in human bodies and feed on humans. Their existence has offended the gods and is the incarnation of Satan. Now I need your help, and each of you can become a Whalesty like me. Although Broly himself didn't believe these words when he said them, some people below believed them, waving their arms and shouting. Answer Wa Li Shi! Answer Wa Li Shi! Although they didn't know the meaning of the name, it didn't stop them from being enthusiastic at this time. Osaka TV stations also began to record this scene and broadcast it to TV stations across the country. At this time, the Parasite Beast officials were still preparing for the next round of artillery bombardment and various ground-air strikes. They did not expect Broly to come. It was too late for them to stop it. A single spark could start a prairie fire, and everyone in the country knew about the existence of the parasitic beast. At this time, the Rebel Alliance, which had been hiding in the darkness, also seized this opportunity and began to upload pictures of various parasitic beasts to the internet. It also provided various evidences for the existence of parasitic beasts, allowing everyone to see the original face of parasitic beasts. In this way, more and more people know the truth, and more people believe and follow him. Broly used his own power to easily destroy the large army of parasitic beasts. Whether it was aircraft, tanks, or missiles, everything was like paper in front of him. He frequently performed various miracles, which made him gain many awards from all over the country. Followed and believed in everywhere, and started giving speeches on TV stations. Answer Wa Li Shi! Now the demons are riding on us one by one, sucking our flesh and blood and gnawing at our marrow. We must remember that the strength of a country lies in the faith of the people. As long as we are united, there is no evil that cannot be defeated. If you want to be a Ta Wa Li Shi, you must have the courage to face injustice and oppression. Tomorrow when the sun rises, it will be the time when we declare war on the evil parasitic beast. Broly also didn't expect that in just one day, the entire Neon Kingdom would be brainwashed by him. They would hold up big flags in the streets and alleys and shout, "Answer to Wa Li Shi!" Broly saw that the time was ripe, and with the help of the Rebel Alliance, it was time for him to take action to end this farce. In my original idea, I just wanted to make a big fuss here, and then wipe out the parasitic beasts hiding in human society according to the original plan. If I killed them by mistake, there was nothing I could do. But I didn't expect that my playfulness would make everyone in the Neon Kingdom believe in me. In fact, the main reason for this is that there are various difficult to adjust problems in the social system of Neon Country. The people at the bottom have been oppressed and have long suffered. If it weren't for the pacifier effect, these people would have rebelled long ago. Now with the help of a force powerful enough to overthrow the entire world, they naturally began to unite. In fact, there are not many people who truly believe in him. Most of them just want to gain some benefits from this great change. Next, based on a list provided by the Rebel Alliance, the parasitic beasts that had disguised themselves were quickly discovered. The parasitic beast officials originally wanted to use nuclear bombs to strike and destroy human society together, but they were stopped by some ordinary low-level human officials who shouted "Answer Wa Li Shi." At the same time, everyone also knew that all the high-level officials of the entire Neon Kingdom government were parasitic beasts. In the midst of a vigorous change, the national flag of Neon Country was lowered and replaced with a flag symbolizing freedom and democracy. The whole society was in dire straits. The confused people once again found Broly and wanted to pray to God to give them guidance. At this time, Broly had wiped out all the parasitic beasts in the world. When he saw that his points had reached 10,000 points, he was smiling from ear to ear. At the same time, he also began to have difficulties. He did not know how to build a country, so he pretended to be serious and said, "Oh, dear Awalishi, if you want to follow me and learn my wisdom, go to the east. There is still burning there a spark." In the end, Broly, who couldn't stand it anymore, turned into a little light in everyone's reluctant eyes and disappeared, leaving behind this sentence, "Answer Vali. Your loving father will always love you." Chapter 21 Return and New Group Members. All the followers in the parasitic beast world saw that their dear and loving father was dying, and they cried bitterly and knelt at Broly's feet, begging him not to leave. Google search reading. Dear Awalishi, we still need your guidance. Please. Now in the eyes of these people, Broly is respected as a loving father. Although he is just a child, if it weren't for him, everyone would still be kept as livestock by those man-eating monsters, and it would be possible to be kept in the dark at any time. Eaten. This world is inherently unfair, especially under the rule of parasitic beasts, which makes it even more cruel. The people at the bottom have to endure humiliation every day to survive, living humbly, and can even be easily trampled to death like insects in the face of money and power. In this morbid social phenomenon, prices are soaring rapidly, and everyone is doing their best to survive. Now tell yourself that you and your relatives may be eaten as food by parasitic beasts at any time. How can they accept this? If Broly hadn't led them to overthrow the parasitic beasts' rule, they might not have been able to learn about these things in a few decades, thinking that those who were eaten were all missing people. Even if I were lucky enough to know the truth, it would be useless. My children and relatives were eaten, but I had nowhere to redress, and the public turmoil would be quickly calmed down. Moreover, people are unwilling to accept that all their official figures are parasitic beasts and man-eating demons. Broly was not as sentimental as them, so he made a few casual remarks and returned directly to his own world. Guiding them is a big hammer. If I hadn't found it fun and wanted to play with them, I would have wiped out all the top leaders of the parasitic beast social system and plunged the entire society into chaos. After returning to his ship, Broly opened the group chat, started daily chat, and paid off all the points he owed. The little expert at making meatballs, if I go, I can still do this. This is too outrageous. If I had known better, I would not have left. I will stay with Broly to build a new world together. Small group leader, at little expert in making meatballs, if you hadn't left, the situation at that time might have turned the two of us into a hornet's nest. Emperor Engine, I can only say that it is awesome. This is much more exciting than playing games. Tajmi, I felt that Broly's speech in that world was very contagious, and his methods were also very effective and really overturned the official parasite beast. I really didn't expect that he was just a 6-year-old kid. If only there was such a person to lead us in our country, people's lives would not be so hard. The strongest 6-year-old child, ha ha ha, I am just lucky. By the way, I returned all the points to you. Thank you for your help before. Small group leader, he, everyone is in the group, it's normal to help each other. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, partners don't care about these things. Emperor Engine, my points are of no use. Small group leader, at Tajmi, where are you now? Tajmi, I and my 2 friends from the same village, Sehu and Iaz, have joined the night attack. After completing 2 missions, we can now use Brother Brad's evil haunting. Small group leader, then you must pay attention to the girl with purple hair and glasses. She is the first to die in your world. Tajmi, are you talking about Sister Hill? Small group leader, yes, that's her. Among all the group members, your world is the most outrageous. Every now and then, a girl will die with a knife. The other group members are not as outrageous as you. Tajmi. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, the daily venomous tongue of the small group leader, ha ha ha. Small group leader, at Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, by the way, have you reminded your big brother to be careful about that Blackbeard? His ability can seal the devil fruit ability. Don't let the boat capsize in the gutter. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, ah. I forgot, it's over. At this time, Luffy had defeated Crocodile, one of the Shishibukai who ruled Alabasta, and was eating a lot in Waiwei's palace to recover. However, in the middle of eating, he suddenly stood up, with an unusually panic expression, and shouted, it's over, such an important thing has been forgotten. Everyone's eyes were attracted by his sudden change, and they didn't notice that Luffy took the opportunity to steal the food on their plates. Luffy shouted as he stuffed the food he touched into his mouth. Damn Luffy! My food! Usopp reacted and locked Luffy's neck directly, venting his inner dissatisfaction. The weak and helpless Chopper tried to snatch his food back, but a hand held his head down and he could only cry. Boom! 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 Nami stood up angrily, punched each of them in the head, and shouted ferociously, it's so noisy, you 3 should be quiet while you eat. The 3 people had big bags on their heads and all lay face down on the table. The table became quiet again. Lying on the bed, Suzuyawa was speechless at Luffy's performance. He was really a very nervous guy. Although I have reminded Luffy many times, I didn't expect that this guy still didn't take his words to heart. Perhaps in his mind, it was impossible for his eldest brother to lose to Blackbeard, so he subconsciously forgot about this matter. There is nothing I can do about this situation. After all, everything I can do and say has been done. Finally, she thought that she could bring in a group member by completing a task, so she began to prepare to bring in new members. Suzuyawa recited silently in her heart first, and then started to recruit new members. She didn't know what kind of people would be recruited this time. She hoped to be more powerful and normal. Ding! Welcome the little boy next door to join the group chat. The little expert at making meatballs, great, a new member has joined. I wonder who it is this time. Emperor Engine, looking at his name, he must be the kind of person who speaks well. The remaining child was chosen, it should be Sunny. Broly sat on the spaceship and looked at the abbreviations of the newly joined group members and was very confused. The little boy next door, who is this? In another world, a strange man wearing a red spider tights shoots white spider silk from his hands to shuttle through high-rise buildings, and makes strange sounds from his mouth. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind, and then he saw a virtual template. This sudden change caused his body to become unbalanced and almost hit the glass. However, he quickly adjusted his body and seemed to have narrowly avoided the accident. Finally, he came to the roof of a department store and began to observe what this virtual template was. Chapter 22 Recognized. Suzuyawa was the first to send a red envelope, and replied in the group, "Welcome newcomers, take photos to get the red envelope." Google search to read. The most powerful 6-year-old kid, welcome newcomers, take photos and receive red envelopes. An expert at making meatballs, welcome newcomers, take photos and receive red envelopes. Emperor Engine, welcome newcomers, take photos, and receive red envelopes. Peter patted his face and thought he was hallucinating after being bitten by a spider. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the virtual template in front of him still existed. This made him a little confused. Could it be some kind of magical product or alien technology? If that's really the case, that's so cool. Peter Parker tried to open the first red envelope, and suddenly another box of instant noodles appeared from his hand, with 2 big characters "White Elephant" written on it. Forward. This should be instant noodles. After checking it, he found that it was indeed instant noodles. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that these red envelopes were gifts and not dangerous items. Then he clicked on the second red envelope, Broly's red envelope, and 2 gold bars fell directly into his hand. What's going on? Peter Parker was instantly frightened by the heavy gift. His hands trembled and the 2 gold bars fell to the ground, and then he picked them up again. These 2 gold bars can be exchanged for at least $30,000, which is undoubtedly a huge sum of money for him as a student. Then he clicked on other red envelopes and found some food, some gifts, and a CD that only adults can read. But the most valuable thing inside is probably the gold bar that belongs to Broly. Just when he was about to observe, the group began to attack him. Small group leader, why haven't the newcomers taken photos yet after receiving the red envelope? Imperial Engine, +1. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, +1. The strongest 6-year-old kid, +1. Selected remaining child, +1. Peter Parker felt that the people in this group didn't have any ill intentions, and nothing would happen if they took a photo. So I started researching where the photo function of this template was, and soon I found something similar to a camera symbol. He took a photo of himself and sent it. Of course he was wearing a hood as he didn't want to reveal his true identity. When Broly saw his photo, he immediately knew that this guy should be Spider-Man Peter Parker. I just don't know if it's the first-generation Spider-Man, the second-generation Spider-Man, or the Dutch brother. Su Xiaohu saw the photo and immediately asked, "Are you Spider-Man Peter Parker?" After Peter Parker's identity was revealed, he was stunned. He didn't expect that someone would know his name after he posted a picture. This is wrong. The photos she posted were of her wearing a hood even though her identity was clearly not revealed. How did she recognize herself? So I asked in the group, "How did you know?" Small group leader, humph. Why should I tell you that you are so abominable that you even wear a hood when taking photos? Little boy next door, then if I don't wear a hood, can you tell me why? Small group leader, you shoot first. Peter Parker hesitated for a while, and finally took off his hood, took a photo of himself and posted it in the group. Broly saw his appearance and immediately recognized that this guy turned out to be Dutch, so the world behind him was the Marvel world, which was very interesting now. As for the Marvel world, I don't know if my current strength could have defeated Thanos and Captain Marvel in the past. Broly, who is gradually transforming into a scion, is already thinking about whom to fight with more enjoyably. Su Xiaohu also recognized that this guy was Brother Holland, and explained to him without beating around the bush. Of course I know you are Peter Parker. Who else but you could be wearing a red spider tights? And all 3 Spider-Mans have the same name. Boy next door, 3 Spider-Men? You mean there are 2 more like me and their name is Peter Parker? Small group leader, yes. In No Homecoming, you had a brain cramp and killed Aunt May. The bad guys you released were destroying everywhere. Finally, your good friend Little Fatty summoned 2 other spiders from parallel time and space. Xia. Boy next door, ah. What's going on? Can you tell me more carefully? Small group leader, this matter is a long story, so I'll keep it short. Boy next door. Small group leader, the story starts with a purple sweet potato spirit. After listening to what Su Xiaohu said, Peter Parker, although he did not completely believe it, had a reminder in his mind, believing that he would not make the same mistake if he really encountered the same thing. But there is another point that Peter Parker cares about very much, is the death of Iron Man Tony. I heard from the small group leader that Tony snatched the 5 gems of purple sweet potato spirit in order to save the world, sacrificed himself, and saved the world. Peter Parker felt that whether it was true or false, he should tell Iron Man Tony this information. At this time, Iron Man Tony was drinking wine and hugging Pepper in his office. As a playboy, he had restrained himself a lot since having Pepper. When he heard Peter Pat say that a purple sweet potato spirit came to the earth and collected 5 gems, he snapped his fingers and wiped out half of all life in the universe. In the end, in order to save the world, he snapped his fingers and sacrificed his life. Iron Man Tony was originally listening to Peter Parker very seriously, but when he heard purple sweet potato essence, he couldn't hold back his laughter. Because he really couldn't imagine what the purple sweet potato spirit looked like. He turned away and asked Little Pepper, "What do you think the purple sweet potato essence looks like?" Pepper Little was asked this sudden question and looked at Iron Man Tony in confusion. "What?" When Iron Man Tony repeated the story told by Peter Parker to Pepper, Pepper couldn't help laughing. Iron Man Tony even laughed so exaggeratedly that he almost shed tears. Purple sweet potato spirit? Can one purple sweet potato spirit defeat all of us and destroy the entire Avengers Alliance? When Brother Holland heard the ruthless ridicule coming from the communicator, he felt helpless. However, when he thought about it carefully, there were so many superheroes in the Avengers, how could they be defeated by a purple sweet potato spirit? Okay, I got it. Pajama baby, you haven't woken up yet. This joke is very funny. Don't tell it again in the future. Iron Man wiped his tears and said jokingly. Chapter 23 Coming to Earth. Broly was still diving and catching fish. After a while, everyone in the group went to do their own things. No one in the group spoke and it became quiet. Google search reading. Feeling like there was nothing else to do, Broly opened the store in the group and started exploring. The store refreshes some items from each world of the group members every day, but Broly finds that most of the items in it are not used by him. After all, considering my current strength, there are really very few things that can help me. I continued shopping for a while until I found a Dragon Ball radar on the last page of the shopping interface in the store, which was sold for only 300 points. This should be a product of his own world. At this point in time, the Dragon Ball radar should not have been made yet. As for why it appears here, Broly doesn't know. This time when I went to the Parasite Beast world, I gained close to 10,000 points. After paying off my debt, I still have more than 8,000 points, which is more than enough to buy a Dragon Ball radar. With a wave of his hand, he bought the Dragon Ball radar grandly. With this thing, it will be easier for me to find the Dragon Balls when I come to Earth, without having to run after Bulma. Broly looked at the cosmic scenery outside and felt a little bored. It was still a week before he arrived on Earth. He lay in the spacecraft and yawned a few times before falling into a deep sleep. I haven't had a good sleep in the world of parasitic beasts these past few days. Now that I have finally relaxed, it's time to take a rest. Before he knew it, Broly slept for 3 days. When he woke up, he began to tame the chi in his body again, and his strength made a qualitative leap every moment. And through the chat in the group, Broly learned that it was possible to apply for a name change. After all, there is a guy named Tajmi in this group, who uses his original name, and the others have very strange nicknames, which is very abnormal. Then he applied for a name change to his own name, Broly. Even though he is the strongest, he is still a bit weak when he holds his head above his head. Although I am very strong now, whether in other worlds or in the Dragon Ball world, I am still not the strongest. If he were to face real estate tycoon Frieza, Broly still had no confidence that he could beat him. This was not really a joke. After all, they have 4 forms. The initial form has a combat power of 530,000, and the full power form has a combat power of 120 million. Broly estimated that his current combat power should be around 100,000. This level of strength is obviously not enough in front of the real estate king Frieza. But fortunately, I went to Earth and I shouldn't run into Frieza in the early stage. As long as I get through this early development period, when I grow up, the king will have to crawl for me when he comes. 4 days later, Broly finally saw the beautiful blue planet after wandering in the universe for a long time. As the spacecraft broke through the atmosphere, the surface of the spacecraft ignited raging flames due to air friction, like a meteorite, dragging its fiery red long tail and crashing into a desert gobi. At this time, a caravan in the desert also discovered that the meteorite was falling towards their position, which scared these people and fled in a hurry. The spacecraft landed in the desert and made a big crater. And the surrounding area was scorched. A few brave young men bravely walked in with guns in their hands. When they got closer, they found that it was not a meteorite but a round white object. What is this? Isn't it an alien spacecraft? The few young men near the spaceship looked at each other and discussed in whispers. The people who were scared before and fled in all directions were also driven by curiosity and gradually gathered around. When they saw that the rocket that made a big crater in the desert was actually a spaceship, their faces were full of disbelief. Broly opened the cabin of the spaceship and was a little surprised to see so many people outside. He didn't expect that he would land in a place with so many people. However, he didn't care so much and walked out directly under the horrified eyes of everyone. As he walked out of the pit, his bones made a snapping sound. When the traveling businessmen saw this scene in front of them, they were all shocked and looked at Broly in confusion. They never expected that what came out of the round spaceship at that time was not an alien with green skin and big eyes, but an ordinary child who looked very similar to them. But the person who can walk out of this spaceship is definitely not an ordinary child. A strong man with a shotgun in his hand swallowed and bravely walked towards Broly. Although he was very scared in his heart, he was responsible for protecting this caravan, and he had to show his respect no matter what. And holding a gun in his hand gave him a certain sense of security, and shouted at Broly, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Broly just glanced at him and ignored him. Instead, he began to observe the surrounding environment. Even if an ordinary earthling like him had a gun in his hand, his combat power was only 5, and he could not do much harm to himself. A scumbag with a combat power of only 5 is not worth mentioning. The place where I am now seems to be a desert. Not only is the weather hot, but there is hot sand under my feet. At this moment, the Dragon Ball radar that Broly purchased in the group suddenly rang. He took out the Dragon Ball radar detector and found that a Dragon Ball was moving in his direction at an alarming speed. 10 seconds left. 8 seconds left. 5 seconds left. Arrive. The bodyguard holding a shotgun next to him saw that Broly was completely ignoring him. Just when he was about to say a few harsh words, the entire sand surface suddenly began to shake violently. A worm-like monster emerged from the sand like a big truck, opened its sharp mouth parts and pounced directly on the people in the caravan. Everyone was frightened by the sudden change in front of them, and those who were regarded as prey did not even react. A few sharp-eyed people instantly recognized it as a ferocious beast running rampant in the desert, the desert worm. Although their bodies look bloated and fat, they are extremely hard and cannot be penetrated by conventional bullets. They also have sharp mouth parts that can easily bite through iron sheets. They are one of the monsters that desert caravans least want to encounter. Just when the worm was about to succeed, Broly raised one of his fingers, and pointed it at the worm with strong chi condensed on the tip of his finger. Suddenly a dazzling white light flashed, and this bloated and huge worm had a big hole punched through its entire head. Disgusting green mucus kept coming out of the wound, and its whole body collapsed. Broly came to the side of the worm and immediately saw the Dragon Ball that it had swallowed into its stomach. He took the Dragon Ball away with a wave of his little hand. He didn't take action to save these people, but he saved them in order to get the Dragon Balls. Chapter 24 Desert Princess. After solving this desert worm, 2 more huge desert worms emerged from the soil. It seemed that they wanted to avenge their companions. They opened their mouths and aimed at Broly with sharp breaths. Come over. Google search reading. Broly easily dodged the attack of the 2 desert worms with a slight jump. The 2 desert worms ate a mouthful of sand, and they were so angry that they turned their attention to the children in the desert caravan. They turned around and twisted their fat but not clumsy bodies at all to pounce on the children riding camels. Asshole! Get out of my way! The man who had scolded Broly with a gun suddenly stood in front of the children, picked up the gun and pointed it at the desert worm, but his feet kept shaking. The bullets hitting the desert worms were like hitting iron sheets, and they fell into the sand one after another. It was unknown how their bodies were made up. Just when the desert worm was about to swallow the man and the child into its mouth, Broly floated in mid-air, raised his little hand, white light condensed in his palm, and a small photon bomb formed and pointed at the 2 below. The desert worm smashed down. In an instant, a big hole was blown out of the bodies of the 2 desert worms, which turned into 2 sections. They twisted their bodies in pain, struggled for a while, and then stopped moving. Broly took a deep look at the man and then disappeared into the sky. In the man, he seemed to see something that he had disappeared. The caravan regrouped. The leader, Barbaro, also wanted to express his gratitude to Broly and prepared a gift. Unexpectedly, their savior disappeared all of a sudden, which made Barbaro very regretful. If there was the protection of the little boy just now, it would not be difficult to cross this desert. Regrets are regrets, we still have to go on the road we should take. If we can't cross this desert, then this batch of goods will not be sold for money, and our entire caravan will have to drink from the northwest wind. Broly was flying in mid-air at high speed in a certain direction. He had just discovered through the Dragon Ball radar that there was another Dragon Ball in the desert. The most valuable things in the early stage of the Dragon World are these 7 Dragon Balls. As long as you gather them together, you can realize one of your wishes. Moreover, the combat power of the Earth is generally low, so it is still very easy for Broly to obtain these 7 Dragon Balls. As for what he wants to wish for after getting the Dragon Ball, he hasn't thought about it yet. After all, he lacks nothing except money. At this point, Broly had to complain. When he traveled to the mission world in the group, he could obviously exchange points for the currency of the mission world, but now he can't use points to exchange for the currency of his own world. I don't know what the reason is, even my own gold bars were easily touched in the world of parasitic beasts. After giving 2 gold bars to Little Spider, I still have 5 gold bars on my body. I don't know how much these 5 gold bars can be exchanged for in the Dragon Ball world. How many meals is enough for yourself? Broly had already eaten all the food in the spaceship, and he also used points to exchange a lot of high-calorie and high-energy food with Su Xiaohu. Otherwise, he would have starved to death in the spaceship. Broly flew for a while and finally arrived at the area shown by the Dragon Ball radar. When he fell from mid-air and stepped on the sand, he found that the sand was flowing like water, and his body kept sinking. This should be something called quicksand in the desert. Quicksand forms because there is a hole in the ground. Because the hollow area is damaged by external forces, the sand from the upper layer will be sucked into the pit below. If a person accidentally stands on it, he will be swept down. And because the surrounding sand is flowing, there is no force point for people to hold their bodies up. Instead, they will sink deeper and deeper due to struggle. The greater the movement above, the faster the quicksand below will sink. Broly discovered through the Dragon Ball radar that the Dragon Ball was in the quicksand beneath him, and without struggling, he propped up an energy shield on the surface of his body, allowing the quicksand to swallow him completely. When he was completely swallowed by the quicksand, his body kept sinking down along the quicksand, and finally fell into an iron cage. Broly stood in the cage and looked around at the dim environment in confusion. Why is there an iron cage under the quicksand? This is how the same thing. Just when he was about to come out of the cage, a pair of glowing green eyes appeared in the darkness, and a tall figure approached Broly with rough breathing. The black shadow approached, and a half-orc with a long wolf head and a layer of animal skin appeared in front of Broly. It had an unpleasant stench on it. As soon as it got close, Broly involuntarily took a few steps back and covered his nose. He didn't know how long it had been since he took a bath. Broly couldn't help but think of a photon bomb that killed him directly. The werewolf grabbed the 2 iron rods of the iron cage with both claws, looked at the cage, and slobbered at Broly, seeming very excited. "Great! Now we have meat again." Broly frowned when he heard what he said, and his eyes instantly glanced at a pile of bones in the corner. It looked like they should be humans eaten by the werewolf. Just when Broly was about to come out of the cage, finish off the werewolf, and take the Dragon Ball away, another voice came from the darkness. "Don't eat him. He's just a kid. You want to eat me." In another cage in the darkness, a woman's figure was lying weakly on the ground, pleading to the werewolf. The werewolf turned his head, walked to another cage, and said with a mocking tone, "Princess, you know that I will not eat you. I have listened to you these days and have never eaten in front of you. Now I am so greedy that I can't stand it anymore. I must eat this kid." Broly squinted his eyes and saw an iron cage not far away from him. There was a slender girl locked inside, and judging by her voice, she must be a beauty. The princess in the cage has chapped lips, and her originally healthy wheat-colored skin has lost any color. She has been on a hunger strike for 3 days. She has not drank a drop of water or eaten a grain of rice for 3 days. Now it is difficult to speak a word. "Please don't eat him," the princess continued to plead. The werewolf looked at the princess and then at Broly, showing a wicked smile. "Yes, I don't have to eat him, but you must promise to marry me, not commit suicide, and throw out the dagger in your hand." When the princess in the iron cage heard the werewolf's words, she struggled in her heart, and finally made up her mind to throw the dagger out with the only strength she had. Chapter 25 The 2ND Dragon Ball. When the werewolf saw the princess giving in, he roared excitedly to the sky and ran around in the cave like a urha. But helpless tears flowed from the corners of the eyes of the princess inside the iron cage. The name of this princess is Erika. She is a princess from a small country in this desert. There is a tradition in their country. On the day of the adult ceremony, as long as you can leave the country and cross the quicksand desert to get the cactus flowers on the other side of the quicksand desert, come back and you'll get the title of warrior. 3 days ago was Erika's coming-of-age ceremony. Erika sneaked out of the palace and wanted to go to the quicksand desert to pick cactus flowers. Unexpectedly, she was caught by the legendary demon that lived under the quicksand desert. Moreover, this werewolf wanted to marry him as his wife the first time he saw him. How could he be with this man-eating monster? So he threatened to die, but he didn't expect that the werewolf really didn't dare to move rashly. It can only be said that this werewolf is still too stupid or too naive. Originally Erika just wanted to slowly spend time with the werewolf and then starve to death, but she didn't expect that a child fell down. Normally no one would pass by here. She was kind-hearted and didn't want to see Broly being eaten, so in the end she had no choice but to compromise. But when I think about living with this monster in the future, whenever I think about him touching my body, I feel so sick that I want to vomit. The werewolf was so excited that he ran around in the cave for several times, and then he came to Princess Erika. Just when he was about to open the cage, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared behind him, and a white light flashed across the werewolf's face. The body was shot away like a broken sack. Broly held the 2 iron bars of the iron cage with both hands and pulled hard. He tore a big hole in the entire iron cage. He covered his nose and walked out. "You must be too happy too early. Humph! If you want to eat me, you're not afraid of knocking your teeth out." He came to the werewolf with a stench all over his body, raised a finger, the tip of his finger flashed with white light, pointed it at his head and threatened, "Hand over the Dragon Ball." "Dragon, what are the dragon balls? The werewolf asked intermittently with a horrified expression as he felt that the white light at the tip of Broly's finger could easily blast him into pieces. Broly took out the dragon ball he had obtained before. This is it. The werewolf became even more confused after seeing the dragon ball. I have never seen this thing before. The princess in the iron cage, Erika, did not expect that the little boy in front of her was so powerful and dared to subdue the monster easily. She covered her mouth in surprise. When she saw the dragon ball raised in Broly's hand, she took out a dragon ball from her arms and immediately shouted, I have the dragon ball here. Broly looked over and found the dragon ball in Erika's hand. The white light on his fingertips directly penetrated the werewolf's head and said calmly, You are useless. Then he walked towards the iron cage, grabbed the 2 bars of the iron cage with both hands, pulled hard, opened a hole, and said to Princess Erika inside, Give me the dragon ball, and I will rescue you. Princess Erika nodded and handed over the dragon ball in her hand. At this time, she was too weak to stand up, and could only look at Broly helplessly, with little stars twinkling in her eyes. Every girl dreams that one day when she is in danger, a knight will fall from the sky to protect them. Broly's image at this moment in Princess Electra is undoubtedly wearing 100 contact lenses and filters, just like a tall and powerful Prince Charming. At this moment, she clasped her hands tightly and imagined in her heart that she could be hugged by a princess. However, the imagination is beautiful, but the reality is very skinny. Broly felt so good after getting the second dragon ball that he carried Princess Erika on his shoulders like rice. I am very skilled in this posture. In my previous life, when I went home to help harvest rice in the fields, I always carried it like this. At that time, I could carry 2 bags of rice and walk 2 kilometers without losing breath. Princess Erika blinked her big eyes and made a confused sound, Hey! This was obviously different from what she had imagined. Where does anyone hold a girl like this? Princess Erika raised her little fist angrily, her face swollen like a little bun. Broly didn't think so. For him, it was like carrying rice, and he didn't think much about it. Get ready. Then we're going out. As soon as Broly finished speaking, he put up an energy barrier on his body and took Princess Erika straight out of the ground. Broly asked in midair, Where is your home? Point to the direction. Although Princess Erika was surprised that Broly could fly, she quickly calmed down and pointed to the northwest, If you keep flying in this direction, you can reach my home. Broly nodded and flew northwest. 5 minutes later, he saw an oasis. A wall was built in the oasis to isolate the wind and sand. There were many people wearing white coats living inside the wall. It seemed that this place was Princess Erika's home. Broly flew to the largest building inside. The palace guards recognized the girl at a glance as their princess who had been missing for 3 days. One by one they knelt down excitedly. Broly handed Princess Erika to the guards guarding the palace. Just when he was about to leave, his stomach growled unsatisfactorily. The sound was so loud that even the guards kneeling next to him heard it. Princess Erika grabbed Broly's hand and said with a smile, You're here, let's have a meal first before leaving. Just treat it as me repaying you, okay? Broly thought for a while, since he could eat and drink for free, why not? Then he agreed. Besides, he now has 2 dragon balls in his hand. Even if others find the remaining dragon balls, they will not be able to summon the dragon. Moreover, with the current combat power of the earth, no one can defeat him, so that's a big deal. A palace guard chief came to Princess Erika and said excitedly, Thank God, Princess Erika, you are finally back. I will inform the king right away. Princess Erika blocked him with a wave of her hand, No, I'll just go see father by myself. You tell the kitchen to get ready. I want to treat distinguished guests to dinner tonight. As you command, Princess, the head of the palace guard responded, placing his fist on his chest. Princess Erika then led Broly towards the palace. In the palace, the king and the queen were quarreling and making a fuss. My Erika has been missing for 3 days. What should I do if something happens to her? My Erica has been missing for 3 days. What should I do if something happens to her? What are you arguing about? I have already sent people out to look for it. There will be no results if you argue here now. A fat old man wearing a crown rubbed his ears impatiently with his belly puffed out. Apparently I was a little annoyed by this repeater. Queen, are you annoyed with me now? King, no, I just discuss the matter. Queen, you just find me annoying. Queen, you are still cruel to me. King. Next to the king, a plump young woman wearing gorgeous clothes was crying and wiping her tears. She looked very aggrieved. The king rubbed his temples irritably. Chapter 26 Washing and Washing. Father. Mother. I'm back. Princess Erica couldn't help but threw herself into the queen's arms and cried so hard that she originally thought she would never come back in her life. After all, my country is just a small country in a desert. Moreover, the werewolf is still hiding under the quicksand. It is difficult to catch it by controlling the quicksand to move in different areas. If Broly hadn't just been looking for the Dragon Balls, he wouldn't have been able to find this place. When the queen saw her child coming back, she wiped her tears and found that Princess Erica had lost a lot of weight. She was even more sad. Good child, where have you been these days? You worry me to death. The king saw that his child was really back. Although he was very happy in his heart, he did not show it on his face. He kept his serious look. Humph, you still know where you have been going these days. Are you crazy? Princess Erica told her parents everything she had experienced in the past 3 days. When they heard that she had been captured by the werewolf, the king and queen suddenly felt a pang in their hearts. However, after learning what happened next, they also breathed a sigh of relief and cast grateful glances at Broly. Broly was not moved at all when he saw their family reunited. On the contrary, he felt a little bored. Now he only cared about when he could eat. With nothing to do, I looked around and found that although the country is small, the place where the king lives is really good. There are all kinds of exquisite utensils in the palace, as well as professionally trained maids. They have plates on their heads and there are various fruits, body motionless. After they finished revealing their true feelings, Broly was still thinking about eating early. Unexpectedly, after the king sincerely expressed his gratitude, he was taken down and given a bath. But it was true that he hadn't taken a shower in a week, and he smelled a little bit, and was sticky. He just took a shower, and Broly didn't think much about it. When he arrived at the bathing place, he found that the bathing place was actually a huge bathhouse. The bathroom has a pool-like bathtub. 7 or 8 little girls in cool clothes stood respectfully on both sides of the bath. Each little girl looked so innocent that people couldn't help but want to bully her. Although her skin was a bit dark, she was smooth. As for how Broly knew? This is inconvenient to say. But in the form of a child like him, even if he had the will, he would be powerless. Under their service, Broly enjoyed taking the most comfortable bath in his life, and then put on his clean loose coat. This feeling makes Broly feel very good. When he rules the earth in the future, he will build a bigger bath, and the number of beautiful girls with standard configurations like this will increase 10 times. Broly came to the earth to rule the earth, harvest all the early resources of the earth to make himself stronger, and live an ordinary and boring life that everyone would envy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to go all the way to Earth, I could just find a nearby planet. Broly has memories of his past life in his head. He admits that he is a lustful person, but his lustfulness also depends on the occasion and the person. It's not like that kind of person who can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. If they are enemies, no matter how beautiful they are, they will be killed when necessary, and they will never show mercy. In the world of parasitic beasts, his men have killed many beauties, some of whom can even be regarded as goddesses. But so what? These enemies are also a nuisance if they are left alive. Who can bear to suddenly give you such a bite when you are playing? Broly rushed to the place where he was cooking while thinking about what method he would use to rule the earth. When he saw a 20-meter-long table filled with various fruits and meats, his stomach growled again. As soon as he sat down, Broly began to eat the food in front of him at an alarming speed. Although he was eating normally, his speed was so fast that no one could see Broly's movements clearly. After a while, 2 mountains of plates were piled up next to him. The servant next to him immediately took the plates down and continued to serve the dishes. The king looked at Broly's astonishing appetite and couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Originally, he wanted to keep this powerful and young guy in his kingdom to help him with things. Now, it seems I'd better forget it. If he eats this way, his small country will be bankrupted in a year or 2. The king asked politely, "Little brother, where are you from? You don't look like someone from our side." Broly stopped what he was doing out of politeness. Princess Erika took a handkerchief and wiped the soup from his mouth. Broly had eaten too fast just now and had no chance to wipe it. "I come from the Far East and am a traveler." Broly casually made up an identity for himself and dealt with it. "It's really amazing that you travel at such a young age. Are there no adults around you?" the king continued to ask. Broly sighed with a bitter look on his face. "People my age need to travel because we are too poor where we are. And we eat so much that if we stay in one place, we can easily starve that place. We can only keep migrating like elephants in search of food." The king believed Broly's words when he saw his appetite. After all, who could bear it if he ate as much as he did? And he took out a box of money as payment for Broly to rescue his daughter. Broly refused the money. "I have already made a deal with Princess Erika before. She gave me the Dragon Ball and I rescued her. I can't take this money. But if possible, could you help me convert these gold bars into money?" After saying that, he took out 5 large gold bars from his arms and placed them on the table. Princess Erika saw that Broly didn't want to accept the money, and she was obviously a little angry. She grabbed Broly's arm and shook it. "Broly, just accept it. Although our country is small, it's not a lot of money." "That's true. Just accept it. Otherwise, if others find out, they will think that their king Akaral is stingy, ha 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 ha." The king also smiled in agreement. After postponing it several times, Broly found that he couldn't postpone it, so he took the money, and then continued, "Okay, then I will accept the money. Are you going to have any trouble in the near future? Let me help you solve it." The king did have a very troublesome matter to deal with, but he was very entangled in his heart and finally gave up after thinking about it. Because Broly only looks like he is 6 or 7 years old, even if he is stronger than children of the same age and can even beat adults, it is of no use. Chapter 27 The Gate of Demon Realm. Broly also saw the concern in the king's heart. It seemed that he was being underestimated, so he raised his hand, grabbed one of the legs of the table and lifted the 20-meter-long table directly. Google search reading. This move instantly shocked the king, Princess Erika, and other people around. You must know that this table weighs at least 200 kilograms. In addition, the food on the table almost weighed 800 kilograms, and he still only grabbed one corner of the table and lifted it up. This is incredible, incredible. If the food plus the table weighs 800 kilograms and is converted into the mass unit kilogram, it is 400 kilograms. According to the relationship between force and mass, F equals ma times the weight of the earth 10 kg/n, which is 4000 n. To lift this table, we must also consider the lever principle F1L1 equals F2L2. If the force point here is approximately equal to 10 centimeters, then Broly must have at least 400,000 n of strength to lift this table. I must have calculated correctly. The strength of an adult man is around 1000 n. Broly's one hand is equivalent to the strength of 400 adult men, and this is not even the limit of his strength. But what surprised the king even more was that a small table did not collapse when it supported a weight of 400,000 n at that stress point. Even if the wood of the table was very strong, it would not be possible to do this. The reason for this is, of course, that Broly dispersed his energy on the table and lifted the table. In fact, even if he didn't use his energy, he could still lift the table, but it would break in the middle and then have a good meal. If it were gone like this, it would be more gain than loss. Broly put the table down and asked with a slight contentment, "Can you tell me what the matter is now? As long as it can be solved by force, I can help you solve it." The king nodded and immediately told Broly about the strange things that had happened in the past few days. It turns out that a few days ago, a gate with a height of 50 meters appeared in this desert, with various monster shapes carved on it. There is a strange sword stuck at the door. As soon as night comes, the ugly and powerful monsters inside will come out from the other side of the door to plunder food and women. 2 surrounding countries have been plundered, many people were killed, women were plundered, and all food was robbed. What's even more weird is that this gate is constantly moving. If it follows its trajectory, it will arrive at the gate of the kingdom where Broly is now in a few days. When Broly heard what he said, he seemed to remember that there was indeed such a plot in Dragon Ball. In the original plot, when Wukong was a child, he passed by a village when he went out for training. A little girl in that village was taken away by King Azura in the demon world. As the protagonist full of justice, Wukong rushed into the demon world and fought with King Azura, rescued the little girl, and pulled out the sword of Azura. The story ends here. But the strange thing is, how could the gate of the demon realm appear here in the desert, and according to the plot, the monsters in it will not kill people. Otherwise, the village would have been gone, so why would they start killing people here? Could it be that King Azura fell in love with the girl from that village, so he spared that village? Broly guessed that it was because of this that the village escaped disaster. So that gate should be the gate to the demon world. The Dragon Ball world we know is just an ordinary world, which can be said to be the world managed by Kaishin. There is another world in Dragon Ball, and that is the demon world. Demon King Dabula is a member of the demon realm. Although Dabula is said to be the king of the demon realm, he is actually just one of the little kings. There are many more powerful beings than him. If it is really the demon world in the early stage of Dragon Ball, I am not in vain. As long as I don't go too deep, it should be fine and I can start a wave. Broly patted his chest and agreed, "Okay, just leave it to me. I'll help you close the door. Those monsters inside will never hurt anyone in this city, even a single hair." Although Broly showed a small part of his strength, the king was still worried. After all, this was related to the fate of the entire country. "Then I will ask the guards in the palace to go out with you to fight against those monsters." Broly said casually, "It's up to you, as long as they can catch up by then." Although the king did not understand what Broly meant, he had already prepared 2 plans. In the past few days, he had slowly dismissed some of the people of the kingdom in preparation to avoid this disaster. Otherwise, if his daughter disappeared for 2 days and he was still in the palace, he would have gone out with his guards to look for her. After eating, Broly was led by Princess Erika to a guest room of his own. Princess Erika was obviously very evil and stayed in Broly's room, trying to take advantage of Broly. Broly didn't care too much about this. After all, he was a boy, so he just let her take advantage. Broly is not a fool, he naturally knows that this desert princess likes him, and it is not because he likes children. Sometimes in the face of love, various barriers can be overcome, such as identity, age, and even race. There is no reason for love. This situation is completely different from the last time Su Xiao wanted to take a bath with her. Princess Erika did not treat herself as a child, so there was no deception. After dealing with her, Broly took a piece of paper and wiped his sticky hands before entering the group chat. Princess Erika hugged her dark and hot face, feeling hot all over her body. She lowered her head and left the room shyly. No one knew what happened inside. Small group leader, at everyone, please stop diving. This time the mission is coming again. We are going to Goblin Slayer world to rescue the girls who were captured by the goblins. There are anyone who wants to register will be deducted 1. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Bake 1, I'll do it. Sanji said there's almost not enough food on the ship, so he asked me to go out and find some. Boy next door, save 1, save someone? Count me in. The remaining child was selected, deduction 1, it's a bit boring to return to the real world after defeating Gokuman, I'll go too. Tajmi, deduct 1. Imperial Engine, dead. Broly, I have something to do and I can't go. A little expert at making meatballs, on a mission. Small group leader, okay, let's determine the number of people first. The people participating this time, Luffy, Peter Parker, Taiki, Tajmi, and me. Everyone, please prepare. I will open the channel in an hour. Tajmi, received. Luffy, no problem. Tai, understand. Chapter 28 The World of Goblin Slayer. An hour later, everyone was getting ready. Google search reading. Su Xiaohu put on a red sportswear that was convenient for combat. She shrunk the alloy stick in her hand into several sections and hid it on her body. She jumped down from the room and came to the hall downstairs. He walked straight to the family photo on the table. In the family photo, a little boy is wearing a camouflage uniform and stroking the head of a little girl. Behind them are his father and mother. The father in the photo is also wearing a military uniform and looks upright. Su Xiaohu picked up the 2 photos, touched the little boy and his father inside, and murmured, "Dad, brother, I have to trouble you this time to help me come back safely." With tears in the corners of her eyes, she opened the space-time channel and strode in. A dazzling white light flashed, and when she opened her eyes, she had arrived in a very dense forest with several people standing next to her. A man squatting on a tree wearing a straw hat and a very vicious scar under his eyes was picking fruits from the tree, biting them one by one, regardless of whether they were poisonous or not. There were 3 people standing under the straw hat boy. A little boy was holding a white, round, unknown creature in his arms, and a man wearing a red spider tights was communicating with another man carrying a strangely shaped sword on his back. The people in front of me are Luffy from the One Piece world, Taiki from the Digimon world, Spider-Man from the Marvel world, and Tajmi from the Crimson Eyes. Hello everyone, I'm really sorry to keep you waiting for so long, Su Xiaohu greeted everyone. Luffy was on the tree and threw a red fruit in his hand to Su Xiaohu, ha ha ha, it doesn't matter. We have just arrived. This fruit is quite delicious. Let me give you one. Su Xiaohu took the fruit, nodded and expressed her gratitude to Luffy on the tree, then walked quickly to Peter Parker and stretched out her hand to him. This is the first time we meet, I am your little group Lord Su Xiaohu, please give me more advice. This is the first time we meet. I'm Peter Parker. You can also call me Spider-Man. Please give me some advice. Peter Parker politely stretched out his hand, and the two held their hands together. Forget it, I'm not used to being called Peter Parker, so I'll call you Dutch brother. Su Xiaohu said with a smile. Peter Parker. Su Xiaohu ignored the confused Dutch boy and began to explain the background and tasks of this world. Let me first tell you what this world is like and what this mission is about. The world we travel through is called Goblin Slayer, also known as Goblin Hunter. It is a magical world similar to the Western Middle Ages. In this world, there are various magics and some races that exist in myths and legends. For example, elves, dwarves, orcs, halflings. Our mission this time is the goblin race. The goblins of this race are not strong individually, but they live in groups, which is very troublesome. In addition, these goblins are ugly and extremely cunning. Their reproductive and learning abilities are also particularly strong. In this world, they like to plunder some human women and return them to their lairs to reproduce. Some novice adventurers often stumble because they are new to the game and don't understand it. Because the goblins in this world also have various professions. including Goblin Slayer, Goblin Rogue, and Goblin Shaman. And the story begins in an adventurer's guild. Su Xiaohu told them the situation of this world in simple and easy to understand words. The Tajmi also realized that these goblins were not that easy to deal with, and they nodded subconsciously. After Su Xiaohu finished the introduction, he began to arrange tasks. The next thing we need to do is find the human town quickly, because when it gets dark, the forest will be more dangerous. Then find the Adventurers Guild through the human town and register as an adventurer there to receive the mission. This way we can get some information about the goblins and where is their lair. Ah, this would be too boring. Can I not go? I want to catch the monsters in this world. And wouldn't it be super cool to have magicians in this world? Luffy crossed his arms and stared blankly. Looking at the little star, he said confidently. Su Xiaohu pinched his cheek and stretched it, then let go, bounced it back, and gave him a heavy blow on the head. No, we know very little about the situation in this world now, and we don't know the situation in this world. What is the combat power of goblins? You must not act rashly. It is best to be safe. If something happens to someone in the entire team because of your relationship, I will not forgive you. And as soon as you get to the town, you can see the magician, so you don't have to worry. There are also warriors and thieves. Su Xiaohu said slowly, and then asked Tajmi, I'll leave this Tajmi to you. Keep an eye on him and don't let him run around like last time. Tajmi also knew the character of the Master Luffy in front of him. He nodded, patted his chest and assured, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of him. Su Xiaohu continued, Landy, I leave it to you to investigate the surrounding environment. After all, you have spider sense and can detect dangers lurking in the dark. If there's no problem, leave it to me. Peter Parker made an okay gesture, shot out a spider silk from his wrist and swung it up to a tall tree to investigate the situation. Broly saw through the live broadcast in the group that Su Xiaohu and his party were on the right track, and felt relieved. Su Xiaohu was right. She should go to a human town first. After all, the world of swords and magic is the most dangerous at night, and due to the obstruction of vision at night, the combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Broly continued to follow the progress of Su Xiaohu's team, treating it like watching a movie to relieve his boredom. However, he did not take any time off. Instead, he continued to try to control the energy in his body. Broly could clearly feel his strength rising every minute and every second. If he continues at this rate and waits until he is 18 years old, his strength may be comparable to that of Super Series 3. And this is based on the premise that he has not practiced, but is just trying to master the original power of his body. On the other hand, Su Xiaohu exchanged her points for a large amount of currency in the world, and then gave everyone a new set of clothes in a town. The group of people walked to the center of the town without causing much commotion, came to the Adventurers Guild and successfully registered as adventurers. Su Xiaohu's eyes lit up when she discovered that these potions could actually work on her in the magic potion shop. So she decisively exchanged all her points for the currency of this world and plundered all the potions in the potion shop. Chapter 29 Entering the Gate of Demon Realm. On the morning of the second day, Broly got up and stretched, and then someone started to help him wash up and brought breakfast. Google search reading. After enjoying the service, Broly couldn't help but sigh in his heart, this corrupt life is really so comfortable. But I like it. There was nothing to do in the next 2 days. When I arrived at a demon world gate, I didn't know when it would appear. Broly felt a little embarrassed to stay here eating and drinking. Finally one night, suddenly a plume of black smoke appeared outside the city, and a 50-meter-long gate suddenly appeared in front of the city. The gate had an unusual shape, with various monsters carved on it. It gave people a very ominous feeling, and there was a strange-looking sword stuck on the ground. Broly knew that the time had come for him to show off, so he said goodbye to the king and Princess Erika, and flew out in front of everyone's surprised eyes. The speed was so fast that by the time they realized who they were, they had already disappeared. The king finally understood at this moment, just follow what Broly said if you can. But he was not relieved and immediately began to summon his guards and marched towards the city gate. When Broly arrived at the city gate, countless strange-looking humanoid creatures were already shouting below the city with swords and various weapons, and had begun to attack the city. A blue-skinned giant wore a beast suit with 2 sharp horns on his head. He looked like a troll. He also held a huge mace in his hand and attacked the city gate. "Humans, open the door quickly, or you will be dead when I break the door open!" The blue-skinned giant shouted in his mouth while smashing the door, threatening the soldiers on the city. The soldiers kept shooting bows and arrows at the giants and monsters below the city, but they could hardly do any harm to them. Just when the city gate was about to be breached by the blue-skinned giant, Broly raised a burst of dust and air waves from the sky, shaking all the surrounding monsters away. The place where he landed happened to be the blue-skinned giant. Before the blue-skinned giant was pushed back a few steps by the wave of air. When the smoke cleared, he saw that the person standing in front of him was a small human being, no bigger than his hand. He squatted down and shouted arrogantly, "Where did this little brat come from? How dare he stand in the way of Lord Kalinka, the strongest man in the demon world?" Broly crossed his arms and looked at him contemptuously. Such a big guy only looked fierce, but was actually very weak. He had no strength at all and still claimed to be the strongest man in the demon world. The blue-skinned giant put his face close to Broly, exhaled a stream of white gas from his mouth, and said with a fierce look, "Kid, if you look at me like this, are you looking down on Lord Kalinka? I but the strongest man in the demon world, even if I stand here and fight you, you can't hurt me, ha 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 ha." The surrounding monsters also followed the blue-skinned giant and began to laugh unscrupulously. In their eyes, even if a human child could fly, how powerful could it be? Broly looked at the big face in front of him and punched him gently. The blue-skinned giant's entire face quickly deformed, and finally his head turned into a pile of paste and shattered on the ground. When all the monsters around saw this scene, they were all frightened and speechless, and some of them screamed. After all, the scene in front of him was too shocking. A human child just punched the head of the strongest man in the demon world to pieces. What happened? What happened? Why did Lord Kalinka die suddenly? The monsters looked at Broly in horror and took a few steps back involuntarily, losing the arrogance they had just now. Broly doesn't talk as much as the villains. He also has to explain to these monsters why he can kill the big guy with one punch. He has to make the scene look like a teaching scene. He directly raised one of his fingers, and dazzling white light condensed on the fingertips. Then a ball of light element the size of a football was condensed on the top of his finger and thrown towards the place where the monsters were densest. When the photon bomb came into contact with the monster's body, a deafening explosion occurred instantly, flames shot into the sky, and the entire desert began to shake along with countless screams. When the firelight dissipated, there were only dozens of monsters left from the demon realm gate. They had been frightened by the explosion just now, and they sat slumped on the ground motionless one by one, as if they had witnessed the power of God. A large pit with a diameter of 50 meters was left on the ground. Black smoke was constantly rising around the pit, and some crystallized items appeared inside. These were glass smelted from sand at high temperatures. By the time the king arrived with his guards, the battle here was over. Broly killed the last monster with his own hands and walked towards the gate of the demon world. Just as he was about to go in, another blue-skinned giant appeared, as well as another long-haired beauty wearing a red tights. The two of them stopped in front of Broly and said confidently, "The demon world is the territory of Lord Yama, and no living person is allowed to enter." Broly's heart was full of contempt. You don't allow humans to enter, and then you allow the monsters in the demon world to come out to kill and rob? What is the truth of this? The two of them were at a loss for words for a moment, but the beauty wearing a red tights and pink horns on her head continued to explain, "This is our duty. We are just following the instructions of Lord Yama and do not allow living people to enter from the devil world. If the people in the demon world come out, there is nothing we can do. We have not participated in the people in the demon world harming human beings." Broly didn't want to talk nonsense with this kind of person and continued to stride forward. At this moment, another blue-skinned giant hit Broly's head with a mace. Broly raised the mace with one hand and threw the entire blue-skinned giant away. Then he walked up to the beauty with pink horns. When the beauty wanted to say something, Broly raised his finger. It directly smashed her head. The blue-skinned giant stood up from the ground angrily and waved his mace. "You hateful guy, you actually killed Nasha. I will kill you to avenge Nasha." Broly sneered, raised a finger and aimed at his head, hitting him mercilessly. After the blue-skinned giant's head was shattered, his whole body fell to his knees. Broly walked to the door and saw the Azura sword stuck on the ground. He didn't pull it out immediately. Instead, he walked towards the demon realm. He wanted to see what it was like inside the demon realm. However, he would not seek death and go too deep. After all, there were some beings similar to Demon King Dabura, whose combat power far exceeded his own. Chapter 30 Hell Map. Broly stepped into the gate of the demon realm out of curiosity. What came into view was a dead crimson sky and a pitch-black earth. There was also a pungent smell of sulfuric acid floating in the air. Before he could take a few more steps, several strange-looking weirdos with sharp horns on their heads suddenly surrounded them. One of them, a red-skinned weirdo with a mouth full of fangs, asked Broly. "How did you get in here, human brat? Why didn't Master Kalinka come back?" The other two weirdos who looked like goblins came out and said impatiently, "Don't worry about how he got in. Anyway, he is our food. Human children have the tenderest meat. Roast them. It tastes delicious when you eat it. Yes, let's hide it quickly. If other people see it, they will take it away again. Those women that King Azura plundered last time, got tired of playing and rewarded them, and they all died before they could reach me. I peeled off her skin and grilled it to eat, not to mention how fragrant it was. Yes, yes, the most delicious food among humans is children, and then women. Human children are usually fed to those tall demons. We are not even qualified to smell them." These demons were drooling as they talked, obviously seeing Broly as their food. Broly sneered, raised his finger, and pointed at two of the demons. A white light directly penetrated their heads, and their bodies collapsed. Nowadays, Broly is becoming more and more fond of this one-shot headshot technique. Not only does it not get his hands dirty, but it is also quite clean to solve. The other demon had long been frightened and was lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, and his body was twitching. Originally, Broly wanted to keep him alive to get information about this demonic world, but now it seems that it may take some time until he regains consciousness, so it seems that he can forget it. I don't have that much time. I have to wait for him to regain consciousness, so he might as well find another demon. A ray of white light penetrated directly through the demon's head and brains, and blood splattered everywhere. Broly didn't feel any discomfort at all and continued to go deeper into the demon world. Then he encountered several demon teams, and as expected, they were wiped out in another wave. But this time, a demon who was still conscious was left behind. From his mouth, Broly also learned that the most powerful person in this demon world is the so-called Azura King. As for Demon King Padala, this the devil said that he had never heard of it. After getting the information, Broly decisively broke his neck, muttering to himself, could it be that this demon's level was too low, so he didn't know Demon King Dabra? He could only continue to go deeper and move towards the palace where King Azura was. Along the way, I met other demons. They were taller and uglier than the demons I met before. After getting information from their mouths, Broly crushed them all like ants. According to the information obtained from their mouths, none of these guys knew the so-called Demon Lord Dabura, which made Broly a little confused. The reason why Broly is so entangled with the Demon King Dabula is because he doesn't want to run into this guy. Now his strength is relatively weak and he cannot defeat him at all. If Demon King Dabra was in this area, he would leave without hesitation and draw the Azura sword. In Dragon Ball Z, Demon King Dabura not only can turn people to stone with his saliva, but he can also crush Gohan, who transformed into a Super Saiyan. And according to Kakarote's evaluation, this guy can compete with Cell in his full form. As a Saiyan, Broly wants to fight him now, but he also knows that he was abused in the past. What he wanted was an opponent with similar strength to him, not a bastard who could hit him with one finger. That's why he kept a low profile when he came in, did not fly in the sky, and killed all the demons who saw him, just because he didn't want to attract the attention of Demon King Dabra. But now it seems that Demon King Dabra does not exist in this demon world, and no one knows who Demon King Dabra is. As a result, Broly's back instantly straightened up. This is so scary. As for King Azura's performance in Dragon Ball, he's just as good as Piccolo's. He swaggered directly to King Azura's palace, headshot the two trolls guarding the door, and blasted open the door. As soon as he came in, Broly smelled a very fragrant smell of barbecue. The demons in the palace were holding a grand banquet. Zhongxiang drove dozens of barbecue grills in the palace, and some demons who looked like goblins were adjusting the heat. On top of the barbecue grill were human bodies, only the heads were missing, some of them were children and some were women. Their bodies were penetrated directly from the lower body with a bone rod. From the severed neck, across the entire body. The demon who looked like a goblin next to the barbecue kept twitching his nose to inhale the aroma of the barbecue. The green flames were like ghost fire, constantly roasting the bodies of children and women. Strangely, there were no traces of scorching or blackening. On the contrary, the whole body exudes a strange crystal luster, and even the skin is not cracked, but still intact. It looks very tempting and delicious. It can even seduce people's appetite and make them want to take a bite. The people who can participate in the banquet this time are all high-level demons with strong combat power and high level and race. The demons raised their wine glasses and clashed with each other to celebrate King Shura marrying his bride again. When they heard the violent explosion, they turned their heads one by one to see what was going on. They saw a human child swaggering in, not afraid of them at all, and stopped what they were doing. Time seemed to have stopped, staring directly at Broly. The dark green eyes are like countless evil wolves staring straight at you. After these days of transformation, Broly has become a Saiyan with a heart as hard as iron and a murderer without blinking an eye. But when he saw this picture of hell on earth, he couldn't help but frown and his whole little face turned dark. Obviously once again tempted to kill. Although he had no intention of letting these demons go, this time he decided to kill them. It is no longer like before to directly aim at the head and give them a good pleasure, but to torture these people again and then kill them. Chapter 31 The Lower Demon Realm. A troll man with 2 exposed fangs and all muscles did not realize the seriousness of the problem at all. Instead, he strode forward and walked in front of Broly. He first looked at Rob Broly, and couldn't help but swallow when he saw such a thin-skinned and tender human child. Then he stretched out his big hand to grab Broly in his hand, and then threw it into his mouth as a snack and ate it. This way, you can enjoy this delicious food all to yourself without having to share it with other demons. The other demons saw that the troll man took the initiative and knew that this guy wanted to eat alone. Kroll, what do you want to do? Eat alone? Damn it! No, you must give me some. Broly glanced at the bunch of demons drooling at him without showing any unnecessary expressions. He looked at them indifferently, as if he were looking at a pile of corpses. He raised his head and looked at the palm that was larger than his own body. Without avoiding it, he directly grabbed the middle finger and ring finger of the troll man with his hands. Then hold the troll's ring finger and middle finger and gently apply force. The palm of this troll was torn open from the middle finger, with a large gash bleeding profusely, and the wound extended along the palm to the entire arm. My hand, my hand! The pain in his arm made the troll roar heartbreakingly, and he sat straight back with his whole body. Broly's pupils turned blood red, he raised his mouth, wiped the blood from his face, and let out a laugh that made even the devil feel his heart palpitate. Although he was laughing, he did not let go of his hand movements. In front of all the demons, he pulled out the bones from the body of the troll. The troll wanted to resist, but his weak strength was useless in front of Broly. On the contrary, the more he resisted, the more excited he became. In the end, the troll died of pain after half of his body was dismantled. Past. This bloody and brutal scene struck directly into the depths of the souls of all the demons, causing all the demons present to take a breath of cold air. After Broly dismantled the troll, he looked at the other demons. His body was swaying like a madman with an evil smile on his lips. Every word he uttered made all the demons shudder. Who's coming next? King Shura, who was sitting on a stone chair above the palace, saw that the situation was getting a little out of control and knew that he should come down to take charge of the situation. She must not let this human child appear out of nowhere to ruin her wedding. King Shura's appearance tends to be human-like. He is not as ugly as other demons. On the contrary, he is very handsome. In Broly's previous life, he would have been a little piece of meat that drove countless girls crazy. However, the only thing that was slightly different from humans was that he had some red lines on his face and body. But these lines add a bit of mystery to his temperament, which makes him even more exciting. He glanced at the trembling bride sitting next to him in a red wedding dress with a smile on her lips, and said softly in her ear, "Don't be afraid, this human child will die soon." The bride's body was trembling and she nodded stiffly. What she was afraid of was not the human child, but the handsome male god King Shura sitting next to him. Because she knew that this man was an out-and-out devil. When he got tired of playing with women, he would reward him to the demons below, and the woman would be ravaged to death by countless demons and finally eaten. Dozens of girls who came with her have become food for these demons. Although Broly looked cruel, in her heart she hoped that the human child would win. King Shura jumped down from the throne above and looked at Broly condescendingly. Just when he was about to say a few harsh words to consolidate his majesty, his neck was directly pinched by Broly, and his whole body was lifted. "Stand up!" Broly was so fast that he didn't have time to react. It could even be said that even if he did, he wouldn't have the ability to resist. Broly floated off the ground with his feet, a kind smile appeared on his lips. "What did you want to say just now?" He pinched King Shura's neck with one hand, and raised a light element bomb with the other hand. The light element bomb expanded in his hand, and then emitted countless rays of light as thick as a finger from it and penetrated the scene. The bodies of all demons. The demons in the palace kept wailing, and some were already begging loudly for mercy, but it was of no use. Broly remained unmoved and continued his attack. No matter where they hide, they will be penetrated by this light. These rays of light hit their bodies densely, from their skin to their flesh and blood, and finally penetrated their bones, and they could not die for a while. In the originally bustling palace, all the demons fell to the ground one by one, with countless holes appearing on their bodies and blood and internal organs flowing all over the floor. King Shura, who was held in Broly's hand, was also shocked by the scene in front of him. This kid was more like a person from the demon world than they were, and he was not merciless at all when killing people. And King Shura can still feel that he is very excited. This guy is simply a perverted lunatic. He was sweating profusely, thinking about how to survive. Broly asked him, "You are King Shura, right? Then do you know there is a man named Demon King Dabra?" I know. King Shura sensed the opportunity to save his life and immediately responded, "Demon King Dabula, he is one of the lowest demon kings. He is very powerful. Even you can't beat him. Every year they will all come to our level and go to the human world from time to time." When Broly heard what he said, he immediately became interested. "According to what you said, the demon world is not only your level, but also divided into many levels." "Yes, Yes. Ours is the uppermost demon world and the closest to the human world. If the demons on the lower level want to go to the human world, they must pass through our level. I have friendships with other demons on the lower level. Demon King Dabra also said something. King Shura obviously saw Broly's fear of Demon King Dabula and immediately started to pull the tiger skin. Broly put King Shura down and became inexplicably easy to talk to. He continued to ask, "Oh, that's it. Then how do you get to the lower demon world?" King Shura thought that Broly was afraid of Demon King Dabula, so he spoke a bit louder and louder, but he still didn't dare to anger Broly. Who knows if this guy would suddenly cut off his penis if he was unhappy. Neck, the passage to the lower demon world is on our throne. Every level of the demon world is like this. Broly flew to the throne and saw the stone-carved throne. And found that there was really a hole behind the throne. It seemed that this hole should be the lower demon world, which made him happy. If this is the case, then I will have a good place to practice in the future, and I will also have a partner to practice with, so I don't have to suppress myself. This may be a beautiful thing. Broly was so happy thinking about this that he killed King Shura on a whim. King Shura, who fell to the ground, walked very restlessly. Chapter 32 is out. Broly looked at the dark crypt. He originally wanted to go down and see what level he could reach, but his stomach growled unsatisfactorily, and then he remembered that he hadn't eaten dinner yet. Google search reading. Anyway, I can't escape from this place, so I'd better go back and have a full meal first. After all, fighting on an empty stomach is not his usual style. When Broly was about to leave, the hem of his clothes was held by a slender and beautiful hand. This hand was particularly white, but it was not a sickly white, but a milky white like milk. It was the first time he saw such a beautiful hand, and he couldn't help but be a little obsessed. If Kira Yoshikage, a good family man in the GeoGeo world, saw this, he would definitely not be able to help but collect it and fall in love with this hand. Together. Note that Kira Yoshikage only wants this hand, not this person. Broly is not that perverted. If he were to choose, he would definitely want someone as well. A delicate girl with tears on her face looked at Broly pitifully. Her beautiful hands kept shaking, obviously she mustered up a lot of courage. "Please, can you call me, go out." This girl was really snatched away as a bride by King Azura. She witnessed it all with her own eyes when Broly slaughtered all the demons in the palace in an instant. For Broly, she was both afraid and wanted to seek help from him, because she knew that she would not be able to get out of this demonic world based on her own words. Broly stretched out an index finger and gently lifted her chin, realizing that this girl was really pretty. No wonder King Azura saved her until the end. She looked to be about 16 or 17 years old, with black hair hanging straight down her hips, snow-white skin, and a delicate face. This made Broly, who was tired of seeing internet celebrity faces in his previous life, a little excited. Broly had a smirk on his face and asked teasingly, "Why should I rescue you?" The girl raised her head and looked at the child in front of her. Although she was very young, she was more terrifying than the devil. She was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to say. However, in order to survive, she still did not let go and said hurriedly, "I can do everything. I can wash clothes, cook, dance, and know how to take care of people." Broly just wanted to tease her at first, but after hearing what she said, he was a little interested. If he settles down on Earth in the future, he will really need a housekeeper to take care of him personally. He can't do everything by himself. But it was a little inconvenient to carry an oil bottle with him now, which made him a little hesitant. The girl looked at Broly with some anxiety, fearing that he would leave her here. If she stayed here, she would be discovered by other demons, which would be more painful than death. Broly stopped teasing her. Anyway, it wouldn't take much effort for him to go out and take someone with him. So he put her on his shoulder with one hand and said with a smile, "I'm kidding you, I'll take care of someone. You go out and go wherever you want when the time comes." The girl did not dare to speak or even move her body. She had an intuition that the child was not joking with her just now. He would even leave her here if she had not shown her value just now. Broly wrapped the energy barrier around the two of them, and his body was like a stream of light, instantly flying to the entrance of the Demon Realm gate. When he came out, he pulled out the Azura sword on the ground. Although in the setting, the sword of Azura can only be pulled out after dawn, this setting is a joke to Broly, and the entire desert is almost lifted up by him. Although this sword of Azura is not a powerful weapon, it is the key that can open the entrance to the Devil World. As long as you have this key, you can enter the Devil World anytime and anywhere. Broly carried the sword on his back, and the gate to the Demon World behind him slowly became illusory, and finally disappeared into the desert. He put the rescued girl down and said to her, "We are out, you can go wherever you want." The girl nodded, but did not leave, still standing behind Broly. Around them, the king and many guards were waiting for Broly, while watching out for the demon inside to escape. As for the door to the Demon World, they did not dare to enter. The king was so excited that he held Broly's hand. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, our country might not be able to survive." At this moment, the king did not expect that this important matter of national subjugation could be solved so easily. The surrounding guards also knelt down on one knee and performed knightly salutes to express their gratitude to him. Broly didn't care at all. After all, this matter didn't take much effort for him, and he said jokingly, "If you really want to thank me, just treat me to a good meal. I happen to be hungry." The king said proudly, "Eat, eat hard. Captain Arhui, go back and tell the chefs in the palace to prepare well tonight and bring all the edible things to the table. Tonight we are celebrating as a nation, and every subject can come and participate, ha 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 ha. I'll go back soon." Al-Huade, the captain of the guard, immediately climbed onto the horse, raised the whip in his hand, and galloped away. Broly knew that tonight's dinner was in order, and his mood improved. He had a smile on his face that a child should have, not as ferocious and terrifying as in the Demon World. At this moment, a figure suddenly ran over, hugged Broly in his arms, and spun around in circles a few times. Princess Erika said excitedly, "I knew you would be fine. My Broly is the most powerful person in the world." The king shook his head when he saw the scene in front of him. He knew that his unsatisfactory daughter must have fallen in love with him. At the same time, Xiaojuju was also fighting in his heart. If Broly is willing to stay, he can help him conquer the entire desert country and make his country the largest country in the desert and occupy the best oasis. In this way, even if this guy can eat himself without losing money, he can still afford it. Just when he was happily dreaming about his great cause of unification. Next to her, Princess Erika saw a girl who was even more beautiful than herself standing behind Broly. Princess Erika felt a sense of crisis, put her hands on her small waist, walked to the girl aggressively, raised her proud little chin, and asked, "Who are you? Why are you in Broly? Behind you?" The girl was afraid and put her body close to Broly, but although her body was very petite and weak, Broly was only a 6-year-old child, so there was no way he could hide such a big person. Facing Princess Erika's question, the girl was at a loss for a moment. Perhaps she was frightened by Princess Erika's aura and was completely speechless. When Broly saw this, he explained, "She was a girl captured by those demons. She was originally going to marry King Azura. Then I went in and killed King Azura, and then I rescued her." When Princess Erika heard what Broly said, she no longer looked at the poor girl with fierce eyes. Perhaps because she had a similar experience, she became less hostile towards the girl. But she is still afraid that this girl will steal Broly from her. After all, if she waits another 10 years, Broly can be with her. Chapter 33 Goblin Purge. Princess Erika couldn't help but blush when she thought of her training plan and future happy life. Things here came to an end, and then they followed the large army into the city and headed towards the palace. When Princess Erica learned about the tragic experiences of the girls who were captured along the way, she, who was originally kind, no longer made things difficult for the girl, and allowed the girl to return to the palace with herself. On the way, Broly also learned that the girl's name was Elise. He was originally an ordinary person in a desert oasis kingdom 50 kilometers away from here. Their family lived there without any worries, but a week ago the gate to the demon world suddenly came to the gate of the country. The entire country was destroyed, and she and many girls were all captured into the demon world. There were many girls inside who were ravaged and then eaten by the demon inside. The good-looking ones were kept as wives of King Azura. King Azura has a quirk. He believes that the best things should be saved for last, so the most beautiful Iris became King Azura's last wife. Finally, Broly came in and killed King Azura. She was saved. So sometimes being good-looking can be an advantage and can give you a chance to survive at critical times. Broly couldn't deny this. After all, being good-looking in the previous life was indeed an advantage, whether it was for boys or girls. In school and workplace, they would get more opportunities and care than those who were ordinary-looking. Back in the palace, the happy king held a grand party. Many fine wines and delicacies were served on the table, and everyone was invited to attend. Broly immediately transformed into a cook, stuffing everything delicious into his mouth without stopping at all. He didn't care about the king's impassioned speech or the dancing of the beauties around him. Are these things more important than cooking for himself? After eating, Broly drank a little more wine. The wine in this world seemed to be sweetened with fruits and not as spicy as white wine, which he liked very much. Princess Erica discovered that Broly was not interested in these dances at all, so she secretly took Broly away, and the two of them came to the roof of the palace. Broly also brought a large barrel of wine. While looking at the moon in the sky, he opened the group chat system to watch the progress of Su Xiaoyu and his party. Su Xiaoyu really wrote the Word document deeply in her bones. Even though she had registered as an adventurer and obtained the location and information of the goblin lair, she did not act rashly. A large number of people launched an ambush on a passing goblin. The poor goblin was just an ordinary goblin without a profession. When he died, he didn't know how qualified he was to let these 5 people ambush him in the bushes and sneak up on him. Su Xiaoyu used the remaining money he had left to hire 10 senior magicians, 10 senior warriors, and 10 senior spearmen, and led them to sweep out all the surrounding goblin nests. The mission this time said that it was only to rescue those girls who were kidnapped by goblins, but it did not say how many girls would be rescued. In other words, the more people you rescued, the more points you would get. This made Su Xiaoyu excited, and she immediately wanted to do something big. The goblin who was still dancing in the novice area did not even think about why he was attacked by 30 high-level adventurers and a Tyrannosaurus beast, Mechanical Greymon, equipped with a technological armor. The traps they prepared for novice adventurers were useless against Peter Parker's spider sense. Moreover, the Imperial equipment on Tajmi, the demon haunting, also has the function of invisibility, which makes them fool around. When Su Xiaoyu knocked an ugly goblin inside with a stick to death, she suddenly became angry when she saw the miserable situation of the women who were tied up and used as reproductive tools. She kills goblins without mercy, even the little goblins. In her heart, as long as they are enemies, there is no distinction between men, women, old and young. And when these goblins grow up, they will become adult goblins and they will still do the same evil to human girls. There is an old saying, a white-eyed wolf cannot be raised until it is mature. They raided a lair of goblins and rescued a dozen girls whose eyes had lost their luster, and a few of them were even pregnant. Su Xiaoyu led her goblin-killing force to the next lair, and at her suggestion, Tajmi and Tai also took out their points, exchanged them for the currency of this world, and hired some more a powerful adventurer. What's even more outrageous is that they also hired the protagonist of this world, Goblin Slayer. The warrior who was wrapped in silver-white armor and had rich experience in hunting goblins. With the protagonist's hunting experience, this army can enter uninhabited territory and kill goblins very efficiently. In just 1 week, more than 500 goblin nests were cleared and up to 3,000 human girls were rescued. And also rescued a princess who had been kidnapped by goblins for many days. The incident got bigger and bigger, and finally some powerful high-level goblin shamans in the goblin tribe were alerted. They prepared a trap for Su Xiaowu and others in a valley to catch all the humans who were killing goblins. But these little tricks of theirs are just like jokes in front of the protagonist with the title of Goblin Slayer. The magicians first created phantoms and pretended to be a large army to enter, triggering a trap. Immediately afterwards, countless explosive missiles bombarded the goblin lair. Mechanical Greymon took the lead and directly withstood most of the magic attacks and physical damage. Luffy followed closely behind, excitedly using his rubber machine gun, and was beaten away one by one before the goblin shaman troops had finished chanting. Peter Parker spun spider silk from his hands and shuttled between the battlefields. With his spider sense, he easily dodged all attacks, covering Luffy and guarding against attacks from the dark. Tajmi pulled out the giant sword behind her and shouted, "Evil spirits are haunting me." A ferocious-looking silver-white dragon appeared behind him. The dragon opened its mouth and swallowed Tajmi whole. A Tajmi wearing silver-white armor and a red tabard appeared on the side of the large army. He used his invisibility to sneak directly into the goblin's lair to investigate the situation inside, and where were the captured girls. Moreover, his invisibility is not a magic that does not exist. The wave goblin's detection magic cannot detect Tajmi's whereabouts. Modify Chapter 20, Chapter 21. Some readers think it is a bit embarrassing to say that Chapter 20 cannot accept the plot. Google search reading. So I made the changes tonight. Also explain what kind of person the protagonist is. First of all, he is an ordinary person, and he is a single mother with a very failed emotional history. His EQ is low, but his IQ is not low. It is mentioned that all 23 confessions failed. If you are not financially well off, you can only eat instant noodles and barbecue in the dormitory. Since I don't have a girlfriend, I am very familiar with some island teachers. You can also think of him as a loser. Now in my understanding, a person's mind will not change when he travels through it, nor will it be affected by what is in his body. It's impossible to say that you traveled through time and became a 6-year-old child, and then your thoughts became that of a 6-year-old child, right? It's like I am an LSP, and then I travel through time and become a child, and I am no longer an LSP. I become a child with pure and clean thoughts. Do you believe it? Anyway, I don't believe it. I wrote a book about pirates before and thought that traveling through time as a child would affect the body, but someone pointed out the problem. Now I have actively corrected it. Also, as an ordinary person, it is impossible for the protagonist to say that once he travels through time, he can kill people without any burden. In the real world, some people tremble for a long time even if they kill a chicken. Let me emphasize here again that the protagonist is an ordinary person. I don't believe that someone is so awesome and can kill people without any psychological burden at all. Unless this guy is actually a murderer. This is my own setting and hypothesis. Scions have violent factors in their genes and are full of destructive desires. Especially the legendary scions. The violent factors in them are more terrifying, their destructive desires are stronger, and they are more suppressed. If it is, the rebound will be even more terrifying, and if it is serious, you will lose consciousness. The original Broly didn't go on a rampage because he was wearing special equipment, and the Vampa Star could be destroyed at will. But the protagonist didn't. He hadn't discovered this problem before, and was affected by the values of his previous life. He didn't want to cause casualties to innocent people, so he had been deliberately suppressing himself. He finally realized the seriousness of the problem when he lost consciousness. Then during the trip to the bottom of the sea, in order not to lose consciousness and become a madman, Broly chose to accept a little bit of the violent factors and destructive desires in his body. This kind of drastic change in his personality after his return is closely related to it. Broly in this form is not weakened. You can understand that Broly is driving a semi-violent Broly under normal conditions. To sum up, Broly was a loser in his previous life, and was affected by the Scion body. He became full of destructiveness and violence, but his other thoughts did not change and he did not lose his intelligence. As a loser, suddenly traveling through time gives you the power to destroy the entire world, and there is nothing precious that you want to protect in this world. You also know that no one can threaten you in the early stage, and in the middle and late stages. No one can defeat you even if you just deal with it casually without practicing hard. At this time, you choose to practice hard like an ascetic, living in the wilderness, not having sex with women, not eating good food, and not pursuing any quality of life. You just want to practice crazy and become the best in the universe. Or do you want to fulfill all your unfulfilled wishes in the previous life, build a palace, and attract beautiful women? The protagonist is now 6 years old and can't do much, just to keep his eyes open, just like using Douyin to watch beautiful women. Savor the delicacies of this world, and then let the world serve you. What games do you want to play, and what games must be developed in this world? What kind of movies do you want to watch? What kind of movies must be available in this world? Whatever you want, the world must provide you. Live comfortably, practice a little from time to time, and then become number one in the universe. I am a loser and I chose the latter, so Broly also chose the latter. Of course, there are also some people who choose the former. It can only be said that their thoughts are relatively high-minded, and their lack of desire and pursuit is really admirable. He has the power to conquer the world, but he has no desire at all, he is not a womanizer, and he has no need for life. He believes that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. If he feels that he has gained extraordinary power, he must contribute to a strange world wholeheartedly without asking for anything in return. This kind of person is more superhuman than Superman and can be called a saint. However, the novel I wrote is just a story about an ordinary Diosy gaining extraordinary power and then satisfying his desires. It is not suitable for you to read. Real. Here are a few recommended books that you should read. Crossing People. Tao Te Ching. Universal Record. 24 Filial Piety Pictures. Buddha's Visit. The last thing to say is, walk slowly and don't send me away. Chapter 34 Ending the World of Goblin Slayer. Tajmi sneaked into the goblin base camp, followed the spear-wielding goblins in front and avoided some traps, and arrived at a cave of a human girl without any danger. In Google search reading. The air here is dull and filled with the smell of fishy seafood. The floor is sticky and there is some white unknown liquid. Inside, many goblins were lying on the human girl's body, sowing seeds diligently. The Tide girl's eyes were dull and their bodies were completely unconscious. Some of them are ordinary villagers nearby, and some are adventurers, but now they have all become the goblins' reproductive tools. When Tajmi saw this scene, she wanted to use the evil spirits in her hands to chop off all the heads of these goblins one by one. But he didn't do this. If he did, he would not only alarm the goblins here, but also the goblins outside. At that time, even if you are haunted by evil spirits, it will be difficult to escape. Goblins in this world have various professions, and they are not the kind of goblins with low IQs, wearing shabby clothes and holding primitive weapons. There are many powerful goblins among goblins, such as Goblin Shaman, Goblin Assassin, Goblin Warrior, Goblin Spearman. All in all, this is a very tough group of goblins. During the period when Tajmi joined the night attack and followed Su Xiao on missions, his character was no longer as impulsive as before and became more calm. He first sent the group location in the group and sent a message, "At little group leader, I have found the place where the girls are detained. Should I continue to explore now, or should I stay here?" Small group leader, you stay there first, don't act rashly, and wait for the signal. Now the goblins outside are completely defeated. They may kill all these human girls when they retreat. or take them as hostages. I asked Luffy to return. Is he Landy going to support you? Tajmi, okay. After replying to the message, Tajmi turned her head away. She couldn't bear to look directly at the picture inside. Her fists could not help but be clenched, but the anger in her heart was burning. The battle was raging outside. Su Xiao waved the stick in his hand and smashed the head of a goblin. Then he jumped on top of Mechanical Greymon and said to Tai, let Mechanical Greymon rush over and we'll kill him. The battle line was pushed forward, and Tajmi had found the position of those girls. Now Luffy, Landy he and Goblin Slayer formed a team with a dozen high-level thieves and were rushing over. We need to share the firepower with them on the front lines. Tai stood inside a golden protective shield and nodded. The protective shields being used by two high-ranking priests next to him protected him. Although Mechanical Greymon is very powerful, Taiki is very fragile, so someone has to protect him. Tai raised the sacred plan in his hand high and injected his digital soul into it, and the courage badge inside the sacred plan burst out with intense light. The familiar BGN sounded. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus was bathed in the digital soul, and the injuries and damaged time alloy on its body were all restored in an instant, and it even almost evolved into Battle Greymon. Tai Yi. Sensing Taiki's determination and belief, Mechanical Greymon launched a more violent attack, using its trident arm to directly break the goblin's protective barrier. On its back, the priests tried their best to inject magic power and cast a more powerful protective shield to wrap it. The alloy of time in Mechanical Greymon's chest was opened and the trick was performed. Giga Destruction Cannon. 2 mushroom clouds rose directly inside the goblin army. The terrifying explosion directly defeated the goblins' last line of defense. Behind it, countless high-level adventurers rushed forward waving their weapons. The goblins' defeat was decided, and what followed was a one-sided massacre. On the other hand, the defeated goblins had already planned to retreat and fled through different tunnels in the cave. They knew that in such a situation of total defeat, there was no point in staying. Just when they were about to take away all the human girls in the cave and find another place to continue breeding offspring, suddenly a tall figure appeared from behind the goblin shaman, and his head was chopped off with a huge sword. After receiving permission to move, Tajmi finally couldn't hold back and took action first. Outside, Luffy was still using his rubber machine gun to clean up the goblins inside. His fists easily penetrated the shields and armors of these goblins. The fists were so fast that some goblin shamans were knocked away by countless fists before they had time to cast their magic. Goblin Slayer behind him was finishing his blows, and he would never let go of any goblin. Killing the goblins was far more important to him than rescuing the girls. It seemed like he had been bullied by goblins. That's why there was such a big reaction. In the cave, Tajmi first killed the toughest goblin shaman through stealth, and then killed all the other goblins in the cave one by one. Although there are some goblins inside and they also have high-level professions, they have no way to deal with such invisible fools. Before he could react, his body was penetrated directly by a big sword. The goblins outside were all eliminated by Luffy, Peter Parker, and an entire army of thieves. At this time, the war between humans and goblins came to an end. This war was triumphantly won by mankind. But a small number of goblins still escaped. After this war, the number of goblins was drastically reduced. Almost even genocide. The result of this victory was not only the strong combat power of Su Xiao and his team, but also the abundant funds they had on hand to hire a large number of adventurers. What's more important is that the protagonist of this world has also joined this war. With the blessing of the protagonist's halo, are you afraid that you can't win? It was precisely because of these 3 reasons that Su Xiao won the war and successfully rescued 1,200 women. It can be said that she has made a lot of money this time. She can't wait to see how many points she can earn this time. When the war is over, everyone has to go their separate ways. Goblin Slayer chose to continue hunting the remaining defeated goblin troops around. Su Xiaowu and the others are going to send these girls back and then do some shopping in the city. After all, in a magical world like this, there are still a lot of good things. Suddenly a girl wrapped in a cloak rushed out, slapped Tajmi in the face, and asked fiercely, "You were there just now, right? Why did you see me being ravaged by goblins? But you didn't save me, why? Why on earth is that?" The kind-hearted Tajmi remained silent, not daring to look at the girl, and turned her head away. Seeing the girl tugging on Tajmi's clothes, Su Xiaowu exploded and slapped the girl on the face. The girl was sent flying away by this slap, fell to the ground and covered her face, looking at Su Xiaowu with hatred. Su Xiaowu raised the stick in his hand and pointed it at the woman, with a fierce look in his eyes. "Hey, you have to find out who rescued you. If it weren't for us, you would still be ridden by countless goblins. If you keep messing around, don't blame us for leaving you here. If you are kidnapped by goblins again, no one will be able to save you." After hearing Su Xiaohu's threat, the girl immediately calmed down, and the army returned safely without making any strange noise. Chapter 35 Confession in the Palace. Seeing that the mission was over, Broly felt relieved and closed the group live broadcast and group chat system. Lying on the top of the palace, looking at the half-moon in the sky. Fortunately, it was not a full moon today, otherwise I would have had no choice but to hide in the room. Scions transform into giant gorillas when they see the moon. However, he is a legendary scion and will not turn into a giant gorilla. He will still retain his human form, but he will lose his mind and his combat power will soar. If he accidentally destroys the earth, he will be in big trouble. Broly looked at the moon in the sky and began to imagine his future. He is a common man and does not have noble sentiments like some people. He believes that with greater ability comes greater responsibility. Selflessly protecting the world without asking for anything in return. He will not conquer the entire earth through the power of terror like old Bic, and then let people live in his own shadow and enjoy destruction all day long. He just wants to collect the Dragon Balls on his own, and then live a better life and build a comfortable little nest on the earth. Of course, this nest must be very big, bigger than the palace beneath him. There are many chefs in the palace who cook all kinds of delicious food in different ways every day, and there are also many beautiful maid sisters to take care of their daily life. When you get tired of practicing, there are all kinds of good movies and fun games to play. You can go wherever you want, without any restrictions. No one can control themselves, and no one can limit themselves. Broly didn't know if his idea was right or wrong. He just wants to build a comfortable nest through his own strength. Is this wrong? Perhaps in the eyes of some people, this kind of behavior is succumbing to desire and power. Broly just found these people's ideas childish and funny. These weird people must have watched too many superhero movies. I really think that all superpowers should be silent and selfless, without asking for anything in return. In their minds, they think that if a person suddenly gains great power, then if he uses this power to seek happiness for himself, then this person is guilty. Even if he uses legal means and doesn't harm the people around him, it won't work. They see this as giving in to power and desire. For this kind of people, Broly said, "Don't mess with me, otherwise he will directly open the skulls of these guys to see what the structure of their brains is. If you say that your behavior is giving in to desire. So, in the past life, those who gained millions or tens of millions by winning lottery tickets or demolishing houses should restrain their desires more. If they use this money to improve their lives, live in a big house, get massages, hire beautiful maids, find personal chefs, travel and vacation. Is this behavior giving in to money and desire? It's really poisonous. Some people who want to surrender haven't had the chance." At this time, Broly rubbed his temples and didn't know why he thought of these things. Maybe it was because I suddenly imagined the future, or maybe it was because I saw Tajmi being blamed for rescuing a girl. This confirmed to him that doing good deeds without asking for anything in return was a very foolish thing. There are always some people who feel like this is what you should do. If you don't do well, you will be criticized. Although most people's thoughts and values are normal, there are some individuals with extremely novel brain circuits. There is no way to reason with such people. They can only beat them like Su Xiaohu, slap their big mouths hard, and give them a big slap in the face. Princess Erika, who was next to her, saw that Broly seemed a little irritable and asked curiously, "What's wrong? What are you upset about?" "It's nothing. Maybe I'm thinking of leaving tomorrow and I feel a little reluctant to leave you," Broly joked. "Then, can you not leave?" Princess Erika asked with a somewhat disappointed tone. When Broly heard her words, he turned his head and looked at her eyes that were as clear as the moon. He seemed to have a little strange emotion in his heart, but he soon sobered up. He put his hands on Princess Erika's shoulders and looked into her eyes and asked seriously, "Then will you come with me?" When Princess Erika heard Broly's words, she lowered her head, not daring to look into Broly's eyes, with tears in her eyes. "Wouldn't it be better for you to stay? We will definitely feed you here, and I will too. Always with you." From her attitude, Broly already understood that Erika would not go with him. After all, as the princess of this country, she cannot abandon her people, abandon her identity and wander with a 6-year-old child. Broly slid his fingers across Princess Erika's cheek and gently wiped her tears. He held her in his arms and smelled her body fragrance and said slowly, "Actually, I used to be a very failure, not handsome, not tall, and even less rich. At that time, I heard people say that humorous boys can easily find girlfriends. During that period, I was very lively and often participated in activities and met many girls. But gradually I realized that in their eyes, I was just a clown. A clown who is responsible for making them happy. After 23 failed lessons, I was completely desperate. At that time, there was a voice in my heart that kept telling myself that no matter how good I became, no one would still like me." Princess Erika's mood gradually stabilized. When she heard these strange words Broly said, her eyebrows gradually wrinkled. Obviously she didn't quite believe what Broly said. After all, how could such a young child like so many girls? Could it be that the love between them was just children giving a candy to each other, and then they wouldn't accept it? Thinking of this, Princess Erika suddenly laughed. Broly blushed when she smiled like this. What he said from the bottom of his heart was just a joke in the eyes of others, which made him a little angry. "What are you laughing at? Are you laughing at me?" Broly used his tickling skills, tickling her flesh and making her body roll forward and backward. Princess Erika hurriedly begged for mercy, "Stop scratching, ha ha ha, stop making trouble, ha ha ha. I was wrong. I was wrong." Hearing her plea for mercy, Broly stopped his hand, crossed his arms over his chest, turned his head away, and sulked. Princess Erika saw that the little guy was really angry, and immediately began to comfort him. "Don't be angry, don't be angry." Broly said he didn't want to talk to her. Seeing that he still didn't respond, Princess Erika took a deep breath and said to Broly seriously, "Actually, you are already very good. No matter what others think of you, you are still the one who brought me from the bottom of my heart in my heart. The little hero rescued from the cave. If you say no girl has ever liked you, then I am the first girl to like you. I like you." Princess Erika held Broly's face and kissed him gently on the forehead. At this moment, Broly's eyes widened as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. People are stupid. Princess Erika has yet to realize how much of an impact her move will have on Broly's life. Looking at the dumbfounded Broly, she continued, "Actually, I am a very selfish person, but now I realize how selfish I am. I want to keep you by my side, take care of you as you grow up, and then completely possess you. Love is a beautiful thing and you shouldn't lose faith in it at such a young age. In this world, there will always be someone who is destined to meet you and fall in love with you. Although I feel like you are an adult, you are still young. This kind of smallness does not mean that you are young, but that you have too little emotional experience. At this moment I know that you will be moved by me and subconsciously think that this is love. But a momentary feeling is not real love. I can't even explain what love is. All I can say is that I like you and want to be with you. But I still can't go with you. Broly came to his senses and asked, "Why? Are you reluctant to let go of your status as a princess? If you come with me, I can give you a better life and a more noble identity. Maybe you can wait for me to come back to you, and I'll be back soon." Princess Erika shook her head, as if she suddenly figured it out at this moment. There is one reason why I don't want to give up my status as a princess, but there are many other reasons. Because now I realize that my love for you may be the love that a sister has for a brother, not necessarily that kind of love. And my intuition tells me that you don't like me, you just want to experience the feeling of being loved. Broly seemed to have been hit, and couldn't say a word. Chapter 36 Sun Wukong with a broken head. Princess Erika slowly stood up and opened her hands towards Broly. Google search reading. The silvery moonlight shines through her white gauze, outlining the girl's beautiful curvy figure. Especially the pair of small breasts that are growing and erect have an inexplicable attraction. Although they are not big, they are very erect. Broly, let's do this. As long as you say these words, I like you, I will promise to go with you. Princess Erika said her only request and waited for his response. At this moment, Broly was suddenly speechless. He was particularly troubled. The words "I like you" seemed to be stuck in his throat and he couldn't say anything. He who has the ability to destroy the entire earth is stumped by these words at this moment. To be fair, Princess Erika was one of the few girls he had ever met who made waves in his heart. It would be too hypocritical for Broly to say he didn't want to be with such a beautiful woman. But do I really want to be with her alone for the rest of my life and love her forever? It's not that Broly can't face himself, it's that he can't face a girl who really likes him and say something against his will. What Princess Erika hopes is a sincere relationship, where two people can be together forever, and never leave each other in the true sense. Not that kind of fast food love. The kind of fast food love where the body follows the instinct of the beast under the stimulation of hormones, indulges in sweet words, is unrealistic and only enjoys the moment is not what she wants. When the passion dissipated, all that was left between the two of them was a piece of chicken feathers. Broly wants to be loved, but is afraid to love. He didn't have the courage to give her the emotion she wanted, so he couldn't say it. Broly, I. Seeing how troubled and painful Broly was, Princess Erika put her hand on his head and stroked him, and softly comforted him, "You don't need to force yourself so much. You are still young and don't know what liking is. Or you don't know how to like someone at all. So you are afraid, especially when you meet a girl who also likes you. And I want to apologize to you. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I just lied to you, I like you. I want to keep you by my side, and then not allow any girl to get close to you, slowly turn you into my possession, and make you obey my words. Until you said you wanted to leave, I knew I couldn't control you. This plan also fell through. And now I have a better plan. I hope to have a real love relationship with Broly when he grows up. At that time, Broly knew how to love someone, and he also liked me. If such a day really comes, will you come back to me?" Broly nodded without saying anything. If such a day came, he would definitely come back. After receiving his promise, Princess Erika burst into laughter, hugged him in her arms, breathed hot breath into Broly's ear, and said slowly, "It's a pity that my Broly is a child, otherwise, my sister really wants to hand over her body to you tonight. This way you won't forget your sister and will definitely come back to me." Broly had never heard such words of tiger and wolf before. 1 second he was a master of emotions, and now he was spitting out these words. This sharp contrast made Broly completely confused. Princess Erika held Broly in her arms, looked at the night sky, and enjoyed the last moment before leaving. Early the next morning, Broly left the desert alone with a box of money and the Azura sword on his back, and began to search for the Dragon Balls at the next location. The memory of last night will become one of the most precious memories in my life. On this night, although Broly was physically unable to grow up with Princess Erika, it was a special pity here. But my thoughts have grown somewhat, and I have begun to re-examine my previous wrong ideas. A few minutes later, Broly finally flew out of the desert and arrived in a deep mountain forest. According to the Dragon Ball radar, the Dragon Ball is right in front of him. Broly started walking, and after a while he discovered a small round house hidden deep in the woods. In the small house, an old man with grey hair sat anxiously on the only bed in the room. Also lying on the bed was a child with a furry tail behind his butt. The child's head was tied with many tapes. It seemed that he had been hit hard on the head and he was still unconscious. I saw the scene in front of me through the window and roughly knew who the old man and the child were. If I guessed correctly, this old man should be Sun Wukong, and this child is the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong, who can also be called Kakarot. Broly didn't expect that the third Dragon Ball would be found here when he was looking for it. Although with his current strength, he could easily go in and grab the Dragon Ball. But he didn't want to do that. For the most part, Broly is a pretty reasonable guy. You will only be unreasonable when you meet those who are unreasonable or who hinder you. Sun Wukong inside heard the knocking on the door outside and felt a little strange in his heart. He lived in such a remote place, why would someone knock on the door here? Could it be that some people accidentally got lost when they came to the mountain? With questions in mind, Sun Wukong opened the door and saw a child standing at the door who reached up to his knees. When he saw the tail behind the child's butt, his eyes suddenly tightened. This tail! Wukong has one too. Is it possible that he is Wukong's relative and is now looking for Wukong? Sun Gohan looked Broly up and down, and finally, as if he had made an important decision in his heart, he invited Broly in, and the two sat on the ground drinking tea. Sun Wukong pointed at the unconscious Sun Wukong on the bed and asked straight to the point, "Are you here to see little Wukong?" Broly immediately denied it. "You misunderstood, I didn't come here to find him. My purpose this time was to find the Dragon Balls, that's why I came in." "What? Aren't you here to see little Wukong?" "Yes," Broly responded affirmatively. "Then you must know where little Goku's family is, right? After all, you have the same tail." Sun Wufan was practicing alone in the deep mountains and wild forests. Now that he is older, he feels particularly lonely. Although he really wants to keep Wukong by his side, he even hopes that Wukong can return to his parents. Chapter 37 Goddess of Wisdom. Broly also guessed what Sun Wukong was thinking, and wanted Sun Wukong to return to his relatives. He said directly, "We do come from the same place, but now that place no longer exists, and I have also escaped." Google search read. Wukong's parents are already dead, and they chose to die in battle to protect their hometown. You don't have to worry, someone will come looking for Wukong in the future. Just raise him as a grandson with peace of mind. Sun Wukong was relieved for some reason after hearing his words. In fact, in his heart, he didn't want this child to leave him. Although this child is very naughty and makes trouble every day, he still hopes to keep Wukong by his side. Broly felt that the topic seemed to be going a bit far, and immediately asked Sun Wukong for the Dragon Balls. "The purpose of my coming here is to collect Dragon Balls. Can you give me the Dragon Balls? If you need help, I can help of." After Sun Gohan knew his thoughts, he did not embarrass Broly. He immediately gave the Dragon Ball on the table to Broly. But he still made a request. "Little Wukong has a serious head injury and cannot move. I want to go to the city to find a doctor for him, but I don't feel comfortable leaving him here alone. You can wait here for a few days and wait for me. Bring the doctor here." Broly chose to refuse this modest request. He shook his head, "Don't go to such trouble. Just stay here and I will help you find the doctor right away." It's too dangerous for you as a child in the mountains. It's better for me to go. I'm a martial artist. Sun Wuhan didn't want this child to take such a big risk. After all, there were all kinds of large predators in the deep mountains and wild forests. A child like this could be snatched away at any time if he was not careful. He didn't want Broly to risk himself. Broly picked up the Dragon Ball, walked directly outside without saying much, and flew into the sky in front of him. Sun Wuhan was left with a dull look on his face. This is the Wukong technique of the Crane Immortal School. That kid is a disciple of the Hexian section. As a disciple of Kame Sennin, Sun Wuhan naturally knew that this secret technique of flying into the sky was one of his master's uncle Keiku Sennin's unique skills. Only this time, he guessed wrong. Broly had nothing to do with Crane Sento. It is difficult for people on Earth to fly in the air. They can only acquire this ability through hard training. But for scions it is a very simple thing. Many scions will naturally learn to fly as long as they see someone flying in the sky when they are very young. Broly didn't say he took the Dragon Balls and ran away immediately. He found a private clinic and took away the doctors there, letting them experience the feeling of flying. A few minutes later, they arrived at the mountain. The doctor was holding a first aid kit in his hand. His body was swaying. He had never experienced such an exciting project before. His face turned blue and he vomited it out. After he felt comfortable after vomiting, he went in and took a look at little Wukong's injuries. He found that the child was not seriously injured, so he reapplied medicine to him. Before leaving, the doctor also left some medicine for external and internal use, and told him to take it and apply it with 3 meals a day. When leaving, Broly specifically told him to pull out the tail behind Goku's butt regularly, especially during the full moon. He didn't show off and told Sun Wuhan half-heartedly that if he didn't pull out his tail on a full moon night, little Wukong would turn into a gorilla. Sun Wuhan was dubious, and obviously he didn't believe that a child could turn into a gorilla when he saw the full moon at night. After sending the doctor back to the clinic, Broly found 10 buffets and left after eating only 1 minute each time. After all, if someone opens a buffet and encounters a bottomless pit like myself, it will be difficult to make back the money. And I am not short of money. Broly found the 4th Dragon Ball based on the Dragon Ball radar and defeated the Golden Horn King and Silver Horn King. Although these two guys claim to be the Golden Horned King and the Silver Horned King, they actually look nothing like the Golden Horned King and the Silver Horned King in Journey to the West. The Golden Horn King is a burly man with a mohawk haircut, and the Silver Horn King is a tall, lanky man with a purple birthmark on his face. These two guys were racing in the wilderness and happened to be on the route of Dragon Ball. Broly flew down from the sky in order to get the Dragon Balls, and they crashed into each other. Broly was fine, but the car fell apart. The two were furious and wanted to settle the score with Broly, and they took out the purple and gold gourd, trying to put Broly in it and turn it into a puddle of wine. One difference between this purple gourd and the purple gourd in Journey to the West is that if your name is Reed and you don't respond quickly, you will be sucked into the gourd. Broly had just reviewed the plot of Dragon Ball not long ago, and knew that these two were not good people. After cleaning them up, he snatched the purple gourd. Although this thing is of no use to me, at least it is a rare product in this world. Broly just collected them as toys. Just when he was about to go to the next place to collect Dragon Balls, the group chat system in his mind suddenly rang. It seemed that a new person had joined. At this time, in a distant world, a man and a woman in Novice Village were working hard to contribute to Novice Village, and they were contributing in the true sense. After a busy day, they came to the pub and ordered a glass of beer. After drinking the beer, they ate some side dishes. The two people, who had nowhere to go and couldn't afford to rent a house, lived in a stable. After a fulfilling day, the two of them lay contentedly on the straw that smelled of horse manure, and fell asleep happily. Suddenly the man named Kazuma woke up suddenly, looked at the so-called blue-haired goddess sleeping next to him, grabbed his face with both hands, and fell into panic. What? What am I doing? I am not saving another world. A brave man? Why are you here? Aqua was woken up and looked at Kazuma with disdain on her face. What's going on? What's going on? Are you attracted to me, a goddess, and want to do something to me secretly at night? Kazuma looked at this useless goddess with a look of disdain and spit on the ground. Tch. As the goddess of wisdom and water, Aqua has a purifying aura that can eliminate some dirty thoughts in people. Kazuma couldn't even get hard when facing her. This is really a very sad story. When Aqua was about to get angry, a notification sound suddenly sounded in her mind. She took back the goddess of wisdom and clicked agree without hesitation. Very wise indeed. Chapter 38 Life still has to go on. The goddess of wisdom has joined the group chat. Small group leader, welcome newcomers. Take photos and receive red envelopes. Straw Hat Pirate Captain, welcome newcomers. Take a photo and receive a red envelope. An expert at making meatballs, welcome newcomers. Take a photo and get a red envelope. Tajmi, welcome newcomers. Take a photo and receive a red envelope. Emperor Engine, welcome newcomers. Take a photo and receive a red envelope. It's a familiar routine again, and a familiar welcome method. This time, Broly was not so generous as to give gold bars directly. Last time, it was because there was nothing to give on the spaceship, so I gave 2 gold bars. Broly bought some food in the town and packed it into red envelopes and gave them away. And our lovely goddess of wisdom, Aqua, touched her chin and analyzed it very wisely. As a goddess, she has led countless brave men from modern times to other worlds, and she also understands some modern things. However, this group chat was very strange. It suddenly appeared in her mind, completely ignoring the powerful strength of the goddess herself, and it did make her suddenly a little scared. At this time, Aqua had completely forgotten that she had clicked to agree to enter. Aqua grabbed Kazuma's clothes in fear and shook them desperately. Hey, Kazuma, something called a group chat seemed to appear in my mind. There were many people in it, and they sent out a kind of red envelope. I'll go get it and then ask me to take photos. You, first, let go of your hand. Kazuma's body swayed back and forth like a noodle. The 2 people got together, discussed it, and decided to take it and see what would happen. Kazuma twisted his face with a wicked smile. Baga, it would be great if something really happened, so I could get rid of this useless goddess. The naive Aqua listened to Kazuma's words, and before receiving the red envelope, she took a photo of Kazuma using the group chat system and sent it to the group. Kazuma noticed something was wrong and asked hurriedly, Aqua, what are you doing? Aqua may not be good at other things, but she is second to none when it comes to cheating teammates. Baga, of course I used your photo, should you still use mine? If there's something wrong with that group, I'll be dead if you post my photo. Kazuma threw himself directly at him. At this moment, countless snacks and daily necessities poured down. Not only did Aqua be stunned, but Kazuma was also frightened. This is instant noodles. This is ham sausage. This is sushi. It's incredible. Aqua was stunned. Kazuma was stunned. People in the group were also shocked. Small group leader, why is the goddess of wisdom a man? Emperor Engine, I have only heard of women's clothing bosses, but not men's clothing bosses. Broly, this photo can't be someone else's, right? Tajmi, I think so. The remaining child, no, this goddess of wisdom is a little dishonest. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, oh, so this photo is not hers, how did you know? Small group leader, why don't we kick her out? She was dishonest when she first joined the group. Maybe some evil goddess or something sneaked in. Don't stab us in the back when we do the task. Broly, +1. Expert at making meatballs, +1. Imperial Engine, +1. Aqua had 3 ham sausages stuffed in her mouth. and her hands were arrogantly grabbing Kazuma's food. She didn't look like a goddess at all. As the goddess of wisdom, she has never had a good meal since she came to this other world. In the novice village, she either does hard work or hard labor every day. Kazuma is even more pitiful. If he hadn't chosen this big treasure to accompany him to another world, he might have arrived at the doorstep of the big devil. While the two were fighting over the food, Aqua saw that the people in the group were about to kick her out. She was not happy about the sweet taste, so she hurriedly took an ugly photo of herself grabbing and eating and posted it. The bulging little face stuffed with ham sausage looks very intelligent. Small group leader. Broly. Imperial Engine. The remaining children were selected. Goddess of Wisdom. No, I'm not an evil goddess. I am the goddess of water, Aqua, the goddess of wisdom. Have you heard of her? Those in the group who knew Aqua and those who didn't knew about Aqua were silent. Broly found another Dragon Ball in the lake and laughed out loud for no reason. Now he is becoming more and more interested in this group. Unexpectedly, even Suqing was pulled in. The more tasks you complete later, the more interesting people you will bring in. This made him look forward to it. Su Xiaowu is also the goddess of wisdom who knows this guy's reputation. After all, if wisdom had a color, it would be blue. Although most of the time Aqua's IQ is not online, and her strength cannot even beat a big frog. But this girl is a real goddess. There are also a series of super abilities such as resurrection and purification of the undead. This skill even reaches the level of divine magic. Maybe Gu Aotian will ascend to heaven after being hit by a purification spell. And through this guy's performance in the group, Su Xiaohu felt that only Aqua could do such a thing. Mingming's nickname in the group is Goddess of Wisdom, and she even took a photo of a boy and uploaded it. How to say? It just feels a bit outrageous. With the addition of new members, the group became lively again. Tajmi, at Goddess of Wisdom, are you really a goddess? I doubt it. Goddess of Wisdom, of course, I am the god that Axis believes in. Goddess of Wisdom, Axis's teaching is that as long as you take it seriously, you can achieve anything. We are people who can do it, and even if we don't do it well, it's not our fault. If you don't do well, blame the world. If you face someone you hate, just run away. Escape is not defeat but victory. No matter what you do when you hesitate, you will regret it. Eris's breasts are padded. Damn, you are confused. Please join me, follow the goddess Aqua, and join the Axis cult. Goddess of Wisdom, how about it? Do you want to join the Axis cult? I can take you on adventures in other worlds, young man. After looking at this teaching, Tajmi always felt that there was something seriously wrong with this teaching, and asked doubtfully, are you sure this is not a cult? I always feel that it is a little abnormal. Goddess of Wisdom, what, are you doubting me? I am a goddess, how can I lie to others? The little expert at making meatballs, Actually, I think this might be a bit serious. Sister, are you sure you are not a cult member? Goddess of Wisdom, I, Aqua, am the most upright, kind, and beautiful goddess. I will never lie. Small group leader. Broly. Imperial Engine. Chapter 39 Shenlong comes out quickly. After closing the group chat system, Broly took the 6th Dragon Ball and flew into the sky. Now there is only one left. And when he flew into the sky, there were 3 people lying on the ground covered with injuries, and there were some broken armor remnants beside them. It should be said that he is a person. A dog. A little blue-skinned guy who looks exactly like a demon. These 3 people are really the famous Pilaf and his party. They also came here to find the Dragon Balls. When they saw that Broly had found other Dragon Balls, they became evil-minded towards him and wanted to steal the Dragon Balls, and then they were severely punished. It was also today that Broly was in a good mood, so he didn't argue with them. Otherwise, he would have sent them away with a Qigong bomb. Pilaf looked at Broly's retreating back, raised his head with difficulty, and said viciously, "Damn you, I will definitely make you pay the price. Originally, I didn't want to release that adult, but you forced me to do so." When Pilaf's subordinate, a kobold dressed as a ninja named Ash, heard what he said, he was obviously a little scared and asked, "Are you really going to find that adult?" Pilaf has made up his mind to release the man who once ruled the entire world, the great demon king Piccolo. On the other hand, Broly finally arrived at the location of the last Dragon Ball. He flew to the sea and found a small island on the sea. On the rocks of the island, an old man carrying a turtle shell and a cane was doing a set of gymnastics in the rising sun. There was a big turtle next to him. Broly didn't need to look to know that this guy was Kame Sennin. It's not surprising that the last Dragon Ball is with him. Broly first went to buy a capsule, which contained swimsuit photo albums of various sexy beauties, some of which were not even wearing swimsuits. By the way, I took Kame Sennin and the turtle for a massage. The last Dragon Ball was successfully obtained from him. The Dragon Balls are assembled. Broly begins to summon the dragon. The originally clear sky turned into dark clouds and lightning and thunder in an instant. A green oriental dragon poked out from the black clouds. Shenlong asked Broly, "What wish do you want to make?" Broly thought seriously for a while and made his wish, "I want to learn the magic and martial arts of the entire universe. Although my current strength is very strong on the earth, I can do it even if I don't learn magic or martial arts. But I really don't have anything I want right now, so I might be looking for Dragon Balls out of interest." Learning the martial arts and magic of the entire universe can be considered the icing on the cake. After all, some magic is quite practical, such as teleportation and fusion. Especially fusion. This is simply a magical skill. Later, when Sun Wukong encountered someone he couldn't defeat, he directly merged with Vegeta to become Vegeto, the master of Gogeta. His combat power soared to a very exaggerated level. Broly has a bold idea in his heart. If he possesses this magical skill, he can control Dr. Gero through magic and let him use his own cells to cultivate an unconscious copy. If the plot suddenly takes a drastic turn in the early stage and many characters appear in the middle and later stages, the combination of myself and the replica will be able to fight. If you really can't beat him, you can also use teleportation to escape directly. And if you master the Namek magic, you should be able to make Dragon Balls. Then you can have unlimited nesting dolls. Shenlong hesitated for a while and said, "I can only fulfill my wishes within my ability. If you want to master all the magic and martial arts in the universe, I can't. If you want to master the magic of the earth, I can do it." Broly also knew that Shenron could only fulfill wishes within his own abilities, so he continued to ask, "Does it include the Namekian's magic to create Dragon Balls?" Shenlong, "Does not include." Broly, Broly touched his chin and thought, "It seems that I have to go to Namek to find that kind of Dragon Ball. That dragon should be able to fulfill my wish." At the same time, I also felt that the Earth Dragon was a little useless. The look in his eyes wasn't very friendly. Shenlong was a little stunned, always feeling like he was being looked down upon by a little kid. Broly sat on the ground and continued thinking. If it were Earth's martial arts, I would be able to learn it quickly just by looking at it a few times, and there would be no need to make a wish. As for magic, the Earth's early magic has moved forward and cannot threaten itself at all. Learning it is of little use. In his impression, there seemed to be only a few people with magic. A rabbit that can turn people into carrots. There are also the little pig head that can transform and the follower blue cat next to Yamcha. A demon who can kill people directly if they have evil thoughts in their hearts. No matter how you look at it, there doesn't seem to be much magic on Earth in the early days, and it seems to be of little use if you learn it. Seeing that the person who had summoned him seemed to be worrying about what to wish for, Shenlong gently scratched his beard with his paws and wiped his face. "You haven't thought about it yet? How about I go back first?" Broly stood up and said, I want to own the largest business empire on Earth, which means that all companies and capital on Earth belong to me. That's no problem. Shenlong nodded, yes, I will fulfill your wish. You are now the largest shareholder and the most powerful person in the capsule company with the most powerful capital on the planet. You now own the equity of all film and television companies on the planet and are the largest shareholder and power holder. You now own the equity of all gaming industry companies on the planet and are the largest shareholder and power holder. You now own the equity of all animation industry companies on the planet and are the largest shareholder and power holder. Shenlong kept talking, including all walks of life on the earth, and only turned into the Dragon Balls again after he finished talking. Just when the 7 Dragon Balls were about to scatter and fall all over the earth, Broly intercepted the 7 Dragon Balls at extremely fast speed. Collect all 7 Dragon Balls directly. In this case, the next time the Dragon Balls regain their power, I won't have to search all over the world to find them. The reason why he wants to take this wish is because the Dragon Ball cannot now enhance his strength and can only satisfy his needs in that aspect. Why not just make a wish to become the richest person in the world? Who knows whether Shenlong will conjure up so much money, gold, and silver bars for himself with a headache. If there is an extra amount of money on Earth that can make a person the richest man on Earth for no reason, these funds will definitely cause inflation once they flow into the market. Once inflation occurs, it will cause prices to rise and there will be problems with the social stability of the entire planet. Broly wants a stable and prosperous society to serve him, not a shabby, lifeless world at his command. If we were to control the world through violent means, there would be no need for Shenlong to make a wish. With his own strength, he could achieve the level of old Piccolo. But that kind of world is not what I want. Besides, the Dragon Ball is in his own hands now. In the future, he can just summon it after thinking about what he wants and fulfill his wish. Just when he was taking Broly back to take over his business empire, a green-skinned weirdo with tentacles on his head, a wrinkled body all over his body, appeared behind him. This weirdo is the big devil Piccolo who was rescued from the rice cooker by Pilaf. Demon King Piccolo stretched out his sharp fingers and said with a ferocious smile, "You made a wish with the Dragon Balls. If you say so, I can only wait another year. Do you know the consequences of this?" Broly saw this group of unkind people and understood their inner thoughts. He held the petrified Dragon Ball in his hand and said to old Piccolo, "Stop talking nonsense, I will give you 10 seconds to spit out an egg." Old Bic. Pilaf. Xiao Wu. Guzi. What to think after being scammed? I thought a lot today and walked a lot, alone. I was so uncomfortable that I couldn't even cry. Now that it has happened, there is nothing we can do about it. We can only find ways to make up for the impact of these problems. Get your life back on track again. I blamed myself and felt stupid. I can't even forgive myself. I feel like this has become the biggest stain in my life. Resuming the update with a very heavy heart. Only writing novels and writing some happy scenes can alleviate it a little. Aqua's goddess ball heals her. I don't dare to play games or anything anymore, because I'm in trouble. Now I mainly focus on studying, writing novels, watching short videos, reading novels. I also regret that if I had not read the Anti-Fraud Center app at that time, there was a case that was very similar to mine. Scammers all use the same method to deceive people. If I had read more of these anti-fraud cases, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. The bottom line is that I am too confident. I always think that I am so smart, but I usually lack communication with my parents and friends. I feel like there is no way a liar can deceive me. In fact, he is an out-and-out idiot. He always plays games, locks himself in his own little world, and doesn't go out to have much contact with others. Such a big person is very immature in his thinking. I was also caught by scammers who were afraid of losing money. Moreover, they even set up a game trading platform to defraud me of money. I didn't expect such a thing at the time. Later, I carefully looked at the anti-fraud app of that country, and there is one in it that can check the bank account number. I didn't say anything about doing some publicity for this software here. There are several functions in it that are quite good. There are some classic examples of scammers. You can also check some bank account numbers. There are also QQ and WeChat. I also downloaded it once, and then deleted it because I thought it was taking up memory on my phone. Now I feel very regretful. But now it's too late. My question now is that I have to call tomorrow to ask if the bank card has refused payment and the online transaction function has been frozen. What should I do? Will it affect your credit score? Then he is looking for a way to delete his records in the case, hoping that it will not affect his political review. The last thing is to work hard to make money. I will update more if I have enough time in the future. When it was put on the shelves, I promised here that if I got good grades, I would write 10,000 words a day. Chapter 40 Piccolo spits out eggs. Piccolo, the great devil, had never encountered such a hateful humiliation. He raised his finger and pointed it at the red light shining on Broly. The villain's trademark smile appeared on his face. Little guy, you have successfully angered me. Next I'll let you know what regret is. A ray of red light hit Broly's chest directly. In order to prevent a hole in his clothes, Broly raised his hand and easily shot away the ray of light. An attack of this level is too weak to even break through one's own skin. Broly's body suddenly disappeared, and by the time Demon King Piccolo reacted, he had already arrived in front of him. A small hand directly pressed down on his entire face. Under the horrified gaze of Demon King Piccolo, Broly pushed his entire head directly into the soil, and a large crater was created on the ground. Broly smiled crookedly and said, "No, I'll give you a chance and you'll be useless. You've run out of time now." As soon as he finished speaking, Broly stepped directly through Demon King Piccolo's chest with one foot. At this moment, Big Demon King Piccolo finally came to his senses. Just now he said he would give himself 10 seconds to spit out an egg. In the endless regret and hatred, Piccolo used the last strength of his body to spit out his air, and a round white egg spit out from his mouth into the distance. "My child must not avenge me, be good." Live. After saying his last words, the great Demon King Piccolo, who once ruled the entire world, finally came to an end. No one thought that the former great devil would be trampled to death by a child in the pit. Broly flew into the sky and intercepted the egg. He didn't even have a chance to escape. If it weren't for the Dragon Balls, old Piccolo wouldn't even be able to say a word. He placed the egg transformed into Piccolo from the Dragon Ball on the ground and looked at Pilaf and his group with interest. When Pilaf and his friends saw that Big Demon Piccolo was defeated so easily, they panicked and tried to escape, but Broly's terrifying warning came to their ears. "Are you sure you want to escape? Do you think you can run away?" Pilaf's three bodies suddenly braked and collided with each other. Then they fell down at Broly's feet one by one and apologized in unison, "Please forgive us, we know we were wrong." Broly's eyes swept over the three little guys as if they were thinking about something. To be honest, as a person born in the 90s who grew up watching Dragon Ball, I still have a good impression of some of the characters in Dragon Ball, so there was no killing of these three guys at first. After all, these three guys appeared as villains in the early stage, and often interspersed with some small scenes in the later stage, so they didn't annoy me very much. Xiao Wu inside even became the object of Tranter's secret love. But if he doesn't deal with them, he's afraid that these three guys will keep harassing him like flies, and they are not in line with his principles. Broly thought for a moment and said, "I'll give you 20 seconds to come up with a reason why I won't kill you." When the trio heard what Broly said, they were all scared and sweating profusely. Their minds kept locked on themselves, wondering what was worth not trying hard not to kill themselves. Pilaf said hurriedly, "I can be your subordinate. If you need to find the Dragon Balls or do other things in the future." Xiao Wu said, "I can pilot various mechas, repair various mechas, and also fly spaceships." Guza said, I know ninjutsu. Broly felt that these three people were really of little use, and there was no way to impress him in these 20 seconds. Forget it, let's send them to see King Yama. I have already given them a chance, but if they don't work, who is to blame? Broly condensed white light in his palm, preparing to vaporize these three people directly and painlessly. Pilaf felt Broly's murderous intention and said all he could say, maybe he was really frightened, don't kill me, please don't kill me, I can do anything for you, it doesn't matter what kind of dirty work it is, and it doesn't require a salary. You can't do everything by yourself now. If you leave some things to us, the effect will be better than doing it yourself. Please, please let us go. After hearing what he said, Broly realized that he was indeed going to take over the business empire, but he also had some troubles and manpower issues that needed to be resolved. It's impossible to do everything yourself. This goes against my lazy nature. Although Pilaf and his team are not very strong, they are still the local snakes of the earth. It is often better to leave some things to them than to do it yourself. Pilaf felt the white light above his head gradually disappear, and knew that Broly had been persuaded by him. Instantly transforming into a bitch figure, the three people comfortably invited Broly onto the spaceship. Although Broly can fly, he also wants to experience the feeling of flying in a spaceship. He put everything he had into the capsule, followed the three people into the spacecraft, and set off towards his destination. Here Shenlong left himself a contract containing the equity of various companies on the earth, as well as a series of bank account numbers. It is through this bank account that those equity companies pay dividends to Broly every year. Broly checked his account and found that there was actually 1 trillion in funds. He withdrew part of the money to buy a house, and took away the safe inside while everyone looked at him in surprise. After successfully withdrawing this part of the money, Broly suddenly admired the United Bank in the Dragon Ball world. If it were in the world of my previous life, no matter what kind of permanent neutral bank or other banks, I might not be able to withdraw even a penny, and the staff in the bank would use it to buy financial products. Moreover, these behaviors are the personal behaviors of the staff and have nothing to do with the bank. At this time, Broly didn't even realize that the United Bank he came to withdraw money from was also under his name. Who dared to touch his big boss's money? Pilaf and his party did not expect that their master could be so rich, and they were so surprised that they were speechless. Broly threw the box containing the money to Pilaf. Go, use this money to buy the best house, and don't play any tricks, otherwise I won't let him go this time. It's your fault. Pilaf has long been frightened by Broly's strength. Now he has completely lost his ambition to rule the world and just wants to save his own life. So the mecha he piloted began to look for a big house for Broly that satisfied him. Broly took the two men to a hotel, dug out all the equity contracts in the safe, and handed them over to the two men. Copy down all their phone numbers for me. Then you should get to know the giants in various industries and highlight them. Xiao Wu and Guzi stood up straight and responded immediately, no problem. Then the two of them immediately invested in a mountain of equity contracts. Chapter 41 Broly's Plan and the Celestial Temple. Broly, who had nothing to do, was lying on the sofa watching a broken TV that looked like it was from the 1990s. When he turned it on, he found that it was not news, but some superhero anime watched by younger children. He kept switching channels and found that there were not many channels at all, and the content inside was extremely boring, making him lose the desire to continue watching. Broly discovered that the world's scientific development and people's livelihood development were extremely imbalanced. The level of Earth science in the Dragon world has actually completely crushed the level of modern science in his previous life. This super capsule that can shrink items into smaller sizes has already surpassed its original scientific level in the world. Not to mention that some mechas and spaceships will pop up here from time to time. But entertainment projects are extremely rare in this world, or in other words, science in this world does not serve people's livelihood entertainment. It's like there are computers in this world, but modern tablets and laptops are different in that they are light, small, and thin. The computers in this world are huge, like the big computers from World War II. It cannot be said here that they do not have the ability to build modern computers. It can only be said that no one wants to apply this technology to people's livelihood. Thinking about how Dr. Groh can use these computers to design outrageous creatures like artificial humans, you will know how powerful his computer is. What Broly has to do now is to apply science to people's livelihood and develop various projects for his own entertainment. Otherwise, Kong would have been extremely powerful after traveling through time. Fatty Happy Water is not available. The game doesn't. Novel does not. Anime doesn't. Movies don't. For a traveler like me, there seems to be nothing on this earth that can make me happy except beautiful women. After Broly turned off the TV, he asked Guza to go outside and buy himself some comics, magazines, and physical novels from this world. After receiving the order, Guza took the money and set off immediately. After a while, he came in carrying a sack of magazines, comics, and physical novels. Broly looked at it for a while and found that the comics here were too young. The protagonist, who is not righteous, defeated the villain who had worked hard for hundreds of years to achieve his goal through the trust of his partners and the power of love. It's a plot similar to Maka Maka. It's really meaningless. Many of the magazines are pictures of beautiful women. This actually aroused a little interest in myself. In this world there are many talking animals and humans who coexist together. There are also mermaids, half-orcs, and half-demon creatures. I am not interested in what Furui said, but I find it a bit annoying. He mainly looked at humans, mermaids, and orcs. Especially the animal-eared girl in it is really awesome. With a fluffy tail, a pair of small ears, and a hot figure, no one can look at it without being confused. Broly finished reading the magazine and then went back to reading the novel. There was little in the novel that attracted his attention. Basically, I flipped through a few pages and threw them aside. In the end, I had no choice but to pick them back up and use them to kill time. At the same time, he was also practicing multitasking, trying to control more qi in his body. Towards the end of the night, Xiao Wu and Go Ziyi found more than 1,000 contracts, involving all walks of life, and the bosses were all leaders. Pilaf finally found a spacious manor with gardens, pastures, swimming pools, garages, and a particularly large villa. When Broly came to this manor, he nodded quite well. Although it had many shortcomings with the palace he imagined, he could still make it work. In the next few days, he wrote out all his ideas and plans for the future in the manor. Broly wants to transform the Dragon Ball world into a dream world similar to his previous world. Great adjustments have been made in all walks of life, including people's livelihood. This kind of thing can only be done by oneself, and the three guys can't help at all, so Broly asked them to upgrade their armor and recruit some servants. Such a large manor also needs several servants to help take care of one's life. By the time Broly finally finished writing down all his plans and wishes, a day and a night had passed. At this time, he didn't feel any tiredness in his body, and at the same time he felt very excited. Next, he called the three Pilaf over and handed over all his plans to the three of them. Of course, if they could succeed, they would be rewarded. If they couldn't, they would definitely be punished. The three of them were lying on the ground, too frightened by Broly to even breathe. Broly took Demon King Piccolo's eggs and many capsules filled with various supplies, and prepared to go to the Celestial Temple to find the gods. By the way, I picked up Kalen Tat. The fairy beans there are indeed a good thing. I don't know if the super divine water will be useful to me. However, since I would rather kill the wrong person than let him go, I still want to go there. Broly flew away with a hiss, leaving the three of Pilaf in a daze holding a thick stack of plans that Broly gave them. Pilaf looked at Broly's plan and was so surprised that he couldn't speak. If his plan is really implemented, then the entire earth will almost revolve around him, and all kinds of resources, materials, and science will be for him. People serve. This is the true sense of ruling the world, and maximizing the benefits of ruling the world. This made Pilaf suddenly determined in his heart that he must follow Broly's footsteps. Even if he could not rule the world, the benefits he could gain from being his number one disciple were simply beyond imagination. Even if you are a bitch, you have to be the most bitchy one. Pilaf made up his mind secretly. Broly didn't care so much and came to Kalin Tower. Immortal Meow was drinking tea when suddenly a black-haired child appeared in front of him. From this child, he felt an extremely powerful force that could even destroy the entire world. Immortal Meow forced himself to calm down, put the tea back on the table, and asked in a low tone, "What's the matter with you coming all the way here?" Broly directly stated his purpose to the Meowth Immortal, "I want some fairy beans and super divine water." Immortal Meow said, "I feel a very powerful force from you. You don't need super divine water at all. Of course, if you insist, I can give it to you. It can't be the water mixed with your boogers, right? If so, I would be angry." Broly said jokingly, remembering the super holy water this guy gave Tao Bibai. He slightly released a very small part of his body's energy. A layer of chi burning like flames formed on his body. The airwaves formed by these chi knocked Immortal Meow back a few steps. Immortal Meow held his wooden crutch in front of him to prevent him from being pushed out of Kalin Tower. I felt that this little kid who didn't know where he came from had such a powerful power hidden in his body, even beyond his imagination. Immortal Meow has lived for hundreds of years and knows that a good man will not suffer the consequences of his immediate losses. So he gave Broly a bag of fairy beans, and at the same time took him to a water tank and said, "The super divine water is in this water tank. Go get it yourself." Broly responded, "Okay." Then I jumped into the tank and entered a world of ice and snow. Chapter 42 Your name is Beerus. After Broly arrived in this world of ice and snow, he flew towards a place. Google search reading. Although it was very cold here, it still couldn't break through his energy barrier and gave him a slight chill. Broly continued flying and soon reached the end of the ice and snow. At this moment, two unexpected figures appeared in the ice and snow. A middle-aged office man wearing a black suit and carrying a briefcase and a housewife wearing a pink sweater and an apron tied around her waist were waving to him. One of these two people was Broly's father in his previous life, and the other was Broly's mother in his previous life. Seeing the two of them, Broly was not happy at all. The two men walked towards Broly with happy smiles on their faces. Broly lowered his head and heard the crying plea again. His figure seemed to overlap with a certain figure in his memory. "Mom, Dad, where are you? Why don't you want me anymore? I want Mom and Dad." A young figure kept crying in the dark space. In front of him. My parents moved farther and farther in two different directions. As their figures got further and further away from him, they became increasingly blurry. Both of these people have new partners and children around them, and they have a happy family again. However, Broly's body was gradually eroded by the darkness and slowly disappeared, as if it should not exist. Broly was so uncomfortable that he could feel the pain in his chest. Needle prick, sword stab, knife-like pain. 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 Boom, boom, boom. The severe pain made Broly's heart beat rapidly. My fragile heart was constantly being beaten with drums and hammers. Amidst the loud beating of drums, Broly grabbed his hair with both hands and exploded with chi all over his body. For the first time, he unleashed full power of chi without any reservation, like a wounded beast roaring in pain. Ah! 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 In this state, Broly's terrifying combat power soared. 100,000. 300,000. 500,000. 1 million. His original black pupils suddenly turned into golden pupils, starting the first stage of his own transformation. In the golden pupil state, his combat power soared tenfold, directly reaching the terrifying combat power of 1 million. The violent and terrifying air waves generated in the body tore through the entire earth, forming sharp wind blades that destroyed the ice and snow world. Even the illusory image of Broly's parents in his previous life was directly torn apart by the energy emanating from his body. Broly's body floated in mid-air, and he raised one of his arms. On his palm was condensed a green Qigong bullet that could destroy the world. This green Qigong bomb kept expanding, getting bigger and bigger. But at this moment, the god who controlled this world of ice and snow was trembling with fear and did not dare to show his face at all. He was ready to accompany this world to death and went to report to King Yama. He also knew that he was out of luck. As the god of this world, he is in charge of a substance called super divine water, which can stimulate the full potential of living things, but at the same time, it will also cause some irreversible damage to those who drink it. In this lifeless world of ice and snow, he became a little bored after living for a long time, so he came up with a game to pass the time. Everyone who enters this world will see the most important person in their life. Only by defeating this person can they gain their own recognition and get the super divine water. At the same time, he was also secretly cursing the cat in his heart. Damn cat, why did you send such a terrifying guy to me, and what the hell is this? You have such a strong strength and you come here to find the super divine water. Isn't this just teasing me? Immortal Meow also saw what was happening in the world through the jar on Kalon Tower. He took out a handkerchief and kept wiping the sweat on his forehead. This little guy has such terrifying strength. If this shot comes down, even the earth will be destroyed along with it. Immortal Meow shook his head and simply covered the jar, cutting off the connection with the ice and snow world, so that it would not affect the earth. This matter has nothing to do with me. Well, yes, that's it. And I secretly prayed to the god of the ice and snow world in my heart, hoping that he could bear it. God of the ice and snow world. Broly dropped the Qigong bomb condensed in his hand, and the whole world continued to collapse. That god who was hiding in the ice and snow world thousands of meters underground, a god whose only head was made of ice and whose whole body was made of ice, was directly killed by Broly in an unconscious state. When he reacted, a circle of light appeared above his head and appeared in front of Lord Yama. Lord Yama also knows the god of this ice and snow world. After all, he and he were classmates in the past. Now the two gods looked at each other. In a palace in the distant god of destruction world, a purple-skinned hairless cat wearing a pajama hat on its head was lying comfortably on the bed, snoring. Suddenly he frowned, as if he had dreamed of some nightmare, and the snoring bubble on his nose burst. Beerus, the god of destruction who made the entire universe tremble, finally wakes up. In the palace of the god of destruction, the angel Whis was secretly enjoying the specialty food from a certain planet behind Beerus' back. Suddenly he felt Beerus wake up and wave the scepter in his hand, and the food in front of him disappeared instantly. After destroying the evidence, Whis appeared in front of Beerus' bed and asked, "Lord Beerus, why did you wake up suddenly?" Beerus frowned and said unhappily, "I just had a strange dream. At first I dreamed that I was fighting with a red-haired Super Saiyan or something. Suddenly a man with long green hair appeared and punched me. Moreover, he grabbed my clothes and asked viciously, 'Your name is Beerus?' Weiss tilted his head and showed a puzzled expression, 'Hey.' Beerus glanced at Wiss's face and found that there seemed to be some food residue near his mouth. He stretched out his paw and pointed at his face, 'Wait a minute, Wiss, did you take advantage of me while I was sleeping? Time to enjoy the food.' Wiss hurriedly wiped the food residue from his mouth and showed a harmless smile, 'How is that possible, Lord Beerus? You have to believe me.' Beerus. 'Forget it, I'll settle this matter with you later.' Prophecy Fish. Prophecy Fish, are you here? As soon as Beerus finished speaking, a small ball that kept bouncing suddenly fell from his head. The ball finally hit the ground, and a small blue fish body was soaked in the wine glass, slowly approaching Beerus. He asked in annoyance, 'What do you want from me?' Chapter 43 Entering the Temple of Heaven. Beerus squinted at the prophecy fish, exhaled from the tip of his nose, and asked it, 'I just had a dream. In the future, I may have a strong enemy. No, I should say 2 talents. Yes, do you know what's going on? The prophecy fish opened its hands as if it were soaking in a hot spring, enjoying it very much. Yes, Lord Beerus, you will have 2 strong enemies in the future. One is Super Scion God. There is also a legendary Super Scion. Beerus sat on the bed and touched his chin with his paw. The Super Scion God has the word God in his name, so he should be a god. So what is the situation with this legendary Super Scion? Oops, what a hassle. Whis closed one eye, looked at the ball on his scepter, and said, but Lord Beerus, there is no Super Scion God. The legendary Super Scion, as the name suggests, should only exist in Scion legends. Beerus floated up from the bed, put on his clothes, and sat on a chair. Maybe the Scions know something. The planet where the Scions live was destroyed by Frisia not long ago, Weiss said. Who gave him the courage? Isn't it your order to destroy that planet when you wake up? It was you who gave him the courage. Oh, I remember, it's just that they were unhappy, especially that guy King Vegeta. Beerus waved his hand in disgust. The Scion Prince is still alive and working under Frisia. Maybe he knows something. What a lucky guy. Beerus said casually. Then should we go find him now? Weiss asked. What a trouble. Beerus let out a long yawn. Then he stood up and said, let's go. Whis saw where Vegeta was at the moment through the scepter in his hand. With a slight wave of the scepter in his hand, they instantly crossed the space and came to Vegeta and his team who were conquering the planet. At this time, Vegeta led several other Scions to join Frisia's real estate army, became an excellent thug, and was invading a planet with a lower civilization level. Although he is 6 years old like Broly, as a Scion Prince, his combat power reached 1000 right after he was born, and he has completely mastered this power through the study and development of the Scion system. But even so, they encountered resistance when they invaded the planet, and Vegeta could only transform into a gorilla to increase his combat power. However, Vegeta, who has the blood of the Scion royal family inside, becomes a gorilla and will not lose his consciousness like those low-level warriors. Just when he had completely conquered the planet and was beating his chest against the sky, he suddenly saw 2 figures floating in the sky, and his pupils instantly tightened. The fear from his memory caused him to directly release the giant ape form and become a human again. Beerus and Whis came to Vegeta and asked straight to the point, hey, boy, do you know what is going on with the Scion God? And what is going on with the legendary Scion? Vegeta's legs kept shaking, and he replied respectfully and nervously, Lord Bibarus, I don't know what the Scion God is about. I'll ask my companion. Hey, do you know what's going on with the Scion God? Vegeta turned to Nappa and Raditz and shouted, fear in his voice. Nappa and Raditz had questions on their faces. This was the first time they had heard the name of the legendary Scion God. Beerus narrowed his eyes and asked, actually, what I care about more is the legendary Scion with green hair. You don't know, right? Vegeta knows this. Immediately replied, I know this. Among our Scion race, it is said that the strongest super warrior in the universe will appear once every 1000 years. His character is bloodthirsty, violent, and warlike, and possesses extremely terrifying fighting power. Before our planet was destroyed, a legendary Scion was born. His name was Broly, and he was later exiled to the Vampa Star at the end of the universe. Vegeta is an extremely conceited person. Ever since he heard that a child was born with a higher combat power than himself, he has always been worried about it and wrote down the child's name. Sometimes he also wonders if he should go find this person named Broly. But he is proud of being a Scion Prince. He believes that he can surpass Broly. After all, he is a Scion Prince. And he also wants to defeat Frisia on his own. And Vegeta is not sure if Broly will have any hatred for the Scions. After all, he is his father. The entire Scion tribe exiled him, and now he is asked to find him. He really can't bear this shame. Another more important reason is that I am afraid that I will be angered in the past, and then be pushed to the ground and beaten. Then it will really become a tragedy tower. After all, this ghost was born with a combat power of 10,000. Who can withstand this? Considering these factors, Vegeta gave up the idea and could only practice honestly, improve his strength, and bear the humiliation. Wise said through the scepter in his hand, he is no longer on Vampistar. He is now in the Eastern Universe, coordinate XXX, on Earth. Well, let's go there. I want to see what's going on with this legendary scion. Beerus said. The two people disappeared in front of Vegeta and his party in an instant, and set off towards the Earth. 3 hours ago, Broly in the ice world was choked and woke up because he could not breathe. He found that he was now in a void universe, and he was instantly confused. Is this what happened? Wasn't he in a world of ice and snow just now? Why were you suddenly teleported here? Broly held his breath and opened the energy barrier, flying through the universe. Although scions cannot survive in the universe for a long time, they can still survive for a period of time. After flying for half an hour, Broly slapped his forehead, immediately opened the group chat system and bought a spaceship. Then get on the spaceship and set the designated location to Earth. Fortunately, this time it was not far from the Earth. It only took an hour to fly to the Earth, which made him relieved. After he arrived on Earth, he returned to Kalon Tower and shocked the Meowth. Broly looked at Fury and asked in a bad tone, "What's going on, Immortal Meow? Didn't I go to find the super divine water? Why was he suddenly exiled to the universe?" Ah! This! Cat Immortal didn't know what to say at this moment. After thinking about it for a while, he said, "Do you think it's possible that you exiled yourself to the universe?" Broly. Chapter 44 Meeting with the Gods. Broly stared at the cat for a while, feeling like he was lying. Could it be that he accidentally destroyed that ice world? To put it this way, I lost consciousness again at that time. In an unconscious state, he personally destroyed that world, including the super divine water. Oops! Broly didn't feel sorry for not drinking the divine water, but because he fell into an unconscious state again. This situation is a very scary thing for him. After all, if a person does not have autonomous consciousness, will this person still be himself? Broly tried his best to remember what happened in the ice world, but he couldn't remember anything. All he knew was that he was already in the universe when he regained consciousness. Cat Fairy, do you know what happened to me? Broly only hoped that the old cat could know what happened at that time. Although the cat fairy knew what happened to Broly, he was worried that if he told this matter, would the guy suddenly go crazy? Then he raised a Qigong bomb and blew up the earth. With this layer of concern, the cat immortal said categorically, "How could I possibly know what happened? When I came to my senses, you had already appeared behind me." Broly thought for a while and decided that he should ask Su Xiao to research the scions in their world, as well as the legendary super scions in his own settings. Find out why this happens to you. Now that I can't figure out the reason, I'd better go to the Temple of Heaven to find the god. Okay, Cat Immortal, I won't take your fairy beans for nothing. There are 1,000 canned fish hidden in this capsule. You can eat it first. In the future, I will exchange canned fish for fairy beans with you. If you want anything, you can tell me, as long as I can get it, you can get it. Broly took out a small box containing a capsule from his body, took out a capsule from it and threw it to the cat immortal. After doing these things, Broly set out towards the celestial temple to search for the celestial god. The cat immortal was left with a confused look on his face. Although I am a cat, I am still a fairy after all. How could I be tempted by a little canned fish? Boy, you underestimate me. Although the cat immortal said this, when he opened the capsule and saw canned fish of various flavors inside, his mouth watered. Especially when he saw that there was a can of tuna inside, the cat was stunned. It was a can made of a whole tuna. Ah! This! There is no cat that does not like to eat fish, just like there is no experienced driver who refuses to drive. Broly arrived at the Celestial Temple. When he landed, he saw a dark-skinned black man wearing a turban and a little fat. The black man seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. He was not surprised at all by Broly's arrival and said, "You are the kid who defeated Piccolo. Please wait a moment. I will go and bring the god out right away." Broly quickly recognized the black man as Bobo, the servant of the god. As for the reason why Bobo knew that he had defeated the great demon king Piccolo, no need to ask, God must have told him. As for why the gods know that Namekians can acquire all kinds of magic, and they are one with the great demon king Piccolo. Of course he also knows that something happened to the great demon king Piccolo. Broly came here with a request this time and replied politely, "Excuse me." In the Temple of Heaven, a strange man with wrinkled green skin and 2 tentacles on his head walked out on crutches. This weirdo is the owner of the Temple of Heaven, the God of Heaven. The god looked at Broly and was obviously a little nervous, and asked directly, "What's the matter with you coming to my place?" Broly took out Piccolo's egg from the capsule and gave it to the god. "This is the descendant of Piccolo. I felt that he was very important to you, so I took it over. I also want to use your place to practice." The god took the egg from Big Devil Piccolo, felt the faint breath of life coming from inside the egg, and sighed helplessly. He was originally one with Piccolo, who was the dark side and the evil side separated from his own body. Unexpectedly, it would now be back in his hands again. The god's 5 fingers tried hard to crush the egg. He settled all the debts he had with Demon King Piccolo. Broly also saw the god's plan and frowned. If the god really crushed the egg, he himself would die. In this case, the Dragon Ball in his hand would be useless. He reminded aloud, "God, please wait a moment. The egg inside now is a brand new Piccolo. As long as you guide him well, he will not become the next big Demon King Piccolo in the future." When the god heard Broly, he sighed deeply and did not crush the egg. Instead, he looked at Broly meaningfully, "Why do I feel like you know everything? Can you tell me that you are who?" Broly thought about it and said, "I don't know what to say. If I saw it in this comic book, would you believe it?" Broly had to throw a Dragon Ball comic to the gods. This comic was really given to him by Su Xiaowu. After Tien Shen took the comic, he flipped through it and read all the contents. He was more and more surprised, because some of the descriptions about himself in the comic were indeed true. However, there are some discrepancies. After all, it was not the child named Sun Wukong who defeated the great demon king Piccolo, but the guy named Broly in front of him. The god returned the comic book to Broly. "Where did you get this comic book from?" Broly said directly, "Picked it up." He could only say this. Could he also say that it was a comic book given to him by a girl named Su Xiaowu in another world? And then we are all comic book characters. This statement is even more nonsense, and the gods will definitely not believe it. From Broly's attitude, the god would not tell where the comic book came from even if he continued to ask, so he said, "I am very grateful to you for giving me the egg of the Big Devil Piccolo. In exchange, if you want to practice here, that's fine. It's just that I hope you can use your power wisely. I feel an extremely powerful force in you. Without reasonable use and control of this power, you can easily destroy the world." Broly nodded, "I understand." Chapter 45 Remembering Happy Things. After Sky Shinue finished speaking, he walked into the temple with the egg of Big Devil Piccolo, handed Broly to Bobo, and allowed him to use any training venue in the Sky Temple. Google search reading. Broly also achieved his goal. The reason why he came to the Celestial Temple was to use the Spiritual Time Room of the Celestial Temple to practice. The Spiritual Time Room is a very special space located on the temple. It is precisely because of this room that the strength of many Dragon Ball warriors has been greatly improved. Food, water, and rooms are all available there. The air is thin and extremely sultry. The temperature is between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius. The gravity is 4 times the normal, and the space is as vast as the Earth. And what's even more peculiar is that a year spent there is only equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. So it has become a veritable gold medal training place. Wukong once entered it and couldn't stand it for a month. In the early setting, a person can only enter for 2 days in a lifetime, otherwise the entrance will disappear and he will never be able to come out again. But by the time of Dragon Ball Super, Goku and Vegeta could already enter and leave the time room without restrictions, and they had already broken this rule. While Broly was heading to the spiritual time room, high above them, the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Wiz were having a conversation. With the strength of the two of them, if they didn't want to be discovered, let alone Broly, it would be difficult for even Kaishin to detect it. Angel Wiz put his hand on his forehead, leaned forward slightly, looked at Broly on the celestial temple, and said to Beerus, "Lord Beerus, it seems that we have found the legendary Super Saiyan. But now it seems that his strength is very weak. It is very different from the green-haired legendary Super Saiyan in your dream. However, the prophecy fish calls him Lord Beerus, your great rival. He will definitely have the strength to challenge Lord Beerus in the future. Lord Beerus, what do you think of this child?" God of Destruction Beerus glanced at the angel Wiz from the corner of his eye, opened his mouth and yawned, "Since he is weak, let's wait until he has the strength to challenge me." For Beerus, the god of destruction, the current situation is like pouring cold water on him, making him unable to get excited. Originally, he thought that he could really meet a powerful person who could compete with him, but he didn't expect that this was the case. Angel Wiz looked at Broly's body through the ball on the scepter and seemed to find something. He actually made a rare suggestion to Beerus, "Master Beerus is here anyway, do you want to go down?" "Hey!" Beerus, the god of destruction, looked at the Angel Wiz with slight surprise. In his memory, Angel Wiz had almost never made such a suggestion to him in thousands of years. He looked at Broly and smiled, "Then let's go down." The two disappeared directly from the sky and then appeared in front of Broly. Broly now fantasizes about practicing in the spiritual time room for 7 days before coming out. Even if the king comes by then, it will be of no use. If I can successfully become a super sailor, I can even compete with Beerus, the god of destruction. She grabbed his clothes and asked fiercely, "You are the one called the god of destruction?" This fantasy of his was exactly the same as the dream of the god of destruction. I don't know if this is a coincidence or what. Just when he was about to enter the spiritual time room with a smile on his face, he soon stopped smiling. The god of destruction Beerus in his memory has appeared in front of him. Broly saw these two people rubbing his eyes, and when he realized that it was not an illusion, his whole body split instantly. "I can't laugh anymore." Beerus, the god of destruction, showed a sly smile, "Boy, what were you thinking just now? Why are you smiling so happily? Otherwise, it would make me happy too." Broly's heart at this moment was like 100,000 grass and mud horses galloping around. Why is the god of destruction Beerus here? This is too outrageous. The big boss is directly blocking the entrance to Novice Village. What to do? Please give me a guide. Cold sweat broke out on Broly's forehead. Through the memories of his past life, he knew how outrageous the strength of Beerus, the god of destruction was. Even Goku turned into Super Saiyan 3 and was easily pressed to the ground and rubbed by him. You have to turn into a red-haired Super Saiyan god to be able to fight him a few more times. And judging from the performance in the movie, this guy didn't even use his full strength. At least he has no use for the god of destruction's power. What makes people even more uncomfortable is that he is arrogant and willful, and possesses unimaginably powerful destructive power. He will destroy the planet if he doesn't go his way. This thing wakes up every few years or decades, and as a result, many planets will usher in their demise. Broly didn't know how to answer at this moment. He couldn't say that he just fantasized about beating up the god of destruction. Broly could only smile awkwardly. Ha, I just thought of something happy. God of destruction Beerus. Angel Whiz. At this time, the old god who was originally scratching eggs in the celestial temple suddenly received a message from the North Kaijin and learned that the legendary god of destruction Beerus had actually come to the earth and was still outside. This frightened him so much that he hurriedly ran out to greet the great god. Beerus ignored the god's constant gaze on Broly. This gave Broly goosebumps all over his body. I'm afraid that this guy will look displeased with me and sneeze directly, destroying the earth with him. Beerus, the god of destruction, looked at the angel Whiz. Facing the god of destruction's gaze, the angel Whiz asked harmlessly, Lord Beerus, what are you looking at me for? Beerus, the god of destruction, was speechless. Didn't you want to come down? The god hurriedly sent warmth. Sir, you have come from afar and would like to have a light meal. Speaking of eating, Beerus, the god of destruction, became interested, and then he looked at the old god. After all, in his long life, apart from destruction, only good food and powerful opponents could interest him. Then I want to eat the most delicious food on this planet. If you don't satisfy me, I may destroy your planet. Beerus, the god of destruction, said these words calmly. This scared the old god so much that he hurriedly called Bobo, and the two of them ran into the kitchen to prepare food. Now only Broly and Beerus, the god of destruction, were left staring at each other. Broly suddenly remembered that this guy likes to eat delicious food, and was once bribed by Vegeta with a pack of instant noodles. At this time, he suddenly remembered that his capsule seemed to contain the white elephant instant noodles given to him by Su Xiaohu. Perhaps. Chapter 46 Weiss's Guidance. 10 minutes later, the god of destruction Beerus' expression was obviously a little impatient, and he kept tapping his arm with a small claw, as if it was a habit before making a big move. Broly also knew that it was time for him to show off, and immediately stepped forward and suggested, Lord Beerus, Lord Whis, the gods still need some time to prepare. Here are some delicious treats you can try before your meal. I don't know if you are interested. When Beerus, the god of destruction, heard Broly say this, he cast his eyes on him and said slowly, Boy, I want to tell you, if the delicious food you bring out does not satisfy me, the consequences will be serious. Broly knew that the god of destruction Beerus was not joking. If he really couldn't bring out delicious food that satisfied him, he will think you are making a fool of yourself. No problem. Broly said confidently. Then he ran into the kitchen and boiled a large pot of water next to the busy gods and Bobo. Then he opened a capsule and took out various flavors of instant noodles. In addition to Baexiang, there were also some of the top instant noodles in the world. Broly didn't know which flavor of instant noodles Vegeta cooked for Beerus at that time. Then he directly followed Su Xiaohu in the group to see if she could find him. Broly, at little group leader, can you help me find what kind of instant noodles Vegeta gave Beerus to eat at that time? Small group leader, are you in any trouble? Why do you want me to look for this all of a sudden? Broly, there's a lot of trouble. That guy named Beerus is blocking the door. Small group leader. At this time, Su Xiaohu was wearing a pink training suit and was hitting the sandbag in front of the martial arts gym. Her pink fist was so penetrating and powerful that the entire sandbag was dented and started to swing. If the sandbag hadn't been made of black fire cowhide, she might have penetrated it directly. After returning to the goblin world, she completely converted her points into strength and has now reached the level of a high-level warrior. Among the younger generation, he can be said to be the best. At least no one in this martial arts gym can beat him. But there was one person whose efforts made her admire her very much. That young man named Luo Feng was said to be a student from the school next door to him. Unlike others who pile up resources, his strength is all developed by himself. And he has unique insights in martial arts. If you have time in the future, you can get to know him. Su Xiaohu stopped exercising, picked up her phone and started searching, but found that she couldn't find the name of the instant noodles. And no one knows at all. I could only find the original film through my mobile phone, and then cut out every scene of Beerus eating instant noodles and sent it to Broly. After Broly saw the picture, he immediately looked for instant noodles with similar shapes from his own instant noodles. As a result, he found that there are now 15 kinds of instant noodles with similar packaging. He could only give priority to the seafood-flavored ones and put them in front. After all, cats should also like to eat fish. At the same time, he did not dare to prepare just one serving of each flavor and look down upon Angel Whis. After all, although Angel Whis seemed to be Beerus's servant, he was actually his teacher. And might even be as powerful as Beerus. Superior. Broly picked up a large wooden board, placed the 30 portions of instant noodles on it, and walked out steadily. The smell of instant noodles could be heard before anyone arrived, and Beerus was instantly interested. This was the first time he smelled such a fragrant smell, and he couldn't help but start to look forward to it. Broly walked out holding a wooden board with 30 portions of instant noodles on it, looking funny. But Beerus's eyes were completely attracted by the instant noodles on top. It was obviously his first time to see such a novel thing, and he couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" Broly placed the wooden board on the table and said, "The name of this food is instant noodles. It has many flavors. There are 30 instant noodles here, 15 types. Lord Beerus, please see which one suits your taste." Beerus pretended to be noble and picked up the bowl of instant noodles closest to him. In fact, he wants to eat all 15 kinds of instant noodles. I don't know why, but this smell has a fatal attraction to me. It feels like I was born to eat this kind of food. Beerus took a bite of the very elastic noodles, coupled with the taste of seafood in his mouth, he felt like he was floating in the clouds, showing a happy smile. Weiss also picked up a bowl of instant noodles and took a bite. He felt that his soul instantly ascended to heaven. It was so delicious that it exploded. In a short while, the two of them finished all the instant noodles in front of them, with faces full of enjoyment. From this point of view, the crisis on the earth has been resolved, and the fate of being destroyed by Beerus, the god of destruction, has been avoided. Seeing that the two of them were in a good mood, Broly immediately asked Beerus for advice. "Sir, Beerus, I have a little doubt. I wonder if you can help me solve it." Beerus said calmly, "For the sake of treating me to such delicious food, just ask." Broly didn't expect that Beerus was really willing to answer his doubts, so he expressed his confusion. "It's like this, sometimes I suddenly lose consciousness and don't know what happened. And I don't know why my body feels like the chi is increasing more and more, and it's still out of control. Don't know if there is any way to solve my problem." Whis, who was behind Beerus, heard what he said and spoke on Beerus' behalf. "Let me answer your question on behalf of Lord Beerus. The reason why you lose consciousness is because your strength increases too fast, or the chi in your body increases too fast, and you are easily affected by emotions. Under the influence of extreme emotions, you will suddenly lose your mind and also lose consciousness. And your body is very weird, the energy is increasing every moment. What is even more difficult to understand is that the energy of this energy will not stop because your body has reached the limit of capacity, and is still growing. If this continues, as long as you are slightly affected by some emotional fluctuations, you will suddenly go crazy and maintain an extreme emotion under the violent anger." When Broly heard what he said, his expression immediately changed, and then he asked, "Then can I use the Dragon Ball to make a wish to cancel this negative situation?" "Dragon Balls? Are you talking about the Namek Dragon Balls?" "Yes. That's it." Broly immediately took out the petrified Dragon Ball in his hand. After taking a look at it, Weiss immediately concluded, "No, the Dragon Ball in your hand should be made by this nanobuster on Earth. The Dragon Ball made with his ability, if you make this wish, there are only two results. One is to reject you directly. Another one is to suppress the growth of chi. Although the strength is slowly increasing, it seems to solve this problem, but it treats the symptoms rather than the root cause. There will be more and more qi in your body. Finally, under the influence of extreme emotions, you will completely lose your mind in an instant and burst out. You will not regain your mind until you are exhausted. Chapter 47 Cultivation in the Spiritual Time House. To put it simply, the power hidden in your body is very powerful now. No matter how you practice in the future, this power will continue to grow. This means that you have no way to fully use this power while awake. In the future you can only use power to suppress power in order to maintain sanity. When Broly heard what he said, he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, my first wish was not to clear the negative state of my body. Otherwise, Shenlong's brain would twitch and he would accumulate all the problems into the future. When the time comes, I will be so stimulated that I will go crazy and even be exhausted. Who can beat myself to the point of exhaustion? It is estimated that there will only be King Chuan by then. It would be more difficult for the god of destruction and angel to deal with themselves. And in the eyes of people like them, he is just a chaotic element who only destroys the order of the universe. He might be wiped out by the king. By then there was really no place to cry. Broly asked cautiously, then what should I do? Wise thought for a moment and said, well, there is no other way except the Super Dragon Balls. However, you can try to exercise your body to increase your body's capacity for qi. The other thing is to improve your control over strength and energy. When Broly heard what he said, he seemed to remember that he had never specifically exercised his body. His body gradually became stronger under the influence of qi. Body and qi are originally complementary to each other. The stronger the body, the more qi it can hold. The stronger the qi, the stronger the body will be. Broly's current problem is that his body's strength cannot keep up with his qi strength. Just when he was about to ask how to exercise his body, the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis were already preparing to leave. Broly did not hesitate to continue asking. It was very rare for someone with his strength and identity to be able to tell him so much. If you are greedy again, you may offend him. So Broly gave the 2 capsules in his hand to the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis. These 2 capsules contain a lot of instant noodles on earth. Thank you for your advice. After the 2 of them left, Tian Shen and Bobo prepared the food. As soon as they took it out, they saw Broly alone outside. The god asked Broly anxiously, where is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? They are gone, the earth is fine, don't worry. Broly said helplessly, looking at the sky and sighing. Leaving. The god followed Broly's gaze to the sky in confusion. Broly didn't explain much and went directly into the spiritual time room to start training. This time he mainly focused on exercising and improving his physical strength. At this time, he remembered the bald devil's secrets for exercising: persist in 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats and stand-ups every day, and a 10-kilometer long distance run. During the next year in the spiritual time room, he exercised his body like this crazily. The gravity inside the spiritual time room is 4 times that outside. This standard has actually increased the difficulty a lot. In 24 hours a day, in addition to 8 hours for sleep, 2 hours for exercise, and the rest of the time is spent watching TV series, watching movies, playing games. What's even more weird is that since he entered this spiritual time room, he found that there was a serious delay in sending messages in the group. After all, it is a system, so it cannot be said to be a network card problem. In this case, the only possibility is that the flow of time on his side has deviated from theirs. That's why this happens. So if you put it this way, the time in your own world originally flows the same as the time of group members in other groups. Could it be that this is one of the conditions for selecting group members? Only people in worlds where time flows at the same speed will be selected and pulled in. 1 year later, he became stronger, but instead of becoming bald, his hair became longer. Broly came out of the spiritual time room, a little taller, and his eyes were firmer. He summoned the dragon and promised to learn all the martial arts and magic on earth. Although the martial arts and magic on the earth do not pose any threat to you, the martial arts ideas on the earth still have connotations, and they are still of great help to how you control your body and strength. Although Broly said he could learn it at a glance, he didn't have that much time to travel all over the world to find martial arts masters to learn from. Then in front of the gods, he cut off the dragon balls that would have been scattered around the world. In this case, I don't have to go everywhere to look for dragon balls. This scene made the god's face turn green with anger. Even after more than 10 years, Piccolo's face was still green when he grew up. Broly didn't seem to notice the god's expression, or maybe he didn't care if he did. He went back to replenish supplies and found that Pilaf and his team were resolutely implementing their plan. He felt relieved and gave them verbal praise. If they are disobedient, then I will have to replace a bunch of people and let them go to see King Yama. Pilaf and the others were quite surprised when they found Broly back. After only one day, they all felt that Broly seemed to have grown taller. After replenishing supplies, Broly continued to practice in the spiritual time room, learned all the martial arts on earth, and came into contact with the low-end version of the ultimate intention Kung Fu for the first time, and felt the existence of Qi. Broly's goal this time is to control the energy in his body, as well as his body's instincts, through a low-end version of the ultimate intention Kung Fu. This time he felt the flow of Qi in his body, and the Qi in his body flowed regularly with his breathing. Time passes unconsciously. Broly stayed in the spiritual time room for 6 years this time. During these 6 years, he had completely grown from a child to a teenager. Outside, the god was holding a smaller god who looked somewhat similar to him, looking at the spiritual time room with a serious face. This guy actually stayed there for 6 years. Counting the previous year, he had stayed there for 7 years. Broly has not wasted the opportunity to make wishes with the Dragon Balls in these 6 years. His first wish was that he could live forever, but was rejected. He could only make a wish to gain the ability to absorb life and increase his lifespan. The second wish is that he hopes that his body will always remain at its peak state at the age of 20 and will not age. The third wish is that he hopes to gain the ability to teleport. The fourth wish is that he hopes to have strong magic resistance. The fifth wish is that he hopes to gain the ability to control people's hearts. The sixth wish is that he hopes that the wishes of those who come after him will not affect him. Chapter 48 Earth Reconstruction Plan. Broly came out of the spiritual time room, stretched his waist, and moved his muscles vigorously without causing any damage to the surroundings. Only then did he feel that his body had never been more relaxed. The gods outside were sweating coldly when they felt the aura on Broly's body, and looked at the grown-up boy with a serious face. At this time, the god could no longer feel any energy from Broly, as if he were an ordinary person. Before, this child's body clearly had an aura that was about to erupt like a volcano, both violent and violent. But now they have all disappeared. It's incredible. After learning the martial arts from all over the world, Broly has used a low-end version of the self-extreme intention Kung Fu to channelize the energy in his body and continuously enhance his physical fitness. Although he still has not completely solved his physical problems now, he is much better than before. At least he won't suddenly lose consciousness and fall into a violent state as soon as he is stimulated. Broly has mastered the power of the giant ape's golden eyes in the past 7 years, but once it is turned on, it will fall out of control if it is at full power. At the same time, in order to better control his own power, he divided his physical state into 3 normal states. First, normality. Mainly based on physical strength, you can freely use part of the body's qi, and through the low-end version of the Tsitsa Yigong, you can control your body's strength and qi, and at the same time perfectly control your emotions without being stimulated. The second, normal. Release 80% of the body's qi, enter a semi-violent state, suppress half of the body's power, and still maintain sanity, but the body's strength and qi are no longer under control. A small move will cause huge damage, and one inadvertent move will cause huge damage. Destroy the planet. The third normal. It can also be called full power, liberating 100% of the body's energy, entering a completely violent state, losing one's mind, and no longer suppressing the body, but one will regain one's mind after an hour, and there is no need to regain one's mind because of exhaustion. These three states were developed by him specifically to deal with the state of his body, transforming the original passive skills into active skills, so that he no longer has to worry about losing control. But Broly understands that in order to completely solve the physical problem, he may need to go to Namek to look for the Dragon Balls to see if the Dragon of Namek can solve his problem. If that doesn't work, he can only go to find the Super Dragon Balls. At the same time, he finally understood why in the later stages of Dragon Ball, everyone's strength was almost measured in billions, and why the Earth had not been destroyed after so many battles. Because at that time, everyone had perfect control over the power in their body and could use all the power on their opponents. The opponent can perfectly distribute this power to every part of the body. Otherwise, this punch might have directly penetrated a big hole in their body. For example, in Super Broly, Broly was enraged and entered a violent state of full power. He punched trillions of combat power and transformed into King Frieza. Logically speaking, the king it will destroy the whole earth together with it. But the king's body is particularly resistant to beatings. He directly used his body to bear these attacks for the earth and dispersed them in every part of his body. Otherwise, a big hole would be penetrated through his body and he would have been killed long ago. Although this violates Newton's principle of interaction of forces, it is not incomprehensible. After all, talking about science in comics is outrageous. The reason why the Earth was not destroyed in the opposing waves was mainly because those waves were a deception. Of course, when a master fights against each other, he must keep the energy in his body at all times, and it is impossible to waste it. Their true full-strength waves all hit the enemy. I won't waste my energy so casually. Otherwise, according to normal understanding, with the combat power of 18,000, Vegeta can directly penetrate the center of the Earth and destroy the planet by detonating the center of the Earth. The Earth has encountered so many battles. If any wave hits the Earth has been destroyed countless times. Not to mention Vegeta's princely strategy in the later stages, which was littered with waves. Okay, I've tried my best, but I really can't make it up anymore. Dragon Ball's combat power has collapsed long ago, so I can only understand it this way. Asterisk. Asterisk. After bidding farewell to the gods, Broly began to return to his manor and found that there were many pretty and lovely maid sisters in the manor, which was a pleasure to him. It seems that these three guys, Pilaf, have done a pretty good job at what they told them. At least he didn't pluck a few green onions for himself here and there to work in the manor. He didn't want to be an empty son. Broly had just come down and was about to find Pilaf and the other three, but he didn't expect that these three guys actually came to him. Pilaf used the money Broly gave him to perfectly upgrade his mecha, loading it with a laser cannon and an electro-optical dragon drill. Moreover, this set of mechas can be combined with Xiaowu and Guza mechas to become the Super Invincible Mecha King. It was a name he chose himself. The three of them upgraded their mechas at the same time and were originally flying in the sky. Unexpectedly, they saw someone flying directly into their master's manor. This can be said to be intolerable for uncles but intolerable for aunts. Pilaf had made up his mind to be the most obscene bitch. How could he tolerate someone invading this manor? How could he hold his head high in front of his master? The three of them swooped down from the sky and completed the mecha integration inside the manor. Pilaf, I'll form the head. Xiao Wu, I will form the torso and arms. Guzi, I'll form the feet. Chorus, the Super Invincible Mecha King is coming. The fully integrated mecha also posed in a very handsome pose, which made Broly speechless. Pilaf cleared his throat and shouted at Broly from inside the mecha, "Who are you? This is where my master, King Pilaf, lives. Why do you want to break in here? Broly raised a finger and pointed it at the mecha, then released a beam of light. The majestic super invincible Mecha King exploded instantly, blowing out 3 funny characters. Pilaf's body was blown directly to Broly's feet. Broly knelt down and said, "Now you can see who I am." Listening to this familiar voice, Pilaf raised his head and saw this terrifying smile that he would never forget for the rest of his life. It instantly overlapped with that of his master Broly. He hurriedly stood at attention and said, "Hello, Master welcomes you back." Broly didn't expect that this guy actually recognized him, and nodded, "You 3 come over and eat this fairy bean. I have something to ask you." Although the 3 of them, Pilaf, didn't know why their master changed from a child to a teenager in just 7 days. However, they still carried out Broly's orders unswervingly, and after eating the sen beans, all their physical injuries healed instantly. Chapter 49 Desire is equal to Dream. Broly entered the villa in the manor and the maids working there obviously didn't recognize him. Google search reading. All the lovely maid sisters looked confused and didn't know what to do. After all, they had just been recruited as maids. For them, they only knew that the butler had ordered that their master was a child. When they meet him, they must be respectful and not disobey the master. No matter what the master does, they must be respectful. All must obey him. Pilaf followed Broly, winked hard at the stupid maids, and then shouted helplessly, "Your master is here, why don't you say hello to him quickly?" They reacted one by one, "Duan." He knelt down slightly, saluted, and said in unison, "Hello, master." Broly nodded and walked past them expressionlessly. In fact, he was already happy in his heart. This feeling is something that people who have never been to a maid cafe will never experience. "Please call me Mazda." Broly came to his bedroom and sat down. The soft sofa seemed to swallow his whole body. He looked at the 3 people standing in front of him and asked, "How are you doing with the things I gave you?" "That's it, now we've reached the next step of the plan. We have completed all the tasks you gave us in the preliminary stage. The gravity training room is already in the research and development stage. Soon the capsule company will achieve breakthrough results. And we have contacted the leaders of various industries on the planet to carry out industry optimization in strict accordance with your standards. We have applied technology to people's livelihood, established a global internet, and developed a global internet covering the whole world. Now the first search engine has appeared. I believe that the internet will be more complete in the near future and will be integrated with traditional industries to realize Internet Plus. The new materials industry and communication industry are already working hard to design smartphones and smart computers that meet your imagination. By bringing smartphones and smart computers to the masses, it is expected that in a year's time, the world will have its first information technology revolution. At the same time, various holographic helmets have begun to enter the research and development stage. The first adult holographic game similar to Brave will enter play testing next month. This is the game modeling inside. Are you satisfied with it? Pilaf took out a laptop from his handbag and opened the character model inside. This computer is a trial laptop produced by the technology giant Capsule Company within these 7 days. Broly manipulated the mouse to view the character models inside. Good. Very beautiful. Very sexy. So cute. Wear very little. Okay, just follow this model. Don't mess around. By the way, the final boss, the female devil Yu Xiang, needs to be made bigger. The legs are also lengthened, and the height is directly up to 8 feet, so that it looks visually impactful. I just like this kind of long legs. A little less fabric on those succubi. Otherwise, just stop wearing it. Broly began to make suggestions for some modeling in the game. It is best to focus on the experience by being immersed in it and not be careless. Fight scenes need to flow smoothly. The special effects should be gorgeous. The most important thing is that the characters must be realistic. Broly began to ask about the development of various industries such as film and television, music, novels, and comics. Pilaf said hurriedly, "The film and television industry has been optimized according to your requirements, focusing on the plot and the acting skills of the actors. We are now planning to shoot hundreds of TV series and movies of various types. Get rid of the younger age and make movies with more profound connotations. In the case of novels, authors' royalties have been increased, piracy has been severely cracked down on, authors' enthusiasm has been increased, and novel channels in various competition regions have been launched. Attract a large number of authors to write works that satisfy you. The same is true for comics, everything proceeds in an orderly manner according to your requirements." Broly didn't expect these guys to do such a good job, and he couldn't help but praise them. Pilaf saw that Broly seemed very satisfied, so he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had completed his task quite well. After Broly asked and understood every link in these sentences, he found that there were no serious flaws, so he took these three guys to prepare for dinner. What cooks for them is a team of top chefs in the world. Every one of them is a chef that 5-star hotels are competing for. But now they're all Broly's personal chefs. Under their careful cooking, dishes with full color, fragrance, and flavor were served one after another. Thousands of dishes were served one after another without stopping. Broly has been practicing in the spiritual time room for the past 7 years, and the food he eats is all instant products or cooked by himself. Although the taste is okay, it is much worse than the delicious food made by these top chefs. After Broly finished eating, he went to a hot spring. This hot spring is not an artificial hot spring, but a real natural hot spring. In order to create this hot spring, I spent 5 minutes directly moving a volcano over, and used Kikong cannon to blast it into an extinct volcano. The principle cannot be explained. That's it anyway. In the misty hot spring room, more than a dozen beautiful girls with graceful figures wrapped in bath towels were ready to serve. They are all apprentices trained by world-class masseurs and have rich massage techniques. The furnishings in the room are exquisite and luxurious, with all kinds of exotic fruits and fine wines. Broly enjoyed the full body massage and the squeezing and feeding of the girls' bodies. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, maybe this is what he should pursue in life. In fact, his obsession with immortality and power is not that strong. For him, as long as he is happy and enjoys every day and can do what he wants to do, it is enough. At this point, he was a little confused. What was the goal of those who pursued immortality? Is it just for longevity? What exactly is the goal of pursuing strength? Just for the pursuit of power? They pursue immortality in order to make themselves live longer. They pursue power in order to make themselves stronger. Without any other desires. Broly was a very vulgar person in his previous life and he is still now. He wants to live longer just to have more fun in life. He wants to have power so that he can enjoy more. Broly is not a martial arts fanatic, he only pursues power and absolute invincibility in life. He is not perfect and has various desires. Power is just a means for him to realize his desires. If the desire is too ugly, it can be understood as a dream. Power is just a means to realize dreams, which should be easier for some people to accept. But what is different from before is that now I have the ability to realize my desires, but I had no way in the previous life. Chapter 51 Villain Chat Group. Broly came out of the hot spring room and sat comfortably on a sofa. Google search reading. Now my plan is being implemented step by step. Although I have made some phased breakthroughs and progress, it has not reached the level I required. But the good news is that Bulma's father at the capsule company has developed a gravity training room, but it can only increase gravity to 3 times. If this progress continues, a training room with 10 times gravity will be developed in another month. Broly had nothing to do and opened the group chat system and found that one more friend had been added to the group. It seems that he completed another mission during his time in the spiritual time room and added an additional member. Due to the delay effect caused by the time imbalance, Broly can now be used normally, and there is a crazy screen refresh phenomenon. From their chat, Broly discovered that the new member who joined the group chat this time seemed to be a certain demon king from another world, and his group name was actually called Cute King. Broly, it can't be that slime, right? Broly continued to scroll through the chat history, and sure enough he found a picture of a slime. It seems that this guy is from that time I got reincarnated as a slime, the protagonist Rimuru Tempest. This guy was originally an office worker who was stabbed to death at work, and then reincarnated into another world as a slime. Inherited the appearance and will of the human Night Jing through swallowing. He has a gentle personality and is naturally calm. He established the Demon Kingdom Federation in another world, advocating the peaceful coexistence of monsters and humans, and cherishing his partners very much. Another very important thing is that this guy has no gender. In other words, it can be either male or female. Broly carefully observed the group members and found that everyone in the group had one characteristic. Those who could join the group seemed to belong to the good camp. I won't brag here. If it weren't for him traveling through time, Broly's character would originally belong to the good camp. After all, he is not the old version of Broly, but the one in the new version of Dragon Ball Super. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but wonder whether there was a group chat system in the multiverse that was completely opposite to his own, that is to say, the villain chat system. Could it be that the old version of Broly is in another villain chat system? If I met the previous version of Broly, can I beat him with my current strength? Broly rubbed his temples, feeling uneasy. After all, he doesn't think that in the multiverse, he is the only chat group that exists. In my previous life, I had read so many novels, all kinds of weird chat groups, the main god space, and systems flying all over the world. Broly always thinks about the worst-case scenario and prepares a retreat. Otherwise, with my own strength, it goes without saying that I ran into the spiritual time room and practiced hard for 7 years before coming out. No. I'm still a little worried, and I don't know if my world will be the Dragon Ball world in other fan works. It seems that I still have to go to the planet Namek to look for the Dragon Balls and see if they can solve the physical problem. If that doesn't work, we can only set out to find the Super Dragon Balls. But there is still a big problem to solve before leaving. Broly planned to control Dr. Gero to serve him before leaving, and the android experiments could not be stopped. Although it's ridiculous, the androids number 18 and number 17 created by this guy have a combat power of more than 1.6 billion, not to mention number 16 and Cell. Through his business empire, Broly quickly found the location of the Red Satin Army. Destroy him to obtain the whereabouts of Dr. Gero, and then use the mind control obtained from Shenlong to directly control this bad old man. From now on, this very bad old man will no longer be able to cause trouble. And he transferred the Earth's resources to him, gave him his own cell tissue, and asked him to quickly cultivate an unconscious life form with his own body cells, develop a more powerful artificial human, and make more helpers for himself. After all, just in case. Broly didn't want a guy who looked like an orangutan to rush over and yell at him, "Cockroach." After preparing all the following things, Broly exchanged for a spaceship and embarked on the journey to the planet Namek. And in another parallel universe. This world is called Do-Chi Continent. During this time, Xiao Yan, the protagonist of Do-Chi Continent, had successfully been promoted to Do Emperor, calling himself Emperor Yan, and sealed the arrogant Soul Emperor. When everyone in the Xiao family was immersed in this joy, it is conceivable that in the next hundreds or even thousands of years, the Xiao family will be the most powerful imperial family in Do-Chi Continent. A young man named Xiaoning was in the room, but his face was full of fear and his body was shaking constantly. Not long ago, Xiaoning joined a supporting role chat group. This chat group can travel to various multiverse worlds to perform tasks. And the members in the group are supporting characters in each world. The reason why he was so frightened now was that the news that the group members had died kept refreshing in his mind. The group leader Sun Bu'er has died. Group member Bai Chenxiang has died. Team Beard, a member of the group, has died. Group member Wang Chuan Hegemony has died. The group leader has died, and the group leader is now transferred to the surviving group member Xiaoning. Xiaoning doesn't know what to do now. Although he is Xiao Yan's eldest cousin, he was not kind to him in the past. Now the relationship has eased for a while, but Xiao Yan's identity is not something that he can see whenever he can. Although Xiaoning is already at the level of Do Wang, he is still panicking now. I always feel like something big is going to happen. At this time, Yan Emperor Xiao Yan had opened the world barrier to let in the original Emperor Qi, and was drinking tea and chatting with several other Do emperors. Do Qi continent also ushered in the very spectacular 5 emperors breakthrough. Xiaoning didn't know what to do at this time and could only go to Xiao Yan's 2 brothers for help and confide all his secrets. Just as he was about to leave, a trident suddenly penetrated his body. Behind him, a young man with long aquablue hair hanging down to his feet, who often wore luxurious blue robes, said coldly in his ear, "The last one who dies in the hands of my Poseidon is yours. Fortunately, if you are discovered by several other group members, your world may be destroyed together." Xiaoning turned his head and stared at the indifferent young man, and finally lost his breath and fell to the ground. All group members have died, and the supporting role chat group has been forcibly recycled. This man who calls himself Poseidon successfully recycled the supporting character chat group and opened his own chat group, the villain chat group. And this supporting role chat group was sent to the group owner in the form of a red envelope. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was drinking tea, felt an unusual and evil aura coming from the Xiao family. He stood up suddenly, his body turned into a blaze of fire, and rushed back towards the direction of the Xiao family. Chapter 53 You Have a Way to Die. This man who calls himself Poseidon is none other than Tang San from Doluo continent. Google search reading. Although fantasy ceilings have always been controversial, fantasy floor tiles are uncontroversial. However, Tang San also gained great improvement through the villain chat group, and now he can at least defeat fighting King Xiaoning with a sneak attack. Green-blue-silver grass filled Tang San's body and wrapped Xiaoning's body, constantly sucking the energy from his body. After a while, the body was turned into a mummy. Tang San was also ready to take back the isolation cover and leave this world. If it weren't for this isolation shield redeemed from the group, it would have been impossible for him to successfully attack Xiaoning in the Xiao family where there are so many experts. At this moment, Xiao Yan turned into a burst of fire and rushed to the Xiao family quickly. When he came to Xiaoning's room, he found that the room was wrapped in a strange energy. With my current strength, I can't even detect what's going on inside. If it weren't for the connection between his promotion to Do Emperor and the way of heaven in this world, he might not be able to feel that foreign objects are entering this world, and a very evil aura is coming to the Xiao family. Xiao Yan punched through the entire protective shield. When he came in, he found that his eldest cousin had been sucked into a mummy. There was also a handsome but sinister young man standing in front of him. When Xiao Yan saw this scene in front of him, extremely high-temperature flames kept coming out of his body, and the flames on his body became more violent every time he took a step forward. His eyes were coldly staring at this blue-haired young man who was full of evil aura. Although he didn't know who he was, Xiao Yan had decided to kill him completely and give justice to his eldest cousin here. Tang San felt the powerful aura coming from Xiao Yan's body, as well as the unreserved killing intent, and said with great disdain, "Do you want to avenge this person? I think you have the same method of death as him." Blue and silver winding. My blue-silver grass is immune to fire-type attacks, as well as physical attacks. I have already investigated before coming here. You are the protagonist of this world, Emperor Yan, Xiao Yan. Let me kill you now to prove my name as Tang San, the god of the sea. Ha ha ha. The blue-silver grass on Tang San's body rushed towards Xiao Yan and entangled him. These blue-silver grasses evaporated instantly as soon as they touched the strange fire on Xiao Yan's body. Note that this is instant evaporation. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Tang San didn't know what to say. Xiao Yan didn't expect this guy's attack to be so weak. Tang San didn't expect that Xiao Yan was so powerful, that he could defeat his first soul skill with just his aura. It's really scary. At this moment, Tang San couldn't help but take a step back. Not believing in evil, he summoned his second spirit, the clear sky hammer, and hammered at Xiao Yan's body crazily, using the chaotic cloak hammering technique. Boom! 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 Feeling this attack that was lighter than Sunur's massage force, Xiao Yan frowned and strode forward with a big hand made of strange fire to grab this evil man of unknown origin. Tang San felt the terrifying temperature contained in this big hand, and immediately activated his god of killing domain, as well as the myriad phenomena. But these two fields were destroyed directly like two pieces of paper in front of Xiao Yan. When Xiao Yan's big hand was about to catch him, a strange force field suddenly appeared on his body, which actually shook his hand away. When he came to his senses, Tang San's entire body had disappeared, and there was no breath at all. As if it had never appeared. Xiao Yan looked at the place where the man disappeared in confusion. As Dou Emperor, he could sense the situation in the entire Dou-Chi continent. At this moment, he was very sure that the evil young man had disappeared. At this moment, Tang San had successfully left this world through the villain chat group and returned to his own divine realm. He was holding his heart and gasping for air. He was obviously very frightened by Xiao Yan. This kid is so terrifying. This kid is so terrifying. If he hadn't had the life-saving trump card given to him by the group leader, he might have been detained in Dou-Chi continent by now. This is how things in Dou-Chi continent came to an end. After that, Xiao Yan found no trace of Tang San in the entire Dou-Chi continent. He had no choice but to prepare to head to the Great Thousand World first. On the other hand, Broly is driving the spaceship redeemed from the chat group to the planet Namek. At this moment, he has picked up a whole box of capsules, which contain various daily necessities. Broly continued to read Dragon Ball comics in the spaceship, especially those theatrical versions. Some of the villains in the theatrical version are particularly powerful, so you should pay more attention to them and be sure not to capsize in the gutter. At this time, another chat message came from the group. Small group leader, my friends are here for another group mission. The world we are going to this time is called Game Life. Our mission is to help humans obtain the Star Cup. Everyone will be rewarded with 1000 points for completing the task. Does anyone want to go? Deduct 1. Broly, 1. King Ming, I've always heard you say that you can go to other worlds to complete tasks. I'll go 2 + 1. Goddess of Wisdom, as the irreplaceable Goddess of Wisdom, I want to leave that idiot Kazuma and let him know my importance, +1. The remaining child was selected, I won't go this time. A new enemy has appeared here, a vampire demon beast. The little boy next door, recently, my studies have been a bit heavy, so I won't go. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, I was so bored after coming out of Alabasta, +1. Little expert at making meatballs, I'll go there too, +1. Tajmi, on a mission. Small group leader, okay, then the number of people this time is Broly, Rimuru, Aqua, Luffy, Naruto, as usual, everyone prepares for an hour, and I will open the portal in an hour. Broly, okay. Cute King, no problem. Goddess of Wisdom, hurry up. An hour later, a portal appeared in front of Broly. Broly had the experience from the last time and walked in calmly this time. The teleportation principle of this portal does not mean that you will always be at the same place where you were teleported at that time. If that were the case, Broly would have fallen into the universe long ago after returning from his mission. After teleporting a person, he will bind some surrounding items. If these items are in a moving state, they will appear in the moved location when they are teleported back. A bright light flashed before Broly's eyes, and after a brief dizziness, he opened his eyes and found that he was in a strange environment. The sky here is grey, and the earth has become a scorched earth, lifeless, as if it had suffered a nuclear attack not long ago. It seems that this world is the world of game life. Chapter 54 Understanding and Guessing. The sky was grey and filled with the breath of death. Some black matter fell from the sky and landed on the back of Broly's hand, making him feel a little burning sensation. Very strange. Logically speaking, with my physical condition, nothing in this world should be able to hurt me, but now I really feel a burning sensation on the back of my hand. Broly activated the energy barrier to immediately isolate the black matter. This is black ash, and it is also the dead body of the third elven race in the sequence. They are the cornerstone of Dispad. They were born from the elf corridor, but they exist in the world in the form of energy. As long as a creature has the elf corridor, the elf it will flow as energy. During the Great War, most races were using elves to fight, and the process of using them also killed a large number of elves. The spiritual remains turned into after death would not cause harm to the lives of elves, but would be harmful to humans without elven corridors. It is fatal. The spirit skeleton burns the skin and leaves irreparable scars. This is what humans call black ash. Broly recalled some settings about this world. He liked this anime very much before, and even read the novel after watching the theatrical version. So I still have a certain understanding of some settings and content inside. He just didn't expect that the black ash in this world could make him feel burning. So is there a possibility that the magic and settings of this world can prevent him from avoiding it? There is no such thing as a single force that can defeat all laws. In other words, once you enter a certain world, you will be forced to accept some of the settings of this world. Just like now, because there is no elf in his body, Heihui can hurt himself. Broly secretly guessed. Not far away, Su Xiaoyu and others were jumping up and down. They are not immune to this black and grey influence. Broly could only expand his energy, and the energy barrier directly enveloped everyone, isolating the black ash. Luffy's left cheek was obviously covered in black ash and burned. Others had a hard time, too. They didn't know much about this world when they first came to it, and their bodies were more or less stained with black ash. Broly took out a bag of fairy beans from his capsule and threw one to each of them. These are fairy beans. They should be able to cure the burns left by the black ash on your bodies. After everyone ate the fairy beans, the burned parts of their bodies began to gradually heal, and they thanked Broly. Su Xiaoyu looked at the long-haired boy in front of her with confusion and asked, "Are you Broly?" Broly nodded, "It's me, that's right. Why have you grown so big all of a sudden? Could it be that you made a wish to the dragon with the Dragon Ball? If you make a wish, why don't you become an adult or a boy?" Broly shook his head and said, "I didn't make a wish to the dragon to grow up. I just went into the spiritual time room to practice for a while, and now I'm like this." "Oh, I see." Everyone showed their true appearance, but there were still many people who didn't know what was going on. For example, Luffy and Aqua, these two people. One of them is very nervous. The other one is really cute. Aqua secretly hid the fairy bean, and then used healing techniques to heal her wounds. And he thought to himself, such a good recovery item. I will be able to sell it for a lot of money in Novice Village. At this moment, a blue jelly-like wriggling animal transformed into a blue-haired girl and greeted everyone, "Hello everyone, this is the first time we meet. I am the cute king in the group. You can call me Limdu." Aqua hugged Rimuru with a wicked smile and gently poked her face with her finger. Hey, are you really the Demon King? I've never heard that slimes can also transform. Becoming a Demon King. You are not weak, are you? Rimuru pondered for a while and said with certainty, "I am indeed a Demon King. In our world, there are only 8 Demon Kings left including me. I'm probably not the most powerful among the Demon Lords. After all, I haven't had many fights with others." Rimuru said very conservatively. However, he did not mention the fact that he killed another demon king. No one took it seriously, but Aqua took it seriously. She thought Rimuru was really weak, so she immediately performed a show of Yanyi, spread her hands, and said helplessly, "I knew this, if the people in our world, it would be great if the demon king were you, then even Kazuma could defeat the demon king and let me go back early." Broly really couldn't complain. If the demon king of Aqua's world was Rimuru, they might not be able to leave the novice village in this life. Although they couldn't leave in the first place. As a time traveler, Rimuru has a golden finger similar to the system, and can also swallow and evolve infinitely. Belongs to a growth type of devil. There is absolutely no upper limit. In Aqua's lineup, there's a thief who can only steal fat items, a magician who can only strike once with the secondary disease, a paladin who can never kill anyone, and a guy who is 100% capable of cheating his teammates. Goddess. No matter how you look at it, it's all for nothing. Broly ignored Aqua's performance and took out another fairy bean from the bag and put it on Rimuru's hand. "Can you try to decompose and analyze this fairy bean and then synthesize it?" Rimuru took the fairy bean, and it entered her body directly from the palm of her hand. "I'll give it a try." Then she closed her eyes and summoned Raphael in her mind. Raphael analyzes it. Instruction received, parsing. Analysis 25%. Parse failed. You still need to put in the same 3 parts of the same substance. Yes/no investment. Rimuru opened his eyes and said, "No, we need at least 3 fairy beans to analyze it." Broly took out 3 more fairy beans from the bag and gave them to her. After getting the senzu beans, Rimuru successfully analyzed the composition of the senzu beans, and used the magic in his body to start synthesizing the senzu beans. After a while, Rimuru synthesized more than 100 fairy beans. Although she still had the energy to spare, she felt there was no need to synthesize so many. After all, Rimuru had just met them for the first time, and he was a little wary of these people. Broly didn't expect that she could actually synthesize fairy beans. This is much more useful than the goddess next to her. Broly distributed the synthesized celestial beans to others and said, "This thing can restore physical strength, treat injuries, and can keep a person full for half a month without hunger. Everyone can store more." After everyone received the fairy beans, they put them away. After all, they had just experienced the effect of the fairy beans. And they did heal their burned skin in an instant. And it also fills my stomach. After dividing the fairy beans, Su Xiaohu also began to explain the background of this world to everyone, and what are they going to do. Chapter 55 Demon Species. The name of this world is Dispad, and there was a magic system called Elf Corridor from its early days. Google search reading. The Elf Corridor is similar to a magic circuit, in which the third-order elf wanders. The concept that gods are born from the elven corridors and beliefs has its origin as the divine marrow, and the divine marrow here can be understood as the godhead. New gods are constantly born and dormant in the elf corridor, until one day, I don't know whether it was several gods or one god, who created something called the Star Cup. Star Cup is a conceptual device set up by the gods in order to limit the existence of God to one person. It will only appear in front of the most powerful force on the planet. The theatrical version states that there are 10 gods with equal power. So we can understand that there are 10 very powerful gods in this world. They started fighting for the throne of the only god, the 10 gods, and for this reason they also created other races to join this war. One important thing here is that the rankings are based on magical adaptability, not strength. For example, the second-ranked elf species is even used as a form of energy and is often captured by ex machina. There are 4 known gods. Canas, god of the forest. Born with the concept of nature and materialized, the forest elves were created. Artho, god of war. Feeding on hatred, war, malice, and blood, the Flugel were created. Orkan, the god of forging. With forging and flame as the authority, he controlled the divine furnace and created the goblin species. Shenfan Tower of Suspicion. The divine race that was born at the beginning of the world did not know what a god was or why it was born. Because he was alone, Fanla penetrated his own soul and fell into a pseudo-deactivated state, creating the Ex Machina. Now all forces need to show their strongest power to reveal the Star Cup. All the gods believe that by defeating the other 9 gods and proving that they are the strongest, they can get the Star Cup. That's the reason for the war. In this war, humans are like ants on the ground, and cannot even be called a race. Because they were not created by gods, have zero magical adaptability, and have the worst physical conditions, even the weakest race can easily destroy a human village. Therefore, human beings can only hide in the Middle East in this destructive battle and survive without attracting the attention of other races. Later, a wise man named Rick was born among the human group, and he was also the leader of mankind. In order to end this long war and find a way for mankind to survive, Rick fought with a girl from the Mecha tribe and 180 humans who were willing to become ghosts. The weak defeated the strong and used small tricks to defeat the strong. Big game. Through the mutual suspicion of various races, they successfully guided the direction of the entire war, and finally succeeded in penetrating the planet at an extremely heavy cost. Then Rick's body collapsed the moment he touched the Star Cup. In the end, the god who existed between him and Hubie, the god of games, was successfully summoned and obtained the Star Cup, ending the war. There are 2 speculations here. One is that only gods can touch the Star Cup. Another guess is that Rick was already in poor health at that time and had no way of touching the Star Cup. But according to the original plot, it was the god of games who got the Star Cup in the end. The god of games is a god created by Rick and Hubie, and in the end, humans win. So as long as the plot does not change, we can complete the mission by protecting the protagonists Rick and Hubie in this world. Now I think what we have to do is to find the protagonist of this world, Rick, as soon as possible. After all, he is the protagonist of this world, and he is also the key to mankind's capture of the Star Cup. Although the task is very simple, I always feel that there are so many rewards given this time, and there is a vague sense of foreboding. Su Xiaohe finished popularizing the worldview of this world, and also expressed his own thoughts. He asked everyone, "Do you have any ideas? You can tell us and let's discuss it together." Everyone shook their heads. It wasn't that they didn't have any ideas, but their heads were a little blown by this huge worldview and they didn't know how to answer. Broly had a different idea in his mind to obtain the Star Cup in this world without going through the protagonist Rick. According to the settings of this world, the Star Cup will appear in front of the strongest power. There is no doubt that his own power is the pinnacle of this world. Broly is also confident that he can penetrate directly to the center of this world. But now he doesn't want to complete the mission so quickly. After all, returning to the spacecraft is boring, so he might as well continue to stay in this world for a longer time. There is also the fact that Broly is very interested in the mecha species in this world. If he can catch one and bring it back to Dr. Gro for research, he might be able to create a more powerful artificial human. Although the mechas in this world are said to be products created by God, the most outrageous thing is that they can actually extract the marrow of the God of War, who is known as the strongest. Although the God of War at that time was in a weak state after sending out the strongest heavenly strike, the God of War's marrow had the strongest attributes, and the stronger he got, the stronger he was. In other words, no matter who his opponent is, the God of War, as a conceptual god, will be stronger than his opponent. Just such a setting has been stripped down to its essence. Moreover, mechas also have strong analytical and collaborative capabilities. It is not known whether these things can be used in different worlds to analyze the training systems of other worlds. If this is the case, this type of mecha will be of great use. I'm going to be sitting in the spaceship anyway, so I might as well follow the people in this chat group and see if there are any good things in this world that I can pick up. And ever since he entered this world, Broly always felt something was wrong, and he also had some strange guesses and thoughts in his mind. So this time he planned to be a bystander and verify whether his guess was correct. Seeing that no one had any other ideas, Su Xiaohu sighed helplessly. After all, if more people came up with different ideas, we could discuss them together and then we could make up for the shortcomings. When the time comes, everyone will perform the mission together, and there will be no major casualties or mistakes. Now she felt as if she was leading a thoughtless team. All the responsibilities were suddenly placed on her, and she was a little breathless. But she didn't complain, but endured it silently. In fact, she was under a lot of pressure. Every time she led the team, she was afraid that due to her mistakes in judgment, the entire team would suffer maximum casualties, or someone would die directly. That's why she would make suggestions every time and then ask others if they had different ideas, not only to check for gaps, but also to share the heavy burden in her heart. Su Xiaohu adjusted her mood and encouraged everyone, "Okay, let's get ready to go. Everyone, find some clothes and put them on to prevent these black ash from getting on your skin. Wait a moment, if there is a situation, everyone should be ready for battle." Broly shouted to everyone that in the past 7 years, he had completely mastered the low-level version of the ultimate freedom skill. At this moment, he felt that there was a powerful life on the earth approaching him. Suddenly the ground cracked, and a huge red worm-shaped tentacle emerged from the ground. A powerful beam of light was stored in its mouth and aimed at everyone. This is the 8th demon species in the sequence. Everyone, be careful. Su Xiaohu drew out his weapon and reminded everyone. Chapter 56. It's indeed Aqua. The red worm rushed out from the ground, with a red light condensed in its mouth, shaking its head at everyone and spitting out a beam of destruction. Broly's body was blocked in front of everyone, white light condensed in his hands, and Qigong waves were emitted from his hands. The two energies collided together, and the entire earth collapsed instantly. In the end, the red beam of destruction was no match for Broly's white Qigong wave, and he pushed forward forcefully. This demon species was hit by the Qigong wave and instantly turned into ashes. After dealing with this demon species, Broly was stunned for a moment when he looked at the sudden appearance of a non-existent chain on his arm. Just when he wanted to check what was going on with the chain surrounding his arm disappeared. When Broly was confused, the whole earth began to shake, and more monsters attacked them. The ground beneath their feet collapsed, and red worm-like creatures appeared. Everyone lost their balance and fell down. Immediately afterwards, more monsters began to appear from different directions, opening their mouths and pounced directly on everyone. Aqua saw the big mouth full of sharp jagged teeth rushing towards her. She was so frightened that she raised her hand and released a purification technique. A sacred white light flashed, and the demon was killed. Nothing happened, he just paused and still rushed towards her. Just when the big mouth was about to bite her, an arm wrapped around her waist and pulled her whole body. It turns out that Luffy saved Aqua by extending his arm, and at the same time, he also extended his other arm to save the others. Su Xiaohu temporarily repelled the demon species that attacked her with a stick, and called everyone to escape in one direction. Rimuru's words also easily eliminated a demon species. For the safety of everyone, he did not hesitate to fight, so he chased after everyone. Everyone followed Su Xiaohu and were about to walk out of the encirclement. Aqua saw the pursuing demon species and suddenly summoned her scepter and performed water summoning. Due to her status as the goddess of water, all water in the world is her dependent, so as long as she is summoned, she will directly create flood-level holy water falling from the sky to attack the enemy and ourselves indiscriminately. Before everyone could react, they were stunned by the sudden flood-level waterfall. The worst among them must be Luffy. After eating the devil fruit, he completely lost the ability to swim and was disgusted by the sea. This flood was filmed and instantly suffocated him. The entire team was also shot away at once, and everyone was scattered and rushed to different places. Su Xiaohu, ah! Naruto, Ku! Rimuru, yay! Luffy, The moment Aqua was swept away by the flood, she immediately began to mess up. I just wanted to help, but I didn't expect this. Although Rimuru was just stunned by the flood summoned by Aqua, as a demon king, he would not lose consciousness directly like others, and immediately set out to protect Naruto and Aqua who were closest to him. And he used his gluttonous ability to devour a demon species. Then 2 pairs of bat-like wings sprouted from his back, and Naruto and Aqua rushed out of the flood. When Broly saw Aqua's normal operation, the corner of his mouth twitched. And he sighed helplessly, flying into the water from mid-air, and quickly found Luffy who was closest to him through his sense of chi. Adhering to the principle of proximity, he took Luffy out of the water and left him in Rimuru's care. The body continued to dive into the water, looking for Suzuyahu. At this moment, Suzuyahu's body sank to the bottom of the water. Her consciousness became more and more confused, and she felt like she was in darkness. At the end of the darkness was a beam of light. In the light stood her late father and brother, waving to her from a distance. Under her body, a demon species had already opened its huge mouth. Just when the demon species was about to swallow Suzuyahu into its belly, its body was penetrated by a white light and opened a hole. There was a big hole, and the body floated up. Broly quickly found Suzuyahu through his sense of chi. After solving the demon species, he took her out of the flood, found a high slope and placed it on the high slope. Looking at the unconscious Suzuyahu, Broly tried to transfer his energy to Suzuyahu, but there was no response at all, and he couldn't feed her fairy beans. At this moment, Broly felt a little panicked in his heart. This was a fear of loss that he had not felt for a long time. Even he didn't know what was going on. At this time, 3 more demon species emerged from the water and attacked Broly. Broly looked at the 3 monsters with a sullen face and said, "Hey! Are you looking for death?" Then a Kigong bomb condensed from his hand hit them, vaporizing the 3 demon species. The terrifying destructive power continues to strike into the distance, and it is not known when the energy will be exhausted and dissipated. He opened the protective shield to isolate the black-gray in the sky, finally calmed down and remembered how to save the drowning person. Broly gently unbuttoned the 2 collars of Suzuyahu's clothes, revealing her sexy collarbones and fair neck. Then he first checked her nose and mouth to see if there were any obstructions. Tilt your head back to stretch your respiratory tract, take a deep breath, blow evenly into Suzuyahu's mouth, and gently press Suzuyahu's chest from time to time. With his efforts, Suzuyahu finally reacted, her eyebrows furrowed, and when she opened her eyes, she found that Broly was giving herself artificial respiration. Feeling the touch from her lips, Suzuyahu's eyes suddenly widened. She immediately sat up and spit out a large amount of water from her mouth. Broly was relieved when he saw that she was okay. "It's good that you're okay. You really scared me just now." Suzuyahu's face turned slightly red, her back to Broly, and she nodded. Apparently she knew what happened just now. She must have drowned, and then Broly gave himself artificial respiration. Thinking of this, her face turned even redder, and her first kiss was gone. She was a little panicked and her fingers couldn't help but grasp the white stockings on her thighs. Because she was always told that she was dressed very tackily in school, and even her mother always complained that she usually didn't wear sportswear but practice clothes, so this time she didn't come in sportswear or practice clothes. Instead, she wore a short skirt and 2 white stockings paired with a sailor suit. Of course, her hairstyle was still a single ponytail. Even though they are mixed and matched, it does not affect their actions in combat. At the same time, you don't have to be missed by your own mother. Except that Suzuyahu is a bit flat there now, her appearance almost instantly kills many young and cute campus-style girls. It's a pity that no one in her team knows how to appreciate it. Everyone is made of wood. Chapter 57 I Order You to Die. Rimuru carried 3 people down from the sky to this hillside, and met up with Broly and Suzuyahu. Google search reading. He also used magic to make a simple protective shield to protect these people, so he was not burned. Su Xiaohu saw other people coming, so she stepped forward to cover up her embarrassment, but her little ears were burning red. "Everyone, are you okay?" The three people on Rimuru fell to the ground together, their faces full of fear, obviously frightened by the scene just now. Especially Luffy, who couldn't swim after eating the devil fruit and was directly hit by the flood from high altitude. Although he was not knocked unconscious due to his rubber body, he was almost choked to death because he couldn't breathe. Fortunately, Naruto was not far away from Rimuru and was fished out without even taking a few sips of water. He was relatively lucky. It was taken by the flood that fell from the sky, and now my head is a bit fried. Aqua looked like she had done something wrong. She pouted and turned her face away. "I didn't expect it to be like this. I really want to help." After hearing her words, everyone was speechless. Sure enough, sometimes Aqua helps, but often it is a disservice. As expected, she is 100% capable to cheat her teammates. At this time, Kazuma felt unprecedentedly relaxed in a world that was sending blessings to a beautiful world, and even felt that doing tasks was so simple. It's really great that Aqua isn't here. The difficulty of the game has dropped several levels inexplicably. Seeing that everyone was okay, Su Xiaohu breathed a sigh of relief, patted Aqua on the shoulder, and said comfortingly, "I know you want to help, and I don't want to blame you, but next time if you want to use skills, if so, remember to mention it in advance, otherwise no one will be prepared. After all, we are a team and partners. No one will blame you." Luffy, who almost choked to death, also said, "Ha ha ha. Although I don't know what just happened, but since you want to help, there is nothing you can do." Naruto sighed and spread his hands to show that he didn't care, with a wry smile on his face. After all, he can be forgiven by everyone. This kind of small scene is trivial to him. Rimuru looked at everyone's reactions, touched his chin with his hand, and showed a playful smile. Aqua originally thought that she would be criticized and disliked by everyone, and then she would be educated. She did not expect that everyone would be so considerate. The emotions of being bullied by Kazuma these days suddenly burst out, and he suddenly rushed towards Su Xiaohu with tears and snot in his nose, crying, "You are really too good. I thought you will blame me, but I actually don't want to do that." As a goddess, she would be bullied by a hero summoned by herself. This may be the first time among all gods. Su Xiaohu patted her shoulder gently, "It's okay. Everyone is okay now. Just pay more attention in the future." Aqua, yet. Broly's head was full of black lines, and the word speechless was written on his forehead. In fact, he was a little angry at what Aqua had just done, but seeing that everyone had forgiven her, there was nothing he could do. After all, who called her its Aqua? If wisdom had a color, it would be blue. Broly sighed secretly in his heart. After this farce ended, everyone began to look for the surviving humans in this world, as well as the protagonist of this world, Rick. Broly followed behind everyone, and at the same time activated his senses to look for the humans in this world. Perhaps it was because of the black ash that I was so angry that my perception was not as wide as on the earth. Moreover, in addition to humans, there are more auras of other species in this world. Broly, who has not been exposed to the auras of this human world, has a hard time finding their locations. He can only pay special attention to detect some life forms with relatively weak auras. It may also be because the place where he landed is too far away from the place where humans survived, so no humans have been found now. Broly looked at Su Xiaohu's pretty profile in front of him, who was chatting and laughing with Aqua, and he couldn't help but picture himself giving her artificial respiration and cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Broly slapped his forehead, feeling like he was just thinking about some random things again. At this time, in an underground ruins thousands of kilometers away from them, several people in grey robes were sneaking into the ruins to explore. Their faces were covered by masks and goggles, and no expressions could be seen. Through the goggles, all he could see was eyes that were like darkness, without any reflection. Soon they discovered a huge crater, piles of scattered steel, and some scrapped machine parts. It was the wreckage of an aerial battleship, a steel ship that could sail in the sky, built by the 8th-ranked goblin race. A few weeks ago, a war broke out in this area. A small-scale war broke out between the forest elves and the goblins, which caused changes in the world. The wreckage of this aerial battleship is the trace left by that war. The purpose of Rick and his team is to find usable resources from there. After investigation, they found that there was a crack in the armor of the wreckage that seemed to be accessible, and they hid in the shadow of the crack. Rick looked at the huge wreckage of armor and asked a middle-aged man next to him, "How did the spirit needle disc react?" The middle-aged uncle responded, "No, there is too much black and gray. The spiritual needle plate is only turning due to the reaction of the black and gray elves." Another young man sighed inwardly. "So that's it, it means there is no life support. Spirit needle plate, it is a prop made of pyroxene, which can sense the reaction of large elves, and ordinary obsidian. It can sense the huge amount of spirits contained in the bodies of gods and their retinues, and guide them in their direction. It was a prop made by Rick and his sister, but it couldn't be used. As a result, they can only rely on their 5 senses to search for enemies." The 3 people sneaked into the armored wreckage like mice. After some searching, they quickly found something that looked like a small box. It was made up of several blocks that were intricately put together, like a puzzle. However, one of the partners took it in his hand and twisted it hard, and the box suddenly glowed with colorful lights. "This is..." Seeing the large picture projected in the void, even the middle-aged man couldn't hide his surprise and made a sound. "No way, is it a world map?" "Yes, and this is the latest version. Although humans have made maps to some extent by relying on collected data and their own measurements, the lines drawn by the light shining into the sky at this time are extremely precise to distinguish the land and ocean of this world. Because of the war, the terrain of this world is changing all the time. This thing is indeed precious." Rick took the box and said excitedly, "This is not just a strategic map and the current power distribution map. Although it uses secret codes, I can also understand the goblin language, so it won't trouble me." "Ha ha ha! Very good." The middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh, because as long as he had this information, he could probably calculate the current battle situation. And it can also estimate relatively less dangerous alternative residential locations. After receiving this impeccable harvest, Rick said in a calm tone, "You Wang, Yair, you compare and correct the left and right halves with the existing map respectively, and I will copy the strategy and power distribution. Swear to your will." That is the oath and promise that will be made with the dead people. The 3 of them took out paper, ink, and measurement tools from their backpacks and started working. A few minutes later, a heavy vibration was faintly heard from the ground. At that moment, the 3 of them seemed to have made an appointment. They lowered their postures at the same time and rushed into the darkness to hide. Suddenly a deafening roar echoed all around, and a dark red worm emerged from the ground. It was a monster created by the Demon King, a sudden mutant of the phantasmal species. They possess terrifying power and are undoubtedly invincible to humans in this world. No matter how low level the opponent is, humans will turn into pieces of flesh as soon as they touch them. The weapons carried by Rick and his party cannot cause any harm to it at all, and even rash actions will lead to the destruction of the group. He analyzed various ways to escape, and finally turned around and gave an order to a middle-aged uncle beside him, "You Wang, I order you to die here. I will swear an oath to your will on your behalf." The middle-aged uncle agreed without hesitation after receiving the order. He handed the luggage on his back to another young man and walked forward as a matter of course, attracting the attention of the demon species. Yes, 1 person acted as bait, and the remaining 2 took advantage of the opportunity to escape. This was the only way for them. 50 meters, a distance that a human can cover in about 8 seconds. If you encounter a demon species at such an extremely close range, you will have no choice from the beginning. If 3 people escape together, the best case scenario is that they are all destroyed after being discovered, and the worst case scenario is that they are tracked to a human gathering place, the entire human gathering place is destroyed, and all humans are slaughtered. There is no doubt that the demon species has that level of intelligence. As the leader of mankind, Rick is thinking about who to sacrifice where. That should be all. Chapter 58 Naruto gets a cheat. The middle-aged uncle patted the shoulder of the young man with whom he had a long-term friendship, and then turned around. Rick was looking at him silently. Then I'm leaving, Rick. I leave my family and my children to you. Rick didn't move. He stared at the middle-aged uncle indifferently, nodded and replied, "Okay, leave it to me. I'm sorry, I died before you." The middle-aged uncle rushed out after saying this. Hearing this sentence that suddenly blurted out, Rick touched the heart lock on his chest that blocked his emotions and felt waves of chest tightness. Rick and the others lowered their posture and ran away at a trot. The middle-aged uncle was different from them. He deliberately made a loud voice and attacked with all his strength. Hearing the roar of the beast, the middle-aged man kept his speed and looked back slightly. The demon species sensed that humans were breaking up the steel debris and heading towards him. The enemy was huge. Just as Rick had guessed, it was a huge body that was more than 3 times the size of a human being. Even though it is covered with black animal hair, thick red muscles can be seen. The huge mouth, which was split halfway into the face, was lined with jagged fangs. Haha! The bait tactic was successful, and all that was left was to delay it as long as possible to trap this monster. Since you have to do it, of course you have to give the best results, right? After all, this is the last job in life. That's right, my duties have ended here. Just keep running forward while you're still alive, it's a simple job. I'm sorry, Rick, for always putting the heavy responsibility on you. We really went too far. But I'll leave everything to you, damn it. Rick ran with all his strength, listening to the explosions coming from behind him and the roars of the demon species. There was no fear, hesitation, shake, or even sadness or pain on his face. Because of this, the middle-aged man can believe him. For the orders of this boy who is younger than himself, he is even willing to sacrifice his life. If he had a choice, the middle-aged man certainly didn't want to die, because he still had a lovely wife and a proud daughter waiting for him to return in the settlement. He also wanted to experience simple happiness with his wife and daughter before he died. But in this beginning era he had no choice but to do so. Just when the beam of light ejected from the demon's mouth hit him, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Broly gently raised a hand and squeezed hard, which was enough to penetrate a hill. Beam. It was actually pinched by him like this. Broly looked at this monster that seemed a little different from the ones he had encountered before, but it was still just as weak. He raised a finger and released the Qigong wave directly, penetrating its body, and then pointed upward and the entire demon species was cut into 2 pieces. The middle-aged man standing behind him. Frightened by the scene in front of him, he sat on the ground with his buttocks, his body kept retreating, and he said in horror, "Impossible, it is impossible for humans to do this. You must not be human." Broly was about to explain when Rimuru, who transformed into 2 pairs of wings, fell from the sky to the ground. Seeing this scene in front of him, the middle-aged man became even more frightened. "I know, you are fantasy species. I will not give in. Please kill me." The middle-aged man roared heartbreakingly. Apparently he had heard before what happens to humans captured by other races. Broly felt that it was useless to say anything now, so he raised his hand and put it on his forehead, and directly used the ability to control the mind by making a wish from the dragon. A directive was planted in his mind. Whatever you see rationalizes us as good people and human beings. The middle-aged man stood up from the ground, suddenly realized, and looked at the two people in front of him. "Oh, it turns out you are good people and human beings." Rimuru looked at Broly warily and asked, "What did you do to him?" Broly waved his hand. "I didn't do anything except plant a command in his mind to make him think that we are good people. This saves a lot of time. It won't affect his other thoughts and ideas, don't worry." Rimuru summoned his system, and after Raphael checked it, he found that there was indeed no problem, so he didn't ask too much, but he looked at Broly with vigilance in his eyes. This ability to implant instructions in other people's minds and control their thoughts reminded him of the Demon King he killed, Clayman. Broly asked the middle-aged man, "Who is your current leader of humanity?" The middle-aged man scratched his head and said defenselessly, "Ha ha ha. It's Rick. Thanks to him, we can survive in this bad era." "Then can you take us to your leader?" "No problem," the middle-aged man agreed. Rimuru, who was next to him, saw the middle-aged man's performance, and his face became even more ugly. The ability of this group of friends to control people's hearts seems to be even more powerful than Clayman's. And it seems that his strength is much stronger than his own. Rimuru's danger level to Broly has once again gone up a notch. At this moment, inside her body, Su Xiaohu and his group were playing military chess with the Storm Dragon King. Rimuru's body forms a space of its own, and some of the creatures swallowed by her kin exist in this stomach pouch space. Now in her body, in addition to the Storm Dragon King, there are also high-ranking fire elves, Su Xiaohu, Aqua, Luffy, and Naruto. Storm Dragon actually escaped from the Infinite Cage a long time ago, but he didn't want Rimuru to go to another world alone, so he continued to stay in his body. Now a new person has arrived. This funny Storm Dragon still maintains its dragon form, taking out military chess and preparing to kill everyone. During the period when he was in the Infinite Cage, he played military chess every day to pass the time, and he had already developed invincible military chess skills. However, the imagination is beautiful, but the reality is very skinny. At this moment, the Storm Dragon was killed by Su Xiaohu, who was playing with it for the first time, as if it had met its lifelong enemy. Just when he was irritated, Aqua appeared out of nowhere and patted the Storm Dragon's butt without fear at all. Maybe she hadn't realized that it was the Storm Dragon's butt. Hey, although it looks fierce, but after looking at it for a long time, it's still a little cute. Luffy stretched out his arms and sat directly on the neck of the Storm Dragon, with stars in his eyes. "Dragon, it's really a dragon." Naruto on the side was communicating with the superior fire elf, saying, hello, I am Naruto." When the superior fire elf saw Naruto extending his hand to him, he also extended a hand as a sign of respect. But when he touched Naruto's hand, he found that there seemed to be a space in this boy's body, so driven by curiosity, he turned into a burst of sparks and entered this space. When he entered Naruto's body, he found that he appeared in a very damp cage. In front of him, a big red fox with no clothes on was lying on the ground and looking at him arrogantly. He bared his teeth and asked, "Hey, where did you get in from?" The superior fire elf looked at the fox in front of him, which seemed to have some bad intentions. Just when he was about to go out, he was bounced back by a force. "I can't seem to get out." Outside, Naruto grabbed his hair in horror. What happened? Why did the uncle who was so angry just now disappear? Chapter 59 Storm Dragon and Superior Fire Elf. Storm Dragon looked distractedly at the chessboard that was about to be defeated. He was already in a very unhappy mood and had his butt touched, someone riding on his neck, and someone yelling there. He was pissed off. He swung around, throwing Luffy off, and used his tail to flip Aqua aside. Then he stood up and shouted, "Hey, you've had enough. If you hadn't been influencing me, I would have won long ago. And that yellow-haired boy over there, stop yelling. So annoying." After venting his anger, Storm Dragon pretended to turn around and accidentally hit the chessboard with his tail. The chess pieces on the chessboard fell to the ground, wagging his tail triumphantly. Su Xiao, who naturally saw the rogue behavior of this storm dragon, and its forehead was covered with countless black lines. Naruto immediately came over and asked the storm dragon, "I don't know why the old man who was on fire suddenly disappeared." The storm dragon stepped forward to take a closer look and found that the upper elf had actually run into the child's body, which surprised him. It used its clairvoyance ability and immediately saw a seal on the child's body. In the depths of the seal, in addition to the high-ranking fire elves, there is also a powerful magical beast. Storm Dragon exhaled a breath of hot breath from his nose, stretched out his little paw, and pointed at Naruto's belly button. "The upper fire elf ran into your body." The 9 tails in the 4 elephants seal in Naruto's body looked at the creature that suddenly broke in, showing a ferocious expression like a ferocious beast whose territory had been invaded. Kyuubi made a very ferocious expression, then sighed again, crossed his forearms together, and lay down. "I don't know why you came in, but once you come in, don't even think about getting out. I've been stuck here for 14 years. You actually came in. From now on, I will be the boss here and you will be the second child, you know it." Since the birth of 9 tails, except for the 6-path sage, everyone he meets has used him as a Jinchuriki. In the following years, it was almost always sealed in the body, and every Jinchuriki would say to it, "You are the power of evil." Now I don't know how many years have passed, but no one remembers that it was once an innocent little fox. Kyuubi's favorable impression of humans has also dropped to 0. But the one in front of me is obviously not human. And he suffered the same fate as himself and was sealed in. Jiwei thought that he would have a companion to talk to him in the future, so as to kill the boring time, and he would not have to peek into this little kid's daily life every day. However, just when he was about to show his authority as the boss, the high-ranking fire elf passed through the 4 elephant seals. The entire 9-tailed fox was stunned. It pounced and hit the 4 elephant seal, and was ejected by a powerful current. Its big fox face was pressed tightly against the door, and it asked viciously, "What's going on? Why can you go out?" The superior fire elf scratched his head and showed an embarrassed look. "I signed an incomplete contract with him, and then I can go out. Don't worry, you will still be the boss here from now on." The entire 9-tailed fox exploded in an instant and became helpless and furious. "Are you kidding? Get out of here now and I will tear you apart." The superior fire elf shrugged, "Do you think I'm stupid?" Then he disappeared into this space, leaving only a 9 tails roaring and going crazy. The superior fire spirit came out of Naruto's body, and at the moment of signing the contract, he had gained temporary control over the chakra that could not be mobilized in Naruto's body. The original form has also undergone tremendous changes. The body has become taller and the flames have become more lush and hot. It is not known whether it is affected by the power of Asura in Naruto's body or because of the mutation of chakra. Storm Dragon frowned and asked, "Has your power increased? And you signed a contract with this young boy?" The superior fire elf nodded and felt the abundant power in his body. "It seems like this." Rimuru, who was outside, felt something happened in his body. After coming in to understand the situation, and knowing the whole story, he did not blame the superior fire elf but directly asked, "So you decided to leave me?" The superior fire elf shook his head. "Signing the contract this time was a last resort, and I seemed to have gained an evolution, so I decided to keep a fire elf in his body. Moreover, what we signed is an incomplete contract, which does not mean that it is a real contract and has no binding force." Rimuru nodded, because she felt that the contract between herself and the upper fire elf had not disappeared. So she raised her hand and used Raphael's analytical ability to dissolve the incomplete contract between the high-ranking fire elf and Naruto. In fact, if the high-level fire elf wants to leave, she will not stop it. After all, she can create many high-level elves at will, but this elf has a special meaning to herself. This is what Miss Jing left for herself. Naruto was confused and had no idea what was going on, what a contract was, an incomplete contract. "I just wanted to shake hands with my uncle, Why did so many strange things happen? The upper fire elf stepped forward and transformed part of his body's flame into a fire elf and fused it with Naruto. Although this fire elf was not an upper fire elf, it had the potential to evolve into an upper fire elf. Naruto felt a burning sensation coming from his body, and then a big-headed fire elf emerged from his body like a red cloud, circled around Naruto mischievously a few times, and then jumped on his face. First time meeting, Master. Naruto hugged the little guy happily, feeling an unprecedented sense of intimacy, just like his own family. Ha ha ha, first time we meet, my name is Naruto. Suzuo looked at Naruto with some envy that he could get the fire elf. At the same time, he also felt a sense of frustration in his heart. As the leader of the group, he seemed to have become the weakest person in the group. In the world of One Punch Man, King sneezed inexplicably and felt a little uncomfortable. He decided to go to the drugstore to buy some medicine after finishing the game. After things here came to an end, Broly and Rimuru followed the rescued uncle to the place where humans survived. Through chatting along the way, Broly also learned some news about this place where humans survived. At the same time, he speculated from his words that now should be the beginning of the plot. In other words, the protagonist Rick has not yet met the heroine Hubie. Broly activated his sense of chi and found that there were a lot of weak life auras around him. Sure enough, the weaker the ants, the stronger their vitality. At the same time, Hai Hui is also blocking his perception, and he doesn't know where the protagonist Rick has gone during this time. It seems that he can only go to the survivor base first. Chapter 60 Human Survivor Base. Broly and his team quickly caught up with the protagonist Rick. When Rick saw the middle-aged uncle who had successfully survived, his heartbeat that sealed his emotions jumped, but he soon regained his expression of facial paralysis and looked at him warily. Looking at Broly and Rimuru, he asked, "Who are you two?" Broly was about to explain, but the middle-aged man stepped in first. "They are two good people I met on the road. If it weren't for them, I would have died long ago." Rick expressed doubts about the middle-aged uncle's answer. In his mind, humans were simply unable to fight against other races. Even if they encountered the weakest of the demon species, they would not even have a chance to survive. Why were these two people able to save the middle-aged uncle from the demon species? There must be something fishy in it. Broly was obviously a little impatient and wanted to use his mind control ability, but Rimuru took action first. Her head turned into a strange large flower, and when the petals opened, a refreshing fragrance sprayed out from it. Rick and his group were instantly dizzy when they smelled the smell. This is a strange plant in the world of Rimuru. Its floral fragrance has the ability to cause temporary amnesia. However, it has no effect on some powerful monsters and can only be used on some ordinary people. This is a plant that she accidentally swallowed when she was in slime form a long time ago. Broly could also see that Rimuru was a little disgusted with his method of controlling people's hearts, so he took action like this. So he was going to see how Rimuru would solve it. When Rick regained consciousness, he had lost part of his memory. When he raised his head and saw Broly and Rimuru, he asked in confusion, "Who are you two?" Rimuru immediately explained, "We are two survivors nearby. We went out to look for supplies this time. We happened to meet you, so we wanted to come over and say hello." Rick carefully looked at the two people in front of him and continued to ask, "Where is your survivor base? How many people are there? Where is the usual activity area?" He is naturally calm and rational enough to be a human leader. Even if he loses his memory, he cannot be fooled so easily. Rimuru knew that Rick was active in the surrounding area, and he must know the situation in this area better than he did. If you lie, you will be caught out easily. However, before coming, he had already used exploration magic, observed the surrounding environment, and said calmly, "We are in a cave 600 kilometers away from 12 o'clock in the east. There were 50 people in the gathering place before, but they were later the monsters attacked, and we fled through the secret passages prepared in advance. Now this companion and I are looking for them. 600 kilometers has exceeded the scope of their exploration. Although what Rimuru said was perfect, Rick immediately frowned and thought that things were not that simple. Because two ordinary people cannot cross such a long distance. On the way, they will not only pass through the realm of monsters, but also the realm of orcs. These two races are extremely unfriendly to humans, and the two of them do not have any. Having only two robes for any weapon doesn't look normal. Moreover, he walked 600 kilometers to find his lost companion. This distance was too long. It was acceptable if he was looking for a new gathering place for humans. Rick moved back a few steps. It was obvious that after living in this desperate environment for a long time, they no longer believed in anyone. Rimuru, although this rhetoric should be able to fool most people, and after checking the magic, there is indeed a cave 600 meters away. But as the leader of mankind, how could Rick be fooled so easily with his IQ ceiling in the entire show? Broly was not surprised to see that she messed up the matter. If Rick was so easy to fool, he couldn't be the protagonist of the whole world. The ceiling of IQ in the game life. When dealing with smart people, you should treat them the same way. Broly raised his hand and shot a white shock wave directly into the distance. A white light flashed, and a deafening explosion sounded in the distance. The terrifying explosion rolled up waves of air, overturning Rick and others. Broly understood that there was no point in playing tricks in front of such smart people and said directly, "We are human beings from another world with extraordinary power. This time we came to your world mainly for help the humans of this world to capture the Star Cup, believe it or not. Maybe you may suspect that I am a human being disguised as another race, but here I want to mention that the humans in this world behave like ants. Do I need to go through so many twists and turns to kill you? There is a cave at 6 o'clock at 385 kilometers. Isn't that where you gather? There are 500 people in total, right?" Broly has long known where their gathering place is through his sense of chi. As soon as he comes into contact with the human aura in this world, he can quickly find it by locking it in which category. Now if the protagonist of this world, Rick, doesn't believe it, he can only use mind control to control him. Although the heart lock on Rick's chest locked all his emotions, you could still see a trace of shock in his expression at this moment, as well as panic about the unknown powerful force. After carefully analyzing what Broly said, he realized that now he seemed to have no choice but to believe him, and this was the way to go. After all, even my hometown is now known. If they are really humans pretending to be from other races and have such powerful power, they can be destroyed at any time. It really doesn't have to be so troublesome. Rick reached out emotionally and held Broly's hand. "Thank you for not giving up on our world. I will never let you down." Broly nodded without saying much, and then the group arrived at the gathering place of humans. After Rick introduced Broly and Rimuru to the people in the gathering place, he returned to his room excitedly. After seeing Broly's powerful strength, he rummaged through the boxes and began to plan the one he had thought of a long time ago. Plan to be implemented. Rimuru and Broly were placed in a separate room. As soon as the two entered and closed the door, Rimuru transformed into a slime form and spit out Suzuyaru, Luffy, Naruto, and Aqua from her body. Everyone gathered together and began to discuss the next battle plan. After discussing for a while, they decided to split into two groups this time. Rimuru and others are responsible for protecting Rick from any sudden accidents during this period. Broly went to explore the world's intelligence, resolve possible dangers around him, and protect the safety of the gathering place. By the time Rick's plan was put into action, they started to reunite through the group chat. Chapter 61 The World's Endurance. Suzuyawa watched Broly leave the gathering place alone and sighed helplessly. Google search reading. This solo mission was proposed by Broly himself, and in his mind, he may have regarded everyone as a burden. Suzuyawa is not stupid. She has long understood the work Dragon Ball, and she also knows how terrifying Broly is. Especially for him who has been cultivating in the spiritual time room for 7 years, coupled with the increase in the power of the divine dragon to make wishes, you can imagine how terrifying it is. At the same time, he also knew that if Broly wanted to, he could blast directly through the entire center of the earth in the fastest way to reveal the Star Cup. It's just that he doesn't seem to want to do it. Su Xiaoyu is a very smart girl and knows that at this time, she cannot ask Broly to do something she is unwilling to do as the leader of the group. The only thing I can do now is to try my best to understand his thoughts and keep the relationship between friends. And although she usually said she wanted to hug her thighs, she never thought of lying flat on her back and doing nothing but relying on others to take points. She has always wanted to build a small team that helps each other grow and can create a harmonious group. Su Xiaohu's thoughts are doomed to increase the pressure in the future, because everyone has a different personality, not to mention that when the group leader is weak, it is even more impossible to listen to everything. The situation is pretty good now, but if her strength continues to grow as slowly as it does now, she will be even more unstoppable in the future. There is nothing she can do except use the rights of the group leader to kick disobedient people out of the group chat. Method. After all, this world still respects the strong. Who is forced to listen to whom? The reason why Broly didn't end the world so quickly was because he didn't want to go back to the spaceship to sleep so early, but there were also several important reasons. First, every time I use a Qigong bomb, an invisible chain always appears on my arm, limiting my power. What is this chain? Secondly, the god of this world is the god of concepts, which worries him a little. After all, concepts are hard to explain clearly, but being strong is really strong. Just like a certain river god, I originally thought he was a regional god, but it turns out that the concept god can fish things out of the river, but the Milky Way is also a river, and the long river of time is also a river. His abilities are outrageous. The concept of this world's god of war is that no matter who he meets, he will be stronger than the opponent. Does this mean that in front of him, no matter how much his strength increases, he still cannot be stronger than him? If so, the water in this world is a bit deep. The third and most important point is also related to the plot tasks in other worlds in the future. If there was no human intervention, would the world continue to develop along the original plot? If there would be no accidents, why would they be allowed to perform this task? Since they were sent to perform this mission, it means that there must be some changes in this mission, and it is impossible to develop according to the original plot. So what are these changes? What exactly causes these changes to occur, thus changing the direction of the entire world plot? This must be clarified. Otherwise, if I encounter the same situation in the world of fantasy novels in the future, I will be even more passive without knowing anything. Broly came to a remote area with these concerns in his heart. This time he wanted to thoroughly understand what the invisible chain was. Broly raised his hand and began to condense Qigong bombs with more powerful destructive power. As the Qigong bombs became larger and larger, the invisible chains from before began to appear on his arms, and the number continued to increase. The chains seemed to restrain themselves. Broly tried it and found that he couldn't touch these chains at all. As more and more chains became available, he suddenly felt a strong repulsive force. The world seems to be rejecting me. When he accumulated a Qigong bomb that could destroy the entire planet, his body gradually became illusory. Realizing that something was wrong with the question, Broly immediately stopped what he was doing. He had an intuition that if he really dropped the air bomb in his hand, he would be completely excluded as the world was destroyed. When he crushed the Qigong bomb, all the chains disappeared. Broly also had a bold guess in his mind. Could it be that his power is enough to destroy this world, and this world wants to exclude him in order to protect himself from destruction? The chains that appear on the body are a protective mechanism. That's why these situations occur. If you put it this way, if you use your power to directly penetrate this planet, this world will repel you in an instant. Then if this is really the case, why can Rick use the absolute attacks from all parties to form a combined attack to penetrate the entire planet? Could it be that his own power does not belong to this world system, so this kind of rejection reaction occurs? Enric's combined attack that penetrates the planet is a power born from this world view. It can be understood and accepted by this world, so it will not be rejected. Broly could only understand it this way. If this is really the case, the situation at this moment will be even worse. I have traveled to different worlds. These worlds do not restrict the power system of this world, but will exclude other power systems and cause harm to me. Then when facing the god of war and other concept gods, if a war really starts, it is very likely that the entire world will be destroyed. Because his own power is enough to destroy the entire world, the concept of the god of war is that the stronger the opponent, the stronger he becomes. Then at the moment of the battle, the world will usher in unprecedented destruction. Then the Star Cup will appear, he will be excluded, and the mission will fail. If you put it that way, it would be unrealistic for you to use your own power to penetrate the entire planet. First of all, he does not belong to the power system of this world. Whether the Star Cup can appear without recognition is a problem. Even if he appears, he will be forcibly excluded. When the time comes, if these members of my group compete with the gods of this world for the Star Cup, there is a high probability that they will not be able to compete. The task will also fail. Broly had previously thought about how to differentiate between strong and weak if he traveled to different worlds and had different systems. And whether the world he traveled through would choose to suppress the power systems of other worlds. Unexpectedly, it was not the power system that chose to suppress other worlds. Is it possible that these traveled worlds cannot analyze the power systems of different worlds at all, so there is no way to suppress the power systems of other worlds? When other power systems appear that can destroy the entire world, all the world can do is activate the protective mechanism to exclude them. Chapter 62, Who has any objection to Hugh or my wife? After Broly got the answer to his first question, he now decided to go to various forces to find out what level their combat power was. Can the magical effects of this world affect you? If there is an effect, to what extent will it be affected? Google search reading. Although I had made a wish with Shenlong and obtained strong magic resistance and immunity effects, I still had to be on guard. Of course, if something goes wrong, Broly will immediately use teleportation to leave. I have encountered the demon species before, and my strength is pretty good. The strongest demon species in this group should be the Demon King that mutated from the fantasy species. Broly is quite curious about this Demon King, and it can even be said that he is curious about many races in this world. Because in the original novels and anime movies, many races have not yet appeared, and many gods have not yet appeared. I actually came to this world, so I naturally wanted to explore it. But the top priority now is to find a race that can use magic to test their magic resistance and magic immunity. After all, Broly doesn't want to suddenly have a god cast a magic spell to stop time or trap himself in a different dimension during the battle, or else turn himself into a child, the elderly, and other situations. The reason why he has this idea is because in Dragon Ball, the magic resistance of all Saiyans is almost equal to 0. When Goku and Vegeta merged to become Gogeta, they were directly transformed into a chocolate bean by Majin Buu. Broly didn't want to capsize in this gutter. So if you don't understand the settings of this world, it's better to be careful. Broly thought for a while, and it seemed that only the elves were more in line with his requirements. The elves are the race with the highest magical adaptability among biological races, and they themselves are almost equivalent to magic. At the same time, they are the only biological race that can activate multiple spells at the same time. Although the power of elf magic is insignificant compared to the power of Flugel. But the Flugels cannot compete with the elves in terms of spell casting. It can be said that the elves are the great wizards of this world. After some exploration, Broly quickly found traces of the elf species in a forest. An older female wood elf was leading 3 other girl wood elves to hunt several goblins that had intruded into their territory. The elf looks like a human being, except for a pair of long ears. However, if any elf is pulled out, it can beat those little fairies that are praised to the sky. Elves are generally not only large, but also very white. What's more important is that their clothes are all woven with leaves and vines, which are full of natural atmosphere and can't help but make people think about them for a long time. It was the first time that Broly saw this kind of elf similar to that in Western myths and legends. Especially when the old and mature forest elf was writhing and jumping in the forest, certain parts of his body were rising and falling, which instantly reminded people of sea. Broly coughed and admitted that he had been a little distracted just now. It's better to get down to business now. He took action first and dealt with the goblin species that looked similar to humans, but had green skin. One punch directly smashed the mecha they were driving. This time, he controlled the force very well and did not kill the goblin inside, but just knocked him unconscious. Then he used mind control with lightning speed to control the 3 forest elves in his hands. Originally, he was worried that his mind control would prevent him from reacting to these 3 elves who were familiar with magic. But I didn't expect that Shenlong's ability to control his own mind would be so powerful, and he could really control them. Broly learned a lot of information about the elves from their mouths. The country of the elf species is still nominally democratic, governed by large families and a council of elders, but they still have many slaves of other races. Most of those slaves were obtained from territories conquered by the elves. This also formed a slave family that served the master for generations. And what's even more strange is that this race only has females and no males. At the same time, the elves with more powerful magical abilities are also more beautiful. In particular, the most intelligent person in the contemporary era and the best magician, Zinky Nervalen, a forest elf, is even more beautiful and incomparable. I don't know how they reproduce. Is it solitary reproduction? After understanding this situation, Broly asked them to put some magic on themselves to test their magic resistance. As a result, I found that I seemed to be able to contact most magics. The ones that I was most immune to were those with destructive power, while those with negative effects would have some weak reactions. However, these elf species are not among the top magicians in the entire group. The older elf species is only middle to lower in strength. This means that the magic in this world can still affect them. There are some effects, especially those magics with negative effects. In order to continue to verify how strong his magic resistance is, and for his next plan, Broly decided to let one of the girl elf species leave here and go to the gathering place of humans to ask Su Xiaoyu and Rick provide help. He turned into her appearance and followed the other 2 elves to sneak into the forest elves. His target is Zinky Nirba, who is known as the most intelligent man in the world and also the best magician. Of course it's not because I'm greedy for other people's bodies. Broly simply wanted to feel the feeling of being loved by magic. On the other hand, Rick finally met Hubie. Rimuru remained in his slime form and lay on Rick's head to protect him. The heroine, who already knew from Su Xiaohu's mouth that this mecha type was the future, said she did not interfere in the meeting between the 2. The plot here will continue to develop according to the original plan. Hubie, who looked like a girl, jumped directly into Rick's arms, threw him to the ground, kissed him gently, and then knelt on him in a very strange posture. "Brother, I can't bear it anymore. Come on, please make me a woman." Rick was dumbfounded, and with his heart locked, he fell into chaos for the first time. Rimuru was lying on the side and even more frightened out of the world-famous painting. He was thinking quickly, and looked at Rimuru beside him. Rick knew that if Limu couldn't take action, he would be doomed. The monster with the appearance of a robot girl sitting astride him was simply not something he could handle. The X-machines are a race of machines, not even living beings. They move together as a collection of connectors. In other words, when an Ex-Machina sees itself, it means that the entire race sees itself. To be hostile to a machine is to be hostile to the entire race. The reason why they are regarded as extremely special beings is because of their combat actions. It is said that they will analyze the attack suffered at the end in less than a second and immediately design equivalent weapons. Whether it's the magic of the forest elf, the spiritual equipment of the goblin, or even the breath of the dragon elf, all of them will reproduce it and fight back. Because of this long war, their armaments continued to increase, so they were theoretically regarded as the most vicious race that could be infinitely strengthened. However, they have another peculiarity. That is, they will not take the initiative. Although it will retaliate when attacked, it seems that as long as it is not hostile, it will not be attacked. Rick knew that Rimuru didn't want to take action, so all he could do now was not resist. He doesn't want to die yet. Chapter 63 Rick's Awakening. After sorting out all the information, Rick still couldn't grasp the situation and didn't dare to take any action. Google search reading. At this time, the girl-shaped machine that was originally straddling Rick continued. It is speculated that this scene is not suitable for making this request. Hearing this completely unexpected question, Rick hesitated for a moment, and then realized that this machine was obviously speaking human language. At least it is certain that she has some knowledge of the human race. While this fact is chilling in itself, ignoring her and rejecting her words could very well be considered a hostile act. Reason ordered Rick to cooperate with her conversation now. You cannot take any action until you understand the situation. Perhaps she didn't intend to answer Rick's question, so she continued with an expressionless face and a smooth voice. Read, setting 072, people don't do this voluntarily. It's an accident, yes, it's an accident. Hearing her tone of voice that was no less reciting than her brother's at first, Rick's mind went blank again. What is this situation? Confirm that the subject's body temperature, pulse, and SZ organs are unresponsive. Please don't peek at other people's physiological reactions, okay? Rick tried to pretend to be calm. He couldn't help but be stunned inwardly when he learned another difficult piece of information. The physiological reaction was picked up by her. In other words, if you lie, the possibility of being viewed as hostile is extremely high. I don't know if she understands what she is worried about, but she heard the mechanical girl ask again. Question: humans will be sexually excited in this situation. Is this assumption wrong? Well, Rick tentatively replied that it varies from person to person. You can't lie, but you can't see the other person's purpose and can't grasp the situation. If she can even see through her physiological reactions, then Rick's fear cannot be hidden from her, right? What is her purpose? You're not sexually aroused by this machine, is it because I'm not attractive? Just as Rick was thinking, she asked this extremely difficult question, and Rick suddenly felt dizzy. This disaster, in which hostility is tantamount to annihilation, raises questions that are difficult to answer even for humans, and they cannot lie. Rick had no choice but to be aware and carefully observe the ex machina sitting on top of him. She looks like a human girl around 10 years old. Her snow-white skin contrasting with her long black hair, and her ruby-like eyes showed that she was an impeccably beautiful girl. Of course, if there weren't machines everywhere on the body and two tail-like pipelines. Objectively speaking, I think you are cute. But when it comes to generating that kind of excitement, humans are better, and you look a bit too young. What's the answer? Neither lying nor denying. As far as I'm concerned, this is a perfect answer. Rick even felt a sense of accomplishment, but the mecha girl immediately denied it. Without that experience, there is no chance of choosing a partner. Rick heard her question and asked cautiously, do you mean that as a virgin, I don't have the right to choose my preferences? The ex machina girl nodded mechanically, and then told Rick mechanically, please cooperate with me. My mission this time is to analyze the unique language of human beings called the heart. It has been confirmed that the heart is a human skin-kin relationship, which is a unique language that uses negative distance contact between skin tissue and exchange of body fluids. The emotions born in the process are presumed to be communication behaviors of the heart that ex machina lacks. As long as it imitates the same action, the machine can also read what is in the mind. Is this analysis wrong? Rick smiled silently. He discovered a very cruel fact. The ex machina has been observing humans, probably for quite some time. The Ricks comically think they are hiding well, but in fact they have it all under their control. Regardless of the reason for being targeted, this is both a best-case scenario and a worst-case scenario. In order to allow the surviving humans to continue to survive as ghosts on this planet, Rick decided to deepen the blockade of the heart. Ka-chong! The sound of locking was several times heavier than usual, and Rick opened his eyes. At this moment, he had determined in his heart that those sudden allies and reinforcements could not be counted on at all. It's hard to imagine how bitter and desperate Rick feels now. Humanity can only rely on itself. Rick took a deep breath, this time for two purposes. One is to convince myself that I am in a friendly relationship with this machine. Another purpose is to induce her to make poor judgments. Her purpose is to analyze the heart. If that is true, it means that this guy has no heart, unlike humans, and does not know how to conceal and deceive. It is much easier to deceive people who have no heart than to deceive human beings. And Hubie finally ended his long thinking, still looking seriously, stating Rick's wrong opinion. The so-called skin-to-skin contact is a metaphor for reproductive behavior. Please engage in reproductive behavior with me. I reject. Perhaps with a degree of forceful rejection, this statement may be viewed as a hostile statement. But Rick's calm mind and subconscious concluded that there would be no problem. And he wants to prove that even virgins have the right to choose for the first time. What's more important is that you must extract the information that should be extracted. The ex machina are connected together by something called a connector, right? I'm sorry, I don't have a hobby of exposing myself. Rick said calmly. This machine has been disconnected from the connection. The reason you proposed has been denied. Please discuss it with this machine. Although Rick had predicted it beforehand, it was just his previous wishful thinking, which has now been confirmed. Hey? Why? Rick asked, pretending to be confused. This machine wants to analyze whether ex machina has a heart, self, and soul. Due to many contradictions due to theoretical loopholes, the machine was disconnected and scrapped. Rick finally confirmed the reason why the ex machina took such an out-of-context action. Because the machine is broken. That would be perfect. Although I still can't feel at ease, I am already a little away from the worst possibility. That means, you. Rick frowned and spoke as if he was worried about her. Hubie nodded vigorously and said, you can obey your desires and ravage this machine without any problem, although this machine does not have the things of a human female. Rick. Seeing that Rick didn't respond, she remained expressionless, tilted her head and said, you can also take this machine back to the settlement and slowly ravage it. Rick, I wouldn't do that. It turns out you didn't. Understood, because you don't feel attracted to this machine, so you refuse to reproduce. You have no grasp of the situation at all. Chapter 64 Extracting the Surplus Value of the World. Hubie nodded again and stepped away from Rick. The liberated Rick stood up slowly and saw Hubie sitting in front of him, and then told him, proposal, request to play a game. Chinkai, Game 001 Chess. Hubie put his outstretched palm on the ground, and in the void, like an outline drawn with light, the silhouette of the chess piece emerged and then materialized. This was how the ex machina deployed their weapons. Rick was dumbfounded when he saw it, but Hubie slowly said to him, if this machine wins, I request that I be brought back to the settlement to practice reproductive behavior. What if I win? Permission to bring this machine back to the tribe to practice reproductive behavior. That doesn't matter whether you win or lose. Rick pretended to yell loudly. At the same time, Rick also thought that this was a good opportunity. Forget it, I agree to play the game with you, but I want to change the conditions. Even if it is not the best method, it is still the most ideal method. The mind that walks side by side with death can plan multiple strategies in an instant. Rick has now learned to use the minimum means to extract the maximum information, and he can take advantage of this situation with just one move. Okay, How far can you go? Now is your time to show your strength as the dictator of human destiny. If I win, I ask you to provide me with information. Despite what he said, Rick knew very well in his heart that winning this game was impossible. If the Ex Machina is a machine that is good at analysis and calculations, as rumored, then chess is her forte. Therefore, Hubie nodded in reply. It's okay to agree. The conditions for our victory remain unchanged. Then the two started a wonderful game. Although Rick said he couldn't beat the Ex Machina, he actually played extremely fiercely. After all, chess was once his favorite game and the game he loved most. But love is one thing, and winning or losing the game is another. Rick couldn't find the slightest chance of winning, and lost in just 29 moves. According to the agreement, Rick will take her back to the gathering place of humans, and will also help her analyze her heart. After some difficult negotiations, she finally understood that the heart is not born from skin-to-skin contact. On the other hand, Broly gained the ability to transform through the magic he made a wish with Shenron. In addition, 2 other people acted as cover and did not expose himself. But it is also possible that he has been exposed. After all, every god has a special concern for their believers, especially the gods who directly create a race. Broly couldn't help but wonder if his control over them had been discovered by the elf gods. But why didn't she stop herself? Could it be that there is another trap in it? Sure enough, this kind of playing with IQ is the most disgusting thing. His mind is full of conspiracy, and he is not honest at all. Broly sighed helplessly, soaking his whole body in the fountain of life and feeling the effects of the spring water. The fountain of life is a large open-air bath for the forest elves. Many forest elves come here to bathe to remove body fatigue, and it also has the effect of beautifying the skin. The water of this fountain of life is milky white with a hint of sweetness. Around Broly, there were many naked and sexy elf species splashing water on each other and playing with each other. Suddenly, the pair of elves he had controlled before swam towards him, and Broly learned from their mouths a very important message transmitted by the elf he sent to the human gathering place through communication magic. News. Rick brings Hubie back. Broly stood up excitedly, which meant that he could move on to the next step. Let the mechas and elves fight in an all-out battle. He took advantage of this opportunity to secretly disrupt the situation and achieve his 3 goals. First, figure out how the Ex Machina pulls out the divine essence, so that you can get twice the result with half the effort when you deal with the god of war. Second, when the forest god Canis is weak, he takes action to deal with this god who may be the greatest threat to him. After all, ordinary forest elves can already have some magical effects on themselves, let alone this creation. The spirit of the elves. Third, if you get the Ex Machina host, if you have the opportunity, try to get the Ex Machina's god of doubt, the Shenfan Tower. Broly is not that shameless to break up the CPS in other people's dramas. With his current strength, he can get any woman he wants and there is no need to do so. Besides, he has no interest in flat chests or little Lolita. Broly didn't just enjoy admiring beauties in the past few days. Through his layout, the mecha and the elves had already had more than a dozen small-scale conflicts. The next step is to prepare to lead a full-scale war. This can also verify whether the forest god Canis has discovered his existence. If she had not taken action and continued her plan, it meant that she had not discovered Broly's existence, but the forest elves would have been exterminated, and the forest god Canis would have fallen into the embarrassing situation of having no faith and losing his divine power. He would lose a big threat, and at the same time, Broly could also take the opportunity to abduct the most intelligent person in the contemporary era, the elf Zinknir, who is also the first magician, and the host who obtained the Ex Machina. Zinknir and the Machine are of great significance to Broly's future travels to other worlds. The magic in this world is more inclined to arcane magic, which is performed through the formation of spells and analysis. This means that Zinknir may have the power to create and analyze the power systems of other worlds, and it can also be used to study how to improve himself. Magic resistance. Needless to say, the Ex Machina host machine can create more powerful artificial humans. It also has the ability to parse and copy. The two are combined with each other. The effect is self-evident. The Ex Machina's host is responsible for copying, and Zinky Neil is responsible for analyzing and researching it into a system that he can practice. At that time, you can practice the systems of other worlds. If the Ex Machina's host could replicate the God of Destruction's power of destruction or the Archangel's divine power, as well as the King's power of elimination, it would really be a huge profit. No matter where in the world, talent is the most important. It's a pity that Bulma in his own world is still too young and can't do it now, so he is of no use at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to rely on that bad old man, Dr. Gro, to do research. As for the second situation, that's simply great. If Canas, the god of the forest, discovers his existence and understands his plan, and chooses to take action, then he will not let her stop. Here, he can start with the heroine Hubi, and then make the plan to let the machine Kaishong strip her of her soul. At that time, the machine and Zinky Near will also be their own. So beautiful! So beautiful! And he also mastered the method of dealing with the god of war. Maybe you can peel off the marrow of other creatures in this world one by one. In this case, get the Star Cup again. This world has also been completely squeezed out by myself. As for the heroine Hubi, let's leave it to Rick. I don't have this hobby. I like to dismantle other people's CPS. Chapter 65 180 Ghosts. On the human gathering place, Rick, with the help of Hubi, began to travel around the territories of various forces looking for various available bargaining chips. The relationship between the two also heated up rapidly. With Rick's help, Hubi gradually understood the heart and enjoyed human emotions. It's hard to imagine that love can be established between humans and machines. Help humans migrate to new gathering places, including Rick and Hubi, and the elves disguised as humans, disguise magic. A total of 180 dead personnel became ghosts. Rimuru had already been excluded because he was not trusted. Also included were the other people inside her. At this time, the simple secret base was also a command shelter, and 180 ghosts were gathered in front of the round table. After looking around at each member, Rick, the leader of the ghosts, spoke slowly. Although this world will always usher in its final result, it is absolutely impossible for us to wait until this result comes out, not even for our descendants. It's also impossible to see this result. Everyone was speechless after hearing this, but Rick continued in a strong tone, in such a world where there is nothing to save, should we run for our lives and pray for the end of the war? Who can we, as human beings, pray to? Rick poured out the words he had always wanted to say but could never say. Are those destroyers who claim to be gods? Or are they gods or other beings who can't even stop them? In this damn world, just surviving until the war is over and then what? After that? Rick waved his hands in an exaggerated way and shouted as if expressing his emotions. I heard that they are fighting for the throne of the only god. A bastard who will participate in such a war, no matter who wins in the end. After that, can we expect that bastard to bring about a better future than the present? Right? Then, he changed his tone, lowered his voice, and said in a cold tone, it's time to admit, this world, there is no hope. Everyone lowered their heads at the fact that they had already discovered it, but once they admitted it, their hearts would be shattered. Just when they each had sad expressions, Rick said, there is only one path before us now, and that is let us create a path that allows human beings to survive. After hearing Rick's powerful declaration, everyone raised their heads. There is only one way, and that is mental disorder and crazy behavior. If you think about it with common sense, it can be said to be arrogance. We are ghosts that no one cares about and no one will pay attention to. Rick looked at the girl standing next to him, his eyes filled with a different feeling, and his heart beat a little before he continued. We are ghosts, but even if no one recognizes us, we are still the ones who inherit the legacy and carry on with our will. That's proof that we still exist, that the world isn't over yet. Rick regained consciousness, the expression on his face tightened. Stop pretending to be smart, we humans are stupid creatures. Then he said decisively, all we can do now is fight. Fight, not escape but fight. Hearing Rick say this clearly, all 184 people's eyes were focused on him, and Rick smiled slightly. Yes, we have to fight. No matter who the enemy is, we must use our strength, that is, our stupidity. We must be like ghosts, deceiving them all and staying one step ahead. We must be like weaklings, using all kinds of strategies, even at the expense of shame and reputation. Even if you are complimented by the enemy's history, you are a despicable person. If you are praised, you are a bastard, and if you are praised, you are a bad person. We also want to win. The opponent Rick said he wanted to fight was an entity that had wiped out humanity and civilization several times. As long as they want to, they can turn mountains into pits, seas into land, and even crush planets. The emotion that enveloped the room was laughter. Just when everyone was dumbfounded and laughing, Rick laughed too. Yes, we have to challenge those monsters and win. This kind of extremely stupid and ridiculous thing makes people want to laugh, right? After saying this, Rick looked around at the faces of 180 people and told them. The end of the war, that's the victory we're going to get. End the eternal war of gods as a human being. Seeing Rick speaking so firmly, even Hubie next to him had his eyes wide open. As for the victory conditions, even if we say it conservatively, it is still so difficult that it makes people faint. Broly also saw Rick's impassioned speech in real time through the hidden elf species, and he knew that the plot was on track. In this way, he could also get the answer to his third question. If there is no human intervention, will the world continue to develop along the original plot? After getting the result, Broly will use the goblins to launch an attack on the forest elves, and then draw the war to the territory of the machine-like species, forcing the machine-like species to join the battle, and begin to make plans to defeat several other races. All dragged into the quagmire of war. In the elf territory, the elf he controlled had gradually controlled a large team. At the same time, wrong information was also left in areas where the Ex Machina were active to induce them to enter the war. Now we are waiting to see what the forest god Canas will do, whether he will resist or choose to surrender and survive. In the Elven Elders Council Hall, Zinky Neil was being summoned by Canas, the god of the forest. Canas, the god of the forest, is surrounded by green fluorescent tree vines. Her appearance is full of natural, fresh, and sacred atmosphere, and gives people a very maternal and loving feeling. Because it's so big there. Canas, the god of the forest, was aware of Broly's presence when he controlled the 10th elf species. But when she observed Broly, after feeling the powerful aura on her body, she hesitated to take action and decided to wait and see what he wanted to do. Could it be that he simply fell in love with the beauty of the elf species and wanted to control a few of them as female slaves? It would be best if that were the case. After all, a few ordinary forest elves are dispensable to him. But as I continued to observe, I found that this guy had a big plan. After learning about the situation, Zinky Neil even analyzed it. This was a conspiracy, and there was no way to stop it. Now all forces are ready to make a move. The dragon elves and flugels have even seen that the forest elves have been plotted. These two races are just waiting to make plans so that they can finally bite off a piece of flesh. In the past few days, Zinky Neil has been having trouble sleeping and eating, constantly looking for opportunities to break the situation. It's a pity that this is a conspiracy and not a conspiracy. You're going to fall for it anyway. The forest elves will also embark on the path of genocide. For the first time, Zinky Neil tasted the feeling of defeat, and at the same time she began to make preparations. And have a good talk with Broly to see what he wants. How can this guy stop? Chapter 66 The Ghost Going to Death. Zinky received instructions from the forest god Canas and quickly found the elf girl Broly was disguised as. Google search reading. At this time, Broly completely assumed the role and was picking nectar with another big, white forest elf. The two were talking and laughing, just like a pair of best friends. When Zinky came to this garden, the female elves around him all bowed and squatted to show respect. She came to Broly with a trace of disgust in her eyes. Sure enough, this kind of playing with IQ is the most disgusting thing. His mind is full of conspiracy, and he is not honest at all. None of the civilian elves around them dared to take a breath. When Broly saw her expression, he knew that he had been exposed, so he stopped pretending and stood up, looking straight at the beauty in front of him. It's really sexy. It's my favorite type. Zinky put away his disgust, followed the etiquette of a nobleman, lifted up his skirt slightly and said politely, "Can you please speak at this time?" Broly smiled slightly, and his appearance began to change, returning to his appearance from a beautiful elf. The surrounding elves were not surprised at all, because they had all been mind-controlled by Broly. "I'm not worried about leaving with you. Who knows if Canas, the god of the forest, will suddenly trick me?" Broly said slowly. "Are you kidding? Aren't you plotting against us elves these days?" Zinky stared at the young man in front of him with a smile, a trace of cruelty flashing in his eyes. The elves are a very vengeful race, especially when they are being plotted like this, which makes her very unhappy. Broly snapped his fingers, and the two forest elves next to him immediately used magic to grow two vines on the ground that crossed together to form the shape of a chair. He sat on the chair naturally, as if this place was his home. This behavior made Zinky even more angry. "If you have anything to say, just say it here. And to remind you, I will teleport instantly." Broly leaned his back on the chair and the elves around him stood neatly behind him. Zinky squeezed his fist and unclenched it. He took a breath and said calmly, "What exactly do you want?" Broly pointed his finger directly at her, "I want you." Zinky was frightened and took a step back when he heard his words. His face was a little ugly, but thinking of the gods he believed in and the entire race, he gritted his teeth as if he had made up his mind. "If your goal is me, then I am happy to tell you that you have achieved your goal." In the end, Zinky chose justice and sacrificed himself. After all, if peace is exchanged for such a small price and the elves continue, it will be a huge profit. It's a pity that it was my first time. Just think of yourself as being fucked by a pig. Pricked by a needle. Although Zinky thought so, his body was very honest. He thought that he had to succumb to the lowly human beings in front of his own people. This feeling of being forced actually made her a little excited. "Are we going to be here? I'm a little shy with so many people. This is my first time." When Broly saw the blushing and squirming Zinky, he instantly knew that this guy must have had the wrong idea and really thought of himself as a lecherous evil spirit. His mind was full of black threads. He had set up such a big scheme, not just for the sake of Zinky's body. He said directly, "I think you must have mistaken your meaning. What I want is you. The ability to analyze magic does not mean that you are greedy for your body. At the same time, I also hope that if possible, I can meet your gods at the right time. In addition to you, my real target is the host of the Mecha clan and the Shenfan Tower of Suspicion, the god of the Mecha clan." When Zinky heard what he said, it seemed as if his own value was similar to the other two values. And it can be heard from his tone that this guy completely regards himself as a high-quality item. This made Zinky feel deeply humiliated and a little disappointed at the same time. It's hard to imagine why she was lost just now. "Are you expecting something?" Of course, Zinky was lost, just because there was no way to preserve the elf species at such a small cost, and it was not what some people imagined. After all, she is also a noble lady and an elder of the forest elf species. How could he have such strange thoughts in his head, let alone such a habit in his body. Broly had actually imagined this situation, and at the same time, he also set up another line to temporarily paralyze the forest god Canis for the purpose of negotiation, and then obtain some information from the suspicious Shenfan Tower. Next, we need to go to the Flugel to test the strength of the god of war, guide the Flugel in the war against the elves, and cut off the elven allies. Let's see if we can force the forest god Canis to take action. Broly sat up from the chair, looked at her with admiration, and said, "Actually, I am very satisfied with your appearance. If we have the opportunity, we can have an in-depth communication, and then you may find that I don't have you so bad as imagined." Zincanir was so angry that he watched this man gradually disappear in front of him with a smile on his face, but his eyes were staring at Broly's back like an evil spirit. Speaking of which, the elf species I hold a grudge very much. Have you heard this rumor? I heard that revenge must be taken even if it takes dozens of generations. So I will find out your true identity and kill you. You are someone who is not easy to mess with, and you actually take advantage of me. I will definitely make you regret it. Because the origin of the rumor that elves love to hold grudges, is either from other people or from the Nervalan family. Broly shook his hand. Okay, I'll wait, as long as you have the ability. The forest elf's layout was completed, and his eyes returned to Rick's side. Rick showed a bold smile in the command post and announced the rules of this game. First, no one can kill anyone. Second, don't let anyone die. Third, don't let anyone find out. Fourth, any means is not cheating. Fifth, ignore those guys' rules. Any violation of the above shall be considered a defeat. Rick looked around at the 180 people around the round table and said righteously, "We are all races of ghosts, including the gods. We will not kill anyone, and we will not even be discovered. It's just to induce the war to finally end the war." Rules that emphasize feelings can be said to be equivalent to children's willfulness. But at the same time, if we want to end the war as a human being, there is no other way. Because wanting to end the war as a human being is already the willfulness of a child. Needless to say, it goes without saying that if it fails, everything will be destroyed, so all the insurance measures will probably be in vain. There is a talking monkey inducing the battle. As long as these guys know this fact, everything will be over. Chapter 67 The probability of success is infinitely close to zero. /U003C /go-U003E The members chosen by Rick are without exception people with superior intelligence and skills. In other words, if they live in a peaceful era when human beings prosper, these people will definitely become the best among people. Google search reading. In other words, everyone here is smart, and the smarter the person, the better they know how to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. The probability of success in declaring war on all races with the weakest human body is extremely slim, and the only path that awaits these ghosts is to become ghosts. I'm afraid no one will stay. This is not something a sane person would do, a fool would be left alone. If it really comes to that, there's nothing we can do about it. In the worst case scenario, even if it was just him and hubby, Rick would still have to achieve his goal. Exactly 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes again, only to find that none of the people present had chosen to leave. Seeing this scene in front of him, Rick became even more convinced that humans are a stupid race. Because you are stupid, you will hone your wisdom and knowledge so that you will not be killed by stupidity. It has survived to this day, even in this world where there is no value for survival, but it still survives. Now these are the people who are betting all their knowledge, wisdom, and technology. If they are not noble-minded fools and respectable weaklings, then what are they? Hey, boss, don't make a mistake in your first step. This will cause people to worry in the future. Rick, do you think there are still smart people in this world now? Crazy behavior? Is there anything crazier than this world in this world right now? A smart person will choose to die in this world, and a smarter person will choose not to be born. All those who chose to stay called and teased Rick. In a certain corner of the room, Rimuru, who was in an invisible state, leaned against the wall with his arms folded, hearing all the words between them. At the same time, he also channeled the scene he saw in front of him into his own body. At this moment, everyone was shocked by this scene. Humanity. In order to survive, in order to continue this race, many people are willing to be stupid people and give up their lives, leaving the chance of living to those who come after them. You are all going crazy. You are so reliable. Then, just listen to my next plan, Rick said happily from the bottom of his heart, and then opened the map. 5 years, no, this was earlier. Rick had already been planning a game board that famous humans would continue to update in order to survive. During this time, he ordered countless people to give up their lives and die. The game board, which was made up of countless bones, was under the watchful eyes of 180 ghosts, including Rick and Hubie. Rick began to explain the specific plan. Okay, let's start the game. Swear to the will. Everyone responded as usual, but Rick said, it is forbidden to say that sentence again. We do not swear actions to the will, but to the rules we agreed to. So we should swear an oath to the rules we made, which is the covenant. From this moment on, the covenant regulations of this world were born. In this way, non-existent people quietly began to act secretly. The future and hope were taken away, and I even despaired of despair. Finally, I got tired of that despair. All people gamble everything for the almost non-existent hope. They also don't know if it makes sense. I just think I should be like this. After the meeting, Hubie and Rick were playing a card game at the entrance of the secret base. Hubie said, Rick, every strategy, the probability of success, is less than 1/10,000%. What's more, based on logical thinking, the probability of all strategies being successful is 0. Yet I'm talking about Hubie. Rick seemed to want to interrupt Hubie's thinking and said, that thing you are talking about called probability, can you explain it this way? The probability of a 6 in rolling a dice is 1/6, and the probability of 2 6s in a row is 1/6 of 2 times. So is 36 points calculated like this? No, that's right, so. Hubie could assert that she had never underestimated Rick, but Hubie still couldn't hide her surprise at how easily he had solved the mathematical theory of ex machina. Because of this, she planned to explain to Rick the success rate of the matter. Then let me tell you something good. That calculation was wrong. Hubie's body froze. The probability of rolling a 6 on a die is 1 in 6, but in this game, it's not calculated that way. Rick joked while shuffling the cards. Because 6 points are a win, and everything else is a loss. In other words, the probability of winning is 1 in 2. That's a fallacy. However, in terms of probability, the perspective from which it is calculated and the conditions under which it is calculated are also important factors. Either all wins or all losses, if calculated from Rick's perspective, such a fallacy can be established without any contradiction. Hubie, who is an ex machina and an analytical body, was actually refuted by humans. And it's in an emotional tone. The impact was so huge that Hubie almost stopped thinking, and Rick continued, then, there was the second mistake. When rolling dice, 6 points may appear once or 10,000 times in a row, so that calculation is wrong. There is nothing in this world with a probability of 0. No. If you take the variables into account, on the contrary, if you throw it 10,000 times, the error distribution will converge. The chance of a 6 on a die roll is not strictly speaking 1 in 6, there are many variables. However, as long as the number of experiments is increased, the probabilities will converge, making it easier to calculate, that is, the results will become as calculated. Hearing Hubie's rebuttal, Rick smiled. Can all variables be considered? All unknowable variables and unpredictable variables can be considered? For example, people who don't exist, us. Let's put it this way, what if I secretly change the dice into dice that only show 6 points? Rick said meaningfully. It can't be done, at least not the first time. But if it continues, something abnormal will be discovered. Thinking of the reason for detecting the error, Hubie's body froze. Finally Hubie understood the meaning of Rick's words and plan. The true meaning of not being discovered, their battle is. Manipulate the battle situation within a range where the error will not be noticed. Implementation becomes a variable with will that is always impossible to predict. Mathematically speaking, there is no element more difficult to calculate than this. Rick nodded in agreement with Hubie's conclusion. That's called cheating. It's fun, right? Even so, Hubie still doesn't understand that this game cannot be explained by probability theory. This Hubie already understands it, but even so, why? Why can we use the lowest probability as the expected value? Rick looked at the world outside the entrance that was gradually becoming a dead planet and answered her, because this is humanity's last chance. \U003C, --/U003E. Chapter 65 Probability is not everything. And the theory of probability is the most unreliable. I'll prove it to you. What are the chances of me proposing to Hubie at this time? The parts and computing chips in Hubie's brain were running rapidly, and he answered according to his inherent thinking. The probability that the intention of the question is unclear is almost 0. Look, if you guessed wrong, marry me, Hubie. Hubie was stunned when she saw Rick take out a small ring and said to her, there is no 0 in probability theory and no one can deny the probability of winning this game, right? Hubie looked up at Rick, who handed over the small ring with his round eyes, and then replied, I can't understand, I refuse. Upon hearing her answer, the 19-year-old virgin Rick was instantly petrified. After suffering a huge blow, he would sit on the ground, with the corners of his mouth twitching, hee, he. After trying his best to propose marriage but being rejected, Rick seemed to have ushered in the end of the world. Hubie, as a machine, had rare human expressions at this moment. He said every word seriously, marriage is a contract between humans and the other half of the breeding partner. Hubie, as an analytical machine, does not have the ability to do so. This feature. That's not a problem. Rick said decisively. If he can't reproduce, will Rick remain a virgin for the rest of his life? I don't care. But Rick hesitated for a moment just now. Gee, don't worry about details like this. Rick yelled as if he was being careless, but Hubie remained expressionless to the point of being unnatural, and continued, there is no precedent for an interracial couple. Then we are the first cross-race couple in the pioneer world. Rick already knew at this moment that Hubie didn't dislike him, but because of other reasons. He began to have a kind of mysterious confidence, thinking that as long as he persisted you can succeed and continue to chase after you. However, perhaps overwhelmed by his momentum, Hubie's expression gradually collapsed. It's impossible, we can't be together, because... Hubie. Rick noticed that Hubie's voice was trembling, and he called her name worriedly. There was an expression of confusion, chaos, and sadness on her face, and then she spat out a few horrifying words, because Rick's hometown was destroyed by Hubie, and Rick's relatives and friends were all killed by Hubie of. 12 years ago, there was an unexpected large-scale battle between the X-machines. The opponent is Alan Leaf, the Yanlong, one of the 3 kings of dragon spirits, and his 7 servant dragons. In contrast, the mecha's combat power is a composite connection composed of 8 Yuba connections, headed by Kuberi. Each link has 437 machines respectively, for a total of 3,496 machines. This battle involved a quarter of the entire combat power of the X-machines, and it was an extremely large-scale battle. Rick's hometown was also destroyed in this war, and all his relatives and friends were killed. Hubie lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Rick's face. She guessed that Rick's face must be full of sadness, hatred, and anger at this time. I already noticed it when we first met. Even though it was just based on my feeling, I always felt like I had seen you when I was a child. Rick hugged Hubie, with mixed emotions in his eyes, and said. Because after taking everything into consideration, I still fell in love with Hubie. Hubie couldn't breathe while being held. It was obvious that she was a machine without respiratory organs. As if to comfort her, Rick continued in a calm voice, I will not deny everything in the past. Hubie's past, your present by my side, and my desire to have you by my side in the future are all what I love. So. Rick took Hubie's left hand and gently put the ring on her ring finger. Would you like to follow the same path as me? As my wife? Hubie answered as if she was trying to force it out. As a machine, tears actually appeared in her eyes. Please let me always stay by your side. The two held a simple wedding ceremony under the auspices of Rick's sister and became an official couple. Hubie suddenly whispered in Rick's ear, as long as you know the structure to build yourself, Hubie can make holes. What? You mean I don't have to be a virgin my whole life? Yet. Hubie said firmly. Rick happily hugged hubby and kissed him hard several times. A few days later. The plan codenamed Ghost was officially launched. Person number 180 was injected with a large amount of black ash, which caused abnormal body temperature and abnormal heart rate. It was impossible to judge whether he was lying through subtle inspection and magic. In the past 5 years, Rick has explored the territories of various forces and found a lot of information about them. Several races are experimenting with weapons of mass destruction, and they also plan to conduct test explosions in the territories of other races. What he has to do now is to use these 180 people to wander among various forces, take some undetectable poison, and use his life to gain the trust of these races. Then all this information is leaked, and then the entire battle situation is guided through induction. But there is a huge deviation here, which is a loophole in the novel. In the original movie and novel, these 180 people will not die. They lived to the end and witnessed the god of games getting the Star Cup. But here, the fate of the 180 people is very bad. They have no chance to take the antidote. Most of them were detained and then died of poison. Some races even followed them. Want to know where they came from? What's the purpose? According to normal thinking, if someone provides extremely important information to other forces, as long as this force is not stupid, they will find out the identity of the mysterious person who provided the information. Find out these questions. Where is he from? Why did you get this information? Could he know something more? Being detained is understandable. How could such a loophole in novels and anime be released in real life? So this is the first loophole in the novel. Rick regarded these people as dead people, so he called them ghosts. Their casualties did not violate his principle of not wanting to see anyone die. After Broly learned this information through the lurking elf, he felt something was wrong. Of course, he would not let his men die, so he asked the elf girl to come back directly. Now he is sitting on a big rock. Dozens of huge craters have been blasted out of the ground around him. The air is filled with hot white smoke. It is obvious that there was a war here not long ago. Not long ago, Broly triggered a war between the Flugels and the fairies through the power of controlling people's hearts. Then because he went too far, he was targeted by a Flugel. There is nothing to say, just give him a beating. He was currently holding a hand on the head of a little girl who kept resisting. Chapter 66 Aqua did something bad again. This little girl is none other than Jibril, who lost all her power after being struck by the sky. Known as Zyji, who wants to be cute and cute. Bad guy, bad guy. Jibril, who was in the form of a little girl, waved her little fist desperately, but her head was kept pressed and she couldn't hit her at all. Moreover, in her little girl state, she soon lost her strength. Panting from exhaustion. For this kind of race that can switch between the royal sister and the Lolita, and the Koro and the Roy, wouldn't it be a pity not to collect them? At this time, after Luo Li caught Ziyi, a strange idea came to his mind. Do you want to search for the best female individuals among all the races in this world? Then they were all thrown to Dr. Gero to create artificial humans with various special powers. Even ordinary earthly high school students like number 17 and number 18 can be transformed into super scion-killing beings, not to mention these special races with other talents. When the time comes, we will lead these people to participate in the power conference and see if they can win the championship. In his memory, it seemed to be one of the ways to obtain the Super Dragon Balls. This is also a good method. Broly threw Ziyi to the Archmage Lilian Law, the elf who was behind him as Zinknir's replacement. Lilian Law is a dark-skinned forest elf. When you see her, you can't help but think of the elf queen in Black Beast. She built a warlock magic circle and hit Xiaoji on the head. In an instant, Xiaoji was forced to sleep while he was still making a fuss. Broly is now thinking about this sudden plot change, looking at the sandbox built by Lilian Law, and then starting to add various markers to it through synchronized neural connections. After taking into account various variables and predicting the direction of the future battle, Broly came to an incredible result, and then let out bursts of wry smiles. All my plans were in vain. Sigh. Sure enough, I'm still not suitable for this kind of battle of wits. Scions are better at being reckless. I feel it's a bit troublesome. If I didn't want to get back to the spaceship so quickly, this game would have been over long ago. At this time, Broly had already guessed what Rick was thinking. The 180 people who were supposed to survive in the anime plot were all captured, or died of poison without wanting to be exposed. Due to the existence of this loophole, the real plot has begun to develop in a different direction. Although this vulnerability may seem inconsequential in the eyes of others, isn't it just the death of person number 180? Does their life and death have a lot to do with the plot of this world? Yes, and it's very relevant. Rick's original plan was not to let himself survive. He also wanted to ask for death, and then use Hubie's love to bring down the entire Ex Machina species. Ex Machina have a special attribute as machines, they have a way to upload data and share data. In other words, Hubie falls in love with Rick. As long as he uploads his love for Rick, the entire Ex Machina species will fall in love with Rick. The entire Ex Machina species will become Hubie. This is a pretty scary thing. As a wise man and a leader of mankind, Rick has access to information about some races, but cannot learn information about gods. Little is known about the gods who created these races. Therefore, the possibility of success in formulating this plan is very slim, and he also knows that it is simply impossible to achieve. It is impossible for humans to fight against such a powerful race. As long as he dies, Hubie, who has inherited his will assimilate all the machines. With the help of the entire Mecha clan, the success of his plan will undoubtedly increase a lot. This is an important reason why in the anime plot, it appears that the entire Ex Machina species will sacrifice their entire race in exchange for victory in the human war. Rick is in love with Hubie, there is no doubt about it. But as the wise man and the last hope of mankind, he must choose between love and the righteousness of the entire human race. This is why in the anime, when Rick comes into contact with the Star Cup, he thinks that he is a bloody and dirty person with hands full of blood. If the guess is correct, Rick will die in front of Hubie after going to the elves to meet Zincanil. But the problem now is that there is a goddess of wisdom in my team, who can revive. In other words, Rick will not die. And now he may have been captured by Zincanil of the elf species. Although Rimuru is not weak as a demon king, he may not be able to do well when facing the world's strongest sorcerer and the god behind him. It is most likely that he has been beaten and fled. It is impossible for Rick to betray humanity after being captured, but Hubie only loves him, not all humanity. If she revealed all the plans when she saw Rick being tortured. The forest elves who were originally forced into a desperate situation obtained a bargaining chip that could save the entire clan, how to obtain the Star Cup. And it can also point all the contradictions in recent days to human beings. Let the elf out of the mire. This is why Broly said his plan failed. He didn't expect that such a small incident would eventually turn into this. The result was just as he expected. Through the information in the observation group, Broly already knew that things were developing in the worst direction as he expected. Hubie and Rick have been captured. Broly took a deep breath and used teleportation to arrive at the location where Su Xiaoyu and his party were. At this time, everyone had injuries on their bodies and looked dejected. Rimuru was directly beaten into the form of a slime. In the end, if Naruto hadn't used the tailed beast Jade to resist a burst of attacks, everyone might not be able to run away now. At this time, Su Xiaoyu felt very guilty, her face was haggard, her eyes were swollen, and she had obviously cried. Due to his own mistakes in decision-making, the entire team suffered heavy casualties. Now it is heard that other races are surrounding humans and even Aqua has been captured by the enemy. I don't know if the elves took a fancy to her resurrection ability, so they captured her. This is the only possibility. Is it possible? Do you like her talent for comedy? When Su Xiaoyu saw Broly coming back, a smile appeared on her pale face. You're back. Broly nodded. Yes, I'm back, and I know what happened. Don't blame yourself too much, you've done your best. In fact, I am partially responsible for how this matter turned out. Just let me clean up this mess. When Su Xiaoyu heard what Broly said, the pressure and self-blame accumulated over the past few days suddenly burst out and she covered her eyes with tears flowing continuously. Broly patted her shoulder. Chapter 67 Analysis of the situation. Broly walked into the cave and found that everyone was injured, and they were particularly serious. Naruto's skin was burned by the Kyuubi's chakra. Luffy turned into the form of a child, lying on the stone floor, and due to the excessive load on his body due to turning on the second gear, he is now unable to move. When Luffy was performing tasks in the chat group, his strength had increased and he understood in advance second gear, third gear. When Broly was wondering why they didn't use fairy beans to treat them, he saw many humans hiding in the cave, and he was instantly relieved. You don't need to guess to know that they gave the fairy beans to these humans, and then they didn't treat their own injuries. Rimuru was directly beaten into a slime form and fell into a coma, unable to make senzu beans. That's why these people have injuries. It's really speechless. Broly smiled bitterly, took out the fairy beans from his body and distributed them to his friends. Anyway, I still have 300 to 400 of this stuff with me now, so it's not a big deal if a few of them go out. If you want it then, you can go back to Dragon Ball World and ask for it from the cat immortal. This old cat is already working extra hard to grow fairy beans in order to eat more fresh canned fish. After everyone ate the fairy beans, their injuries healed instantly, and none of them were as decadent as before. Rimuru also returned from the slime form to the Demon King form, but her magic power has not been restored and she cannot make large quantities of sen beans. Everyone turned their attention to him as if they had found a backbone. Broly was the strongest among them. In times of crisis, relying on the strong to seek direction was a common denominator shared by many people. Broly took out a capsule, threw it on the ground, transformed into a big house, and invited everyone to enter. When they entered, everyone was sitting at the table. Luffy consciously ran to the refrigerator to find something to eat, while the others sat on their chairs without saying a word. Broly said to the air, Lillian Law, come out and say hello to everyone, and then materialize the war sandbox I built before. A forest elf wearing a black magic hat, a tight black leather jacket, and a large black cloak appeared next to Broly. She also held a comatose little girl in her arms. Lillian Luo looked around at the surprised people, slowly knelt down, saluted, and showed a polite smile. This is the first time we meet. I am Lord Broly's servant Lillian Luo. I know all kinds of things. Magic, of course. I am not as good as Lord Zinky Neil, please give me your advice. After introducing herself, Lilian Luo raised her hand and released a magic circle. Soon, a magical war sandbox appeared in front of everyone. The sandbox perfectly simulated the various terrains and environments of the planet. Marks the activity areas of various forces. Broly pointed his finger at the area where the elves were, zoomed in on it, and introduced to everyone, "This is the environment of the elves' territory and the deployment of their troops." At that time, I set up a trap to force the elves into a desperate situation. Middle. But I didn't expect that because this world is different from the plot we are familiar with, some parts of the plot that were originally unreasonable became reasonable here, and a different direction was deduced at the same time. Rick would have died under normal circumstances. Hubie will inherit Rick's will and continue to execute the plan on his behalf. Then the entire race will be destroyed and help mankind obtain the Star Cup. One crucial thing here is that the god of games is not the god of Rick alone, but was born between Rick and Hubie. In other words, under normal circumstances, Hubie can also summon the god of games. But because we have a goddess who can resurrect people, this caused the whole plot to collapse. But even if we don't intervene, if the plot develops normally, it will be difficult for the god of games to get the Star Cup by then. Because other gods are not vegetarians either. It's impossible to say you saw the Star Cup and not go for it. Perhaps the power of these gods was greatly reduced due to the breakdown of the Elf Corridor, but it is impossible for them to completely lose their fighting power, just like the god of war. When the Elf Corridor was penetrated, he could even destroy the mechas that came to kill him. Therefore, it is simply not reliable to say that the Elf Corridor was penetrated and the gods lost their power. I guess our task should be to stop these gods when the Star Cup appears and help the god of games obtain the Star Cup. This is the correct way to unfold. But now it's too late, the plot has been ruined by us. And what's even more troublesome now is that Aqua has been taken away. Aqua has the ability to resurrect, which makes me a little worried about whether she can resurrect gods whose marrow has been penetrated. Although this thing is a bit funny. But she is truly a goddess born from the original concept of water. And she is also a goddess of a high level. If she has the ability to resurrect those gods whose marrows have been penetrated and fell asleep in the Elf Corridor, then we will have to face more enemies. So the top priority now is to rescue this guy quickly. She must not be allowed to resurrect the gods in the Elf Corridor. After everyone listened to Broly's analysis, everyone had strange expressions, and a strange idea came to their minds for no apparent reason. Although they knew the idea was wrong, they just couldn't help but think about it. Why does having Aqua help make the difficulty level of completing the mission rise sharply? Why is this? This in the end is why. At this time, Kazuma, who was contributing to the novice village in another world, expressed his praise. Broly saw everyone nodded in thought. It seems that these partners are thinking seriously. Then he continued, the second is the male and female protagonists Rick and Hubie. They are still important characters for us to complete the task, because only they two can summon the god of games. The information is not obvious now, and we have no way of knowing whether only the gods can obtain the Star Cup. Therefore, the existence of the god of games is very important. Although he is often said to be missed, he is indeed the key point of our mission. If it is true that only the gods of this world are qualified to obtain the Star Cup, we can only allow the god of games to be born. Everyone nodded, obviously agreeing with Broly's idea. There was something wrong with the way Su Xiao looked at Broly. When Broly's eyes swept over, she lowered her head nervously. Did I not guess wrong before? Broly actually no longer exists. The person in front of me is the time traveler often mentioned in novels. When she came into contact with Broly for the first time in the world of parasitic beasts, she was a little doubtful that Broly could be a time traveler. After all, a child can think of so many things that adults can't think of. This can no longer be said to be genius, but a monster. At that time, Su Xiao went to test him out and pretended to take a bath with him. After all, most of the time travelers in the novel were Diaozi, so it was impossible that they would not agree. Unexpectedly, people disagreed at all. So I didn't think much about it at that time. But now Broly actually understands the world so deeply. And he is so familiar with the plot. If he is not a time traveler, what is he? Chapter 68 Obtaining the Machine-type Host. Su Xiaohu felt very panic at this moment, because in the plot of the novel, many time travelers would silence the person who discovered them after their identity was discovered, fearing that their identity as a time traveler would be discovered. Google search reading. If this is the case, it will be miserable for me. Su Xiaohu's head was buzzing and she kept grabbing her skirt with both hands. She was obviously very nervous and didn't know what would happen in the future. After all, in her impression, all the time travelers didn't look like good people. Broly didn't know his identity as a time traveler at the moment, but he was discovered by others the first time they met. But even if someone discovered it, he didn't mind it. After all, he didn't want to hide it all the time. As a time traveler, I am just a blank slate time traveler, and I have no system. Goldfinger is not unusual at all. In some novels and anime, the boss who can cross the universe can create several time travelers out of thin air. In comparison, isn't Su Xiaohu, a person with a group chat system, even more rare? Broly has no function at all except for some memories about modern society in his head. There are many worlds similar to our own in the multiverse. Who can guarantee that their world is not the world in a novel or anime that others have read? Don't be too conceited about how special your world is. Innocently, only his own world holds information about other multiverses. The world is so big, you should go out and walk. Don't always live in your own world. If your own world was a time travel fan work, then there would be other time travelers besides yourself. Take 10,000 steps back and be known by others. Or can they still help them find their way home? Until now, Broly didn't feel that the identity of a time traveler was that rare. My own strength comes from my hard training in the spiritual time room. It's not his identity as a time traveler, so what if someone discovers it? Moreover, the members in this group are all very innocent and kind. In other words, they are just a bunch of good people, and there is no danger even if they find out. That's why Broly didn't deliberately hide his identity as a time traveler from his friends who had helped him. You won't be tied down because of this identity. You can do whatever you want. What's there to worry about? Broly then clicked on the Dragon Elf Sphere of Influence and Troop Deployment, and explained to everyone, now the Dragon Elves have begun to withdraw their troops towards the Forest Elf Sphere of Influence. It is conceivable that they should have achieved some kind of agreement. The Flugels had just finished fighting the fairies and were seriously injured, and there was a remnant of the troops in the process of withdrawing. What you have to do is let the Flugel and the Draconian meet and start a fight. Let them fight in this area. This will affect some civilians of the Forest Elves. Then there will be chaos. We have a chance to rescue Aqua, Rick, and Hubie. I'll leave this task to you, Rimuru, no problem. Rimuru nodded, patted his chest and assured, it's no problem, just leave it to me. Broly slid again, and many small red dots began to appear around him. These places are human survivor camps that have been detected by other races. If all humans in this world die, then our mission should be considered a failure. Therefore, in order for humans to reproduce, more human individuals need to survive. This task will be left to you, and I will send my men to assist your Lilian Luo and contact other people. Next, I will enter the field of vision of the elves to see if I can rescue Rick and Hubie. Aqua may not be rescued for the time being. It is okay to rescue her, but then a war that destroys the entire planet may break out. But as a goddess, she shouldn't die so easily. Maybe. Broly felt a little unsure when he said this, but when he thought about this guy, he should be considered a funny character. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be that easy to die. I'm relieved for now. Su Xiaohu checked the group chat information and found that Aqua had not been kicked out of the group chat because of her death, so she breathed a sigh of relief. However, Aqua never responded to the message. It seemed that she was controlled or passed out. After assigning tasks, everyone began to perform their own tasks. As expected, due to the war between the Flugel and the Dragon Elf, which resulted in the death of countless elves, the elves had no choice but to send troops and high-level combat forces to the battlefield to calm the war. The gods of the three forces were also paying close attention. With this battle situation, I was afraid that the Star Cup would be exploded by this force accidentally. I have learned from Hubie and Rick how to obtain the Star Cup correctly. Therefore, the gods of various forces began to restrain their power more. While all eyes were attracted to the battle, Broly easily slipped into the cage where Hubie was being held. Hubie now has a miserable end. All the mechanical parts in his body have been removed, leaving only a head and a container connected to energy. When she noticed someone coming in and found out through scanning that it was not an elf, she made a mechanical noise, and apparently even her vocal cords had been removed. "You are not an elf, you are a human. Why can humans come in?" According to the judgment, he was not arrested. The analysis concludes that you want to come in on your own. Hubie pleads to save Rick. Broly shook his head. Everything has a price. You want me to rescue him? What price are you willing to pay? Hugh is willing to pay more than any price. Then upload your feelings for Rick back to the Ex Machina's host, and replace Rick with me. Hubie agrees. But now many important parts of Hubie's body have been removed, and even the electronic circuit connected to the elf corridor has been forcibly removed. Please help me find it. Broly nodded, and then ordered some of the men he had just controlled to retrieve the Hubie parts. After installing the electronic circuit connected to the elf corridor for her, Broly said slowly, "You should know how important the status of human beings is in Rick's heart, and now you have betrayed the entire human race for him. Do you think he will do you forgive me? How will you face him after rescuing him? Hubie loves Rick." The mutilated mechanical girl collapsed on the ground and kept repeating this sentence. It was obvious that she had been spoiled by the elf species. Don't be clever. Rick is in the cage next door. If I find out you didn't do this, I will destroy you and Rick directly. Believe me, when the Mecha army arrives, I definitely have this ability. The machines all over Hubie's body glowed with lightning and began to connect to the elf corridor. As agreed, he began to upload his love for Rick and changed the target to Broly. Broly also obtained the machine through such despicable means. Achieved a small goal of my own. In fact, he didn't want to do this if he could. According to his original layout, he could directly obtain the machine's host in an upright manner. But now the entire layout is messed up, so this method can only be used. Well. Chapter 69 Hubie and Rick, Sora, and Bai. I don't want to forget Rick, I don't want to replace Rick with someone I don't know. I do not want. I do not want. I don't want to, never see Rick again. This fact caused his thinking circuit to freeze, causing his body to fall into an irreconcilable contradiction. Broly's request is to replace Rick, and then steal Rick's identity so that his concept can be returned to the Ex Machina's host. This means that the local Hubie must replace all memories of Rick with Broly. Hubie will never forget that Rick thinks of Broly as Rick. But in order for Rick to survive, she had to do this. And Hubie can no longer face his husband Rick and his number 180 partners who voluntarily became real ghosts. They burned their skin, burned their internal organs, risked everything they pursued, and even gave up their own lives, for the only victory. He actually lost because of Hubie's mistake. Unable to agree. She absolutely couldn't agree. Individual Identification Number UC207PR4F5T9, apply to the first command body of the U connection for reconnection. After a short interval, the communication responded. UC207PR4F5T9, your machine is in the state of permanent unlinking and the application is rejected. The application is rejected. Strong application information is sent to the full connector command simultaneously. The parser has the right to transmit data to all connectors, and your machine should not have the right to refuse the transmission. Actually, I don't want to hand it over to anyone, this feeling belongs to Hubie. I like Rick and don't want to be separated from Rick. Rick gives me a full heart. I originally decided not to hand it over to anyone because people would be shy. This is a feeling that only belongs to Hubie. Such feelings. I say now, I want to hand it over. Don't you understand the meaning of this? You idiot. Because there is no other way. In addition, Hubie couldn't think of a way to offset his mistakes and let Rick win. Hubie even forgot that he was communicating and shouted out. So, don't be wordy. Just pass on this longing. UC207PR4F5T9, your machine is indeed damaged. I know. Your machine is contradictory and defective, yet it still operates. That is an anomaly and a violation of regulations. I know this very well. Therefore, it is judged that your machine is valuable sample data. In an instant, Hubie felt that the connection that was originally released was connected to the connection body again. After a few years, the feeling of sharing it with the 437 machines including myself came back. It is judged that your machine meets the special case, data synchronization, start. The original feeling of being an ex machina, a connected body. Plural numbers combined into one group, thinking. Now the feeling that everything in her mind was being peeped unceremoniously made her feel very uncomfortable. As the data runs synchronously, all data is finally transmitted to the connector. At the moment of success, all X machines, including the host, possess human emotions and understand the concept of the heart. When Broly was about to take her away, he found that Hubie had completely died. The inconsistency was irreconcilable, causing her to fall into an infinite loop and finally self-destruct. She betrayed all humans for Rick and betrayed her own race for Rick. Broly looked at the mechanical girl who felt inexplicably heavy. And felt a little bit ashamed of his behavior. Under his force, Hubie had completely turned into a pile of scrap metal. It didn't matter whether he was taken out or not, but Broly still kept his promise and rescued him and Rick and placed him in a safe human gathering place. Rick has now been tortured to the point of being reduced to a human shape. All his limbs have been twisted off and twisted in a very exaggerated posture. His fingernails and toenails have also been pulled out alive. One can imagine what he was like at that time. What horrific torture he endured. Broly fed him a fairy bean after he fainted, placed the disabled Hubie next to him, and left silently. A few days later, when Rick woke up, the war between gods in this world suddenly ended, and the whole world ushered in the peace that everyone longed for. According to legend, a powerful god suddenly appeared in this world. He slaughtered all the gods in the world, obtained the Star Grail and used its power to heal the entire world, and formulated a set of laws that were beneficial to mankind. All races must abide by the code, otherwise they will be punished by the will of the gods left behind in this world. The 14 races were forced to live in peace. The reason why there are only 14 races is because after this war, the mechanical race has completely disappeared from this world. No one knows where they went, and the divine race was slaughtered. There is no such race in this world anymore. Now the whole world is prosperous, and within a few decades many mixed countries have begun to appear where other races live together, as well as countries led by humans. And humans have also gained the power to use elves, entering the supernatural realm and having the ability to fight against other races. It is no longer called the weakest race by other races. At this time, in a magnificent classical villa, many servants were working diligently. None of these servants dare to be lazy, because working here is simply the ultimate honor. Their master is the famous Earl Rick. It is said that Earl Rick is also one of the founding fathers of the human empire of light. At the same time, he also proposed that common trade promoted the economic exchanges and cultural exchanges among the 14 races, allowing the 14 races that were originally stuck in various territories to slowly put down their prejudices and welcome the existence of other races. He made an indelible contribution to the peace of this world and the friendly coexistence between races, and became the most famous human leader among the 14 races. Many races even wanted to marry him, but he rejected them all and claimed that they were already married. But Count Rick's wife has never been seen in public. This led to many strange rumors being circulated. Some rumors said that Count Rick's wife had died a long time ago, but he could not accept this ending, so he always thought that his wife was still alive. There are also rumors that Earl Rick is gay, so he keeps lying about having a wife. There are also rumors that Count Rick is actually a woman disguised as a man. He was afraid that his identity would be exposed, so he lied about having a wife. Anyway, various rumors were flying all over the sky, but as the protagonist Rick, he didn't take it to heart because he was currently with his wife. At this time, deep in the villa, a bearded middle-aged man wearing a straight suit squatted in front of a little girl who looked about 10 years old. With love in his eyes, he gently wiped her body with a silk handkerchief. He said to himself next to her, "Hubby, the war is over, do you know? Now humans and other races can live in peace. Although I don't know who the god who suddenly appeared is, he really saved the entire world. Hubby, I don't know what happened to you, but I will definitely wait for you to wake up. I will always wait for you. Always waiting for you. I have now become the Earl of this country. At the same time, in order to cure you, I started various trade transactions with other races and obtained many technologies and methods. Don't worry, I will definitely let you wake up one day. Hubby." While Rick helped her wipe her body, tears kept falling on Hubby, because in these days he had long understood that Hubby could not wake up at all, and the current Hubby was actually a pile of scrap metal. But Rick couldn't accept this fact and kept hypnotizing himself. One day Hubby would wake up. At this time, there was a knock on the door suddenly, and the butler at the door reminded softly, "Earl Rick, the king invites you to come over. He wants to discuss with you about the goblin mecha transaction." Rick wiped his tears and responded, "Okay, I get it." Just when he was about to turn around and leave, his hand was suddenly pulled. Rick subconsciously turned his head. Hubby was holding his hand, slowly raised his head, made a familiar voice, and then tilted his head with a cute smile, "Rick, I'm back." Hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar voice, Rick's emotions that he had felt over the years suddenly burst out. He knelt down with his legs, his face lying on Hubby's lap, and cried like a child. Ha 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 ha. "Hubby, you finally woke up. I'm really scared. I won't be able to see you until the day I die. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have made such a plan then." Hubby gently touched his head, silently comforting the man who had been waiting for him for a long time. The golden afterglow shone through the window on the two happy people, and this scene also shocked the housekeeper who pushed the door in. The butler bowed and closed the door politely. Standing outside the door, tears streaming down his face, the count's waiting wife finally woke up. After experiencing countless hardships and torture, the two finally came together. The game life can be considered to have a relatively good ending. Later, with the vicissitudes of time, more than 6,000 years later, the story of Rick and Hubby was gradually forgotten by the world. There may be only one name left in the big book of history. A short sentence summarized the entire story. The most tragic period of human history. However, 6,000 years later, in another world, a pair of socially fearful brothers and sisters stayed at home all day playing games crazily, which gradually turned into an urban legend. They were the famous Sora and Shiro. On this day, while they were sitting in front of their computer desktop in a haggard state of mind, a strange email suddenly appeared in their mailbox. When I opened it, it turned out to be an invitation letter. Pay tribute. Empty and white. Life is originally a game. Some people become winners, and some people will naturally become losers. All the rules are actually the rules of the game. As long as you are not discovered by the opponent, you will be the winner no matter how you use any means to win. Are you interested in playing a game to save the kingdom? Sora and Shiro looked at each other, smiled at each other, and then replied to an email. A game about saving the kingdom, are you talking about a strategy game? In this case, it would be too unchallenging. We refuse. Just when the two of them pressed the mouse button at the same time to send the email, suddenly the entire computer screen flashed crazily, and a strange figure slowly emerged from the computer. I saw a mysterious woman with blue hair showing an extremely exaggerated smile. She looked down at the two people, raised her finger and pointed at them, and said in a very bad way, "Stupid human being, you think you can't do it if you refuse something. Regardless of whether you agree or not, you have to get out of this world. Tremble under the power of my Aqua." Ha 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 ha. After saying that, Aqua grabbed the young Shiro and showed an even more exaggerated smile. Sora originally wanted to run away but found that his sister had been caught by this disgusting weird woman. So his brother exploded with force and kicked Aqua in the face. He grabbed Shiro and wanted to run away, but was blocked from behind. The biggest attraction coming from the computer was absorbed. Accompanied by Aqua's devilish laughter, Sora and Shiro actually traveled to a different world 10,000 meters above the ground. These two pairs of socially fearful brothers and sisters had never left their rooms since they were little. This almost gave them heart attacks. They hugged each other tightly, tears streaming down their cheeks. Suddenly, a 100-meter-long western dragon flew past him, and then some more. A birdman with white wings on his waist flew through the sky. Sora and Shiro fell to the ground safely, tears streaming down their faces as they looked at this mysterious thing and creature that was completely beyond what modern society could see. Kong Sheng said helplessly, "Hey sister, we must have traveled through time." Bai nodded with a hint of trembling and crying in his voice, "Yes. I think if I didn't write this ending first, I would definitely be scolded to death, and no one would have the patience to see the ending." As for the story of why Aqua became the god of this world, we have to start with the war more than 6,000 years ago. At that time, Broly took advantage of Hubie's love for Rick and easily accepted the entire Ex Machina species. Broly looked at these machines that were completely in love and loyal to him and asked directly, "I want to know how to defeat the gods." As conceptual gods, in my understanding, as long as their faith is destroyed, they will lose divine power. So these days I have been consuming all the forces and weakening these gods. But even if I defeat them, these gods will not die, but will sleep in the elven corridors of this world. So I want to know how to peel off their essence? An ex machina in the form of an undressed lady explained, "Ex machina is a race created by the original god of the world, the Shenfan Tower of Suspicion, and was born earlier than many gods in this world. We include an observation body, an analysis body, a design body, a combat body, and a connection command body that coordinates the entire connection body. In theory, it can be infinitely learned and strengthened. During this period of time, we also learned about the weaknesses of many gods, including how to separate their marrow from their bodies. Through analysis, we can know that the weaknesses of the god of war are as follows. Chapter 70 Killing Canas, the god of the forest. According to the Mecha clan, these so-called concept gods have two weaknesses, which means their divine power is as strong as the power of faith. Broly's idea was not wrong. By mobilizing wars between various races, and then consuming a large number of their personnel, this indirectly weakened the spiritual power of each god. There is also the fact that these gods were born from concepts. At first, all the laws of nature were embodied in the condensed faith, and gradually formed the essence of the gods. In other words, they cannot be killed. As long as the natural laws of this world do not disappear, even if their marrow is broken, these gods will just sleep in the elf corridor and will not die. If they really die, it means that a certain natural law and concept they represent has died. It's like saying that if the god of war was wiped out from this world, then all the creatures in this world would not have struggles, conflicts, or fighting. It seems pretty good at first glance, but in fact it is not like this. The law of all species in every world is natural selection. If all species do not compete with each other, predators and prey will live in peace and the weak will not eliminate each other. The evolution of all species will stop, and under the constant consumption of natural original resources, the number will increase and then reach the critical point of a planet and finally die in large numbers. As for their second weakness, the marrow. The marrow of each god is different, representing different powers and abilities. These essences are not simply a crystal or thing, but are composed of billions of belief particles flowing with each other along the various special natural concept circuits they represent. Moreover, the marrow is hidden in a very small part of their bodies, and it is still flowing continuously. Ex machina have the ability to capture the location of the marrow that changes all the time in their bodies, which is why they were able to successfully steal the marrow of the god of war in the original world plot. After understanding this, Broly finally learned how to deal with these gods. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he had obtained the entire mecha species. I already have a rough plan in mind. Next, we have to watch ourselves kill the gods, and then let these gods sleep in the elven corridor forever, and stop coming out to provoke wars. Then end this war completely. I don't know why, but since meeting Rick and Hubie, he is now extremely unhappy and doesn't want to stay in this world anymore. Before the plan to kill the gods can be carried out, the forest god Canas must be eliminated. This guy's magic may pose a slight threat to him. But now that he has the help of the entire Ex Machina species, he doesn't need to worry about her. No matter what kind of magic machine she uses, she can use it as a human shield in front of her and give the same counterattack. This time he will use Scion methods to resolve this war and complete the mission. I had thought too many tricks before, but it seemed to be of no use. I was now a little embarrassed. I might as well just go over and punch a kid. But I was worried that I would suddenly be possessed by some strange magic, such as changing my gender to a female, or inexplicably turning into an old man, a child, an animal, or something like that. When the time comes, he will have to find Shenlong and ask him to help him restore himself to his original state. A wish wasted for no reason. Isn't this even more stupid? At the same time, these strategies and layouts of mine also allowed me to figure out many problems. In this way, if you have the same experience next time you travel to another world, you can use it as a reference to avoid capsizing in the gutter. After knowing the weaknesses of all the gods, Broly decided to completely eliminate them this time, and then save the funny goddess to see how many gods he had resurrected. Inside the cave, all the X-machines decided to follow Broly and help him complete the feat of killing the gods. Broly took out a small clip from his body, took out 3 capsules, and put all the X-machines in them. Ex Machina are essentially a bunch of robots, not living beings, so it's normal for them to fit inside. Then Broly used the ability to teleport and came to the elf base camp. All the X-machines were released from the capsule and began a large-scale bombing. He wanted to force out the forest god Canas, the spirit of the forest elves. All the machines did not massacre the elves who had lost their resistance. Instead, they were controlled and asked to start praying to their gods. This raid suddenly started inside their base camp. And such a large number of mecha types were all dispatched. The forest elves and the others were unable to react in an instant, and were caught off guard. Zinkneil had just led his tribe to quell the conflict between the Flugel and the dragon elf in the periphery. She was exhausted and had just returned to her own territory. Before her butt was hot, Broly came in again. By observing the spell magic circle, she quickly connected to the sensors arranged in advance in other areas and found out that it was the hateful man from before who was leading the Ex Machina to attack her tribe. Zinkneil was so angry that he wanted to pounce on him and bite off a piece of meat. Why was this man so annoying? Does he definitely want to destroy the entire elven race? What does this guy want? Can't you give it yourself? I want Zinkneil to be able to hand over his first time. But this guy just can't get rid of it like dogskin plaster. And now that they are in the most important capital of the elf species, she does not dare to launch a weapon of mass destruction like the Zero Protection of the Void. If this attack were launched, everything in the entire capital might be reduced to ashes. Zinkneil could only pray to his own gods, hoping to get guidance from them. As Broly captured more and more people prayed. Canas, the god of the forest, could only helplessly materialize. When she first appeared, all the elves present were emitting white light and were teleported away in an instant. Then various magic circles lit up one by one around Broly. These magic circles they also formed various strange circuits with each other, forming 6 huge magic arrays. The range covered several kilometers, surrounding Broly from top to bottom, left, right, and front, and then all the magic was lighting up with destructive energy in an instant, directly blasting all the surrounding space into pieces. Countless mecha types formed a formation to open isolation shields and absorb and counterattack various magic attacks. As expected, some magic actually involves the realm of time and space. The machinery on dozens of X machines has begun to rust. Those who have been affected by time magic have begun to age at an accelerated rate, as if tens of millions of years have passed. Soon it turned into a pile of scrap metal. Although they were standing in front of him, Broly was also slightly affected. He was forcibly increased by 5 years, from a 14-year-old boy to a 19-year-old youth. Broly is also not sure if his body will age faster if he falls under this spell. Will the divine power of the dragon be able to offset it? If it can be offset, is the lifespan consumed by oneself? If you can't offset it, will you get older? Broly shook his head. He didn't know what would happen, and he had no interest in trying it. After all, curiosity killed the cat. If I hadn't been more cautious, who knew what would have happened if I encountered this kind of time and space magic? After all, the power system of each world is different, and discussing combat power across works is originally a nonsense. Broly stood in front of them, condensing a dazzling white light in his hand, which was condensed with powerful energy that could destroy the world. 7 or 8 invisible chains began to appear on his body. Broly saw that these chains were just he smiled coldly, not caring about them at all, and then waved an arc of Qigong cannon with his big hand, which directly collided with various magics. Then, thousands of meters above the sky, the elf activated the Zeroth Protection of the Void, and a beam of light fell from the sky, as if it was going to penetrate the entire planet, and hit Broly's head directly. Broly opened the protective shield with a burst of energy and rushed out. He shattered the strongest weapon of the elf species with one punch, and then found the forest god Canas through his energy perception. Immediately afterwards, the Ex Machina sent information about analyzing the divine marrow and captured the key parts of her divine marrow circuit. A hand penetrated directly from her back to her chest and grabbed a glowing core. This core was exactly it is a special crystal that is born when the divine marrow is broken. Canas, the god of the forest, looked at his chest in astonishment as he looked at his chest that had been penetrated. Then he slowly turned his head and glanced at Broly. His entire body was suddenly shattered into pieces, and he fell into a deep sleep in the elf corridor. Zinkneil in the command center. Looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief, his whole body collapsed to the ground. She never thought that the bad guy who relied on conspiracy and tricks and only knew how to use some small tricks would have such terrifying strength. He not only withstood the strongest blow of the elf species head-on, but also directly attacked the god he believed in. Captured the essence. Just when her faith was overwhelming and he was confused, Broly appeared in front of her again, picked him up roughly and put it on his shoulders, ignoring the other elves around him. The other forest elves around them were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe when they found this guy who killed the god they believed in. He even allowed this man to kidnap Zinkneil directly. When Zinkneil just reacted and wanted to resist, someone slapped her butt so hard that her entire face turned red from the pain. She clenched her teeth tightly and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Broly said shamelessly, "There is no need to resist. You are mine now. Don't expect anyone to save you. Now the gods you believe in have been disabled by me." After saying this, he was still giving him a slap in the face. There was a blow, and it felt really good. Very sexy. "Damn you, I won't forgive you, I won't forgive you." Xinknir had never been bullied like this before. His aggrieved little tears were streaming down his face, and he kept wiping his tears with his two little hands. She knew she wouldn't be able to run away this time. This guy's strength is really terrifying. As a girl, she had no choice but to cry. I don't know why he is so insistent on himself. Do you really have to grovel and use your body to cater to him in the future in order to get a chance to survive? Thinking of this, Xinknir, who was once the most authoritative leader among the elves, and who had supreme power like a queen, felt helpless and desperate for the first time since she was a child. Broly heard the cry on his shoulder and knew that Xinknir was crying, so he put it down. He sat opposite her and secretly gave her a spiritual suggestion, which subtly affected her, making Xinknir slowly opened up to himself and accepted himself. A powerful magician like Xinknir has a strong mental power, and Shenlong's mind control cannot successfully hypnotize her at once. I had tried secretly before when they first met, but there was no way to control Xinknir, so I could only use this method to control her subtly. First plant a seed in her subconscious, then water it through daily interactions, and slowly let it grow into a towering tree. In this case, no matter how strong Xinknir becomes in the future, he will never find that he has been controlled by hypnosis. Xinknir cried for 2 hours and found that the man who kidnapped him was completely indifferent and could not even say a word of comfort. As expected, men are all big pigs. But for some reason, when I looked at his face carefully, I felt an inexplicable fondness for him. Is this guy so handsome? This strange idea suddenly appeared in Xinknir's mind, and even he was startled. But I don't know why, the more I look at him, the more intimate I feel, as if he is my long-lost big brother. Broly noticed that she had stopped crying, and asked with concern, "Why don't you cry anymore? Are you out of strength?" Xinknir was no longer sad, but felt a little angry. His cold temperament suddenly became cute. His whole little face bulged into a small apple and he turned his face aside. "It's none of your business, damn it." Broly hasn't completely planted the seed yet, so in order to make her continue to cry, in a broken mood, he very gentlemanly took out a fairy bean. "You are crying so quietly at noon today. Haven't you eaten? Eat this and you will have the strength to continue crying." Xinknir. At this time, she laughed out of anger and said incoherently, You are really smart." Xinknir really didn't know what to say, and it took him a long time to hold back these words. Broly pried open her mouth and forced a magic bean into her mouth. Xinknir had never been treated so roughly before. His two little hands struggled wildly, but to no avail. Her heart was beating loudly, and the feeling of being treated roughly made her feel a sense of pleasure. After Xinknir ate the fairy beans, she felt that her tired mind and body in the past few days had instantly recovered, which surprised her. But she was still in a very low mood, because this man still stuffed strange things into her mouth, and she was no longer clean. Woo woo woo. Chapter 71 The Star Cup appears, Ragnarok. After Broly made Xinknir cry, he successfully planted a seed in her consciousness. In this way, her favorability towards him will become stronger and stronger as time goes by, and she will eventually become his most loyal supporter. Broly also successfully subdued Xinknir. Broly had other things to do next, and it was inconvenient to take her with him, so he asked Xinknir to wait here. If he was hungry, he would eat a few fairy beans and he would be back soon. Looking for her. Xinknir said that he didn't want to pay attention to this big pig's hooves. He actually treated himself like this. He was simply the worst and worst person he had ever seen. She was still sulky with her bulging face, and didn't want to say a word to him. Seeing this situation, Broly had no choice. After all, the seed he had planted would take time to germinate before it could thrive, and it could not happen overnight. He shrugged and began to search for the scent of Aqua, the sixth child. He had not forgotten her. And it is necessary to find out how many gods she has resurrected. This matter is related to the next decisive battle between himself and the god of war. Broly put his middle finger and index finger on his forehead to feel the breath of chi around him, and soon discovered Aqua's breath in a dungeon of the elf species. He used teleportation to come to the cage where Aqua was held. Originally, this cage contained many magic circles arranged by Canas, the god of the forest. However, when Broly killed them with one punch, these magic circles lost their energy and turned into decorations, with no effect at all. Broly tested it and found that there were no other traps, so he walked in easily. The goddess of wisdom in the prison seemed not to realize the seriousness of the problem. While eating the fruit provided by the prison, she comfortably raised her legs and slapped her thighs, while humming a strange tune. What was even more terrifying was that before she could realize it, her skirt was already exposed by crossing her legs. Broly happened to be standing opposite her, looking at the scene in front of him, his mind filled with black lines. If it weren't for the purpose of obtaining information, I really don't want to have more contact with this guy. Maybe his IQ will be assimilated all of a sudden and his low IQ will drop rapidly, and then he will be finished. Aqua found that a tall man suddenly walked into the cage where she was imprisoned, and she thought he was going to resurrect those gods, or some important forest elves. I jumped off the bed and patted my small chest proudly. My nose became a few centimeters longer. I was extremely proud. The gods in your world are inferior, and their level is completely incomparable to that of me, Aqua. Do you still need me to resurrect that god? Hurry up and lead the way, and prepare some more fruits for me when the time comes. I want to eat cantaloupe this time. Hey? Ha, you big-headed devil! Broly really couldn't stand this guy. She didn't realize that her behavior was siding with the enemy and how much trouble it would bring to the entire team. Broly raised his head directly. He took his finger and gave her a brain melon seed collapse. If it weren't for her, her layout would never be like this. I had already made these gods and races kill each other, and then hid behind the scenes to obtain the Star Cup openly. And then kidnapped Zinky Near and the entire Ex Machina. Why did I need to go to such trouble? Now Broly finally understood why Kazuma wanted to leave the Goddess of Wisdom behind on several occasions. It's really too smart. With her, the difficulty of the mission was directly raised several levels. At this time, there was a crisp sound echoing in the cage. Aqua's forehead was hit so hard that it hurt so much that she covered her forehead and tears came out. She rolled on the ground involuntarily, and her body suddenly came close to Bro. In front of Lee, his face contorted and he began to perform a facial expression, ah! It hurts so much. Broly sighed helplessly and stuffed a fairy bean into her mouth, and Aqua stopped. But she immediately collapsed on the ground, rubbing her eyes in frustration, obviously starting to show off. Broly lifted her up and used teleportation to leave this place and come to the place where Zinkneil was. Aqua just rubbed her eyes, but found that the place she was in had changed. A scantily clad but very beautiful elf appeared in front of her, smiling politely at her. Aqua recognized it at once. This woman was the enemy who captured her. She was instantly frightened, and her buttocks drove her body back. All the water in the world, obey my call. Aqua conjured a staff out of thin air, and when she was about to cast water magic, she was hit on the head again. There was also a somewhat familiar voice coming from behind her. Broly glanced at Zinkneil, who still didn't give him a good look, and said helplessly, "She is not an enemy now, you don't have to be afraid." Aqua turned around and found that the person standing behind her was actually a friend she had only met once or twice before and then disappeared. And she was the most powerful partner. Aqua's confidence suddenly increased. She hid behind Broly, stuck her head out, waved the staff in her hand, and said arrogantly, "Come here. Broly. Sink kneel." Wow, this guy didn't even hear what he said, maybe he hadn't reacted yet. Broly repeated again, "Okay, Aqua, stop making trouble, she is not our enemy now." "Really?" Aqua looked at Zinky Neil, who gave her another polite smile and scared her back, like a frightened little hamster. Just when Broly was about to ask her how many gods she had resurrected, a deafening rumble suddenly came from the distant sky, and a white light continued to spread around. Wherever it went, the earth cracked, and countless mountains, trees, and rivers all turned into nothingness in an instant. Broly lifted a person with one hand and used teleportation to move him to a farther place. He looked at this terrifying attack with a heavy expression. If the attack was of this intensity, it was very likely that the Star Cup would appear. This is trouble. Broly originally thought that with the character of the God of War, he would not cooperate with other gods. After all, his divine essence was that he was the strongest, and he did not bother to cooperate with other gods. Once he chooses to cooperate, he is violating his own dragon. But now the Star Cup has materialized. This shows that the God of War also participated in this cooperation. In other words, he was plotted by others again, so he had no choice but to send out the most powerful Sky Strike. There is only one God who has the ability to do these things, and that is the creator of the Mecha tribe, the Shenfan Tower of Suspicion. 6,000 years later, this guy even claimed to be the agent of the gods. Only he had the IQ and ability to unite all the gods and set up a situation for the God of War to launch a Sky Strike. Broly's eyes were sharp as he looked into the distance. The Star Cup gradually materialized, and continued to ask Aqua, "Have you ever resurrected a god called the Shenfan Tower of Doubt?" Did she wear a hat decorated with a frilly white hat with an orange ribbon and a traditional Japanese mask like a fox hanging on the left side? Broly was not sure whether the Shenfan Tower of Suspicion was dressed like this 6,000 years ago, so he asked uncertainly. But to her surprise, Aqua nodded without thinking, "Ah. Yes, I have resurrected a god of suspicion before, but his appearance is different from what you described. She is in a false state." The inactivated state can also be said to be a group of consciousness. After I resurrected her, she turned into a girl with many black wires connected to her body. Broly's face looked a little ugly. Needless to say, this guy must be the most difficult person to be resurrected. His danger level is not lower than that of the God of War. I prepared a big gift for myself right from the beginning. Broly knew it was a trap. And it's still a conspiracy. Just like he had laid a trap on the forest spirit before, the suspicious Shenfanlu also laid a trap on himself. Now that the Star Grail has been materialized, if you choose to stand still, the Star Grail will be obtained by one of the many gods. Your mission will fail. If you choose to take action, you will be surrounded and killed by all the gods. Broly raised his hand and saw that his age had been forcibly increased by 5 years due to the time and space magic. He felt a little hesitant in his heart. Because some effect types of magic may produce some unavoidable effects if you are hit by them. But now the forest god Canis, who poses the greatest threat to him, has been killed by himself and fell into sleep, and Aqua, the unlucky child, has been rescued by himself. As long as Aqua is not captured again and resurrects this god, he should have no problem dealing with other gods. And Broly hates failure. He finally decided to enter this conspiracy and use the power of other gods in this world for a while. If it didn't work, he would use teleportation to leave directly. But if you really push yourself, then you can only destroy the world to complete the mission. The reason why Broly is suppressing his power and not destroying the world is not because he is kind, nor is it because he does not have the ability to do it. There are two main reasons. The first reason is that he wants to know if he is forcibly excluded from the world and does not go out, will the world be destroyed? If it is destroyed, where will he appear? If a world is destroyed, what kind of space will you appear in? In this space, does the group chat system have the ability to pull itself back? The second reason, Broly said. He will not feel the psychological burden of killing people, but he will not take pleasure in killing people like a lunatic, and he will destroy the planet and the world from time to time. Just like a mature and normal person, he will not feel the psychological burden of stepping on an ant. But he would not stomp on ants on the road like a lunatic, or even inexplicably destroy an ant's nest on the road without any purpose. They would only do this unless those ants bite them, or the ant's nest affects their lives. Broly has almost the same mentality now. He won't feel burdened by killing people, but he doesn't like killing indiscriminately either. The same is true in the world of parasitic beasts. Instead of destroying the entire planet, they killed each other and destroyed their own planet. There was nothing he could do about it. Of course, if things reach a level beyond your control, you must use the most powerful force to solve the problem. And this power will destroy the world or affect the entire planet at the same time, and Broly will do so without any scruples. Zinkneil immediately judged by analyzing the current situation that this was a trap set against Broly. If the guess is correct, the death of the forest god Canis should have stimulated the other gods, causing them to be successfully lobbied to work together to deal with Broly, a guy who can kill gods. Zinkneil sneered and mocked, "What are you going to do next? Give up this star cup and witness the birth of the only god with your own eyes, or go directly into the bureau and be beaten to death by other gods." Mr. Broly. Broly was not angry when he heard Zinkneil's sarcastic words. Instead, he felt a little funny. He walked directly in front of him, pinched both sides of his face, and said with a joking smile, "Okay. You can still do it." He was worried about me and reminded me that this was a game. Zinkneil arrogantly slapped Broly's claws away, took a step back, crossed his arms and said, "Humph, you better see how to resolve this situation." Broly looked at the star cup appearing in the distance and the gods who were wary of each other indifferently, and said indifferently, "Zinkneil, do you know? Sometimes intelligence and strength can make up for each other. When a person's strength is insufficient, he will use various strategies to make up for it. And when a person is powerful enough, all righteousness and conspiracy are just paper tigers. The game set up by the suspicious Shenfan Tower is really powerful. If I guessed correctly, all the gods now maintain their full strength, and they are all waiting for me to appear and give them the strongest blow at any time. In this case, not even the god of war would survive. But they underestimated one thing. That is, my power is far beyond their imagination." Broly clenched his fists and exploded, and as he roared, the terrifying aura directly penetrated the entire atmosphere. Broly activated the golden eyes state in his first normal state, and the well-proportioned muscles that he had cultivated instantly swelled up, and like a muscular little giant, he rushed straight into the circle surrounded by the gods. At the same time, more than 5,000 mechas received Broly's previous instructions and did not participate in the battle. Instead, they tried their best to analyze the location where the marrow of the gods flows. At the same time, in the more distant sky, an expressionless girl with black wires inserted into her back stretched out her hands towards the star cup that had been materialized below, and murmured, "The star cup can define the only god." Concept equipment, another name for the elf corridor that gives magic to all intelligent beings in the world. For the holder of the star cup, the only god, creation and destruction, past and future, or even observation and determination can be done as he pleases. If so, will it solve all the doubts in my mind? Chapter 72 Killing God, the Supreme System. All X-machines will escort the fighting master regardless of any cost or loss. The combat action is called Killing the Gods. Analyzing the potential gods that pose the greatest threat to the owner. Analyze. 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 According to previous data, the owner is not immune to various effects of magic. Analysis shows that the goddess of dawn, who possesses the power of time and light, poses the greatest threat to the owner. According to the investigation, the god of war Artosh is not on the battlefield. According to the investigation and suspicion, Shenfan Tower is not on the battlefield. The essence of Aurora, the goddess of the dawn, has been locked. Prioritize the first person. The essence of Orkan, the forging god, has been locked. The essence of the beast god Gula has been locked. The essence of Rosanara, the god of the ocean, has been locked. A black crystal is embedded in a place on Broly's neck. This is the general name for all Ex Machina hosts and connectors. Now he has abandoned all his previous weapons and directly optimized and embedded them into Broly's neurons in their most primitive state. In this state, it can instantly transmit all Ex Machina information and directly reach Broly's consciousness. At the same time, it can also acquire Broly's 5 senses. In other words, in this state, when the Ex Machina host feels Broly's breath, the Ex Machina host can also feel the breath. Broly followed the prompts and rushed directly towards Aurora, the goddess of the morning who was the greatest threat to him and possessed the power of time and light. In addition to the analytical type of mecha, other combat type mecha also formed a protective formation behind Broly, ready to sacrifice their lives for their master at any time. Broly directly surpassed the limits of this world in the golden pupil state, and 130 chains began to appear on his body. After previous speculations and experiments, as long as he reaches 400 chains, the world will forcibly reject him. As for myself, if I stay here and don't leave, it's unclear whether the world will collapse. At this time, Broly and the Ex Machina's host share their senses. The Ex Machina's host has obtained Broly's dynamic vision. All the magic attacks of gods and various magic circles are instantly observed and transmitted back by it. Analysis is performed on more than 3,000 analytical machines. These analysis machines analyze the weak points and the most suitable route to avoid attacks, and transmit them back to the armor host at the same time. Broly found the weak points of these magic arrays through the neuron-connected Ex Machina host, as well as the characteristics and effects of various magic attacks. I chose to avoid some magic attacks with effects. After all, I didn't want to grow a few heads or become all kinds of weird things like old people and children. As for some spells that were directly offensive, they bumped into them and used their strong pectoralis major muscles to bear them down. Then he put his hands on his waist and used a turtle-style Qigong wave, which directly followed the analysis path of the machine-type host and hit Aurora, the goddess of the morning, who was holding back her ultimate move. And it hit her to the core. The 12 golden wings on Aurora's back were all broken off, and some feathers were scattered in the sky. The body was still being pushed forward by the turtle Qigong, which was constantly destroying his body and his marrow. Although she used magic to stop time at this time, it was already too late. Her essence was penetrated, her body gradually became elusive, she got up and fell asleep in the elf corridor. However, a piece of her marrow fragment was not obtained by Broly, because now Broly is being surrounded by other gods. Although Aurora, the goddess of dawn, has fallen into a deep sleep, all the fragments of the marrow contain some of the will of this god. And these wills will take this fragment of divine marrow to find the person who is most suitable for it. At this time, Su Xiaohu was helping other humans migrate to safer places. She carried an elderly man on her shoulders, a child in one hand, and climbed the rock wall with the other. Su Xiaohu had no idea that a piece of wing-like fragment emitting golden light flew directly from a distance and hit her on the back of the head. Just when her consciousness fell into a trance, she fell directly. Fortunately, Rimuru released the upper fire spirit in her body to catch her, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. In Su Xiaohu's consciousness space, a huge female statue exuding golden sacred aura spread out 12 pairs of wings behind her, and then slowly closed her hands towards Su Xiaohu from 2 different directions. As if he wanted to occupy Su Xiaohu's consciousness. Su Xiaohu was completely confused at this moment and lost her resistance. She knelt on her knees and looked at this huge statue devoutly. However, at this time, an even larger figure slowly emerged behind this huge female statue. It was a very simple-looking thing, with a circle on the head and thin limbs. It felt like a stick figure randomly drawn by a child on scratch paper. At this time, the stick man took out a brick from somewhere and hit the suddenly invading statue with the brick, blinding the remaining consciousness of the goddess of dawn and almost falling apart. Then lines of text appeared on the stick man's face. Based on the detection that the host has encountered a mind-seizing attack, this system launches independent protection. Erase the invading consciousness. Although this system is in a dormant state, it is still the supreme system of the multiverse. It is the ultimate power of the past, future, and present. Any intrusion into the host is judged as a vicious attack. The counterattack begins. The stick man rushed towards the consciousness of the goddess of dawn while waving the bricks in his hand, and hit the consciousness with a few more bricks. A brick is more cruel than a brick. It was broken into many pieces. Then he swallowed it into his big head, and then recondensed it into a more complex and weirdly shaped golden wing fragment. Then he dragged the golden wing fragment onto his hand and gently tapped it on Su Xiaohu's forehead. After the golden wing fragments entered her conscious body, Su Xiaohu left this space and returned to her own body, regaining consciousness. However, there was a golden wing-shaped mark on her forehead. Mark. Su Xiaohu shook her head and felt that her head suddenly hurt, as if someone had forced a lot of things into her. Rimuru came to her from the cliff of the mountain, folded the wings behind him, and asked with concern, "What's wrong? What happened?" Su Xiaohu shook his confused head. "I don't know why I fainted suddenly, but it should be fine. Let's continue sending these people to that base area." Rimuru activated Raphael to explore Su Xiaohu's condition at the moment and nodded after finding that there was no problem. A group of people worked hard to move the surviving humans in this world to a safe base. And the stick figure who claimed to be the supreme system of the multiverse, after devouring the ideology of Aurora, the goddess of the dawn, immediately laid down in Su Xiaohu's consciousness space in a GEU lying posture, which looked very strange to people. Feeling of mourning. He held up the golden wing-shaped fragment in his hand, and lines of words appeared on his smooth face like a round player. Detected that the breath system of the real host is temporarily awakened. The sixth reincarnation failed, the first 6 generations of hosts all died. Now begins the 7th round of reincarnation. System speculation: the 7th reincarnation is the last reincarnation of the multiverse. Success rate, 30%. To prevent the real host from being forcibly strangled in the growth period like the previous 6 hosts. This system has absorbed the previous 6 experiences and no longer resides in the real host body. Instead, it takes the form of a chat group and temporarily resides in the body of a person who will meet the real host in the future, allowing it to help the real host grow in the growth period. When the time comes, the system will be reintegrated with the real host. System speculation. At this time, the real host is weak and the time is not ripe, so it cannot be integrated with it. The system is sleeping. The system is sleeping. The system is sleeping. Su Xiaohu had no idea what was happening in her body, let alone that she was just a temporary system container. At the moment, she is saving the humans in this world while worrying about Broly. In the chat group, she has learned that Broly rescued Aqua. But little did she know that Broly was now at war with the gods. After all, with Aqua's IQ, it would be difficult to figure out where Broly went when his explosive energy suddenly disappeared. At the same time, she is being bullied by Zinky Neil, so she is not in the mood to reply to group messages. Zink Neil is a forest elf with a very eccentric personality, and also has a hobby of abusing slaves and captives. Hubie and Rick were also tortured by her. Now she was bored and thought about Aqua again. Although Aqua says that as a multiverse god, she represents the concept of water and is completely superior to the many gods in the game world, but the strange thing is that she has no fighting power at all except against the undead. The magic used is also an indiscriminate large-scale attack. What's even more terrifying is that her IQ is not high yet. As a result, now as a god, he is being chased by a great magician. Didn't Broly say that? Are we enemies? Why are you still attacking me? While dodging attacks from behind, shouted at Zincaneel behind her. Shouted. Ha ha ha. I don't know why I'm doing this. Maybe it's too boring, and I'm a little upset, but I get very excited when I hear your cry. Just come over and let me hit you. I'll hit you very hard. The most gentle thing is to fold your hands and feet in half. Zincaneel covered his face with some shyness and said extremely terrifying words coquettishly. Seeing her pretentiousness, Aqua was so frightened that she jumped up and avoided another painful spell. She shouted loudly, "Pervert, you are a pervert, help me, Broly, Suziao, Rimuru, ah!" At this time, Broly was concentrating on dealing with other gods. Soon all the gods were dealt with, and fell into a deep sleep one by one. Broly also obtained their respective marrow fragments. Although I don't know what these things are used for, it's good to collect them. Maybe I can use them if I need them one day. Broly put all these fragments into the capsule, and then he had to face the most powerful god in the world, and the most cunning god. Artho, god of war. Shenfan Tower of Suspicion. According to Bro's calculations, the suspicious Shenfanlu would not show up after seeing her plan fail. At the same time, she was also waiting for the chance to win the Star Cup in which both she and the god of war Artho would suffer. Artho, the god of war, because of his divine marrow, it is impossible for him to cooperate with other gods to attack him. Even if his guess was correct, he was still very upset that he was used by the suspicious Shenfanlu to set up a trap. It was exactly what Broly had guessed. Artosh, the god of war, was not involved in this setup and watched with his own eyes as Broly and the Ex Machina slaughtered all the gods. Artosh belongs to the divine race, the god who created the Flugel race. The essence of Artosh, the god of war, is composed of the composite concept of war, the strongest concept. The Supreme Lord, as the embodiment of the concept of war, is invincible. Because he is the strongest, he is the strongest. The conclusion drawn from combining these 2 points is that the power of the god of war can be infinitely enhanced and irreversible. If Broly had not chosen to confront him head-on, the world would most likely collapse. If this world is destroyed, Broly is not sure whether Suziao and his party will be affected. As the group leader, Suziao, if she dies, will this chat group be disbanded directly? If it is disbanded, wouldn't she be unable to return to her own world? Then make some yarn. Because of this, Broly has been carefully planning to achieve the success of this mission in the safest way. Of course, I had never thought that the Ex Machina could calculate the marrow of various gods, if they did not have this ability. Broly will choose to continue his plan and kill Artosh, the god of war, and Kainas, the god of forest, before he chooses to take action. Although these layouts may seem a bit redundant in the eyes of some people, it is obvious that as a scion, you can just go through it, but it is so troublesome. But in fact, every step is critical. There were many things he had to consider, including Suziao's feelings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken special care of her feelings in the world of parasitic beasts. Suziao has an overly kind personality. If she behaves like an extremely evil saboteur, she will easily be kicked out of the group. At that time, you will lose the opportunity to adventure in other worlds and get in touch with other world systems. This is a very troublesome and helpless matter. Chapter 73 The Final Battle, The Birth of the Only God. It's easy for you and you know it yourself. But the skill of using a carving and an insect is hard to achieve in the dust and grass, and you have to push yourself in the mud. They gather together in groups and grow toward each other, but they don't know how high the sky is and how unreachable they are. Artosh, the god of war, sat on the throne and drove the sky city Abontheim to the battlefield here. As the strongest man, he always regards the others as trivial and maintains his aloofness as the god of war. Because the essence of it is the strongest. His pair of sharp and bright golden eyes looked down at Broly with great pride and at the same time looked at the suspicious Shenfan Tower in the distance. Although being plotted made him uncomfortable, he still considered himself the strongest. Therefore, he did not participate in the trap of killing Broly. In his mind, he was fully capable of defeating him with his own strength. Even after seeing Broly defeat other gods, he still thought so. Artho, the god of war, is also surrounded by many flugels with 2 pairs of wings on their waists. These flugels are the god-killing vanguard created by the god of war Artho. In fact, as the strongest god of war, he doesn't really care about the Star Cup. However, in order to symbolically participate in the war, he still created the flugel to fight against the other gods. Therefore, every flugel has the strength to challenge the gods, and is an extremely cruel and terrifying race. Facing the powerful enemy in front of him, Broly did not show too much panic. Instead, he first collected the fragments of the marrow he had obtained. Artosh, the god of war, saw Broly's actions and shook his head. If a suitable person is not found for the fragments transformed into the marrow of the divine species, these fragments will dissipate on their own. It is best to dissipate now. Sometimes, it still has some functions and uses them first. May I suggest that you use these fragments to confront me? Broly heard his words and took out the fragments, and found that these fragments of divine essence were indeed slowly dissipating, which made him feel a bit regretful. These fragments can be said to be the embodiment of some laws. If they can be used for research and use, they will definitely be valuable. Broly shook his head, put away the pieces, and then raised his head to look at the tall man in front of him who was over 2 meters tall and had a black beard. I can feel that you don't seem to be very interested in the Star Cup, so why did you come to this place to stop me? Artosh, the god of war, raised his head and smiled boldly. I really don't care about the Star Cup, because I am the strongest and don't need anything to define me. But I longed for a rival. An opponent who can challenge me, be equal to me, or even defeat me. Now I finally have the person I've been waiting for, you, so let's have a good fight. Artho, the god of war, stood up from the throne, and the feather cloak on his body spread out and turned into 18 pairs of wings. The terrifying aura made the whole world tremble. Broly felt the aura on this man's body and began to explode at the same time. His originally long hair was directly blown up by the air waves, constantly improving his combat power. More chains began to appear on his body, and finally settled on 400, which was the most extreme state. Originally, I planned to directly crush your marrow with the help of the Ex Machina and win this victory, but now I have changed my mind. Before this world is destroyed, I will accompany you to have a good fight. Then crush your soul. The flugel next to Artho, the god of war, were furious when they heard Broly's shameless words, and began to gather their strength to prepare to launch the strongest blow to completely destroy this man who was disrespectful to their true god. Azrael, the world's first flugel individual, the speaker of the 18-winged council, and Zyuji's sister, knelt down on one knee in front of the god of war, Artosh, and begged, "Not only does this human being let me take action, he doesn't even it's not worth your while to fight him. The meaning of our existence as a flugel is to help our father clear away all obstacles and eliminate all enemies, even if these enemies are gods, it doesn't matter. If you want to challenge my father, you have to step over my body." Artosh, the god of war, was not angry when he heard her words, nor was he like those tyrants who directly rewarded their subordinates with a big mouth because they were blocked. Instead, he said very calmly, "Ah, that's it. That's a bit troublesome. This human being has great power. If you want to fight, I won't stop you, but be careful." Azrael nodded, feeling very happy in her heart. She had already merged with Abondheim, the land of fantasy, also known as the city in the sky. Now that she has the power to kill gods, and with the help of all her fellow humans, she doesn't believe that she can't kill this human being. Azrael spread out the pair of huge 50-meter wings around her waist, held a halo on her head, and with the help of Sky City and other members of her race, she directly struck a decisive blow at Bro. She drew a complex and huge aperture on her hand, opened her hands and said, "You are a threat that must be eliminated here. I agree that you are worthy of being called an enemy." The kin behind Azrael raised their hands one by one and focused their power on Azrael. Her hands quickly condensed into a giant luminous spear that was completely condensed into substance. This giant luminous spear was several hundred meters long. When he appeared, the surrounding space had begun to collapse and twist, as if the world could not contain this power. Sky Strike! Without any room for hesitation, Azrael transformed all the structures in her body into elven corridors connecting nerves. It draws power from the source current of the elf corridor and strikes out. As the text shows, this is the biggest and most powerful attack of the Flugel. The mecha host at Broly's neck issued a warning message and forced other mechas to sacrifice for Broly. However, Broly rejected the suggestion of the mecha host and directly raised a hand, smiling coldly, "An attack of this level is simply weak to me. I don't need you to sacrifice for me. Each of you individually, they are all extremely precious. There is no need to make it at this time, there is no necessary sacrifice and consumption." Broly caught this terrifying blow with one hand, which instantly destroyed everything within 1,000 miles. Then he squeezed the attack light composed of elves hard and turned into countless light points and dissipated in mid-air. Azrael and the other Flugel. After sending out a blow with all his strength, he immediately transformed from a royal sister into a child. He was wearing loose clothes, as if he was wearing a sack. Each one fell from the sky like dumplings. When Azrael fell, she looked at the unharmed Broly and gritted her teeth angrily, then yelled with claws and teeth, "Damn it! Broly originally wanted to capture her, after all, as the original Flugel, she was more powerful than other Flugels. But after thinking about it, I realized that this guy's IQ suddenly became abnormal later on. If I were to catch him, he might have an aqua around him. Forget it." Broly didn't want himself and the people around him to be tricked. Artho, the god of war, waved one of his 18 wings, and the wings turned into a soft earth, touching the children he created. Although Artho, the god of war, feeds on hatred, fighting spirit, malice, and blood, he is exceptionally gentle and indulgent towards the race he created. It's like treating them as their own children. Artosh, the god of war, sent these Flugels who had lost their ability to fight to a safe area. With just a wave of his wings, he sent it to a safe zone 10,000 meters away. The expression on Broly's face gradually became serious. He felt that this guy's aura seemed to be increasing every moment, and it was vaguely stronger than him. Artho, the god of war, clenched his fists and squatted down slightly. A terrifying aura swept directly from his body, and he laughed heartily with joy. "This force is so powerful. I have never experienced such a powerful force, as if the world will be destroyed with just a wave of my hand. My soul is the strongest, and I will always be stronger than my opponent. In that case, your power is also at about this level. Although you are strong, you will still be defeated by my men." Broly felt the powerful aura of the god of war Artho and frowned slightly. At this time, the god of war Artho had reached a combat power of almost 20 billion. Now Broly was planning on how to have a happy fight with Artex, the god of war, without destroying the world. When Su Xiaoyu and his party were affected, a harsh cry for help rang out. I saw a blue figure flying straight past me to the left. Broly recognized the blue figure as Aqua at a glance. The expressions of Broly and Artosh, the god of war, were the same. Asterisk. Asterisk, mentally retarded. Asterisk. Asterisk, mentally retarded. Asterisk. Asterisk, mentally retarded. Aqua was blown away by a magic spell from Zinc-Neil a few minutes ago, and she just happened to fly over. "Help, Broly!" Her body tumbled and fell from the sky. When she was dancing and trying to grab something, she just happened to grab the star cup below. All this happened too fast, and besides, Artosh, the god of war, and Broly were both focused on each other and did not react at all. The suspicious Shenfanlo had been hiding in the dark. According to her precise calculations, she could get the Star Cup in the end, but she didn't expect the variable Aqua. What's even more outrageous is that this guy is obviously not a god born in this world, but he can be recognized by this world's Star Cup. This guy can imagine it. In fact, it is not difficult to understand that the birth of the concept of Aqua as the goddess of water is exactly the same as the birth of the gods in this world. They are both the essence of the concepts and beliefs of nature. In Aqua's world, this thing called divine marrow was called godhood. Although there are some differences between the two, they are basically the same thing, and the water goddess in this world has long been directly blown to pieces by Broly's punch. When she fell into a deep sleep, she did not expect that her concepts and responsibilities would be completely occupied by this foreign god in an instant. This can be seen from the fact that Aqua has been able to control all the water in this world since she came to this world. It can be seen that this guy has obtained the authority over part of the water in this world. As a strong dazzling light wave flashed, the entire planet was instantly dominated by a powerful energy. The only god in this world was finally born. She is Aqua, the goddess of water. Aqua held up the Star Cup in her hand and had no idea what was going on. Her big, intelligent eyes turned into beady eyes. With the help of the power of the Star Cup, Aqua became the omniscient and omnipotent god of this world, possessing the powerful power to modify all settings of this world and erase everything in this world. In other words, as long as she wanted to, she could directly erase the god of war, Artosh, in an instant. In terms of the Dragon Ball worldview, Aqua is now equivalent to the king of the game world. However, with her IQ, it may be difficult for her to understand how to use this power. After Aqua landed safely, she looked at Broly and Artosh, the god of war, who were staring at him from a distance. Although she herself knew that she had gotten into trouble again, her usual bad character prevented her from admitting it. She scratched her left cheek with her index finger and tortured her soul. Oh, what happened? At this time everyone was silent. Broly's head was filled with black lines and he felt his head hurt a little. What the hell is this? The most powerful artifact in the world was taken by the wisest goddess. Broly suddenly shuddered when he thought that the world in the future might all believe in the Axis cult. It's really terrible. Aqua threw the Star Cup in her hand directly to Broly. She felt that the thing in her hand was a hot potato, so it was better to give it to Broly directly. As a conceptual artifact, the Star Cup may not have thought that it would be abandoned directly by others, and that someone would actively abandon this omniscient and omnipotent power. After Broly took the Star Cup, just as he expected, he had no marrow and was bounced away by a mysterious force, and the Star Cup in this world did not recognize him. The Star Cup that broke away felt the guidance of a will from somewhere and flew directly into the hands of the god of war, Artosh. After Artosh, the god of war, received the Star Cup, he replaced Aqua and became the all-powerful god in this world, possessing the ability to define everything and set everything. He raised the Star Cup in his hand and directly used this power to create a space that would not be destroyed. Then he threw the Star Cup to Aqua and said confidently, although the power of the Star Cup is powerful, accept it. With this power, I am not Artosh, the god of war. I am the strongest. Bring it on. Let me see how strong you are, say your name is worth remembering. Broly didn't expect this guy to be so upright. He didn't want him to become an omniscient and omnipotent god. He just wanted to have a good fight with him. As a scion, Broly is born with aggressive genes. And he is extremely eager for an opponent who can continuously improve his strength. You are a worthy opponent, my name is Broly. Next I will beat you to death. After all, I'm not a devil. Artosh, the god of war, heard such an arrogant speech and smiled instead of being angry. If you say it well, then I will beat you to death. Chapter 74, The Game Life chapter ends. After the two entered this special space, they seemed to have a tacit understanding with each other. Without saying a word, they disappeared in an instant, and their two elbows directly touched each other. The terrifying aura erupted from the two people at the same time. The place where the two collided cracked like a mirror with countless cracks, and then spread to the surroundings. These broken space fragments shattered directly like mirrors, and suddenly a mysterious force appeared and repaired this area. Broly felt an unprecedented sense of excitement. This refreshing feeling was something he had never experienced since becoming a scion. Either he encountered an opponent who was too weak, or an opponent who was too powerful to defeat. He had never encountered an evenly matched opponent. The essence of Artosh, the god of war, is to become stronger when faced with a strong one, making him the perfect sparring opponent. It's so comfortable. He now finally understood why Sun Wukong liked fighting so much. This feeling of punching to the flesh is simply amazing. Broly launched a fierce attack with one punch after another, pressing down on the god of war art. Each punch was more fierce and heavier than the last one. Artosh, the god of war, looked slightly startled. His divine essence is stronger when it encounters strength, but the strange thing is that he was pressed and beaten by others. This shows that this guy is improving and breaking through his own strength every moment. There is such a terrifying existence in this world. Boom! 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 Artosh, the god of war, looked at the fist that was getting faster and faster, and gradually gave up attacking and turned to defense. At the same time, he kept accumulating strength and decided to launch the strongest strike to repel him, and then use your own soul to improve your strength again. Due to the characteristics of the god of war, Artexu, he can now unleash the most powerful divine attack even without the assistance of all flugels. Broly was also aware of his intention, but he had no intention of stopping him. Instead, he was looking forward to whether the divine strike of Artho, the god of war, could hurt him. The two of them retreated at the same time in a collision, but Artho, the god of war, retreated farther than Broly. Broly also has the talent to get stronger as he fights, which has some similarities with the god of war's essence. Even in the first normal state, this talent still exists, but it is much weaker than the full power state of losing one's mind. Broly used to fight against Son Goku and Vegeta in the movie version. And the more he fights, the braver he gets, and his strength keeps improving. Vegeta, the proud prince of the Scions, had an advantage in the early stages of the Super game, but he was very strange and unbeatable, and then turned into Super Red and Super Blue. As a result, the king said, "Brol-san, your father was killed." Broly directly entered the state of full power, lost his mind, completely went berserk, and beat Vegeta into a tower of tragedy with his original green hair. If Son Goku and Vegeta hadn't merged together, our proud Scion Prince would have been beaten out of his shit. The king was very concerned about this. "I almost got my shit beaten out of me." Artosh, the god of war, raised his hands, and a huge magic circle appeared above his head. As the magic rotated, the surrounding space began to distort. A red beam of light that destroyed the world erupted directly from the magic circle, and this attack hit Broly directly. Broly quickly formed the shape of a calyx with his hands, placed the calyx-shaped hands on his waist, and formed a white ball of light in the palms of his hands. This ball of light is the wave of Turtle School Qigong. Turtle Sect Qigong. The two light waves collided at the same time, pushing and pulling each other, regardless of top or bottom. The strength of Artexu, the god of war, is increasing every moment. He is like a mirror to Broly. No matter how high Broly's strength increases, his strength will also increase with it. Boom! Boom! A white smoke filled the surrounding void for thousands of meters, which seemed to be the law of smoke without harm. After a while, the surrounding smoke slowly dissipated, revealing the figures of Artosh and Broly, the gods of war. At this time, Artosh, the god of war, had been beaten into the sky by Broly's turtle-style Qigong. Artosh, the god of war, who was beaten into the sky, retained his previous defensive actions, blocking his face with his hands and looking at Broly at his feet. Broly didn't expect that this guy was so strong and so strong. Since he came out of the spiritual time room and was in the first normal state, his combat power has reached 200 million, which is higher than the first time he became a Super Saiyan. Wukong is even stronger. With the blessing of Jin Yan's giant ape power, it is now as high as 2 billion. The fact that Artho, the god of war, can confront him shows that his combat power is also at this level. If he hadn't been able to continuously improve his strength with the battle, he might have really been beaten by him. Boom! Boom! Bang bang! Broly and Artho, the god of war, fought together again, fighting countless times in an instant, and the two were getting faster and faster. The terrifying energy emitted during the battle around the two people could completely destroy the entire planet. If most of the energy was not blocked by the Star Cup, the consequences would be disastrous. Broly surpassed himself in the non-stop battle, and became more and more excited as he fought. There were several times when Artosh, the god of war, almost couldn't stand it anymore and was ready to surrender. At the same time, he also had self-doubt about his strongest concept. But even so, Broly stuffed a fairy bean into his mouth. The resurrected god of war, Artosh, was able to do it again. Immediately afterwards, he suffered another violent beating from society. Continue to doubt life. Broly fought hundreds of millions of times against Artho, the god of war, in just 2 days, and he actually made him vomit. The god of war, Altisis, ate hundreds of fairy beans and finally fell into collapse. He chose to penetrate his own marrow, and then fell into the elven corridor and fell into a deep sleep. I don't want to fight him. Vomited. Really vomited. The fragment of his marrow actively chose Broly to enter his body, and fused with it to strengthen Broly's talent as he fought. In this battle, Broly also perfectly unlocked the form of transforming into a Super Saiyan. In the first normal state, he maintains absolute sanity and sobriety, even after transforming into a Super Saiyan. His power has exceeded the limit that this space can bear. The space created by Artosh, the god of war. Using the Star Cup completely collapsed. Broly also felt a strong repulsive force and wanted to expel himself from the world. Now that everything had been resolved, Broly no longer had any worries. He began to try to figure out whether the world would be destroyed if he didn't get out. While he was resisting the repulsive force of the world, countless cracks appeared in this world like a mirror. Everything began to collapse into nothingness. And it began to sweep across the entire world. Broly frowned and immediately released the Super Saiyan form and returned to his first normal state. The world just stopped falling apart. Another suspicion of his was confirmed. If a power beyond this world comes, the world will choose to reject this power and prevent it from causing damage to itself. But if this force resists, the world will use all its power to repel it until it completely collapses, and is unwilling to let it stay in its own world. After reaching the conclusion, another question in Broly's mind was solved. Broly's talent in combat has been enhanced by merging the essence of Artosh, the god of war. Moreover, his understanding of the self-extreme intention gong has also improved to a higher level, and he has vaguely touched upon the realm of God. If you go one step further, you can master the junior version of the ultimate intention gong and truly step into the realm of God in the Dragon Ball world. Broly came to Aqua and wanted to see if he could touch the Star Cup now that he had obtained the marrow fragment of Artosh, the god of war. Anyway, Aqua holding this thing is just a decoration, so she might as well let herself take it away. Besides, this thing is hers in the first place. Aqua readily handed the Star Cup to Broly. At this time, she had not yet realized the function of the Star Cup. Broly stretched out his hand and grabbed the Star Cup. This time there was still a repulsive force, but there was another force on his body that pulled the repulsive force to offset it. The moment he touched the Star Cup, he seemed to transform into Gaia's consciousness. Broly felt that his perception was infinitely magnified, and he could clearly see every corner of the world. You can even do anything you want. The world is me and I am the world. After Broly got the Star Cup, there was still no reminder from the group chat system that the mission was completed, which made him wonder whether this mission must be successful only if the god of games represents mankind. He thought about it carefully and found that things might not be what he thought. What was wrong? As a god, the god of games is not from the same ethnic group as humans, but the task of the group chat system is to help humans obtain the Star Cup. However, humans cannot obtain the Star Cup and can only rely on the gods. Now that he has obtained the fragment of the marrow of Artosh, the god of war, he has been recognized by the Star Cup to a certain extent. And even if he couldn't do it, why couldn't Aqua? She has never been rejected by Star Cup. Logically speaking, the mission should have ended when Aqua got the Star Cup. At this moment, Broly had an idea and suddenly thought that the person who got the Star Cup must stand in the position of a human being. Broly held the Star Grail in his hand tightly, made a wish in his heart, and used the power of the Star Grail. Heal the whole world. Restore the world to the beginning of the war. After receiving Broly's order, the Star Cup began to emit 7-colored light that illuminated every corner of the world. The land that had been turned into a scorched earth due to the war has regained its vitality, and buds are sprouting out of the ground. The black ash formed by the corpses of countless elves scattered across the dusty sky was also swept away. These corpses have regained their vitality, wandering around every corner of the world, changing every ecology of the world. Then Broly began to set his own rules to formulate a code that was beneficial to humans in this world, and gave humans in this world extraordinary powers. As they put their ideas into practice, the Star Cup continued to seep out its power. When the last code was drawn up, the message that the group chat system task was completed suddenly came to mind. Broly showed a satisfied smile. This time, as the main promoter and completer of the task, he received nearly 10,000 points, which was higher than anyone else's points. Although these points are of no use to me, it is still good to save them. After all, if a more powerful boss joins the group in the future, I can exchange them for rare items or other things in their world through the group chat system. And he has an intuition that the more points the group members gain and the more tasks they complete, the system may be upgraded to have other different abilities. Broly sighed slightly when he thought of this. It's a pity that this group chat system is not his own. Otherwise, his strength can be improved faster and he doesn't have to take into account other people's feelings. It only takes a few months for him to defeat the heavens and become the strongest person in the multiverse. However, Broly didn't know that the owners of the first 6 systems thought the same way. And what they have is a system that hasn't quite gone to sleep yet. Some of them even had a higher starting point than Broly. They were children of the plane when they were born, but they all fell without exception. The first generation system owners are the strongest, and their systems are also the most complete and undamaged. At that time, the first generation system was embodied as a sign-in system. As long as you sign in every day, you can get rewards and become stronger all the time. This is a system that allows you to become stronger while lying down, and you can also travel through different worlds and sign into the power systems of each world. In the end, he still died. And he died miserably. Each subsequent generation of systems is embodied in various forms of systems. Some are Krypton Gold systems, and some are systems that can predict the future in exchange for extraordinary power. But it was of no use at all. Damn or die. After completing the mission, Broly did not immediately click the return button. Instead, he first gathered all the X machines and put them into the capsule. The next step is to deal with the most cunning god, the Shenfan Tower of Suspicion. Broly decided to simply use the power of the Star Cup to obliterate it. Broly had no intention of taking this kind of god back under his control because it was too dangerous after all. However, just when he was about to take action, the suspicious Shenfanlu took the initiative to come to him. After Broly defeated Artosh, the god of war, he had no chance of winning. No matter how powerful his intelligence was, he could not reverse the situation of the war. Before he was about to be destroyed, she still wanted to know those questions that had been bothering her for a long time. What is God? Why was it born? The essence of Fan Lu is the concept of exaggerating suspicion and hope, whether it is doubt or wish, whether it is rejection or hope, all of these will increase Fan Lu's power. Broly is not so kind as a teacher to help her answer questions. Of course, apart from not knowing the answer to the question, the most important thing is why he should answer her question. This behavior is simply stupid. He directly erased it, obtained the fragment of her marrow, and asked the suspicious Shen Fanlu to return to the elf corridor to sleep well. But 6,000 years later, a brother and sister from another world helped her answer this question, allowing her to regain the concept and the essence. Of course, this is just an afterthought. Chapter 75 Return and the Artificial Man Plan. Broly used the Star Cup to heal the entire world and formulated some laws that were slightly beneficial to mankind. After that, all the creatures in the world invariably felt the existence of a supreme god. And these codes have gradually become the rules of this world, and are listened to by all people. No matter which race you violate these codes, you will be punished by the Gaia consciousness of this world. At the same time, in order to prevent those gods from coming out to cause trouble, Broly sealed the passage of the elf corridor. In the future, it will be difficult for these gods to come to the human world in the most realistic way, and they will not be able to use powerful divine power if they want to appear. After doing these things, he took out the marrow he had obtained from the gods he had killed. These things are constantly dissipating. Although he can prevent them from dissipating by using the power of the Star Cup, Broly has a feeling that after he takes these essences out of this world, they will become a pile of useless things. Fragments. In order to avoid wasting it, Broly came to Su Xiaoyu and his group to see if they could fuse the divine essence. After all, if the strength of these partners can be improved, it will also be helpful to me, especially Su Xiaoyu. As long as she does not die, there will be no problem. The result was that he was a little disappointed. None of his friends could absorb the essence. Although Broly can use the Star Cup to forcibly fuse it into other people's bodies. However, when they leave this world, this method of forced fusion will repel each other, and eventually the essence will completely dissipate. The Star Cup can only make Broly an omniscient and omnipotent god in this world, but it cannot affect other worlds. Broly felt a little pity, and at the same time, he suddenly remembered another thing, and then with a thought, he crossed space and came to the cave where Hubby and Rick were. Seeing Rick in a coma and Hubby completely disabled, Broly took out the Star Cup to repair Hubby's body and forcibly injected the marrow fragments of the Sail of Doubt into it. The reason why I was able to complete the task so beautifully was that Hubby played an incomparable key role. Under Aqua's god-level operation, if it weren't for Hubby himself, it would have been impossible to conquer the entire Ex Machina race, nor would it have been possible to defeat all the divine races to obtain the marrow of Artho, the god of war, and even less likely to obtain the Star Cup. After doing all this, Broly began to transfer everyone he wanted to take away directly in front of him, and then everyone appeared next to Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu once again saw that Broly was a little complicated in his heart. This time, when the mission was completely out of control, it was almost Broly himself who turned the entire situation around and completed the mission. If possible, Su Xiaoyu now even has the idea of giving up the position of group leader to him and letting him lead the entire team. This is better than leading it himself. She was just about to go up and ask a few questions, but she found that behind Broly stood many fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged, protruding beauties from all races. They all had one common characteristic, that is very big, very big. Su Xiaoyu subconsciously lowered her head, looked at Yuma Pingchuan's breasts, and compared them. She instantly felt hopeless. The whole person's mood suddenly became depressed, and he retreated to a corner, squatting down and drawing circles with a branch in his hand. It was obviously a hard hit. Broly turned his head and looked over, and immediately realized why Su Xiao was in such a low mood, but he went over shamelessly and asked, "Well, little group leader, didn't you say before that you could bring people from the mission world back to other places? The world? How many people can I bring with me?" When Su Xiao heard the voice behind her, she felt a little angry in her heart. Small breasts have always been a pain in her heart. During her adolescence, she tried her best to drink milk and eat papaya, but to no avail. Sure enough, men all like big breasts. It's really disgusting. However, Su Xiao quickly adjusted and did not get angry. She looked at the bunch of beauties behind her and said directly, "I can only take away 3. I only have 3 permissions to take away now. It's up to you. If you want to take away all these people, it's impossible. And taking away 1 will cost 3,000 points. Have you thought about it?" On this point, Su Xiao did not lie to him, nor was he angry. Now he could only take away 3 people, and each of them had to pay 3,000 points. Broly thought for a moment. First of all, Zinky Neil must be taken away. She can research some magic resistance for herself, and Zinky Neil is very talented. If she were allowed to analyze and learn the magic of the Dragon Ball world, she might become as great a mage as Babadai. In fact, I can also find time to deal with Babadai and Majin Buu. Then give Babadai to Zinkneil and let her learn all of Babadai's magic. Buu's cells can be fused into other people's bodies to transform into more powerful super androids. Just like the 21st. Then there is the fact that Zyji is not weak as a flugel. If she is transformed into an android and fused with the cells of Buu or King Frisia, her future potential will be unimaginable. And you can also switch between Lowly and Royal Sister, which is simply awesome. As for the last spot, he didn't decide who to give it to. X machines have a bunch of machines packed into capsules that can be taken away, so they don't take up this quota at all. For other races, it seems the same goes for taking anyone out. Forget about sea-dwelling species. It's not like there are no mermaids in the Dragon Ball world. If you want, you can get a few and keep them in a fish tank. It might be worth considering the goblins who specialize in science, but the armors and mechas they build are not as good as the one driven by this guy Pilaf, the super invincible mecha king. While Broly was thinking, he suddenly saw a white cat girl in the crowd scratching her face with her claws while teasing a forest elf next to her. This cat girl was carrying a bag of dried fish and was wearing scantily attire, only a tube top and an animal skin skirt. There are 2 cat ears on her head that twitch and have 2 brown pupils, which look really cute and a little cunning. Seeing this cat girl, Broly's face looked a little strange and a little complicated. This cat girl was a beastman, and he met it when he was in the territory of the Flugel. At that time, she molested a wraith controlled by Broly. Yes, not assault but molestation. Because this thing is a lesbian cat girl. But the strange thing is that this cat girl's mental power is not too strong. My own mental control can't control her. At the same time, the magic of other Dragon Ball worlds can't work on her. It's very likely that this guy has high magic resistance. To the point of being outrageous. At that time, Broly always felt that something was wrong with this cat girl and remembered her aura, always feeling that there must be some secret in this girl. So he brought her over with him. At this time, the cat lady was still holding her own dried fish to seduce Lillian Law, the black-skinned elf that Broly had conquered before. Meow, do you want to eat dried fish? If you want to eat, just let me, I just need to touch it, meow. Lillian Luo gently patted away the salty cat's claws, looking obviously impatient and disgusted. You've had enough, the master is still here. Master, it doesn't matter. The most important thing now is to let me touch it. The cat girl stared at Lillian Luo's part with bright eyes, looking excited, as if she didn't have it. Broly was speechless as he grabbed the girl out and pinched the flesh on the back of her neck. The girl turned out to be like a cat, completely losing her resistance. Meow. Meow meow. Meow meow meow. The cat girl was caught in a vital point and screamed in panic, but she couldn't use any strength at all. Broly dropped it on the ground and asked directly, "What's your name?" The cat lady proudly hammered her turbulent chest, "Meow, my name is Mu Yujuan, you can just call me Xiaomu. Can we discuss something? I think those people listen to you very much. Can I exchange this bag of dried fish with you to make them listen to me?" Faced with this whimsical deal, Broly decisively refused. It's as if no one has ever seen dried fish before. Then he grabbed her by the back of her neck and said to Su Xiaohu, "Just her, Zinky Neil, and Zyji. I will trade the points to you now, and then help me open the channel." Su Xiaohu nodded, feeling extremely unhappy in her heart. She used the authority of the group leader to connect the auras of these three people with Broly and said, "They have been bound to you. When the time comes, as long as you choose to leave this world, they will return to your world with you." "Okay, thank you," Broly said with a smile on his face. Seeing his happy look, Su Xiaohu cursed inwardly, sure enough, men are all big pigs. After all the matters were dealt with, everyone began to return to their own world one after another. In order to take away the Star Cup, Broly used the Star Cup to recreate a small Star Cup to replace the Star Cup to maintain the world. There was nothing worth taking away from this world, so he clicked return. After his consciousness entered a trance, Broly finally returned to his spaceship, accompanied by Xiaomu's cat girl and Zinc Ni. And Zyji. Although the space of the spaceship is not small, the spaceship is only designed for one person. Now that there are three more people, the space inside becomes crowded instantly. Broly left Zincanil on the spaceship first, and then used the ability of teleportation to capture the breath of the earth. Then he took Xiaomu and Zyji back to the earth and handed them over to Dr. Gero. At the same time, he also left all the Machina species for him to do research on, allowing him to create more powerful artificial humans on this basis. At this time, poor Drive Grow in the underground laboratory has completely lost the right to rest and is doing various high-intensity research and development almost 24 hours a day. If it hadn't been for the transformation of my body before, I might have been unable to bear it. There's something wrong with this cat girl. She's immune to a lot of magic. Please help me do some research and see what's the structural difference between her and others. Meow meow meow. When the little wooden cat girl heard that she was going to be cut into pieces for study, she was so frightened that the hair all over her body stood up. She hugged Broly's thigh and burst into tears. Meow. Don't be like this. I'm still a 3-year-old little girl. Mau mau, won't your conscience hurt if you do this? Broly raised his head slightly and touched his chin, as if he was thinking seriously for a while, then shook his head at her and said, "Not really. Little wooden cat girl." Broly shook his legs and mercilessly shook him off. Then he checked Dr. Gero's research progress and found that his clone was almost completed. A clone that looked exactly like him had tubes inserted all over his body and was working on the green sleeping inside the culture fluid. The replicator's head is connected to a computer by countless wires, and the function of this supercomputer is to modify his consciousness. Broly felt the powerful power hidden in this body. In a few weeks, this clone body would be put into use and become the material for his own fusion. Then he checked the research on artificial humans. Numbers 17 and 18 had appeared in advance due to Broly's intervention and are now under development. According to this progress, they will be put into use in another month. They are all powerful artificial beings modified based on humans. Due to the permanent energy furnace, the two people on the 17th and 18th have unlimited energy. Their cells age very slowly and are not easy to age. There is no need to eat, but they need to replenish water. Number 17 is a handsome boy wearing a red scarf and a black-haired high school student, who is the younger brother of number 18. And number 18 is a blonde, blue-eyed, tall figure, a cool beauty. Although she is an artificial person, she is actually transformed from a human body, so she can give birth. Broly nodded with satisfaction. If the two of them could be successfully created, it would mean that the technology of the eternal energy furnace was mature. When the time comes, each of the mechas will be given an eternal energy furnace. With such a powerful army of mechas, the entire multiverse can almost go sideways. Maybe you don't even need to do the tasks. You can do it yourself and just sit there and complete the tasks. Broly explained the direction of the Ex Machina transformation to Dr. Gero, and then used teleportation to capture the location of Zinkneil in the universe and teleport back to the spacecraft. Zinkneil was currently sitting in the spaceship, cursing Broly for forcing him into this strange space without his consent. When she saw Broly appear again, she grabbed his clothes, pressed her whole body on him, and asked angrily, "What do you want to do? Why did you bring me to this place?" When Broly saw such a ferocious Zinkneil, he turned over and pressed her under him. He looked directly into her eyes and said seriously, "Don't worry, I don't have any feelings for you yet. What a shame, after all. I don't like forcing others in this regard. The reason why I brought you here is because I want you to help me study some magic and then improve my magic resistance. If possible, I hope you can become my most capable subordinate or even partner in the future. I want to build a strong team to help me obtain the Super Dragon Balls of this world. And I have a hunch that more powerful enemies will appear in the future, so I need more powerful partners." Hearing these incomprehensible words, Zinkneil felt even more annoyed. He felt that this man must have a serious illness in his mind. "You must be sick, who wants to be your subordinate?" Broly knew that she couldn't accept him for the time being, so he took out a game of military chess, shook it, and said, "Forget it, you can't move now anyway. Do you want to play a game of chess to relieve your boredom?" Zinkneil clapped his hands on the chessboard, leaned forward, and said angrily, "Who wants to play with you, you hateful guy?" A few minutes later, the two of them sat across from each other at the chessboard and began to concentrate on the game. Sure enough, no one can escape the law of true fragrance.